This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Survivors deployed. Ding! Infinity Tower deployment complete. Survival game begins. Floor area, 4126. Room assignment in progress. Room number, 609. Initializing character attributes. Name, Lin Qian. Initial attributes, average value for a healthy adult is 1, strength, 0.8. Agility, 1.1. Constance, 0.7. Spirit, 1.9. Trait, Stone Heart. Rating, an average person, with a slightly weak body and clear mind. Survival guide. Newbie protection period, 3 days. During the protection period, each player has 3 door opening privileges per day, and 5 hours of safe exploration time. Attention! After the 3-day protection period, the first survival trial will begin on the 4th day. At the start of the trial, all survivors in the area will be forcibly teleported to the trial world. Before then, please improve your strength as much as possible to increase your chances of survival. 1. Explore other rooms, obtain resources, and survive. Be careful, as some rooms may harbor great dangers, so be cautious. 2. After the novice protection period, each person can only unlock 1 door per day, except for the survivor room. The door lock will reset after closing the door, so use caution. 3. The survivor room can only be opened with a corresponding room card. The room card is soulbound and cannot be discarded, lost, or transferred. It will be dropped upon death. 4. After the safe exploration time, the building will enter lights out time. At that time, the terrifying supervisor will patrol the corridors. If you are caught by the supervisor outside during lights out time, you will be on your own. In the room, which was less than 20 square meters, Lin Qian sat on the bed, lost in thought. In his hand lay a translucent card, engraved with the number 609. A translucent screen of light appeared before his eyes. After a brief silence, a frantic stream of messages began to stream. Regional channel. Oh my god! What's going on? I've traveled through time. Where is this? What is this place? I need to get out. Shit! Someone changed my clothes. Hee hee hee, after 20 years of obscurity, I finally have my chance to show my true abilities. Tremble, you ignorant human. Have everyone's belongings been taken away too? Who knows what's going on out there? Is this some kind of experiment? Are we being used as guinea pigs? Holy crap. I just kissed my goddess, and I'm about to move on to the next step, and I'm already here. What does that survival guide say? Has anyone left? Who knows what's going on out there? Is there any danger? Most of the messages were useless, and everyone was in a state of confusion. Swish, the channel closed. Lin Qian lowered his head, rubbing his messy hair vigorously as he gathered his thoughts. It was hard to say whether he could accept this sudden change. Reality was staring him in the face. If only he could, he would have hoped it was all a dream. After a long moment of calming down, he took a deep breath, stood up, and surveyed the room. The 20 square meter room was completely unobstructed. There was nothing to search for: a bed, a nightstand, and the rest, just the door, windows, and emptiness. There was no plumbing, no electricity, and no drainage. The walls and floor were all white. It was impossible to tell what material they were made of, but it was definitely not ordinary tile or flooring. It didn't feel cold to the touch, but rather hard, like some kind of high-strength plastic. The bed was wooden, an ordinary single bed, with a thin foam mattress and no pillows or bedding. Outside the window was a vast expanse of white, as if hidden in the clouds. There was no view, but light filtered in, providing the only light illuminating the room. Notably, the bedside table contained 2 bottles of mineral water and a palm-sized bag of compressed biscuits, basic supplies everyone should have. The white room gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression, and the hospital gown-like attire made it even more uncomfortable. But this didn't affect Lin Qian much. On his wrist was a digital watch. It didn't display a date or time, only a countdown of 4 hours and 55 minutes. Clearly, this was the safe exploration time limit. There's still a long time. Lin Qian looked toward the door, hesitant, unsure of what was happening outside. The regional chat room was still streaming with messages. Everyone was panicking about the sudden change in the environment. Few dared to leave their homes, or even if they did, they wouldn't share their information freely. There's no other choice. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian decided to go out and investigate ahead of the others. Ding! The door lock automatically popped open, and the door swung open. Lin Qian poked his head out and looked around. He didn't see anyone, but he could faintly hear the clamor of people talking in the distance. The endless, pure white corridor stretched as far as the eye could see, with no end in sight. Directly opposite was room 608. The door was closed, but the handle had a green light on. According to the system description, a lit handle indicates a survivor's room. A green light indicates someone is inside. A red light indicates no one. If the light went out, it meant the survivor had died. However, the door could not be opened by expending unlock opportunities. It could only be opened with a room card. There was someone at the opposite door. Turning his head, Lin Qian set his sights on the door of room 607. It was the closest door, and the handle had no light, indicating that it was a room he could explore freely. Stepping forward, Lin Qian grasped the doorknob and pushed it gently without hesitation. Instantly, the sun glared, a gentle breeze caressed his face, and a fresh scent of grass filled his nostrils. What came into view was the endless expanse of grassland, and the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. Lin Qian was stunned for several seconds before coming to his senses. Before opening the door, he had imagined many possibilities, but he had never imagined this scene. "Holy crap!" he exclaimed, looking around, realizing that the door behind him was actually embedded in a dead tree. Its color was rapidly fading, and it instantly merged with the trunk, but the outline of the handle was still visible. "It's truly miraculous." Lin Qian bent down, plucked up a blade of grass, rubbed it, and sniffed it, finding it no different from real grass. Just then, Lin Qian suddenly noticed a nearby bush sway. Frowning, he looked over, only to meet a pair of ferocious, animal eyes. Lin Qian and the creature were both stunned. Roar! As if aware of being discovered, the creature roared and leaped forward. Black patterns crisscrossed its brown fur, revealing a ferocious, hungry tiger. Holy crap! Without hesitation, Lin Qian turned, opened the door, and exited the room, closing it with a single, firm bang. Huh? Leaning against the door, Lin Qian gasped, still dazed. This was the first time in his life that he had come so close to a ferocious beast without any obstruction. Just then, the door to room 608 across the street slowly opened, and a pretty girl with wavy hair cautiously poked her head out. She was wearing the same white dress as Lin Qian, seemingly the uniform worn by all the survivors. The two stared at each other, neither speaking. Perhaps out of shyness or caution, after a moment's hesitation, the girl retreated back into her room and closed the door. Calming his breathing, Lin Qian brushed off the incident, his curiosity piqued as he approached the next room. He continued walking until he reached the door of room 605. He checked the handle. It was unlit, indicating an uninhabited room open for exploration. He gently turned the handle, this time much more cautious than before, fearing he might encounter some wild beast or jackal upon opening the door. However, what he saw was just an ordinary hotel room. Entering the room, Lin Qian surveyed the furnishings as he slowly peered inside. It wasn't exactly ordinary, but it wasn't particularly ordinary. This was a luxurious suite. Upon entering, one could see a wine cabinet occupying an entire wall in the dining room, along with a bar. Not far away was the open kitchen, and to the left was a guest bedroom. Pushing the door open, he peeked in. The guest bedroom was empty. Lin Qian sniffed, perceiving a faint, putrid odor emanating from the innermost master bedroom. After checking each of the outer rooms to ensure they were clear of danger, Lin Qian grabbed a carving knife from the kitchen, carefully reaching toward the master bedroom. Twisting the handle, he gently opened the door. The moment he opened it, a thick, rancid odor assaulted his nostrils. Lin Qian stumbled, quickly covering his mouth and nose with his sleeves, and continued inside. Clutching the knife, Lin Qian edged closer, sidling up against the wall. Once he had a clear view of the master bedroom's large bed, his pupils narrowed. Dark brown blood splattered like fireworks against the snow-white wall. Dangling from the corpse's dangling hand was a blood-stained pistol, a foul-smelling, black hole etched over the heart. This was Lin Qian's first close encounter with a corpse, and he inevitably felt a sense of nausea and discomfort. But the sight of the pistol instantly overwhelmed him. He tiptoed forward, quickly snatched the pistol from the corpse's hand, and stepped back, examining it closely. It was a revolver. Upon inspection, he found 5 rounds remaining. Reloading the magazine, Lin Qian peered around, looking for anything worth taking. This place was truly disgusting. He didn't want to stay any longer. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the window. Lin Qian frowned, stepped forward, and drew aside the curtains. Surprisingly, the view outside the window wasn't a vast expanse of white, but rather a cluster of tall buildings, a bustling modern city. Lin Qian couldn't help but marvel once more at this. The doors in the Infinity Building seemed to pierce the walls of different worlds. Truly magical. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion echoed outside the window. Lin Qian instinctively turned his head in the direction of the sound, and saw a tanker truck overturned on the road in the distance. The blazing flames completely engulfed the surroundings, and burning figures fled in all directions, creating a chaotic scene. Wait! Something's wrong. Lin Qian suddenly became alert. He realized the chaos below didn't seem confined to one place. Looking around, people on the street were running in all directions, and from time to time, someone was thrown to the ground, screaming for help. Cars collided with each other, blood and flames covered the scene, and it seemed as if order had been completely lost. Riot? Lin Qian frowned, and was about to lean out the window to take a closer look when he heard a sudden noise behind him. Roar. Chapter 2. A low hoarse roar, like that of a wild animal, came from behind him. Lin Qian's scalp tightened, and he turned abruptly, just in time to see the corpse on the bed suddenly straighten up. One of its festering eyeballs fell out, and the other moved strangely, its black and yellow teeth grinding with a clattering sound. Damn! He cursed inwardly, quickly pulling out the pistol he had just acquired and aiming it at the zombie's head. Bang! Having never handled a gun before, Lin Qian had somewhat underestimated the force of the revolver's trigger. Combined with the distance, the bullet missed the target, shattering the zombie's ear and sending pieces of flesh flying everywhere. Roar! Unfazed by the attack, the zombie instantly locked onto its target, claws and fangs bared, lunging at Lin Qian. Huff! Huh? Faced with the ferocious zombie's attack, Lin Qian didn't fire immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath, regulating his breathing. He didn't want to waste another bullet. The zombie rolled off the bed, twisting its limbs to its feet, raising its rotting arms, and roaring as it charged towards Lin Qian's door. The shaking of its head greatly affected Lin Qian's aim, until the zombie inched closer and closer, only a foot away from touching him. Bang! A bullet struck the zombie's forehead, and the back of its head exploded, splattering red and white everywhere, and the stench of decay intensified. With a thud, the headshot zombie fell backward, twitching twice before falling silent. Ding! The system notification sounded in his mind. Complete primary cleanup mission. Clear the room and receive reward. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. Ding! Detected survivor is the first to complete the mission, receiving first pass mission reward. Abnormal digestion potion *1. Abnormal digestion potion. After injection, gains trait, abnormal digestion, significantly enhanced digestive ability. He let out a long sigh, and only when he heard the system notification chime did Lin Qian's tense nerves finally relax. The hand holding the gun slowly dropped, trembling slightly uncontrollably. But he quickly composed himself and began to check the system rewards. With a thought, the pistol in his hand vanished in a flash of white light. With another movement, it reappeared in his hand. Lin Qian opened his eyes, their light gleaming. So, it seems this storage space can be used not only for storing items, but also for storing lethal weapons as a concealment. He then chose to claim the first kill reward. The next moment, a metal-covered syringe appeared in his hand. The cylindrical syringe, about the size of a small piece of sugarcane, was heavy and much larger than expected. Unscrewing the cap, the needle was exposed to the air. It looked like pressing the button would automatically inject. However, Lin Qian didn't rush to inject the drug. Instead, he replaced the cap and placed it back in the storage space. Who knew if the injection would have any strange side effects? He better wait until he was ready. The most urgent thing now was to search the room thoroughly. He had a pistol to guard against hidden dangers. Lin Qian opened the closet and pulled out a well-made black suit and a leather holster. In the pockets of the suit were half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, as well as a car key and an ID. To Lin Qian's disappointment, he searched the entire room, even suppressing his nausea and searching the zombies, but he couldn't find a single bullet. Now, he only had 3 bullets left in his gun. It seemed he would have to use them sparingly. Next, let's have a good search. Leaving the bedroom, looking out at the kitchen, Lin Qian began a thorough search. Empty the wine cabinet of all the bottles, taking whatever was useful first. Pack up all the kitchen knives and take them away. While guns are only a trump card, these conventional weapons can still be quite useful. Unfortunately, Lin Qian searched the cupboards and refrigerator, but couldn't find any food, not even a can. Is this kitchen just for decoration? Cursing inwardly, Lin Qian continued his search. Finding a few bottles of drinking water, he then raided the guest bedroom for pillows, bedding, a fire mask, a medical kit, and finally even the fire extinguisher, packing everything away. That's it for now. I can come back later if things don't work out. Confirming there was nothing worth taking, Lin Qian grabbed the bedding and pushed the door open to leave the room. A cubic meter of space is still limited, and the bed and bedding would be a bit cramped if stuffed inside. Lin Qian, fearing they would get squeezed against the bottles and jars, held them in his hands. After all, it was only a short walk back to his room. Leaving room 605, Lin Qian noticed the hallway had become noticeably noisier. A few people were gathered in the distance, chatting, but they didn't act close. Lin Qian ignored them, having no intention of interacting with them. He returned to his room, carrying the bedding. Before entering, he glanced at room 608 across the way. The light was red, indicating that the shaggy-haired girl inside had already chosen to go out exploring. Entering the room, Lin Qian took out all the items from the storage space, sorted them, and piled them neatly in the corner. He then spread the bedding on his bed. The empty room, now filled with more odds and ends, finally seemed to have a touch of life. I checked my watch. This trip took a full 2.5 hours, mostly due to searching for items, leaving less than half that time spent exploring safely. I opened the regional channel again and took a look at the chatter. Oh my god, the room next to mine is a cold storage, filled with fish and meat. I envy you, boss. I'm afraid there might be some terrifying monster in that room, so I've been afraid to open the doors to other rooms. Oh, what are you afraid of? Isn't there a 3-day novice protection period? Something's wrong. I saw the person next door enter the next room and waited for over an hour, but he still didn't come out. Just now, the red light on his door went out. A chatter suddenly caused panic among the crowd. What? Can someone really die? I thought it was some mysterious organization's social experiment, but it's real. Could it be that some kind of virtual reality technology is being used, with all of us stored in a single medium, and everything we encounter is fake? Someone made a bold hypothesis. Then how do you explain my hemorrhoids? Is this thing virtual too? Others questioned his speculation. Looking for self-defense weapons, bats or swords, trades for frozen food. I just entered a warehouse-like room. I have some steel pipes and sticks. Do you want them from upstairs? Yes. Great. Show me your room number and I get you. It wasn't until then that Lin Qian realized there was an option to display the room number below his profile picture on the regional channel. 781. Come over here. If possible, bring some extra steel pipes. We discussed the price. The person who spoke was clearly the one who had driven to the cold storage. He had chosen to display the room number. Lin Qian shook his head and sighed. There really are idiots who would so casually reveal their room number. The other side clearly has weapons, and knowing your room number, it's unpredictable what they do. After all, in this place, it's hard to say whether morality and law still exist. As expected. 781, brother? Why aren't you talking? 781, question mark. 781, wait. Why aren't you talking? I suggest the person upstairs hide quickly. The other side must be picking up some goods. Some people are just enjoying the fun. Closing the chat channel, Lin Qian began to think. There's only one chance left to open the door. Choose carefully. Unexplored rooms are resources. Some people are gradually realizing this. But the risks and rewards are equal. Just like the tiger in room 607 next door, if it were a slower player, they would probably have died with regret. In comparison, the zombie in 605 wasn't difficult to kill, thanks to its long pre-swing and the revolver. Should we kill that tiger? Maybe there's a reward. Looking at the gun in his hand, Lin Qian shook his head. Forget it. That beast is no zombie. 3 bullets might not be enough. Let's explore another room. Having made up his mind, Lin Qian pushed the door open again and left the room. Chapter 3. Lin Qian had no intention of using this last chance to open the door in a nearby room. He changed direction and continued forward, observing the movements of the remaining survivors. After the initial confusion and panic, everyone calmed down and joined the exploration. From time to time, someone would shout in the chat about what great finds they had uncovered. However, the people Lin Qian encountered in the corridor seemed somewhat indifferent. Perhaps not many people walked along the corridor like Lin Qian, so those who saw him subconsciously became wary. Lin Qian's expression remained calm, but he secretly gripped the pistol hidden in his sleeve, his nerves tense, and he was alert to any movement around him. 6206376654. He secretly noted down the numbers of several rooms with red lights, intending to pay close attention to them in the chat later. After all, these were his immediate neighbors, so it was always better to be cautious. Forget it, I won't go any further. At the door of room 666, Lin Qian paused and glanced at the countdown. There were only 2 hours left. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be enough to search one room. Determined, he turned and pushed open the door of room 666. Such an auspicious number. I hope something good comes out of it. However, before he could finish his words, as the door was only halfway open, a chilling chill swept over him. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Qian turned and tried to run, but at that moment, a pitch-black tentacle swiftly emerged from the darkness inside the door and wrapped itself around his neck with a whoosh. It tightened like a python, and with a powerful pull, the immense force yanked him backwards into the room. Bang! The next second, the door slammed shut. The sound of his heels dragging against the ground made a scraping sound. Lin Qian watched helplessly as the door closed, powerless to resist. His cheeks flushed red as he clutched the tentacle wrapped around his neck with one hand, his nails scraping against the scales. No! Take a gamble. Feeling his vision blur, Lin Qian gritted his teeth, pulled out the pistol he'd been clutching, and pressed it against the tentacle around his neck, unconcerned about accidentally injuring himself. He was about to fire. Suddenly, the tentacle quickly withdrew, and Lin Qian felt his neck loosen, falling backward to the ground. Blood flowed back to his brain, and an even stronger chill spread down his spine throughout his body. Huff! Huff! He greedily breathed in the fresh air until the dizziness subsided slightly. Then he struggled to his feet, kneeling on one knee, his other hand on the pistol, ready to fire. But all he saw was pitch black, a thing he could not see. Thinking of the lighter in the storage space, Lin Qian was about to take it out to light the way, but at that moment, a flame lit up ahead. The flame was neither yellow nor white, but rather a strange crimson, illuminating a figure shrouded in a black robe. The black-robed figure was tall and thin, nearly 2 meters tall. With his back to Lin Qian, he was fiddling with the burning flame. The next moment, the flame grew larger. With a casual push, the black-robed figure launched an oil lamp, eerily floating in midair, gliding smoothly towards Lin Qian, like a paper boat on water. The light from the lamp allowed Lin Qian to see the scene inside the room. It was surrounded by old display cases, filled with bottles and jars. The contents of some of the jars could be vaguely seen struggling. Straight ahead, a chair was placed behind a blood-red round table. A black-robed figure silently walked to the table and sat down. Lin Qian didn't hear his footsteps, but instead heard a rustling sound like creeping tentacles. Sorry, it's been a while since we've had new guests, so I'm inevitably a little excited, hee. A sudden, hoarse voice echoed in the slightly cramped room, its tone seeming to suppress extreme excitement and anticipation. Lin Qian's nerves were extremely tense, and he could only hear his heartbeat like a bell, but he forced himself to remain calm. Who are you, and what do you want? He didn't move rashly, but instead closely watched the black-robed figure's movements. The black-robed figure didn't answer, but instead took out a deck of black cards and neatly placed them one by one on the blood-red round table. Come on, kids, pick a card and start our game. 7 cards were laid out in a row. The black-robed man rubbed his hands together in anticipation through his sleeves, his tone beckoning. Lin Qian ignored him and turned to leave. But when he looked back, he saw layers of display cases blocking the view behind him, leaving no trace of the door. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek, and Lin Qian turned back to face the black-robed man. TSK, TSK, TSK. The black-robed man let out a strange laugh. Give up. You can't go back until you completed the bet. Something moved eerily beneath the black robe, making Lin Qian's scalp tingle. What if I don't bet with you? What will happen? Suppressing his inner fear, Lin Qian asked the black-robed man. Nothing will happen, but you have to stay here with me for the rest of your life. TSK, TSK, TSK. I still really hope so. After all, I'm trapped here all alone, it's so lonely. It seemed to really want Lin Qian to stay, its tone tinged with joy. Lin Qian was surrounded by oil lamps, but he felt no warmth. Instead, an inexplicable chill grew stronger and stronger. It's not an illusion. Rubbing his stiff fingers and tucking his clothes in tighter, Lin Qian took a step forward. Tell me, what are the rules? He had a vague premonition that if he stayed here too long, there might be irreversible and serious consequences. It's simple. 7 cards correspond to 7 numbers, 1 to 7. You and I each draw one and compare them. If I lose, you get to take one of my 3 collections. But if you lose... In the shadow of the black robe, Lin Qian faintly heard a slippery, rubbing sound, like something licking its tongue. You have to leave your heart behind. TSK, TSK, TSK. The black-robed figure finished his words and began to chuckle again, his tone filled with uncontrollable anticipation. Come on, begin. Lin Qian didn't hesitate, taking 2 steps forward and resting his hands on the table. But he was far from as calm as he appeared. His heart had long since sunk to its lowest point. Who draws first? Of course I go first. As the black-robed figure finished his words, a tentacle covered in black scales emerged from under the table. After a moment's hesitation, it finally drew a card. It lifted a corner of the card from the table, and suddenly let out a chuckle of delight, as if the cards were good. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your turn. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his temple. Lin Qian let out a long sigh, calmed himself, and reached out to draw the card closest to him. He gently opened the card, and when he saw the numbers clearly, Lin Qian's pupils suddenly contracted. There were 7 numbers in total, and he had actually drawn the smallest one. In other words, he had no chance of winning. In an instant, Lin Qian's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The intense feeling of suffocation made his eyes widen, and sweat dripped like rain, soon soaking the edge of the round table. A fear he had never experienced before struck his heart. The cold chill penetrated his skin like a tentacle, piercing into his bones bit by bit. He even felt that his body was gradually losing control. Who? He staggered, his hands supporting the table, and his breathing became very difficult. Look at you, are you unlucky? TSK, TSK, TSK. The black-robed man pressed his cards with his tentacles, leaning forward slightly, revealing a small part of his chin, which looked like a dead tree. How about asking me to spare you? If you surrender, I can lower the stakes. It stalked closer, its black robe dragging across the round table, its body twisting strangely like a giant snake. The red flames grew fainter, and the room gradually darkened. At this moment, Lin Qian felt like he had been pulled out of the water, drenched in sweat, his lips pale, and his body trembling. I can choose to take one of your eyes. How about one non-lethal eye? If you surrender, you can survive. As he drew closer, his voice echoed almost to his ear, his alluring tone like throwing a life preserver to a drowning man. Even Lin Qian was trying to persuade himself. Give up, and you survive. But his last remaining shred of rationality reminded him that there was something wrong with this bet. From the very beginning, the black-robed figure had been creating an aura of certainty. It laughed when it took the cards. When he saw the numbers, he didn't even try to hide his reaction. No matter who looked at it, this was a sure win. Even worse, the stakes weren't even equal. He had no idea what the 3 treasures it mentioned were, yet he was being forced to risk his life. So, even if he was being cautious, it should have been him, not it, because the cost of trial and error was irreversible. Of course, what Lin Qian couldn't understand most was when he had become so cowardly. Just realizing he was going to lose the bet had nearly frightened him to the point of peeing his pants. Fear was normal. Who wasn't afraid of death? But being this scared wasn't right. All these signs gave Lin Qian a glimmer of doubt. This bet seemed to be about more than just luck. If that were the case, then the opponent had clearly already won. So why would they go to such lengths to persuade him to surrender? Lin Qian prepared to take a gamble. He wasn't completely confident, but neither was he reckless without reason. He raised his head with difficulty, meeting the gaze of the black-robed figure so close. He felt as if a 1,000-pound stone had weighed him down. Open the cards. Chapter 4. The moment he finished speaking, the black-robed figure's movements abruptly paused. Then, the terrifying pressure and fear receded like a tide. The dimming red flame of the oil lamp floating behind Lin Qian suddenly surged to a surging peak, extending considerably. Hiss! The sudden burst of red light seemed to sting the black-robed figure. He let out a chilling hiss, and quickly retreated to his seat. On the card table, Lin Qian's cards were already revealed, revealing the smallest number, 1. He stared at the black-robed figure, panting heavily, but he no longer felt the biting cold. The red flames behind him crackled, warming his stiff body. With a click, the tentacle flipped the cards in front of him. Also the number 1. Seeing this, Lin Qian's tense expression instantly relaxed, as if deflated, and he wished he could collapse to the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. After a long pause, the black-robed man began to laugh again, though without the previous elation. 7 cards floated in the air, eventually dissipating into black mist. Lin Qian glanced at them. All of them were numbers 1. Not bad. Not bad. The black-robed man muttered as he slowly stood up, his hem rising and falling as if searching for something within his body. You win this bet. According to the agreement, you can choose one of the treasures to take home. Lin Qian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the bet to be fake, but the stakes to be real. This made him wonder, if he had just conceded, would he have really only lost one eye? One wrong move could lead to irreparable consequences. Sighing a sigh of relief, Lin Qian hesitantly looked at the items the black-robed man had presented. This guy doesn't even tell the truth. Are these things really okay? As if sensing Lin Qian's thoughts, the black-robed figure impatiently flicked his tentacle. Hurry up and pick one up. Stop nagging. Lin Qian hurried forward and began carefully selecting. Of course, the reason he felt so reassured wasn't the black-robed figure's words, but the system prompt that appeared in his mind. Ding! Mission completed. The Devil's Gamble. Courage. Please choose your mission reward. Ding dong. Ding dong. Lin Qian's attention was drawn to the strange, beating heart in the center of the round table. He reached out and gently touched it, and information suddenly appeared before his eyes. Wolf Demon Heart, after successful transplant, gained special properties, super speed regeneration. He then looked to the irregular, walnut-sized crystal on his left, glowing purple, and touched it gently with his fingernail. Nail Core, after ingestion, gains abilities, transformation into armor. To the right was a palm-sized, translucent card. Overseer ID card. After use, you will receive the identity, Overseer. Lin Qian's breath suddenly caught when he saw this message. Overseer? If memory serves, Lin Qian seemed to have seen this word in the initial survival guide. After lights out, the Overseer will patrol outside. After a long moment of contemplation, Lin Qian made a decisive choice. This one. Ding! Obtained a special item, Overseer ID card. Honestly, the wolf demon's heart held a profound allure for Lin Qian. Just the sight of the word super regeneration uncontrollably brought back countless movie scenes to his mind. However, the prefix requiring a successful transplant deterred him from the idea. Not only did he have no idea where such a thing could be transplanted, but even if there was, judging by the quality of the procedure, it was likely to fail, just like surgery. The instructions for use for the armor core were clearly stated. Simply ingest it. But the information was so scant. Who knew if the armor transforming ability had any prerequisites for use, let alone its effectiveness? Everything was still unknown. Comparatively, the Supervisor ID card contained the most information Lin Qian knew. After he finished selecting, a tentacle swept across the round table, retracting the other two items beneath his black robe. At the same time, the display case behind him clicked, revealing the hidden door. A heavy sigh of relief washed over Lin Qian. He put away the card and turned to leave, without a trace of reluctance. He simply didn't want to stay in this shabby place any longer. It was too eerie. After taking a few steps, a voice suddenly rang from behind him. Go away, clever fellow. Lin Qian instinctively turned his head, only to see the black-robed figure flick its tentacles, turn, and silently walk deeper into the darkness. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Qian felt that its back seemed somewhat forlorn. For some reason, he stopped and asked, Will I ever come back to this place again? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Qian regretted it, wishing he could slap himself in the face. As expected, the black-robed figure suddenly stopped and turned strangely, like a spinning button. Will you come again? Lin Qian waved his hands hurriedly, shaking his head like a rattle. No. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the black-robed figure's laughter. TSK. You're truly special. Many have passed the test of courage, but you're the only one who dares to ask me this. Realizing he had interrupted Lin Qian, he added, What were you about to say? No what? Lin Qian's expression was solemn, his chest puffed high, his red scarf faintly fluttering in the wind. Not bad. Excellent. I acknowledge your courage. The black-robed figure's voice was tinged with joy. He slid in front of Lin Qian, his tentacles flickering, and a translucent card was presented to him. If you miss me, come over. Don't be shy. Lin Qian took the card with a somewhat stiff expression. The next moment, the card's information appeared before his eyes. Devil's Gambling Teleport Card. Upon use, instantly teleports the target to the Devil's Gambling Room. Lin Qian raised his eyebrows, instantly realizing this thing wasn't simple. Teleporting the target here, does that mean that if I ever encounter an enemy I can't handle, I can? Besides that, if I'm in danger, I can also teleport here for refuge. Even if I don't know what the next bet will be, at least it's a suspended death sentence. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, his eyes lighting up. Great stuff. Absolutely great stuff. Looking at the evil demon before him again, Lin Qian even felt a hint of affection. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he spoke slowly, carefully choosing his words. Well, I just don't know what the next bet will be about. After asking, he gestured a bit sheepishly with his fingers. Just a little bit will do. You know I'm a coward. Silence. The air seemed to grow stagnant at this moment. After a long moment, the black-robed figure spoke. I can't reveal the details of the bet to anyone. The voice was cold, as if angry, and he slowly turned away. Lin Qian couldn't help but sigh at this. He was still too naive, so he turned and was about to leave. Suddenly, he felt something was amiss. Turning his head again, looking at the black-robed figure, Lin Qian seemed lost in thought. The black-robed figure was crawling like a snail, barely moving half a step in a short while. Is he hinting at the rules of the next bet? Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and his heart beat faster. Suddenly, a red light flickered. It wasn't the oil lamp, but the watch on his wrist. The countdown was less than 5 minutes, and the lights were about to go out. So soon? Lin Qian was a little surprised. Although the gambling game had felt like seconds had dragged on like years, it shouldn't actually last that long. He better hurry back to his room and talk about it later. I understand. Thank you. He turned and hurried toward the door, not forgetting to thank the black-robed figure for the hint. He twisted the handle and pulled hard. A blinding light briefly blinded him. Looking back into the room, he saw only pitch black, the red oil lamp gone. This made Lin Qian doubt the reality of what he had experienced. Forget it, let's go back. With a bang, the door closed. In the darkness, there was a long silence before the creeping sound of tentacles could be heard, gradually fading away. Chapter 5. I was so scared. I just got lost in the world behind the door. When I came out, the lights were out, and I groped my way back to my room in the dark. Huh? You're okay? Didn't they say monsters would appear after the lights were turned off? Where's the supervisor? Have you seen him? It's pitch black, and I don't have a flashlight, so where can I look? Did you hear anything? I was so scared running back that I didn't even bother to listen. You're asking so many questions. Why don't you open the door and take a look? Go away. Do you think I'm stupid? Back in his room, Lin Qian munched on a compressed biscuit and drank mineral water. This trip to room 666 had been exhausting. He sweated so much that he needed a couple of bottles of mineral water to make up for it. However, it was this trip that made Lin Qian truly realize the horror of the unknown rooms. He had finally made up his mind. Never again would he blindly open doors with special numbers unless absolutely necessary. At the same time, Lin Qian realized that, besides survival resources, the most valuable thing now was room information. With this information, he could at least avoid encountering a high-risk haunted room like room 666. Even now, Lin Qian still felt a lingering fear. He knew that his win this time was largely due to luck, but the next time he went in, things might not be the same. What did the black-robed man's hint mean? Slow motion, slowness, patience? After pondering for a moment, Lin Qian felt that patience was more likely. After all, like courage, it was a positive trait. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't want to see that person anytime soon. Lin Qian was speechless, looking around warily for a moment before finally uttering, that evil old man. This encounter was truly bizarre, leaving him with a significant psychological scar and reconsidering his outlook on the rooms in the building. He slowly chewed half a compressed biscuit. Although he wasn't feeling full, Lin Qian still left the other half. Luckily, he was well hydrated and could gulp it down. Ha, refreshing. 2 bottles of mineral water washed down his thirst, instantly quenching it. After resting in bed for a while, Lin Qian retrieved the Supervisor ID card from his storage space. As for the abnormal digestion potion, Lin Qian didn't want to touch it for now. The name alone suggested he might become a food demon after taking it, and he didn't have enough food stored. As for the Supervisor ID card, Lin Qian didn't hesitate. After reviewing the item's description, he decisively chose to use it. Ding! Used successfully. The card dissipated in his hand as a mist of light. Obtain the identity. Supervisor. Supervisor, level 1 responsible for areas 600 to 699. Salary, 1 free attribute point per day. Current remaining, 1. Seeing the description of the supervisor identity in the attribute panel, Lin Qian jumped off the bed in shock. 1 free attribute point per day? Really? He thought this identity might have some privileges, but he didn't expect the rewards to be so direct. The average value is 1, which means that no matter where this point is added, it will be more than twice the attribute of an ordinary person. Profit. Lin Qian spun around on the ground excitedly. It took him a long time to calm down and prepare to use the free attribute points. Ding! Free attribute point allocation completed. Strength increased by 1 name. Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor. Initial attributes. Average for healthy adults is 1 for each item. Strength, 1.8. Agility, 1.1. Const, 0.7. Spirit, 1.9. Trait, Stone Heart. Rating, Supervisor? God knows how he got in there. Lin Qian frowned at the change in the last line of his rating. What do you mean? Why do I feel so looked down upon? Closing the panel, ignoring the system's contemptuous attitude, Lin Qian clenched his fists, feeling the unfamiliar power coursing through every inch of his muscles. Right now, I feel like I could blast a bull. Lin Qian laughed heartily, excitedly throwing a series of turtle punches into the air. Sweat beads formed on his swollen forehead before he finally stopped. No, my stamina is still too low. I try adding tomorrow's points to my constitution. Making a decision, Lin Qian glanced at the supervisor's rank and area of responsibility listed below. Level 1 means there's a chance of upgrading. I wonder if my salary will increase after that. As for this area, Lin Qian looked out the door. According to the system description, it should be work time now. Go out and take a look. There were many theories in his mind that needed to be verified. For example, his area of responsibility was in Zone 600. Did that mean each 100th area was a zone, with corresponding supervisors for each zone? Going out would definitely be risky, like the unknown upgrade method, and who knew if supervisors would kill each other. But staying in his room wasn't a long-term solution. Lin Qian was cautious, but not timid. Just do it. Lin Qian dug out the suit he found in the zombie hotel and slipped it over his white tracksuit. The slightly oversized suit made him look a bit bulky, but it also concealed his physique. He then pulled a gas mask from his fire brigade bag and donned it, obscuring his features. He didn't want the curious survivor who peeked out to see him, so he turned and started talking nonsense on the chat. The situation was unclear, but the rules outlined in the system seemed to hint at a permissible killing spree. After a survivor's death, the room card fell, and the contents of the room naturally belonged to the killer. It never hurts to be cautious. He fastened his holster to his waist, removed his revolver from the space, and holstered it. After practicing drawing his rifle several times until he was proficient, Lin Qian finally grabbed the hand-cranked flashlight from his fire brigade bag and tiptoed open the door. The dim corridor was pitch dark. As soon as Lin Qian opened the door, the light from the room flooded the area, illuminating a large area. Frightened, he quickly scurried out and closed the door. As the door closed, the view suddenly became pitch black. Looking around, the only light was the indicator light on the survivor's door. Red? Just then, Lin Qian noticed that the light in room 608 across the way was red, meaning the girl with the shaggy hair wasn't there. Could she be trapped in some world behind a door? Lin Qian recalled her experience in room 666. She hadn't seen the door again until she finished her gambling game. Perhaps she had encountered a similar room. Thinking of this, Lin Qian looked down the corridor and was surprised to find that rooms with red lights were not uncommon. There was one at almost every distance. Furthermore, Lin Qian discovered that the survivors' rooms were distributed in a completely random pattern. Some, like him, lived next door to each other, others were right next to each other, and even he was the only one living alone in a dozen rooms surrounding him. This completely thwarted his plan to use this opportunity to carefully study the room numbering rules. Crackle, crackle. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian swung the searchlight, and a flickering white light suddenly illuminated his field of vision. However, just as he was about to follow the room numbering line for a closer inspection, a strange, chilling hissing sound suddenly erupted from behind him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chapter 6. Lin Qian turned stiffly, and the light from the hand-cranked searchlight shifted, illuminating a terrifying creature. It was a massive, upright snake, its dark scales glistening, its dark tongue flickering. But that alone wasn't enough to frighten Lin Qian. What was even more bizarre was that it possessed a human-like body, draped in a tattered gray robe. Beneath the robe, a pair of hands, also covered in black scales, dangled like puppets with their strings cut, exuding a profoundly eerie air. The snake's humanoid torso alone was almost as tall as Lin Qian, its massive head rising high from its neck and drooping downward, creating a powerful, oppressive presence. 3 sharp protrusions adorned its head, and its terrifying, vertical pupils stared intently at Lin Qian, making his blood freeze. Gudong! Lin Qian swallowed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The snake's head edged closer and closer, until Lin Qian could smell the bitterness of its tongue. It finally stopped. Lin Qian held his breath, stopped stroking the searchlight, and slowly reached for his lower back. However, just as he was about to draw his gun for a desperate fight, a sudden noise echoed from the darkness before him. Amidst the rustling of scales, the sound gradually faded away. That thing seems to have left? Lin Qian hurriedly swung the searchlight again, and the flickering light illuminated the retreating form of the giant snake. Beneath its tattered gray robe, a thick tail swung back and forth, scraping against the ground. As if disliking the light, its head twisted back as the searchlight swept past. Frightened, Lin Qian quickly stopped stroking and remained where he was, listening to the sound fade away. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lin Qian stripped off his suit. Whether it was the heat or the fear, his clothes were once again drenched in sweat. After gulping down another half bottle of mineral water, Lin Qian sank directly onto the bed. Not going. Whoever wants to go can go. He had originally planned to explore the building thoroughly, but within 5 minutes of leaving, he gave up the idea and became a coward. Judging from the direction the giant snake had left, he could roughly guess that it was a supervisor from Area 500. Its movements looked a bit like patrolling. Based on the pattern, Area 700 should also have a similar supervisor, but Lin Qian didn't want to know what it looked like. In that moment, he truly felt like he had been saved from the brink of death. Just looking at the giant snake's size, if it attacked him, it would most likely be killed instantly. And that's not even mentioning whether the thing had any extraordinary powers. Lin Qian clearly remembered taking a quick look when he opened the door, and there was nothing around. But after he left, he turned around and saw the creature suddenly appear before him. Before then, he hadn't heard the scraping sound of its tail as it left. This proved that the creature might have been standing there when he left, simply hiding its presence through some kind of power. Oh, forget it. I won't think about it. Lin Qian pulled the quilt over his face and stopped thinking. Today had truly been too thrilling. Exhausted, he tossed and turned in bed for a short while before falling into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. This sleep was a deep, dark one. Lin Qian woke up from hunger. He groped out of bed in a daze, and before he could wake up, he fumbled for the remaining half-sliced compressed biscuit and began to crunch it. After finishing the remaining food and drinking some water, Lin Qian finally regained consciousness. I'm not full. Rubbing his stomach, Lin Qian realized his appetite had grown considerably. Yesterday, half a compressed biscuit barely filled him halfway, but today, it was as if he hadn't eaten at all. Is it because of that little bit of strength attribute? Thinking of the attributes, Lin Qian quickly checked the dashboard. Sure enough, the next day's salary had arrived, along with a few extra free attribute points. Without hesitation, Lin Qian added this to his constitution, bringing it to 1.7 points. Boom boom! The moment he allocated the points, Lin Qian suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken. Then, a heat spread through his body, and within a few breaths, he was sweating profusely. Hoo! After about a minute or two, the scorching heat subsided, replaced by a feeling of energized energy. Lin Qian felt the urge to run for several kilometers. I didn't expect the increase in constitution to have a greater impact than the strength attribute. He opened another bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it. Looking at the last remaining bottle in front of him, Lin Qian resisted the urge to finish it in one gulp. Resources are running low, better save some. Just one day later, he already used up all his basic resources. It seemed he had to get some food and water back today. Checking his watch, he saw 2 hours left before the safe exploration time. Bored, Lin Qian lay back on his bed, ready to check the chat channel. 781. Hey guys, the meat in my room has all melted after sitting there all night. If you think it's okay, you guys can offer a price. I sell it cheap after the safe time starts. Seeing a familiar figure, Lin Qian raised his eyebrows. Is this guy okay? Hey! He's still alive? Someone else was just as surprised as Lin Qian. 781. Hey, don't mention it. I regretted revealing my room number yesterday. I stayed inside and didn't dare leave, fearing my belongings would be stolen. So you're not afraid today? 781. The guy next door privately messaged me last night. We're teaming up. He can protect me. He said he has a gun? Seeing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but scratch his head. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who had a little luck yesterday. Others had also gotten their hands on a gun. As soon as 781 said this, it was like pouring water into a frying pan, and the chat channel immediately began to boil. Gun? Real or fake? You're kidding. I spent the whole night whittling sticks and finally managed to make 3 wooden spears. And you're all using firearms? Boss. Team up. Boss. I'm in District 702. Please take me in. Let's go together. Exploring the world behind the door will be easier, and we have more opportunities to open doors. 781, oh. Boss, you scolded me for being nosy. I won't say any more. Anyway, anyone who wants to buy meat can come over later. Anything is fine. I'm open to anyone. After saying this, the seemingly clueless 781 fell silent, leaving behind a group of people constantly asking and offering to team up. Lin Qian closed the chat channel and watched with amusement. I don't know if this guy did it on purpose, but he's making such a big fuss. It's bound to be a big scene later. Then, hesitantly, he looked at the supplies piled in the corner. Should I go exchange some? Let's not even talk about the alcohol or anything like that. That medical kit alone is definitely worth something. Lin Qian immediately dismissed the idea. Only a fool would trade for something as life-saving as a medical kit. Those alcoholic drinks, on the other hand, some of the stronger ones could easily be used as alcohol. But Lin Qian didn't really like joining in the fun, and there was no telling what might happen over there. If someone tried to snatch it, it might lead to a huge fight. Forget it. Lin Qian let out a long sigh, ready to go all out and explore the nearby rooms. He checked his watch. Over an hour was still left. Wait a minute. I don't want to run into that monster again. Lin Qian collapsed onto the bed, closed his eyes, and waited. Chapter 7. Ding! Safe exploration time expired. Lin Qian, who had been waiting behind the door long ago, immediately pushed it open and cautiously glanced towards Area 500. Thankfully, the entire corridor was empty, with no sign of the giant snake. It seemed the supervisor had left before the safe exploration time expired, but he didn't know where. In addition, Lin Qian noticed that many people had left their rooms at the same time as him. It seemed that after a day of adaptation, many had realized that exploring the world behind the door for resources was crucial to survival. Perhaps soon, a fight would break out over who could control the door. Lin Qian glanced at the door opposite. The red light was still on. Having not returned all night, yet still alive, it proved that staying in the world behind the door was not impossible. Without hesitation, he had a plan in mind. He strode to the unexplored room 611 next door, and rubbed his hands nervously. Come on! Let's take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, Lin Qian opened the door and entered the room. Creaky! With a sharp sound, Lin Qian stepped into the world beyond the door. As soon as his front foot touched the ground, he felt a noticeable jolt. He stumbled forward involuntarily, and the door behind him slammed shut. Oh no! Lin Qian quickly turned around and pushed the door open. Creaky! The sight he saw made his heart skip a beat. It wasn't the corridor. The cramped space was filled with the odor of urine and disinfectant. A simple sink connected to a stainless steel squat toilet. The familiar scene made Lin Qian freeze. Isn't this the toilet on a train? The old-fashioned kind. Beer, wine, soft drinks, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, chocolate. Come here, kid, spare me a moment. Just as he was lost in thought, a small cart slammed directly against his waist. An older woman in a blue wig urged him on, her tone polite, but her expression brimming with impatience. Lin Qian stepped aside and watched the cart pass by. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Entering survival dungeon, death train. Death train. This long-distance train, bound for distant lands, carries the hopes of many returning home. Unbeknownst to everyone, a special passenger has infiltrated. When night falls, something terrible will happen. Return condition. Survive for 24 hours. After carefully reading the system notification, Lin Qian fell into a long silence. He had never imagined that such a dungeon-like room could exist. Bang! Lin Qian punched the toilet door hard, a dull thud. Hey! Buddy, are you getting in? If not, don't get stuck here. Just then, a young man in a leather jacket approached, cigarette in his mouth. His voice was slurred, and he fiddled with his belt in a frivolous manner, looking anxious. Lin Qian suddenly became curious about whether the person before him was real. He stared at the young man in the leather jacket, making him feel uneasy. What are you doing? What are you looking at? He took 2 steps back, his eyes wary, and looked Lin Qian up and down. I'm not going to say anything. Lin Qian was speechless. This man had too many ideas. But he didn't offer any explanation. He simply made way and walked into the car. With a thought, a ticket appeared in his hand, marked with his seat. It had appeared in the storage space after the system prompt. Lin Qian guessed that similar quest systems would allocate key items, like this ticket. The moment he pushed open the aisle door, Lin Qian felt a sudden sense of daze. An old man nibbled sunflower seeds in the aisle seat, a crying child rolled around on the bed, and groups of middle-aged people playing cards. It was like he had suddenly returned to the world he knew, as if everything outside the door was fake. But soon, Lin Qian found a place completely different from the real world. Not a single smartphone was in sight. It was as if time had gone back a dozen years, and everyone was killing time in their own way. Walking through the somewhat crowded aisle, Lin Qian observed their every move. It was so real. None of their speech, mannerisms, or expressions seemed as rigid and strange as those of NPCs. This made him wonder what the Infinity Building was. Is it a hub connecting all the worlds, or is it truly a virtual world, as the person on the channel had claimed? With limited information, Lin Qian couldn't figure it out. After crossing 2 carriages, he finally found his bed, a lower berth. The small table was piled high with fruits and thermoses, and eggshells were scattered on the floor. Someone was sleeping in the next berth, their cap covering their face. Lin Qian sat on the edge of the bed, peering out to observe the passengers passing by, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Don't look for it anymore. That thing won't come out until nightfall. Just then, a sudden voice came from beside him. Lin Qian jumped, quickly turning to look at the bed next to him. He saw the man remove his cap and slowly stand, revealing a face marked by the aging process. He was thin, his temples graying, but his eyes were unusually bright. Lin Qian remained alert, his hand vaguely reaching for his lower back. The man, seeing Lin Qian's expression, was a little surprised. What? Aren't you here for that thing? His question left Lin Qian bewildered. What? The man froze, as if realizing he mistaken the person, and tried to evade the topic with a vague answer. Haha, sorry, I made a mistake. I mistook you for someone I know. Seeing his reaction, and considering what he had just said, Lin Qian's mind raced. Thinking back to the system prompt, he couldn't help but form a hypothesis. He spoke tentatively. Could it be you too? Hearing Lin Qian's words, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't reply. Lin Qian guessed he was doubting his identity, and after a moment's deliberation, he added, I heard that after dark, many people will die. As soon as these words were spoken, the man's expression immediately relaxed. Oh, I knew it. As soon as you came over, I sensed your aura. He pointed at Lin Qian, shook his head, and smiled. You kid, you're still pretending. I thought I was wrong. Don't you know that your identity can't be hidden from your peers? A newbie, huh? He leaned back, crossed his legs, picked up the thermos on the table, and began sipping tea, acting like a senior expert. Lin Qian gave him an embarrassed smile, and continued his conversation. Excuse me, senior. I'm just not up to par yet, and I lack confidence, so I have to be cautious when I'm out and about. The man took a few sips of tea, let out a sigh of relief, and slowly put down the thermos. You look so young, yet you've already developed some spiritual energy. Is it inherited from your family, or is it just a self-made skill? Lin Qian was stunned. How should he answer this? Chapter 8. Well, actually, it was just a coincidence. Lin Qian carefully considered his words, afraid to let something slip and expose himself as a tactic. Alright, I get it. Unconventional, huh? We're both the same. The man waved his hand, signaling Lin Qian to stop talking. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Kui. My fellow colleagues in the industry, please give me some respect and address me as Master Kui. You can just call me Old Kui. Lin Qian carefully observed the facial expression of this Master Kui before him, and noticed a clear smug look on his face as he introduced himself. He quickly went along with it. Ah? You're the Master Kui. He feigned shock, his eyes widening, as if he were utterly thrilled. What? You've heard of me, too? Master Kui raised an eyebrow, beaming with pride. I've heard a little bit. People in the industry often talk about your past. Lin Qian leaned forward, afraid he asked about specific heroic deeds, so he changed the subject, leaving no room for error. Kuaishou, that thing. Are you sure you can handle it? Lin Qian was most concerned about what the system was referring to as the special passenger. In fact, he initially suspected a zombie outbreak similar to Train to Busan, given the foreshadowing of the zombie in the hotel room. But Kishu's appearance dispelled his suspicions. From what he said, it seemed he already knew about the thing. Haha, hard to say. But you seem like a good young man. If there's any danger, just stay with me. I'd be there to keep you safe. Don't be fooled by the number of colleagues on the bus rushing to get that thing, but few of them are truly capable. The information provided is so limited, and who knows what might go wrong. Lin Qian was completely bewildered, his brain frantically processing the information, while also not forgetting to flatter Mr. Kui. Then, I rely on you, old man. Mr. Kui waved his hand, acting like a seasoned veteran. When we're out and about, it's only natural to look after each other. Besides, seeing you is like seeing myself back then, young and clueless, yet full of passion, charging forward. We can't compare to the deep-rooted backgrounds of those from the big families, but we're willing to risk our lives. How can those greenhouse flowers compare? At the end, Lin Qian could clearly sense a tinge of resentment in the other person's tone. It was clear that he had long harbored resentment towards those so-called big families, and there was also a certain amount of envy and jealousy. Lin Qian complied, while sorting out the available information. First, there should be others like Kratos on the bus, and they all knew about it in advance and came specifically for that thing. Kratos mistook me for a fellow traveler, most likely because after adding 2 of my attributes, all 4 of them surpassed the average. This also proves that he is definitely not an ordinary person, and is likely much more powerful than me, perhaps even possessing some special ability. The system's placement of me here is probably no coincidence. The mission is survival, not killing the source of danger. I'm afraid I'm no match for that thing right now. The key to survival may lie with this Kratos and his companions. Lin Qian rubbed his temple, feeling a bit of a CPU overload. Just as he was lost in thought, a hand suddenly reached out in front of him. Hey! Hey! Put it away quickly. Don't let anyone see it. Lin Qian was stunned, looking at what Gui he had handed him. It was a stack of talismans on yellow paper covered in red ink. Subconsciously, he took it, and a system notification came to his mind. Ding! Blood talisman obtained. Blood talisman has the effect of suppressing evil spirits. The stronger the evil spirit, the shorter the effect duration. Lin Qian was startled. Looking at Kui again, a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. This guy, is it really arranged by the system? Just by gaining some favorability points, he gets equipment. He counted them, a total of 5 blood talismans. Evil spirit. That thing is classified as an evil spirit by the system. Is it a ghost or something like that? Many movie scenes flashed through his mind, and Lin Qian's face began to pale slightly. It's not that he's afraid of ghosts, it's just... Okay, Lin Qian admitted, he was a little afraid of ghosts. He gripped the blood talisman tightly, and the next moment, his hand was slapped hard by Qi. Be gentle. If you scratch it, it won't work. Lin Qian quickly let go, placing the blood talisman on his leg and carefully smoothing it out, fearing any wrinkles would affect its effectiveness. Qi, I haven't used this thing much. Are there any tips? Lin Qian inquired indirectly about the use of the blood talisman. What tricks are there? Just spit on it, and apply it to your head. Qi replied casually. Lin Qian understood, then asked again. Didn't you say there was only one? Why are you giving me all these blood talismans? At this, Qi immediately looked at Lin Qian as if he were stupid. You're not trying to use this thing to apply to that thing? He regretted giving it to Lin Qian. This kid was clearly a complete idiot, completely clueless. Even worse than he'd been. Give up those suicidal thoughts as soon as possible. I'm giving you this thing, so you can stick to those affected, lest you get surrounded and unable to escape. As for that thing, forget it. A rookie like you getting close to it will get you killed. He leaned a little closer and whispered. I've heard it cause quite a ruckus before, killing half a street of people. Kui looked at the unaware passengers with a hint of pity inside. It won't be easy to lure it onto the train. It loves to hang out in crowds. Trains have a limited horizontal area. If we can block it and eliminate it, the damage will be minimized. If we can't, these people will probably die with us. After saying this, he sighed again. These things are piling up. One day, they be unconcealed. Lin Qian didn't respond, instead glancing at the newspapers covering the table beneath a pile of debris. Rumor. The Taichung Tunnel accident was actually a landslide caused by shoddy workmanship. Spreading panic will be punished by law. The parents of the child who died in the reservoir have developed a mental illness due to grief, and claim they can hear their child calling them. Ghost buzz? The truth behind it is hilarious. With just a quick glance, Lin Qian could roughly deduce the world's context. Strange resurrection? It seems people like Kui are professionals, who specialize in handling incidents like this. Within the industry. But from what he said, he's just a novice. That means there are regular troops on board. I wonder if they're on the bus. If it were, my chances of survival would increase by a few %. Based on the information available, Lin Qian was completely useless against that thing. Conventional weapons like pistols would definitely not work, and he didn't have any extraordinary abilities. At best, he was just an enhanced version of an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Lin Qian looked at Mr. Kuei again and spoke hesitantly. Mr. Kuei, I'm not very experienced. Could you teach me a few self-defense techniques? I'm afraid. Lin Qian blushed as he spoke. The two of them had never met before, and today was their first meeting. Giving the 5 blood talismans was already generous enough, but he was still pushing it too far. Mr. Kuei glanced at Lin Qian with drooping eyelids, but didn't say much. He wasn't really sure about what happened that night, but he had to put on a show and save face in front of the younger generation. With a pop, a thin, rolled-up black book was tossed towards him by Mr. Kuei. This is my signature skill. How much you can comprehend depends on your talent. With that, he laid down on the bed. What good is sharpening your sword before a battle? It was clear he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. Even after lying down, he didn't feel sleepy at all, just resting his eyes. Really? Lin Qian hadn't expected that just by trying, he could actually get something out of Kuei Yi. He quickly untied the string and smoothed it out. On the yellowed cover were 2 large characters, Break the Evil. The name tells you it's something extraordinary. Lin Qian eagerly flipped through the pages. A moment later, a system notification chimed in his head. Ding! Skill learned. Break the Evil. Break the Evil has a special effect that harms evil creatures and spirits. There wasn't a detailed description, but Lin Qian's eyes were filled with ecstasy. He had initially been discouraged by the obscure text in the book, but he hadn't expected the system to give him such a big surprise. He could actually learn it automatically. Putting the book down, Lin Qian's mind stirred, and he secretly activated his shaw-breaking skill. The next moment, a faint white light, about the size of a mung bean, emanated from his fingertips. However, it was this imperceptible white light that caught the eye of Kuei Yi, who lay in bed. The next moment, he suddenly sprang up like a spring, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Lin Qian. You. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, and he stuttered for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. Chapter 9. What's wrong, Mr. Kratos? Lin Qian was marveling at the white light in his hand. Seeing Mr. Kratos look as if he'd seen a ghost, he immediately tensed up. Mr. Kratos' expression was filled with horror, his eyes widening and stretching his crow's feet. A breath rose in his throat, and he finally managed to suppress it. Over 10 years. I've been practicing for over a decade to even begin to master. This kid only watched for 5 minutes at most. He mumbled to himself, and Lin Qian couldn't quite hear him, so he leaned in and asked, What did you say, Mr. Kratos? Mr. Kratos stood up and, feigning calmness, pulled out his cigarette case. Nothing. I go light one. He was short, about 1.7 meters tall, and his slightly oversized work jacket covered his hips, giving him a somewhat forlorn look from behind. Lin Qian didn't dwell on it, but continued to ponder his newfound abilities. After trying to activate it several times, Lin Qian suddenly felt a bit dizzy, like the tired feeling after pulling an all-nighter. This thing should drain energy. Lin Qian had a rough idea, but he wasn't sure if energy was linked to the spirit level on the attribute panel. No need to guess. When the free attribute points arrived tomorrow, Lin Qian planned to add a little to the spirit level and give it a try. He checked his watch. Just an hour had passed. He felt his stomach. He hadn't eaten enough that morning, so naturally, he was starving. There was food on the train, but Lin Qian had no money. I wonder if I can borrow some from Mr. Kuei. Lin Qian looked around, but Mr. Kuei didn't return for a long time. He was starving, so he stealthily retrieved 2 empty mineral water bottles from his space, ready to fill his stomach with water. He walked down the aisle to the compartment and, through the glass, suddenly noticed Mr. Kuei whispering something with a slightly plump middle-aged man. Lin Qian pushed the door open. Kuei Yi turned around, saw it was him, and greeted him. By the way, this young man is also in the industry, just a newbie. The middle-aged man gave a lukewarm nod, clearly not taking Lin Qian seriously. Come here, this is Captain Liu, an official. Our main job is to cooperate with their operations. Kuei Yi enthusiastically introduced Lin Qian, but Captain Liu stopped him with a hand. Old Kuei, you know how risky it is tonight. I don't want a rookie to affect our operations. Just keep him away. With that, he turned and walked away, not even a hint of embarrassment. Old Kuei gave an awkward smile and shook his head at Lin Qian. Ah, these regular soldiers always look down on us unconventional people. Never mind, let's not bother with them. Have you eaten yet? Let's go get something to eat. I treat you. He pointed in the direction of the food cart. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly, completely ignoring Captain Lu's words. Half an hour later. Another serving? Seeing Lin Qian quickly devour the food on the plate and raise his hand again, Lao Kui across from him finally lost his composure. Shaolin, how long have you been hungry? How many servings have you already ordered? The food on the train wasn't particularly delicious, but for Lin Qian, it was a rare treat. After all, compared to the tasteless compressed biscuits, hot rice paired with a rich stir-fry was more than enough. Lin Qian suspected that his sudden surge in appetite was most likely related to those 2 free attribute points. According to the system's calculations, he possessed nearly twice the strength and stamina of an average person, so his energy consumption naturally increased. He was incredibly thankful he hadn't injected himself with the abnormal digestion potion. Otherwise, he wondered how much food he would need to sustain himself. Quickly finishing his 5th helping of rice, Lin Qian burped contentedly, patted his bulging belly, and leaned back comfortably. Facing Mr. Kuei's complicated gaze, Lin Qian gave an awkward smile. Sorry, Mr. Kuei, for the expense. I treat you next time. Mr. Kuei waved his hand. A few boxes of rice are nothing. I was just worried you get too full. You're a big eater, you know. Seeing you reminds me of my own youth. Taking a puff of his homemade pipe, Mr. Kuei waved his hand, paid the bill, and left. After a short while back in bed, Lin Qian's eyelids began to droop. Having tried to break the evil spirit too frequently, he exhausted himself. Add to that the excessive amount of food he eaten, and he felt a bit dizzy. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Qian called out to Mr. Kuei. Master Kuei, I sleep for a while. Call me if you hear anything. Master Kuei nodded. Go to sleep. It's still a while before nightfall. I call you before dark. Hearing that answer, Lin Qian gave up the effort and fell asleep. He slept soundly. When he opened his eyes, the sun was already setting outside, and the clouds on the horizon were a crimson glow. After a few seconds of drowsiness, he suddenly woke up and sat up. Looking at the bunk next door, there was no sign of Master Kuei. Drops of cold sweat dripped down his temples, and Lin Qian felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, he woke early. If he had woken after dark, he wouldn't have known what he would see. It seems he needs to be more careful in the future and never put his hopes on others. No matter what time it is, the only person I can rely on is myself. A glance at the countdown. There are still 15 hours left, and I've actually slept for over 6. What a waste of time. The carriage was now much quieter. After a day of tossing and turning, everyone was a little tired. Only a few card players were still energetic, occasionally bursting into laughter. Nothing unusual. Or is it because it's not dark yet? Looking outside, it wasn't long before dark. Clearing his throat, Lin Qian, who had just woken up, suddenly felt dry and took out the 2 empty bottles again, ready to get some water. Because he'd been called out to dinner by Mr. Kuei, he'd been so excited that he'd forgotten to get some water. At the junction of the carriages, Lin Qian was filling his bottle with water when he saw a man hurried over from another carriage. He tugged at the bathroom door, but it wouldn't open. It's been so long. Why don't you come out? The man, clearly exhausted, slammed the door. Hey! Who's inside? What are you doing? But no one responded. Fuck. The man spat angrily, not moving to another car. He simply stood guard at the door, arms folded, as if waiting for someone to emerge. Lin Qian was puzzled. Are you sure there's someone inside? Did the attendant lock it? The man turned to look at Lin Qian. I saw someone go in there myself. It's been over half an hour, and they're just sitting there without taking a shit. Lin Qian shook his head helplessly. Maybe they're constipated. Just then, Lin Qian's nose twitched. It wasn't a foul smell, but something masked by disinfectant. Blood. Suddenly alert, he looked first at the man, then at the restroom. From the crack at the bottom of the restroom, crimson blood was slowly seeping out, spreading sideways as the train swayed. With a whoosh, the windows suddenly went pitch black. The train entered the tunnel, and the sound of the tracks became clearer. Chapter 10. Ah! A scream filled the air as the man next to him noticed the blood seeping out and jumped in shock. Conductor! Police! He shouted, quickly attracting a crowd. Lin Qian took the opportunity to quietly withdraw from the crowd. As he passed the bed, he didn't stop, but continued to move towards the next car. At the same time, the sound of a police officer banging on the door came from behind. Can anyone inside hear me? We're opening the door. Lin Qian's pace quickened. At that moment, the lights inside the train suddenly flickered, and the next moment, the view suddenly dimmed. Click. Click. The train slowed down abruptly, gliding for a distance before coming to a stop. The emergency lights came on, but the light was still dim, and the passengers were in a chaotic clamor. What's going on? The train won't move. It's so dark. Dad, I'm scared. Why is the power out? Did it hit something? Lin Qian pushed through the crowd without stopping, his expression growing increasingly nervous. Although he didn't know what was in that bathroom, getting away from it was always the right thing to do. He planned to hide all the way to the last car, trying to avoid a direct confrontation with that unknown entity. However, some things can't be avoided just because you want to. Pushing open another aisle door, Lin Qian took a few steps before suddenly slowing down and slowly stopping. The car before him, something was off. It was eerily quiet, a complete contrast to the noise and chaos of the previous cars. A tall, thin figure sat in the aisle seat, his back to Lin Qian, motionless. Lin Qian's nostrils twitched slightly, as he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It was similar to the scent of the zombie in room 605, the stench of a decaying corpse. He felt alert, quietly grasping the revolver and talisman paper in his hands, and slowly backed away. Snap! At that moment, the emergency lights in the entire carriage suddenly went out simultaneously, and Lin Qian's vision was plunged into darkness. Thump! There was a sound of something heavy falling, as if someone had accidentally rolled off the bed, but there was no scream. Thump! Thump! Followed by two more thumps. Sweat beads streamed down Lin Qian's forehead, his heart pounding. He backed away, step by step, and used his back to push the aisle door open. The door hinges creaked, and Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. The noisy chatter of passengers in the carriage behind him contrasted sharply with the dead silence in front of him. It felt like two different worlds, separated by a door. Taking a step back and slowly closing the door, Lin Qian didn't dare breathe a word. He turned and headed back the way he come. He pulled out his hand-cranked flashlight and, using the light, ran into the next car. In his panic, he accidentally bumped into a passenger's shoulder. Hey! What are you doing? Are you blind? He grabbed Lin Qian's arm and launched into a barrage of abuse. Sorry! Lin Qian apologized, but his arm yanked him free. With his superhuman strength, the man staggered. Without even turning back, Lin Qian continued forward, charging recklessly along the way, drawing countless curses. Hey! Watch out! Why are you running? Are you crazy? It could be a thief. Call the train police. But the next moment, a sudden thud echoed from the rear carriage, and with a creak, the door slammed open. Thump! Thump! The continuous muffled thuds caught the passengers' attention, and they turned their heads, looking in the direction Lin Qian had come from. What's going on? Did someone fall? Someone curiously pulled out a flashlight and shone it toward the door. But the sight they saw made everyone's heart skip a beat. It was a twisted corpse, its neck and limbs bent in strange arcs. Blood and tears streamed from its bulging eyeballs, and its pale face still held a trace of fear, as if it had suffered a great shock before death. Ah! Amidst a series of screams, the man's flashlight slipped and fell to the ground. He hurriedly bent over to pick it up, frantically shining it again toward the twisted body. But then, something even more terrifying happened. The body was gone. Where it gone? Where it gone? He screamed, searching frantically, his voice trembling. But the next moment, a chill suddenly clung to his back. Crack! With a sharp crack of bone breaking, the flashlight spun and landed, rolling under the bed. Run! There's a ghost! The crowd erupted in chaos, everyone swarming towards Lin Qian. However, the aisle was so narrow that even 3 or 2 people jamming together would completely block the passage. Get out of the way! Don't lock the door! Don't lock the door! Please! Open the door! In extreme fear, the few people closest to the door fled the carriage first, then, completely ignoring the others behind them, they slammed the door shut and locked it. You beast! Open the door! Kill you! I kill you! The trapped passengers lost their minds, shoving and punching each other, scrambling to escape the train. Some were pounding on doors, smashing windows, and some were hiding under beds. The scene was a chaotic mess. However, in this chaos, no one noticed that a tall, thin, dark figure had silently approached them. Amid the thick stench of decay, the tall, thin figure slowly raised a withered hand and gently waved it. The next moment, plop, plop! Like dumplings falling in a cascade, twisted bodies fell from the roof of the train without warning, crashing directly into the crowd. Ah! Amidst the agonizing screams, The sound of bones snapping continued. Within a few breaths, the train fell silent. Soon, in the darkness, several more twisted corpses silently rose to their feet slowly lifting off the ground, levitating as if suspended by something. In the eerie silence, only the sound of footsteps slowly advanced. When they reached the next door, a familiar banging sound echoed. Bang! Bang! Each bang grew more intense, the metal door frame noticeably buckling. The passengers in the carriage had already fled amid the commotion, leaving only a slightly portly middle-aged man. His expression was solemn. It was none other than Captain Liu, whom Kuei had introduced to Lin Qian. He stared at the banging iron door, impassive, as if waiting for something. Only when the door buckled and seemed unable to hold out much longer did he slowly move. Captain Liu removed his watch and his coat, leaving him bare-chested. With a thud, he dropped to his knees without warning, then clenched his fists and began to tremble violently. Sizzle! A subtle sound emanated from his flesh, like the crackling of roasting fat. Ugh! Ah! His face suddenly became grim, and he howled miserably. Strangely, white smoke began to rise from his body. It's so hot! It's so hot! Amidst the crackling sound, his once white flesh suddenly ripped open, revealing streaks of charred flesh beneath. Thick smoke billowed, and the smell of burning filled the entire carriage. Wisps of flames emanated from Captain Liu's body, growing more intense. Ah! With a painful roar, Captain Liu's entire body suddenly ignited. Bright flames lit up amidst the black smoke. A faint glimpse of Captain Liu, reduced to a fiery figure, could be seen struggling to stand and walking step by step towards the opposite side. At that moment, the door was breached, and a series of bloody, twisted bodies tumbled into the carriage. Chapter 11. The dark carriage suddenly became bright, though thick smoke choked. At the junction of the carriages, Lin Qian stared with horror at the bloody man so close, ready to shoot at any moment. But the bloody man's next words immediately dispelled his thoughts. What a fool! You dared to act without knowing the situation? The voice was muffled and gurgling with blood, but Lin Qian could vaguely recognize it as Kratos's. Kratos! He stared in disbelief. Keep your voice down. Kratos covered his mouth, looking fearfully at the smoke-filled carriage. He was now shrouded in a bloody robe, as if he had been immersed in a pool of blood, with sticky blood still dripping down his body. A strong, fishy stench filled his nose. In the dim light of the fire, Lin Qian saw that Kratos' cheeks were now covered in blood veins, wriggling like earthworms, burrowing into his flesh. Kratos' eyelids twitched in pain, but his expression remained unchanged, as if accustomed to it. The wrinkles on his slightly shrunken skin became more pronounced, and his pale complexion gave off a terrifying vibe. Then, the person in the bathroom was you. Lin Qian suddenly remembered the pool of blood that had seeped out of the bathroom. Considering Kratos' absence at the time, and looking at his appearance before him, the answer was obvious. Putting on this bloody shirt of mine takes some time, and it's a bit troublesome, so I had to act in advance. And you, on the other hand, why aren't you just staying where you are, instead of running around? Lin Qian was silent. He had never expected it to be Kratos in the bathroom. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to run. But there was no way to explain it. If he said he hadn't thought of it, then his earlier attempts to curry favor with Kuei, he would have been completely exposed. Thankfully, Kuei explained it directly for him. Young man, you don't know your limits. This is a demon that has killed thousands, and it's estimated that if he continues to grow, it'll only be a matter of time before he reaches the 10,000 mark. Let alone you alone, even if all of us were to attack, our chances of victory would be less than 50%. As he spoke, he looked around at the assembled crowd. Lin Qian followed his gaze and counted. Including himself and Kuei, there were a total of 5. The most striking figure, besides Kuei, clad in blood-stained clothing, was a young man holding a red-tasseled broadsword. He looked about Lin Qian's age, fierce-looking, with a hideous scar between his brows dividing his eyes. He was dressed in tight clothing, exuding a chilling aura. He and another man stood guard at the door, closely observing the situation within the thick smoke. Seeing Lin Qian sizing the two up, Kuei leaned closer, whispering, "Those two are official agents, with Captain Liu. The one on the right, don't be fooled by his youth, he's got a lot of killing intent. I heard that beheading sword has chopped off the heads of at least 3,000 level evil spirits. He's become quite famous among the officials in the past 2 years. He'd be a captain-level figure in no time. It's a pity he has such a bad temper, otherwise we could make some friends." After saying that, he turned his gaze back to the carriage ahead. The previously raging flames had noticeably subsided, but the clattering sounds of fighting continued. The flames caused by Captain Lu's self-immolation can only weaken the evil spirit partially. We have to rely on them to kill it. As he spoke, Key pulled out an old, worn dagger, about 30 centimeters long, from his bosom. The handle was wrapped in a yellowed cloth, and blood dripped down the blade, creating a strange, eerie appearance. Take the blood talisman I gave you. If the fight breaks out, try to retreat. If things seem to get bad, jump out the window and run. Don't follow the evacuated people. They catch up sooner or later. Key stared intently at the fire inside the carriage, his words growing increasingly urgent. In a matter of moments, the flames dimmed a little. Suddenly, with a loud rumbling, a flaming figure slammed through the door and flew out, landing heavily on the ground. Ho, ho! His flesh was like charred charcoal, only half still blazing. He belched out thick smoke and let out a terrifying wail. Captain Lu! The two officials shouted anxiously, but they remained motionless, still guarding either side of the carriage door. Hurry! Hurry! Finally, Lao Kuei stepped forward and pulled the dying Captain Lu toward him. Hearing his weak voice, he couldn't help but ask. Hurry what? Captain Lu's chest heaved violently, and it took him a long moment to catch his breath. Hurry! Get out of the way! Before he could finish his words, a sharp sound suddenly pierced the air from the darkness, like a sharp arrow, arriving in an instant. Puff! With a clear sound of flesh piercing, a figure flew backwards, crashing into the carriage behind. Aided by the remaining flames from Captain Lu's body, everyone saw a tangled rope of countless black threads suddenly pierce the chest of a middle-aged woman. She felt like she was nailed to the carriage, her eyes bulging, her face filled with horror. Her hands trembled as she reached for her chest. The next moment, strange black threads emerged from her eye sockets, mouth, nose, and pores. With a crackling sound, her head began to twist strangely, her limbs twisting in unison, until the distinct sound of bones cracking could be heard. A scream was choked in her throat, and she died. Swish! With a flash of a knife, the black rope was severed, and the twisted woman fell to the ground with a thud, her arms and legs twisting in strange curves. Lin Qian stared at the woman's body so close, his heart pounding. But the next moment, something even more terrifying occurred. The severed black rope on the ground slowly, and completely penetrated the woman's body. With a teeth-grinding crackling sound, the woman's body trembled twice, then sat up straight with her neck tilted. She seemed to be possessed, her eyes empty and unconscious. Bang! Quickly, Kuei placed a blood talisman on the forehead of the sitting woman. A flash of red light, the talisman took effect, and the corpse instantly became motionless. Run! What are you thinking? He shouted at Lin Qian, then, dagger in hand, rushed into the carriage with the others. Lin Qian hurriedly stood up and ran in the opposite direction without looking back. The previous scene had already left a cold sweat on his back. Witnessing a living person die before his eyes, then strangely sit up again, this scene, typical of horror movies, had a profound impact on his mind. However, after running through a train car, Lin Qian's pace suddenly slowed. His mind began to race. A glance at the countdown showed less than 13 hours left. A full 13 hours. The system's task was to survive for 24 hours, and they had barely made it through half that time. Not to mention the significant safety window. The evil spirits began their activity after dark, and including Captain Lu's delay, they had less than half an hour left. Could it be that the rest of the time was spent escaping? Lin Qian had a feeling that this mission held another hidden solution. That was to kill the evil spirit. Chapter 12. Lin Qian couldn't kill the ghost on his own. But he could use external forces, such as those strangely powerful individuals like Kuei. Based on the system prompts and Captain Lu's reaction just now, Lin Qian had already guessed. This group of people was probably no match for the ghost, and there was a high probability they would be completely wiped out. Otherwise, those few people alone could kill the evil ghost. Wouldn't that extra 10 hours of survival be like a vacation? If those people died, Lin Qian would truly have no chance of counterattack. If the plot continued as planned, they would all be wiped out. Then the only variable would be Lin Qian himself. He paused, took a deep breath, and slowly turned. Out of thin air, a translucent card appeared in his hand, inscribed with 3 identical numbers. 666. He was ready to use all his trump cards in a desperate fight. If the situation remained irreversible, Lin Qian would attempt to send the evil spirit into the demon casino room. If that didn't work, he would go in himself. With the black-robed figure's previous hint, Lin Qian wasn't necessarily doomed. Of course, this was a last resort. If at all possible, Lin Qian didn't want to return to that haunted place. As for whether the black-robed demon could handle the evil spirit, Lin Qian wasn't worried at all. The two creatures were completely different when put together. There was no comparison. No matter how strange the evil spirit was, its attack methods were still visible and tangible, while the black-robed demon's methods were completely incomprehensible. Having made up his mind, Lin Qian quickly began to prepare. Put the pistol away for now. If it were useful, it certainly wouldn't be his turn to use it. He pulled out a meat cleaver, gripping it in his right hand, while clutching the talisman in his left. Lin Qian had seen it clearly just now. The scarred face's red-tasseled broadsword first shone with a flash of white light, then immediately severed the black rope. It was the same white light as the shaw-breaking skill he had just learned, only much larger and more concentrated. He could attach the entire blade, while Lin Qian could only attach the tip. But at least he had the capital to fight the supernatural. Gathering his courage, Lin Qian prepared for a sudden counterattack. He rushed forward headfirst, and as soon as he stepped into the previous carriage, he could hear a chaotic clanging sound ahead. Captain Lu, who had been lying here dying, was nowhere to be found. Only the female corpse, suppressed by the blood talisman, remained. To Lin Qian's complete surprise, just as he lifted his leg to step over the corpse, the body twitched, raised its twisted hand, and with a swish, tore off the blood talisman on its forehead. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qian's eyes were bloodshot. Without a moment's hesitation, he stamped on the corpse's face, knocking her back down from her sitting position. In the flickering firelight, Lin Qian could clearly see the black lines on the corpse's body wriggling, breaking through the flesh and heading towards his legs and feet. TSK! He reacted with incredible speed, spitting on the corpse's forehead and immediately placing the blood talisman in his hand against it. The moment the blood talisman made contact with the corpse, a red light flashed, and the next moment, the black lines that had been protruding from the pores drooped softly, as if they had lost their signal, and remained motionless. Wow! That was close. As luck would have it, there's no such thing as a coincidence. If I had hesitated a moment longer, or even arrived a moment earlier, I would have been forced to clash with this thing. The consequences were unpredictable. As he stepped into the carriage, he was immediately struck by a burning smell. The flame still raged around him, revealing bodies reduced to charcoal. Are they all female corpses? Passengers possessed by that evil spirit. It seems Captain Lu's initial attack was intended to eliminate these miscellaneous soldiers. This is good news. It suggests the black lines are afraid of fire. At least, they're afraid of Captain Lu's fire. Stepping on the charred bodies, his feet made a crunching sound. Lin Qian pinched his nose and continued forward, soon spotting the tense battle unfolding in the carriage ahead. Lao Kuei. Captain Lu, his body charred black, had somehow rushed to the front lines again, his arms billowing with black smoke, his palms engulfed in raging flames, blocking the evil spirit's path. As soon as he finished speaking, Kratos, clad in blood-stained clothes, leaped from the roof of the car like a ghost. Holding a cloth-wrapped dagger, he shone with a piercing white light as he slashed fiercely at the demon. With a swish, the seemingly blunt dagger bisected the demon's head, slicing all the way down to its throat. However, no blood or brain tissue flowed from the severed skull, only countless tangled black threads. Kratos' eyes widened in horror, and he cursed. Damn! Your information is wrong. This thing isn't even a demon anymore. As he shouted, the demon's severed head slowly closed, pulled together by the black threads, and soon it was whole again. I told you. Misjudgment. Now we have no choice but to dismember this thing. Burn the body parts separately. Captain Lu shouted, his arms thrust forward, tongues of fire erupting, only to be abruptly stopped by a fine net of interwoven black threads. With a swish, a red-tasseled broadsword pierced the curtain of flames. Scarface leaped out like a cheetah, slashing across the demon's head with a single blow. Behead! He shouted, the wispy muscles in his arms bulging as his blade struck with swift force. However, the demon didn't flinch. The next moment, countless black threads shot out like piercing arrows, threatening to pierce Scar's body. Damn it! At this critical moment, thick blood suddenly splattered. Kuei Yi, who had been leaning forward to retreat, saw the situation and immediately flung his blood-stained robe over Scar, shielding him completely. The fiercely attacking black threads, as if electrocuted, fell limply upon contact with the blood-stained robe. Kuei Yi seized the opportunity to pull Scar back, retreating to Captain Lu's side. No! We can't handle this. Kuei Yi panted, whispering to Captain Lu. Retreat! Otherwise, we all die here. But Captain Lu remained unmoved. He stared intently at the evil spirit before him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. We can't just let this go. His voice was hoarse and shrill, and smoke continued to spit out from his mouth. Its growth rate is terrifying. If we can't kill it today, it will be even more impossible the next time we see it. Kuei tore at the blood that was almost covering his face, and shook it off. Alright. If you want to stay, then stay. I've reached my limit. Just as he turned to leave, he saw Lin Qian rushing over. You, what are you doing back here for? Are you looking for death? Lin Qian, holding a meat cleaver, gritted his teeth and stared at the evil spirit in a stalemate with Captain Lu, his breathing rapid. He noticed a charred corpse lying on the ground next to Captain Lu. Judging by its size, it looked like Scar's companion, also said to be an official member. Another dead in just a short while? Lin Qian's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. His hopes of killing the demon dimmed even more. Chapter 13. Captain! Cover me, and take on them again! Scar wiped the blood from his face, his eyes fiercely fixed on the demon ahead. Ha! He circled his sword, gripping the red silk at the end, holding it sideways with both hands. With a roar, his cheeks suddenly flushed, as if drunk. He shook his shoulders and settled into a steady horse stance. This seemingly odd movement only heightened his aura. Kuei sighed upon seeing this and glanced at Lin Qian. Forget it, let's leave it to fate. With that, he stopped retreating and, with a whoosh, soared into the air, hanging upside down from the car roof like a bat. Ha! Captain Lu also unleashed his full force. The flames roared forward again, his body tense as large shards of charred, hardened skin peeled away, revealing the newly grown, pink skin beneath. Kuei and Scar, one above and one below, bravely charged into the flames, closing in on the demon. A cold flash of light pierced the evil spirit's blades, and the short blade cleaved the demon's head, while the broadsword sliced it in half. Captain! Scar, quick-witted and swift-handed, lifted the falling head with his blade and flung it high in the direction of Captain Lu. Captain Lu, seeing this, immediately shifted his target. His arms erupted in flames, and he leaped up to catch the head. He then crossed his arms and tightened them, holding the demon's head tightly in his arms. Burn it for me! Burn it! He roared, and black smoke billowed from his body again. Then, scorching flames erupted from his chest, and the demon let out a horrific wail. Its bisected body twisted wildly, and the black thread seemed to wriggle uncontrollably, no longer sewing itself together. Scar and Lao Kuei seized the opportunity to continue dismembering the demon's body, striking again and again. Soon, the two halves were shattered, their original form unrecognizable. Ha! In the flames, the flesh of the demon's head quickly melted away, leaving only its core, like a ball of thread, writhing and struggling. Captain Lu's screams gradually overwhelmed the demons. His newly grown flesh crackled again, leaving it unrecognizable. However, just when Lin Qian thought the situation was looking good, something unexpected happened. The scattered demon limbs suddenly began to tremble, as if in turmoil. The gray-white skin wrapped in black threads cracked, and spread out in all directions like a net. Not good. Kuei was the first to notice something was wrong and retreated hastily, but it was too late. The black threads extended at an extremely fast speed, tightly entangling his ankle and burrowing into his flesh. With a swish, without a moment's hesitation, Kuei's calf was severed by his own blade, blood spurting out. Having paid a heavy price for a chance to escape, Kuei shook off his bloody clothes and quickly retreated. Scar wielded his broadsword with impenetrable force, but was also forced to retreat step by the black lines from all directions. Captain! He stared at Captain Lu, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, countless impenetrable black lines had already surrounded him from all sides, closing in like a vast net. Captain Lu seemed to foresee his fate. He no longer held back, dropping to his knees. Go! With a roar of suppressed pain, Captain Lu's body began to glow crimson, like a bomb about to explode. Ah! He raised his head and let out a horrific roar. The next moment, a burst of flames collided with the closing black lines, causing the temperature inside the carriage to rise sharply. However, the fire seemed to be contained by the massive black net, unable to break free. Gradually, the flames in the cracks grew fainter, and Captain Lu's screams grew more shrill. Captain! Scar cut a path, roaring, and rushed to the rescue, but was grabbed by Kratos. He's beyond saving. Kratos' face was frighteningly pale, and his blood-stained clothes seemed to come alive, squirming and wrapping around him tighter and tighter. He was clearly at his limit. Get out of here! Scar glared at Kratos, and shook his hand off. Are you going to die? Kratos, frantic, shouted. But even in that moment of delay, the black net had completely engulfed Captain Lu. Woo woo woo. Amidst the billowing smoke, Captain Lu's scream seemed to be choking in his throat. He frantically scratched his face with his hands, struggling violently, as if enduring extreme pain. The sound of blood swishing into flesh was clear and audible. Blood gushed out through the gaps in the black line, spreading along Captain Lu's body, even steaming. The tragic scene terrified everyone who witnessed it. Kuei grabbed Scar and whispered, "Let's go. If we don't leave now, it'd be too late." Scar's eyes widened, as if he had never expected the captain who had taken such good care of him to die so tragically. Seeing that he refused to listen, Kuei was helpless. He sighed, turned around, and fled through the car window. Scar watched helplessly as the human figure gradually shrank, the black line dyed bright red with blood, and his struggles gradually weakened. He gritted his teeth, his eyes tearing, his body hunched, his hands tightly gripping the sword. Captain Lu's bloody face gradually became clear, but the black lines had completely taken over his body, leaving him a mere parasitic shell. Suddenly, with a violent wriggling sound, a glowing white bead was ejected from Captain Lu's mouth, now a demonic spirit, and rolled backwards. The bead, about the size of a walnut, was like a light bulb illuminating the entire carriage. The demonic spirit's enormous reflection, reflected on the roof, looked particularly eerie. Scar smiled grimly. He knew he would definitely die, but he simply couldn't bear to watch the demonic spirit continue to wreak havoc on the world in the captain's image. With a pop, he pulled out the glass bottle he had been holding, popped the cork, and gulped down the crimson liquid. Ha! After finishing, he let out a long breath, and when he looked at the demonic spirit before him again, he was already prepared for death. Dong dong! The next moment, his skin began to flush red, bloodshot eyes stained with a menacing aura. White smoke began to rise from his body, as if his blood were boiling. His veins bulged, and a blinding red light suddenly erupted from his broadsword. As if possessed by a demon, he now looked even more ferocious than the actual demon before him. Die! With a hysterical cry, Scar's entire figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, his blood-soaked blade slashed down at the demon's head. With almost no resistance, the demon was split in two. However, this wasn't the end. Scar's hands moved with lightning speed, the blood-red blade wielding an impenetrable force. The demon was like a meat grinder, its body instantly chopped to pieces, its limbs flying everywhere. Die! 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 Scar, like a madman, completely irrational, simply swung his sword, swung. He wanted to chop the evil spirit in front of him into powder, until it could not be resurrected. Chapter 14. However, even if the demon's limbs were chopped into small pieces, the black threads would connect and fuse, forming a larger ball of thread. However, without the restraint of the skin, the threads moved in a somewhat chaotic manner, easily becoming tangled and knotted. From the current situation, Scar must have used an item with a strong side effect, temporarily doubling his strength. However, he ultimately lacked the means to effectively harm the demon in front of him, as Captain Lu had, and defeat and death were only a matter of time. Gula gula. In an unnoticed corner, a glowing white bead was rolling around when a hand suddenly grabbed it and lifted it up. The moment he touched the white bead, Lin Qian felt a burning sensation radiating from it, like a hot potato, nearly causing him to drop it. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Ability Fire Seed, 73% remaining. After consumption and digestion, gain the Fire Seed ability. Fire Seed type, special fire seed with supernatural burning properties. Its temperature is lower than that of ordinary flames. Without special fuel, the fire cannot spread on its own. After reading the system introduction, Lin Qian's eyes lit up with hope. Is this the source of Captain Lu's ability? He looked at Scar, who was frantically hacking at the evil spirits. His movements were noticeably slowing, leaving him little time to hesitate. Gritting his teeth and resolute, Lin Qian swallowed the bead in his hand, enduring the burning pain. Slurp. A sound like roasting meat echoed from his throat. Lin Qian's expression suddenly twisted drastically, and he swallowed it forcefully, enduring the excruciating pain. The bead was too large, and a suffocating sensation came over him. Lin Qian's eyes widened, and he banged his head against the wall before slowly swallowing it. Then, the system prompt stunned him. Undigestible. Undigestible. The system error message echoed in his mind over and over again. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his esophagus, Lin Qian's heart sank to the bottom, his mind racing. What should I do? What should I do? Suddenly, his gaze fixed on the last two words in the prompt. Undigestible. Digest. Digest. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, recalling a reward item he had received earlier. Without hesitation, He pulled the abnormal digestion potion from his storage space, unscrewed the cap, and aimed the needle at his chest, stabbing it in. A stinging sensation lingered, and the needle automatically released pressure, injecting a stream of icy liquid into Lin Qian's body. Lin Qian shuddered at the cold, but the burning sensation in his abdomen only intensified. The two forces interacted, like a world of ice and fire. Then, he felt the icy liquid begin to automatically diffuse within his body, gradually spreading throughout his body. Ding! Acquired trait. Abnormal digestion. The next moment, the system notification rang out. The series of indigestion ceased, replaced by a new one. Fire digesting. 1% instantly. Lin Qian felt the burning sensation in his abdomen ease significantly. He let out a long sigh and collapsed to the ground. Reaching out to touch himself, he realized he was covered in sweat. Looking at the evil spirit, Scar was clearly beginning to lose strength. He struck mechanically, but he couldn't stop the evil spirit's tendency to remerge. Hurry! Hurry! Lin Qian muttered anxiously. The fire is digesting. 23%. As the digestion began to accelerate, Lin Qian suddenly felt a burning sensation spreading from his abdomen, as if hot wires were being inserted into his blood vessels. Hiss! Ah! His expression instantly turned ferocious, and he fell to the ground, writhing and struggling like a maggot. 51%. Scar, caught in the fight, was distracted by Lin Qian's screams, but a moment's carelessness nearly caught him in the entangling black wire. It's over. Despair gradually welled up in him, and his movements became heavier. 73%. Lin Qian rolled on the ground in pain, gasping for breath, and wisps of white smoke escaped his mouth. It's so hot! It's so hot! Lin Qian felt as if he had been pushed into an incinerator, ready to burst into flames and disappear into ashes at any moment. However, as digestion gradually drew to a close, the burning sensation slowly subsided. 99%. Lin Qian stopped struggling and shouting, simply lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Ding! Digestion complete. Gained fire ability, spiritual fire. Scar panted heavily, and the broadsword he had previously swung with ease now felt incredibly heavy. He was losing ground, and could no longer withstand the black lines attacking from all directions. It seems I'm destined to die here today. Regret? Not really. He simply hated his own weakness, witnessing the captain's death before his eyes, and being unable to do anything. Even if he fought to the death, he couldn't avenge the captain. The black lines gradually wrapped around the broadsword he was so proud of, and he could no longer swing it. The evil spirits merged together before his eyes. Fortunately, he had completely destroyed the captain's body. Will he become the evil spirit's new body next? A flicker of despair flashed in Scar's eyes. If he had the power, he would have chopped his body into pieces rather than let the evil spirit possess it. But there was no other way. Black lines began to invade his body, and a stinging pain spread. He closed his eyes resignedly, waiting for the final moment. But the next moment, a blinding flash of light burst directly through his eyelids from in front of him. The scorching heat hit him, a feeling he was all too familiar with. Scar's eyes snapped open. Captain? Impossible. The captain is dead. Boom. Boom. Without giving him time to think, the next moment, like a missile, it exploded before his eyes, the world instantly fading into a brilliant white. The car windows shattered, and the explosive force sent Scar flying backwards. Cough, cough. He struggled to his feet, the smell of burning as the flames on his body began to quickly die. Scar rubbed his eyes, and looked in the direction of the evil spirit. A hissing sound was heard, and the evil spirit was engulfed in white flames, wailing agonizingly. Captain Lu's flames, when they touched the black wire, were like ordinary flames hitting metal wire. Even if they caused damage, it would only incinerate a small area, not spread. But the scene before him was completely different. The white flame spread rapidly through the evil spirit like a maggot attached to its bones. The madly wriggling black wire was like being soaked in gasoline, and the slightest touch would cause the fire to spread. The evil spirit's body was visibly shrinking. It completely abandoned its attack on Scar, and turned to look at Lin Qian behind it. At this moment, Lin Qian was stunned, his hands still extended in a position imitating Captain Lu's. The sudden outburst had caught even him, the instigator, off guard. There was no black smoke, no burning pain like Captain Lu's, which completely undermined his gritted teeth and preparedness. That's not right. This spark is within Captain Lu's body. Why is the effect completely different when he uses it than when I use it? He glanced at the panel. Spiritual fire. 63% remaining. What? Still consuming. Chapter 15. A single explosion consumed 10% of the fire's energy, leaving Lin Qian feeling a bit drained. So much energy had just been lost, and the demon itself had only received a small portion of the damage, a true waste. But even this alone had already inflicted immense damage on the demon. As it twisted and struggled, the density of the black lines had greatly decreased. It's severing those flaming black lines. Lin Qian's sharp eyes immediately discerned the demon's intention. He raised one hand, clasped it in front of him, and with a thought, he grasped it. With a swift movement, a raging white flame surged from his palm, soaring over 2 meters high. Triggering the vague sense of connection in his mind, the flame gradually subsided, eventually transforming into a basketball-sized ball of flame that hovered in his palm. I think I've got the hang of it. Lin Qian was thrilled, enamored with his newfound ability. But to avoid further complications, he had to deal with the demon before him first. Empowered, Lin Qian's movements became bolder. He took 2 steps forward and swung out with his palm. The flames roared and fanned out, enveloping the evil spirit once more. Sizzle! A large number of black threads ignited and melted, dissipating into the air as ash. The evil spirit's struggles grew weaker, the black threads scattering in all directions, as if it were trying to escape. However, Lin Qian wouldn't give it a chance. He stared intently at the disintegrating black threads, occasionally firing a fireball. Finally, as the talisman-covered female corpse was reduced to charcoal by Lin Qian, no trace of the evil spirit's true form remained. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Eliminate the source of danger. Survival mission ends early. Feel free to return. Receive kill reward. Purified corpse thread. Ding! Exceed mission target. Reward upgrade. Receive reward. Free attribute points *3. Storage upgrade card *1. Unlimited boxing championship ticket *1. As the system notification ended, Lin Qian sat down on the ground, feeling relieved. He took out a bottle of water and gulped down half a dozen. Finally, it's over. As soon as his tension eased, fatigue washed over him. It feels just like the same feeling as when I was trying to break the evil spirit before. It seems controlling fire is also mentally draining. Thinking of this, Lin Qian tried adding a little to his mind. The effect was remarkable, like a mint bomb exploding in his mind. His consciousness instantly cleared, and the previous feeling of overloaded fatigue almost immediately vanished. Oh! Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Embracing his wealth, he added another little to his mind. Then, enjoying the joy that felt like his brain cells were cheering for joy, he closed his eyes. Relaxing. Letting out a long sigh, Lin Qian prepared to stand. Just then, he suddenly saw Scar, struggling to stand. He stared at Lin Qian, speechless. Lin Qian froze, feeling a little uncomfortable under the stare. What's wrong, big brother? He scratched his head and asked in confusion. Scar was now covered in blood, his clothes torn in several places, and he looked utterly miserable. You saved me. After a long pause, he spoke in a hoarse voice. I repay you someday. With that, he turned and stumbled towards the car door. No nonsense. Lin Qian shrugged nonchalantly, not taking it seriously at all. But after this mission, he had some unique feelings. The people in this inner world were so vivid. Whether it was Mr. Kratos, Captain Liu, or Scar before him, none of them looked like NPC characters in a game. Instead, they looked like people we could meet in real life. Lin Qian suddenly felt the urge to get off the train and explore more closely. Was this just a local dungeon or a new world? But he ultimately dismissed the idea. He still knew too little about the rules of the Infinity Tower. He better not explore blindly to avoid unexpected situations. Stretching himself, Lin Qian crossed the empty train car and arrived at the restroom door he opened at the beginning. He found it was still a restroom, not the hallway of the Infinity Tower. It seems that in this kind of dungeon, you can only exit by returning, not by simply entering or leaving through the door. There was no need to rush. Lin Qian prepared to thoroughly investigate. He had originally come out today to get some food and water, but he hadn't expected to run into this mess. Thankfully, the crisis was averted, and the whole process went smoothly. Lin Qian was incredibly grateful that he had made the right choice. Otherwise, he'd probably still be desperately dodging the evil spirits. However, his successful escape was largely due to luck. If the fire bead hadn't happened to roll right in front of him, and he hadn't just happened to have obtained the abnormal digestion potion, it's hard to say what the outcome would have been. If he hadn't been desperate, he truly wouldn't have wanted to play poker in room 666 again. In the pitch darkness, Lin Qian abandoned his hand-cranked flashlight, and instead, a ball of spiritual fire appeared in his palm to illuminate the room. Also, while the temperature of this flame wasn't as high as ordinary flames, its brightness far surpassed it, making it a powerful enough illumination to be worth 2 times the price. Lin Qian was very satisfied. His destination was clear. He headed straight for the dining car where Kuei had brought him once before. He headed straight for the kitchen workroom. Upon opening the door, he was met with a shambles, the stove barely cleaned. Opening the cabinets below one by one, Lin Qian's smile widened. In the refrigerator, fish, meat, and frozen foods filled the room. Next to it, a large steamer held steaming rice and buns. Boiled eggs and packed lunches were neatly arranged on a cart in the corner. Lin Qian took care to store everything, including the containers. But soon, the storage space was running low. Lin Qian remembered the storage upgrade card he just received as a mission reward and immediately pulled it out to use. Ding! Storage upgrade card successfully used. After the beep, Lin Qian checked his storage space again and found that its dimensions had doubled in length, width, and height. The space, originally 1 cubic meter, had instantly expanded to 8, more than enough to accommodate today's loot. After clearing out the kitchen, Lin Qian began searching the crew's logistics compartment. It wasn't long before he had amassed a large supply of beer, drinks, mineral water, instant noodles, sausages, and other fast food products. Just as he was about to continue his thorough search, he suddenly heard the sound of a large number of cars approaching in the distance. Leaning out the door, he saw a light shining from the front of the tunnel. He wondered who was approaching. After a brief hesitation, Lin Qian decided to abandon his search. With a sudden thought, he immediately returned. In a flash, his vision was filled with white light. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in his room. Looking around, Lin Qian was somewhat surprised. But after 2 days of desensitization training, his tolerance had improved dramatically, and he was no longer surprised by anything. Lying lazily in bed, Lin Qian began to count his spoils. The storage card had been used, and the free attribute points were no longer needed. With a flash of light, 2 objects appeared in Lin Qian's hand. One was a black ball of thread only the size of a fingernail, and the other was a translucent card. Chapter 16. Purified corpse thread. After ingestion and digestion, the ability to generate corpse thread is gained. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Qian finally made up his mind, and threw the ball of thread directly into his mouth. Although this thing seemed to be connected to the evil spirit, disgusting as it was, he had witnessed the power of corpse thread with his own eyes. As expected, the next second, a system notification came. Digesting. The abnormal digestive properties meant that he didn't even have to worry about digestion. The progress bar immediately began to slowly increase. At the same time, Lin Qian felt as if a seed was rapidly sprouting within him. The intense pain made his face pale, and his body twisted and turned on the bed. Damn, damn, damn! Although he had been prepared, the excruciating pain was very different from the burning of a fire. By the time Lin Qian had struggled through the digestion stage, his body was drenched in sweat. Leaning against the edge of the bed, Lin Qian's chest heaved violently. He reached out his hand, and a thought moved. The next moment, a black thread, as thin as a hair, slowly emerged from his fingertips, twisting and swaying in the air, a faint sense of withdrawal. However, its extension was extremely slow, like squeezing toothpaste, extending only a few dozen centimeters after a long time. It seemed that it still had a long way to go before it could reach the terrifying strength of a demon. Wrapping it around with his other hand and pulling it, Lin Qian discovered that the black thread was extremely tough, comparable to a steel wire rope. Using his fingertips to ignite spiritual fire and bringing it close, there was a crackle, and the black thread, like a firecracker fuse, was instantly incinerated. Lin Qian noticed that the black thread he had created seemed thinner than the demon's, and was also more afraid of spiritual fire. Opening the panel, Lin Qian looked at the introduction to the corpse sealing thread. Corpse sealing thread. After being purified, it no longer consumes the user's flesh and blood, but requires the flesh and blood of other creatures to gain strength. Energy gained by consuming flesh and blood. Lin Qian fell into deep thought. No wonder the evil spirit only gravitated toward crowded areas. This was the reason. After completing this, he turned his attention to the translucent card next to him. Infinite Boxing Championship Ticket. Upon use, instantly teleport to the Infinite Boxing Championship venue and gain a chance to participate. Infinite Boxing Championship? This card looked somewhat similar to the Demonic Casino teleportation card, with the same function. Although he wasn't sure what this Infinite Boxing Championship was, Lin Qian was still quite satisfied. Because, no matter what the tournament was about, it didn't seem as deadly as the Demonic Casino. Next time, if there's danger, use this card first. Putting it back into storage, Lin Qian's mood brightened. Next, there were still free attribute points to allocate. Opening the panel, Lin Qian was stunned. How come there are 2 free attribute points? A glance at his watch suddenly dawned on him. It's already the 3rd day. The supervisor's salary arrived, giving him another free attribute point. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qian added 2 points to agility and constitution. Currently, his attack methods were mostly transcendental, and close combat wasn't his strong point, so there was no rush to increase his strength. Since he had a free attribute to allocate every day, Lin Qian planned to develop a balanced approach, avoiding any weaknesses. After this survival mission, his dashboard stats changed significantly. Name: Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor. Initial attributes: average for healthy adults is 1 for each statistic. Strength: 1.8. Agility: 2.1. Constance: 2.7. Spirit: 3.9. Traits: Stone Heart, abnormal digestion. Abilities: Spirit Fire, corpse sewing. Rating: possesses rudimentary abilities against supernatural forces, but... Supervisor? Who allowed him in? Lin Qian silently rolled his eyes. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, you jerk system. Sooner or later, I make you look at me with new eyes. With that, he slumped headfirst onto the bed, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Today had been far too intense and thrilling, draining both physically and mentally. Another dark and gloomy sleep. By the time Lin Qian awoke soundly and stretched himself out of bed, 2 hours had already passed on the 3rd day of safe exploration. But Lin Qian wasn't anxious. Everything he had experienced in the past 2 days had made him realize something profound. The door can be opened, but not randomly. Opening it randomly can be fatal. He slowly pulled a meal from the storage space, and was surprised to find it was still warm. It seems time in the storage space is frozen. That's great. It can be used as a refrigerator. With another new discovery, Lin Qian's mood brightened, his appetite surging. He wolfed down a meal sufficient for 3 people. After eating and drinking, Lin Qian laid down on the bed and began to check the regional channel. Opening it, he found that today's regional channel was much busier than the previous 2 days. Zombie warehouse clearing mission looking for a team. Meet outside room 952. The more people, the better. Homemade spears will be given out. There are canned goods in the warehouse. Distribute according to the number of zombies killed. Honest cooperation, no cheating. Hunting, hunting. If you have a bow and arrow, please private message me. I have information on a reliable hunting ground. For sale, 1 room expansion card, which increases the room's area by 20 square meters. 100 bottles of mineral water, or 50 units of food. No bargaining. Lin Qian, who was watching the regional channel with great interest, was startled by this message. There's this thing. It can expand the room? Though surprised, Lin Qian wasn't ready to exchange it. Just kidding. Survival supplies were scarce these days, so who would trade them for room space? Lin Qian did have plenty of supplies, but his appetite was much greater than the average person's, and he wasn't ready to squander them. After carefully reading the chat logs, Lin Qian finally understood that 1 unit of food was equivalent to a full meal for an adult man. He didn't know who had come up with these rules, but they were probably designed to facilitate transactions. After 2 days of acclimation, everyone finally realized their situation. If they didn't move, they would die. To survive, they had to venture into the world behind the house to obtain supplies. However, Lin Qian noticed that there weren't many people like him who went it alone. Most people worked in groups, with one person opening the door and everyone else following suit to explore the world behind the house. But Lin Qian disagreed with this model. Most people believed that the dangers of the world behind the door were limited to zombies and beasts, but Lin Qian had personally experienced the true horror. In high-risk dungeons like Death Train, unqualified teammates are not only useless, but can even increase your chances of death. Attention everyone! Do not open the door to room 666. Just as Lin Qian was pondering, a striking statement suddenly caught his attention. As soon as this message was released, it immediately drew countless inquiries. What's wrong? What happened? What's in the room? The leopard's room must be something special. At this critical juncture, very few people would publicly disclose room information on the channel. Most people kept it to themselves, unwilling to share it without a sense of self-interest. I saw my neighbor open that door with my own eyes. After he opened it, he didn't even have time to take a step before something inside dragged him inside. 5 minutes later, the lights in his room went out. I was so scared. I still haven't recovered. As soon as these words were spoken, They sent a ripple of inquiries through the regional channel. Chapter 17. The regional channel was buzzing with activity, while Lin Qian happily peeked at the screen from behind. It wasn't until he saw the chat that Lin Qian realized not everyone dared to open an unknown door. There were even quite a few players who had never opened a single door. Someone like Lin Qian, who had opened 4 doors, was considered quite audacious. Those who had opened 1 or 2 doors, and were frequently active in the channel, usually encountered rooms with supplies that were not dangerous. With the capital they needed to trade with, they had no shortage of food or common weapons. Some even explicitly stated they had opened 3 or more doors, demonstrating their strength and attracting new members. For example, the player who had just gathered people in the channel to attack the zombie warehouse was said to have formed a small group of 6 or 7, making him quite influential at this stage. Besides that, the chat logs contained a lot of useful information. He had been incredibly busy these past 2 days, either exploring rooms or sleeping. However, there were plenty of people with time to spare. They explored the entire floor during their safe exploration time. The first thing they could confirm was that the corridor was indeed a straight one, taking about half an hour to walk from end to end, making it quite a distance. Additionally, the rooms at the far ends were numbered 101 and 998, respectively. There were no rooms 100 or 999. Someone calculated, based on the indicator lights on the doors, that there were perhaps over 200 survivors on the entire floor. This was an estimate because people died daily. It wasn't difficult to survive 2 days with the basic supplies provided in the rooms. But starting today, many stay-at-home types finally couldn't sit still. Not only were their supplies depleted and they were desperate for a good meal, but they also felt a sense of crisis about the unknown trial that would begin tomorrow. The system clearly stated that once the novice period was over, the first survival trial would begin, and everyone was required to participate. Some people seized the opportunity and began recruiting on the chat channel, even offering generous offers of free weapons, attracting many applicants. Lin Qian didn't particularly want to join these groups. He still felt more comfortable operating alone. However, just then, a message suddenly caught his attention. Hunting team recruiting, providing free homemade spears, and the gain will be shared equally. Last time we went in, we were short-handed and only managed to hunt 2 deer. Interested parties, please meet outside room 615. 615? Isn't that right outside my home? Lin Qian wasn't interested in the meet, but he could definitely follow in and take a look at the room outside his home. Opening the door and peering inside, I saw several people gathered outside room 615, discussing something. The leader, wearing a motorcycle jacket, a helmet, and a samurai sword slung at his waist, looked a bit out of place, but he stood out among the survivors in white. It was already the 3rd day, and there weren't many newbies, like Lin Qian, still wearing their starting gear. Everyone changed into whatever clothes they could find in their rooms, and they displayed their weapons, demonstrating their prowess. In this era of widespread cold weapon use, no one would easily provoke others. After all, if a conflict arose, no one could guarantee victory. Of course, if you have a gun, that's a different story. The 3 men were discussing something when they saw Lin Qian standing at the door, looking around idiotically. The leader immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Here, here! Brother! Come this way! Lin Qian was stunned, scratched his head, and hesitantly stepped forward. What for? The 3 men saw Lin Qian in all white, and their eyes immediately showed a hint of disdain. Furthermore, Lin Qian's tall and thin figure made it clear they didn't take him seriously. Only the leader stepped forward enthusiastically, extending his hand and introducing himself. Hello, brother. My name is EP1. These 2 are my good friends. We're about to go hunting in the room. Are you interested in joining us? With that, he reached out and took a homemade spear from the person next to him. The spear, made of a mop handle and a fruit knife with tape, looked rather crude, but this guy named EP1 acted very generously, as if he was giving away some kind of peerless weapon. Don't worry about being without a weapon. If you agree, I give you this spear. You don't have to return it when you get out. Consider it my welcome gift to you as a friend. The man spoke in a very friendly manner, but his face was always hidden by his motorcycle helmet, making it impossible to discern his expression. Lin Qian reached out to take the spear, inspected it, and found the tape wrapped around it was rather perfunctory. He nodded without saying anything. All right. In any case, even if he could just go in for a bit, it would save him the chance to open a door. Lin Qian had already planned to explore the nearby rooms, and this was a perfect opportunity. Ha ha. Don't worry, brother. We protect you. Lin Qian's hesitation was interpreted by the remaining two as cowardice. The slightly more muscular man stepped forward and slapped Lin Qian on the shoulder, seemingly offering comfort, but without holding back, a blatant display of strength. However, the imagined scene of Lin Qian staggering under his slap didn't occur. Beneath his seemingly skinny exterior, his body seemed pinned to the ground, motionless. Instead, the burly man felt a pain in his palm, as if he had struck hard stone. Huh? Lin Qian turned back, bewildered. You should eat more given your size. You're too skinny, all bones, and it's hurting me. The burly man grimaced in pain, trying to excuse himself awkwardly. Lin Qian gave an embarrassed smile, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. These guys don't look like good people. He pondered, a lingering thought of leaving. It wasn't that he was afraid. Lin Qian had always been quite courageous. At most, he was a bit afraid of ghosts, but that had been overcome on the death train, let alone these few random soldiers. He simply hated the hassle, especially when the trouble wasn't worth the reward, and he was too lazy to bother with it. But at that moment, a faint voice suddenly came from behind him. Excuse me. Please. The three of them were startled. Turning around, they saw a frail girl looking at them timidly. Seeing everyone staring at her, she took a nervous step back. Like Lin Qian, the girl was dressed in white, revealing her lack of experience in the room. She looked socially anxious, as if she had mustered a great deal of courage to approach and speak. She had an ordinary appearance, a flat build, and looked young. She had a scholarly air, like a freshman. I saw the message on the channel. Excuse me. Can I join? The girl's face was pale, and her lips were dry, clearly from lack of water and food for a long time. Yes. Of course. Come, as agreed, I give you a spear. Upping waved his hand, and another identical, inferior spear was delivered. The girl took the spear, holding it awkwardly, somewhat at a loss. Don't be afraid, little sister. I protect you. The strong man, noticing the girl's youth and frailty, smiled and approached, attempting to strike up a conversation. Oppen gave the strong man a subtle glare, and he immediately retreated. Chapter 18. Lin Qian thrust the spear forward. Forget it, I've changed my mind. I give you the things back, and I won't go. If he had been slightly skeptical before, because the other two were whispering furtively and trying not to let him hear, now Lin Qian was almost certain. These people definitely had bad intentions. The girl behind him weighed less than 90 kilograms, including feces and urine, yet these people agreed without hesitation. There was nothing wrong with distributing according to work, as long as the number was counted, not the number of people, but they had agreed in advance to distribute equally, which was a problem. They could have asked just one more question, like whether you could actually wield the spear, but they didn't even bother, acting as if they were accepting everyone. Seeing Lin Qian about to leave, Apeng grew anxious. Come on, brother. Tell me what's wrong. He reached out and grabbed Lin Qian's shoulder and wrist. His tone was polite, but his actions were quite presumptuous. Seeing something was amiss, the other two quietly surrounded Lin Qian. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, a bright smile playing. Your spear is too crudely made. I'm afraid it's not guaranteed to work. Forget it. Apeng was stunned by this, then burst into laughter. Hey! What's the big deal? Who's this? Come here and give your spear to this brother. With a wave of his hand, he took the other man's spear and handed it to Lin Qian. Here, use this. Lin Qian took the spear. It felt heavy in his hand, and the tip was firmly glued together, completely different from the one he had just used. Well, is this okay? I'm giving you my brother's weapon. Isn't that nice? This generous gesture immediately shut down Lin Qian's excuses. Brother Peng. It's getting late, and I don't think anyone will be coming. Why don't we just go in? The burly man nearby saw this, and immediately made a suggestion, as if afraid Lin Qian would run away. Come on, brother, let's go together. He put his arm around Lin Qian's shoulder, and said with a grin. Lin Qian's expression remained calm, but deep down, he was already secretly calculating. Should I just attack directly? Forget it. It's too conspicuous. Let's just follow them in, and find a way inside to see what these people are up to. Lin Qian was genuinely curious about what these three people were going through so much trouble for. He didn't resist, and Apeng dragged him to the door. Sister, do you still have a chance to open the door? When they reached the door, Apeng turned and looked at the girl next to him. Ah. Yes. The girl was startled at first, but then, without asking, she stepped forward with her head bowed and opened the door. Thank you. Ladies first. Apeng waved his hand, signaling the girl to enter first. He and Lin Qian followed closely behind, entering the room simultaneously. The moment they stepped into the room, their vision suddenly darkened. What lay before them was not the grassland or forest they had imagined, but a space resembling an underground cavern. Stalactites rose, and the sound of dripping water echoed in the distance. It was a long, narrow passage, and a light emanated from the distant cave entrance. Lin Qian glanced back and saw the burly man who had entered last, seemingly unintentionally blocking the entrance, staring at him with a grin. "Let's go, brother. You're welcome. Just keep going forward, both of you." Apeng spoke as he drew his katana from his waist. With a swish, the long sword was unsheathed, the sharp blade gleaming with a faint cold light. He pointed the tip of his knife at Lin Qian, his threat clear. At this moment, even the girl next to him sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere. She looked at Lin Qian timidly, as if waiting for his reaction. Lin Qian silently led the way forward. The girl hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly followed. "Humph. You're smart." The two men behind Apeng couldn't help but sneer at this and followed at the end. Lin Qian held the spear in one hand, his steps steady and unfazed. The girl behind him, however, was nervous, her hands trembling, her fingers clenched slightly white from the strain of gripping the spear. Arriving at the cave entrance, the view suddenly widened. This was a vast underground cavern, with a gap diagonally above, through which sunlight streamed in. Directly ahead lay a turquoise lake, the color of the sea, its depth indistinguishable. In the center of the lake stood a raised stone platform, upon which sat a treasure chest. The crystals inlaid on it gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, striking a striking presence. The game-like setting left Lin Qian stunned. Treasure chest? The girl had also spotted the treasure chest, and let out a cry of surprise. However, the three men behind him showed no sign of surprise. A click, the sound of a bowstring being tightened. Lin Qian looked back, his eyes narrowing. He saw the three men standing at the edge of the cave entrance. The leader, Apeng, handed his samurai sword to the younger brother whose weapon Lin Qian had taken. He himself had produced a compound crossbow from somewhere, loaded and ready, the cold tip of the arrow pointed directly at Lin Qian. "Brother, you're very perceptive." Apeng's voice finally lost its warmth, replaced by a cold, mocking sneer. "If I'm not mistaken, you haven't explored a single room, have you? You're pretending to be new, but your face is rosy, your lips are fresh, and your clothes are a little dirty. Unfortunately, you have to listen to me now." After saying this, he suddenly turned and aimed his crossbow at the girl. "You get in the water." His tone was unquestionable, so chilling that it left no one in doubt whether he would shoot or not. The girl's already pale face suddenly turned as pale as paper. Although she didn't know what was in the water, seeing the three of them hiding so far away, it was easy to guess that there must be great danger lurking there. I. She trembled all over, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at Lin Qian as if grasping at a straw. Lin Qian was speechless. "No, why are you looking at me?" He rolled his eyes, and suddenly tugged with force. The next moment, a thin, imperceptible black thread in the air suddenly tightened. Ouch! Apeng suddenly felt his neck tighten. He stumbled, his aim wobbling. With a whoosh, the arrow grazed the girl's head and sank into the water, splashing without a splash. "Brother Peng." The two men behind him were startled and rushed forward. "What thing?" He dropped his crossbow and reached out to grab at the front of his neck, finally finding a perfectly straight thread. The thread was tightly entangled around his neck. If it weren't for the protective neck guard of his motorcycle jacket, his head would have been shattered. The next moment, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a sharp short knife appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, he placed one hand on the thread, twisted it around his wrist, and then slashed down with his other hand. However, the thread's toughness exceeded his expectations. A single cut left it unscathed. Undeterred, he sawed twice with a creaking, forceful sawing. Finally, with a snap, the still undeveloped thread finally gave way to the blade's force and snapped. Finally. Saved. After struggling to escape, Apeng slumped to the ground. He finally reached up and opened his helmet's visor, gasping for air. "Brother Peng. Are you okay?" One of the younger men quickly supported him, a look of concern on his face. The burly man bent down to pick up the crossbow from the ground. But at that moment, a crisp click echoed from below. Lin Qian held the gleaming silver revolver, the dark muzzle pointed at the burly man, his thumb already lightly pressing the hammer. "You guys don't seem sharp enough." Chapter 19. Gun! How could he have a gun? The sight of the revolver in Lin Qian's hand sent a chill down their spines. Bang! Without even giving them time to react, Lin Qian fired without hesitation. As soon as his palm touched the crossbow, a bloody hole appeared in the burly man's head. His dead body fell backwards due to inertia, twitching twice before he fell still. Lin Qian's face remained calm as he slowly turned the muzzle of his gun, pointing it at the remaining two men. Brother, let's talk it over. A Peng shrank back, waving his hands in fear and shouting. I was wrong. We were wrong. He threw the knife away and raised his hands high. However, Lin Qian remained silent. He simply let out a long breath, closed one eye, and took aim. Bang! Another bullet struck a Peng right between the eyebrows. His helmeted head jerked back, slamming heavily against the stone, killing him instantly. Ding! Kill the survivor, merge the target storage space. The system's sudden notification surprised Lin Qian. Using his mind to investigate, he discovered a plethora of unfamiliar items in his own storage space. The capacity had also expanded slightly, presumably due to the fact that he had annexed the other party's storage space, along with all the resources within. This is such a good thing. Lin Qian was overjoyed. He knew that room cards dropped after a survivor's death, but he hadn't expected storage spaces to be looted. The reason he had eliminated a Peng so quickly was because he had just discovered that this guy also had a storage space. He couldn't guarantee what he might pull out the next second, so he immediately eliminated any potential threats. After killing two men in a row, Lin Qian aimed his gun at the last. The man's face was pale, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. Brother. I didn't. Before he could finish his words, Lin Qian interrupted him. You. Go down. He pointed his gun at the lake behind him, signaling. I. The man was even more terrified at this, and for a moment, he couldn't form a complete sentence. 3, 2. Lin Qian didn't waste any time and began counting down. The man's legs went weak, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that Lin Qian had already closed his eyes and aimed, he shouted, I'm going down! I'm going down! He raised his hands high and slowly moved towards the lake. Lin Qian remained alert, keeping his gun trained on him. The man reached the lake's edge, took a few sharp breaths, closed his eyes, and finally made up his mind, wading forward through the water. The water quickly reached his waist, and he lost his balance and tumbled into the water. He struggled in panic, finally regaining his balance. Further on, the water deepened, and his buoyancy forced him to paddle forward. This man was clearly a good swimmer, but his nervousness had left his hands and feet somewhat unresponsive. With Lin Qian keeping his eyes on him, he dared not stop, choking on the water as he swam toward the center. After swimming a good distance and not noticing anything unusual around him, he seemed to suddenly find courage and began to move bolder. However, Lin Qian, on the shore, felt a pang of fear. Having been watching the lake, he immediately noticed an unnatural fluctuation in the water in the distance. Then, a jagged, ridged back gradually emerged from the water, rapidly approaching the man. Ha! Ha! The man seemed to have finished swimming, still breathing mechanically, completely unaware of the impending danger. Cough, cough, cough. Halfway through, he accidentally choked on water again. Coughing violently, he stopped swimming and thrashed around. Brother. Almost there. He shouted to Lin Qian on the shore. You might have misunderstood. There's nothing in the water. However, before he could finish his words, the water suddenly churned beside him. A ferocious, enormous mouth suddenly burst out of the water, engulfing the man and dragging him underwater. Gulyulu. Gulyulu. The water's surface churned violently with bubbles, and after a moment, it gradually subsided. The lake was calm again, as if nothing had happened. A drop of sweat ran down Lin Qian's forehead. He had a rough idea of the underwater creature's features. It was a crocodile that was 6 or 7 meters long. It was the largest and most powerful creature he had ever seen, like a prehistoric beast. Compared to this thing, the tiger he encountered next door that day was as harmless as a kitten. He was originally curious about what was in the treasure chest on the floating island, but when he saw the giant crocodile, his thoughts disappeared immediately. Although he had only one bullet left, the giant crocodile was still difficult to deal with because it was hiding underwater. Moreover, with its size, Lin Qian could not guarantee that he could accurately hit the vital points. Having made a decision, Lin Qian, who was not willing to take any risks, turned around and glanced at the two corpses. He saw that 2 translucent rune cards had appeared out of thin air on the chest of the corpse. Lin Qian went forward to pick it up and took a look at the rune number. 503. 518. As he touched it, the system prompt popped up. Survivor rune card. Opens the corresponding survivor's room, disappears after 3 days, There's a time limit? Lin Qian was a little surprised. A guy from District 500, you came all this way to open a door? Could you have already explored all the nearby rooms? But thinking about it, that was impossible. Looking at the motorcycle jacket on the corpse, Lin Qian hesitated. Forget the helmet, the jacket looks like it can still be worn. Since he shot her in the head, there was no need to worry about what was inside the helmet, but the jacket was spotless and looked like it had some defensive properties, much better than his own white suit. Having personally killed a demon, Lin Qian didn't care about the bad luck of stripping a dead person's clothes. He squatted down and began to work. It was a bit difficult to do it alone, but Lin Qian suddenly remembered that there seemed to be another person here, so he looked at the girl, who had already been frightened. Can you help me? He had saved her life, after all, so lending a hand wouldn't be a problem. Okay. The girl was startled, her face pale. After a moment's pause, she hurried over. Here, hold on a bit. With help, things became much easier. Lin Qian quickly stripped off his motorcycle suit, folded it, and stowed it away in his storage area. He glanced at the undergarment Opping was wearing and shook his head. Forget about the underwear, it felt a bit awkward. After picking up the crossbow and the samurai sword beside the burly man and stowing them away, Lin Qian looked around. Finding nothing else of value, he prepared to leave. Retreat! Lin Qian walked ahead, and the girl hurriedly followed, but she kept a distance from him. Clearly, in her eyes, Lin Qian was perhaps even more terrifying than the three dead men. Lin Qian didn't take it seriously, but just as he neared the door, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of splashing water. He stopped, turned around, and squatted down, gazing toward the lake. The giant crocodile was seen slowly crawling towards the shore, its mouth stained with scarlet blood. Chapter 20. Lin Qian held his breath, but didn't open the door and leave. He watched the giant crocodile's movements intently, judging it was heading for the two corpses. Perhaps it was too hungry, the bloody smell of the corpses caught his attention. Lin Qian crouched slowly forward, assessing the distance between him and the giant crocodile. The girl next to him, however, was now trembling with fear, her legs trembling violently. She stared at the crocodile with wide eyes, covering her mouth to prevent a scream. Lin Qian gave her a warning glance, signaling her not to act rashly, and then began to mentally calculate. This thing was indeed difficult to deal with underwater, but on land, it was even more difficult to say. He entered the storage space with his mind and retrieved the crossbow. He also found a few arrows and 3 homemade pure metal spears made of steel pipes and fruit knives among Opping's belongings. He tiptoed gently, placing the object at his feet. He retrieved an arrow from the space and carefully loaded it into the crossbow. The faint sound of the bowstring being tightened echoed, and Lin Qian's heart leaped into his throat. With a click, the arrow was loaded. At this moment, the giant crocodile was focused on tearing into the sturdy man's body, completely unaware of the predator lurking in the darkness above. Lin Qian aimed his crossbow at the giant crocodile's head, but the angle was limited, so he could only continue crouching and moving downward. 1 step. 2 steps. But the next second, the giant crocodile suddenly became alert and swung its head in Lin Qian's direction. Damn! Lin Qian cursed inwardly and leaped forward 2 more steps with his crossbow. Without time to carefully aim, he pulled the trigger. With a clang, the arrow flew through the air. Puff! The arrow struck the giant crocodile's back at an angle, completely embedded, leaving only a fragment of its tail feathers exposed. Roar! A low roar echoed through the cave, its cascading roars as captivating as those of an ancient beast. Enraged by the pain, the giant crocodile immediately abandoned its feeding, opened its bloody maw, and crawled toward Lin Qian. Lin Qian gritted his teeth and quickly loaded his second arrow. Swish! Puff! Another arrow struck the giant crocodile's side. It roared again, but instead of stopping, it crawled even faster toward Lin Qian. No! Too late. The giant crocodile was now less than 20 meters away from Lin Qian, closing rapidly. Seeing no time to reload, Lin Qian simply dropped his crossbow. A homemade metal spear instantly materialized in his hand. He spread his legs wide, and threw it with all his might into the giant crocodile's gaping maw. Whoosh! With nearly twice the strength of an ordinary human, the metal spear pierced the giant crocodile's throat with a whoosh. Roar! Suffering repeated blows, the giant crocodile had lost its mind. It bit the metal spear in its mouth, letting the blood flow out, its momentum unabated, and it had already rushed to within 5 meters of Lin Qian. However, what greeted it was the black muzzle of a gun. He only had 1 shot. Lin Qian stood rooted to the ground, slowly aiming his revolver downward at the giant crocodile's head until it was within reach and finally pulled the trigger. Bang! Puff! The bullet pierced the giant crocodile's head diagonally, piercing its skull. But it didn't die immediately. Instead, it swung its head wildly and rushed forward a few more meters. Startled, Lin Qian quickly retreated, drawing his katana, ready for a desperate fight. But within seconds, the giant crocodile's tail suddenly twitched, its raised head slamming down hard. Its body shook, and it finally fell silent. Still uneasy, Lin Qian drew his katana and stabbed it twice in each of the giant crocodile's eyes, sinking a significant amount of the blade until the system notification came. Ding! Kill the treasure chest guard. Gain 1 free attribute point. An unexpected bonus. The system notification finally reassured Lin Qian. He sheathed his katana and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The previous dangerous situation had left him extremely tense, and as soon as he relaxed, exhaustion washed over him. Sitting against the wall, Lin Qian pulled out a bottle of drink and gulped down half of it, trying to ease his tense nerves. Seeing the girl nearby also slump to the ground, relieved, Lin Qian threw the remaining drink over to her. Although this guy wasn't much help, he didn't cause any trouble. If she hadn't shouted, Lin Qian, having lost the upper hand, would have been forced to flee. Thank you, thank you. The girl was dazed, even startled by the drink bottle that had landed in front of her. When she saw what it was, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up and bowed to Lin Qian in thanks. Lin Qian waved his hand casually, not taking it seriously. The girl first stole a glance at Lin Qian, and when she saw that he had turned away and wasn't paying attention, she dared to open the drink in her hand. Gudong, gudong. After a long drought, the girl, who hadn't had water for a long time, drank the rest of the drink immediately, until every last drop was emptied out. Then she smacked her lips, her face full of satisfaction. Only when she noticed Lin Qian looking at her did the girl quickly lower her head, a little afraid. Are you hungry? Lin Qian suddenly asked. The girl looked up in surprise and replied hesitantly. Hungry. Lin Qian waved his hand, and 2 plump white buns appeared out of thin air in front of him. The girl's eyes lit up, her eager expression undisguised. Can you swim? Lin Qian asked again. The girl was stunned, her voice suddenly trembling. Yes. Lin Qian pointed to the treasure chest in the middle of the lake. Swim over there and bring it back to me. I give you these 2 buns as a reward. The girl froze at the words, her expression clearly filled with fear. Aye. She quietly inched toward the door, as if preparing to flee. Lin Qian rolled her eyes. Why did he make it seem like he was forcing her? According to the system's prompts, the cave lake's limited area meant there wasn't enough room for a second giant crocodile. Plus, after his recent battle with the crocodile, there was no movement in the lake, so Lin Qian was almost certain the water was safe. As for why he offered the girl a price to retrieve the treasure chest, there were 2 reasons. First, Lin Qian didn't want to get his clothes wet. Second, his swimming ability was truly awful, barely a half-step dog paddle. If he forced his way into the water, he might drown instead of die in the crocodile's mouth, which would be rather embarrassing. Seeing the girl's fright, Lin Qian stopped insisting. In his eyes, she was just a child. If you don't want to, forget it. Go. He stood up, preparing to build a raft or something to retrieve the treasure chest. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but wonder if his corpse-sewing thread were as swift and agile as a ghost's. He could just stand there and entangle the treasure chest and pull it back. That would be much more convenient. But then, the girl suddenly spoke. I can. Perhaps because Lin Qian had no intention of forcing her, or perhaps because she was simply too hungry, the girl finally mustered up the courage to agree. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of crocodiles? The girl's voice trembled. Are you? But there shouldn't be any more in there. It seemed she had some common sense. Okay, I wait for you on shore. The girl nodded and slowly walked to the shore. Lin Qian squatted beside the giant crocodile's corpse, pulled out all the arrows and metal spears, wiped them carefully with a rag, and put them all into storage. Casually glancing up toward the shore, he saw the girl undressing. TSK. Lin Qian averted his gaze, turning away with disinterest. Don't look. The clothes the system gave me don't come with any underwear. Chapter 21. This giant crocodile weighed at least 600 or 700 pounds. It would be a shame to leave it there. Lin Qian used his samurai sword to carve up the carcass, peeling off the tough hide to save for later processing. As he cut, the crocodile's flesh would occasionally tremble and curl, like a freshly killed fish, still retaining some vitality. After a long day of work, Lin Qian stored the cut crocodile meat, bones, and skin into his storage space, leaving only the internal organs. He found the third room card among the internal organs. Lin Qian wiped it clean and put it away, preparing to explore each room after leaving. However, he didn't hold out much hope. Of the three, only Opping had some strength, and since he had already taken over his storage space, there wasn't much good stuff left. Inspecting the loot, Opping's storage space contained a few tools, like wrenches and pliers, in addition to the weapons. There wasn't much food, just canned beans and biscuits, 10 units at most. This guy is considered a high-level player at this stage. He has plenty of food, clothing, weapons, and armor. Ordinary survivors are really just being led around by the nose by him. It's just that their luck was bad, having run into this unlucky Lin Qian. Alas, I'm out of bullets again. Lin Qian sighed, looking at the revolver in his hand. Although he had a crossbow as an alternative, it was ultimately not as stealthy and quick as a pistol. Putting it back in storage, Lin Qian looked at the two corpses on the ground. The burly man's body was a horrific sight, half torn apart by the giant crocodile, his internal organs spilling out. Lin Qian suddenly remembered the conditions for the suture threads enhancement. Devour flesh and blood? Lin Qian clicked on the panel again to confirm, a moment of deep thought. Tentatively, he extended the suture thread from his fingers towards the corpse. The moment it touched the flesh, Lin Qian felt a sucking sensation within him. The sensation was strange, but not unpleasant. Lin Qian closed his eyes, and felt it carefully, discovering that the suture thread within his body was slowly growing like a plant absorbing nutrients. He opened his eyes, and saw that a small portion of the corpse's flesh had indeed been consumed, but the rate was still too slow. He stretched out both hands, and 10 fingers simultaneously extended imperceptibly thin threads, which he placed on the flesh to accelerate the absorption. It just feels a bit nauseous. Watching the corpse being rapidly absorbed, Lin Qian felt a slight discomfort. However, the next moment, nutrient feedback from suture thread, strength increased by 0.1 The sudden system prompt stunned Lin Qian. Is this even possible? Opening the dashboard, he saw that his strength had indeed increased by 0.1. He had just gained a free attribute from killing the crocodile, so Lin Qian added it to his strength. The next moment, the attribute updated again, bringing his strength to 2.9. Just then, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the shore. The girl had finally returned with the treasure chest, panting as she dressed. After a while, she dressed again and stood before Lin Qian. Water stains were visible on her skin, her wet hair was tangled, and a speck of mud and waterweed still covered her head. She looked utterly disheveled. She placed the treasure chest in front of Lin Qian, panting so hard that she couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Who? Treasure. Treasure chest. For. You. Amidst the hissing sound, Lin Qian didn't even lift his eyelids, merely nodded. The food's over there. 2 steamed buns were placed beside them, wrapped in a plastic lunchbox lid. Seeing the still steaming buns, the girl swallowed hard. Thank you. She hadn't expected Lin Qian to keep his promise. After all, even if he refused to pay, there was nothing she could do. You work, I pay. It's fair. Lin Qian replied calmly, still concentrating on feeding the corpse the thread. The girl stepped forward to pick up the food. Just as Lin Qian thought she was leaving, a moment later, the sound of eating could be heard behind her. Lin Qian turned around in surprise, just in time to see the girl wolfing down her food. Seeing Lin Qian looking over, she thought she had disturbed him, and immediately stopped eating nervously, her mouth full of buns, not daring to even chew. Aren't you going back to your room to eat? Lin Qian wasn't bothered by the interruption. He was simply curious as to how the other person could manage to eat despite the mess and blood everywhere. The girl shook her head, mumbling, I'm afraid they take me away. Lin Qian looked away, then asked again, curious. It's only been 3 days. You haven't eaten for 2 at most. How could you be so hungry? The girl swallowed the bun in her mouth, lowered her head awkwardly, and spoke softly. Before coming here, I was trying to lose weight. Lin Qian suddenly realized. He ignored the girl and continued feeding her. After the girl had eaten and drunk her fill, she didn't linger. After saying goodbye, she left the room. It was obvious that she was still afraid of Lin Qian. Lin Qian waited quietly for the corpse thread to absorb the 2 corpses, including the giant crocodile's internal organs and the undigested remains inside, until only the white skeleton and a pile of debris remained on the ground. Finally, it had been completely consumed. Opening the dashboard, Lin Qian felt a faint excitement. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor, Initial Attributes, Average for a healthy adult is 1 in each category. Strength, 3.5. Agility, 2.1. Constance, 2.7. Spirit, 3.9. Traits, stone heart, abnormal digestion. Abilities, spirit fire, corpse thread. Rating, has preliminary abilities to fight against supernatural forces, but Supervisor? Who let him in? A total of 0.7 strength bonuses made Lynchian happy for a while. The giant crocodile's flesh and blood should be absorbed, but with no stable food source now, it's better to keep it safe for future use. The higher the physical attributes, the greater the appetite. Despite his abundant reserves, Lynchian still felt insecure. After stretching his muscles and familiarizing himself with his strength, Lynchian finally set his sights on the treasure chest. The treasure chest wasn't large, about the size of a watermelon, but it felt heavy to lift. No wonder the girl was so exhausted. A glowing white crystal was inlaid in the center of the wooden box, giving it a magical look. When he reached out to touch it, a system prompt chimed. Open the treasure chest? Without hesitation, Lynchian confirmed. With a click, the treasure chest automatically opened, and a beam of white light emanated from within. The white light dissipated, leaving a translucent card at the bottom of the chest. He reached out to pick it up, and a message popped up. Room amenity card, mini hot spring pool. Select to use. A mini hot spring pool will be created in the room, automatically refilled and cleaned daily. When Lynchian saw the card's information, he frowned, feeling a little disappointed that this item wouldn't help him improve his combat power. Then he thought again. Automatic daily water replenishment? That's a pretty stable water supply. Besides, he hadn't showered in the past few days, and he'd been sweating profusely, making his body smelly. Thinking this way, while this card wouldn't improve his strength, it would increase his comfort and satisfaction, which wasn't bad at all. Decided, hot spring bath tonight. Putting the card away, Lynchian happily walked towards the door. Chapter 22. Leaving room 613, Lynchian checked his watch. Less than an hour remained until the safe exploration time ended. He wasn't in a rush though. Unlike ordinary survivors, Lynchian still held the role of supervisor, allowing him to operate outside even after lights out. It was just that his colleagues didn't seem easy to get along with, so Lynchian tried to avoid them whenever possible. Not opening any more blind boxes, Lynchian found the room of Opping and his companions by keycard number. After unlocking the room, the keycard automatically disappeared. It's still a single-use item. Lynchian pushed open the door and entered, searching the rooms of his 2 henchmen. As expected, the rooms were mostly empty. The only things he could find were a few cans of food and bottles of water, the same as those in Opping's space, which he must have given to them. Though Lynchian despised the remaining wood, nails, and tape, he packed them up and took them all away, his strategy being to pluck the feathers of a passing goose. Finally, he arrived at Opping's room. As soon as he pushed the door open, he was stunned. Huh? Motorcycle? The smell of engine oil hit him. A brand new off-road motorcycle sat quietly beside the bed, with spare tires and oil drums piled in the corner, making the room look quite crowded. Lynchian's mouth dropped open as he circled the motorcycle several times before his surprise subsided. Damn! This guy's got some serious chops. From Opping's gear, Lynchian guessed he'd driven to a warehouse, but he never expected him to even push the motorcycle back inside. What good is this thing? The key was already in the car, and Lynchian twisted it, turning the handlebars to start the car. Amidst a roaring roar, the motorcycle successfully started, black smoke billowing from the exhaust pipe. The room was too small, and Lynchian, annoyed by the noise, quickly turned off the engine. He hesitated. Push it back? A rough measurement revealed that the storage space wouldn't hold it. Even if it could, Lynchian couldn't let it take up so much space, it wouldn't be of much use. But leaving it behind would be a shame. Although most of the rooms Lynchian had visited in recent days were small or medium-sized dungeons with limited space, it was inevitable that he would encounter a forest or grassland like room 607. If he upgraded his backpack and had enough space to spare, it wouldn't be impossible to carry a motorcycle with him. Push it! Lynchian made up his mind, and prepared to push the motorcycle back to his room. But, isn't that a bit too conspicuous? Pushing it back now would inevitably attract attention. But if he did it after lights out, this was Zone 500, and he might run into Snake Brother. After weighing the pros and cons, Lynchian still felt Snake Brother was more terrifying. He quickly put all the other odds and ends in the storage area, then pushed his motorcycle out the door. As expected, when Lynchian appeared in the hallway pushing a motorcycle, he instantly attracted the attention of countless passers-by like a superstar. Wow! Dude! That's awesome! Where did you get that? A man in a leather jacket carrying a baseball bat and a large package on his shoulder just emerged from the room. He turned around and saw Lin Qian, who was busy pushing the motorcycle. Good luck. Good luck. Lin Qian responded with a grin. Perhaps because he saw Lin Qian in his newbie's white shirt, the man in the leather jacket didn't seem wary of him. Instead, he approached and touched the motorcycle with a familiar air. It's amazing. This building really has everything. He seemed to really like motorcycles, fondling them with gusto. After a moment, he looked up and looked at Lin Qian. Sell it? Lin Qian was stunned, then shook his head. No. Look at this guy carrying a bag with no storage space. He's worse than Brother Peng. What good stuff could he possibly have? The man in the leather jacket's face suddenly turned cold at such a blunt rebuff. He tossed the package to the ground and raised his baseball bat, wiping the blood off it with his sleeve, as if to deliberately show it to Lin Qian. Let's talk it over. I really like this thing. It sounded like a negotiation, but the threat was undisguised. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow and looked at him with interest. How much can you offer? Seeing that he was willing to give, the man in the leather jacket seemed to have a firm grasp on Lin Qian and smiled as he held up a finger. 100 units? Hearing this, the man in the leather jacket laughed out loud. What are you thinking? 100 units? I don't even have that much myself. 1 unit of food, cash on delivery. After saying this, he didn't feel he was being too harsh, and instead tried to persuade Lin Qian. Hey brother, there's no use keeping this thing for you. Why don't you sell it to me as a token of friendship? He moved closer, appearing familiar, but actually provocative, and nudged Lin Qian's chest with his shoulder. But to his surprise, the seemingly frail man in front of him didn't move at all after being bumped. It was as if he had hit a piece of iron, and he stumbled from the recoil. Meanwhile, the commotion had attracted many passing survivors to stop and watch, eager to see how things would unfold. Lin Qian stared at him with a smile, not angry at all. He simply raised his hand and slapped the man in the leather jacket's shoulder. Okay. Okay. To others, the slap, seemingly a playful gesture by friends, actually sent a whistling sound through the air. Bang! With a muffled thud, the man in the leather jacket didn't even react before being knocked to the ground by the immense force. Ouch! He landed on his butt with a thud, his legs spread wide, like a child throwing a tantrum in the supermarket after being denied a toy by his parents. The man in the leather jacket gasped in pain, feeling as if his shoulder had been struck by a boulder, his body numb. You? After a few seconds, he glared at Lin Qian with wide eyes, grabbed his bat, and tried to rise and fight back. Click! But the next moment, as the cold muzzle of the gun pressed against his forehead, his temper instantly deflated like a balloon. Brother. I was just kidding. He dropped the bat, his lips trembling as he forced a smile. Lin Qian squatted in front of him, clutching the empty revolver, his expression gentle. Not buying it? Not buying it, not buying it. The man in the leather jacket, his head pinned, dared not move, simply repeating himself, cold sweat already beating on his forehead. But Lin Qian wasn't about to let him go easily. What's in your pocket? The man in the leather jacket was stunned, his expression suddenly darkening. Cans, cans! He spoke reluctantly, his expression downcast. Lin Qian wasn't polite at all, reaching out and yanking the package towards him. I want it. He then pulled out a bottle of mineral water and slowly placed it against the man's head. Count it in. Seeing this, the man in the leather jacket's expression darkened even more, but with the gun pressed against his head, he didn't have the courage to refuse. I sell it. Big brother. I sell it. Hearing this, Lin Qian finally retracted the pistol and nodded with a smile. Go away. With these light words, the man in the leather jacket felt as if he had been pardoned. He picked up the baseball bat and ran away, not even taking the bottle of water that had fallen to the ground. You didn't want to use it, don't blame me. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Lin Qian picked up the bottle of water and placed it on his motorcycle along with the canned food, continuing to push it back. In public, he didn't want to reveal his storage space, so he even pretended to take the pistol and mineral water out of his pocket. Even so, the strength he displayed already intimidated the onlookers. Many people, seeing him approach, quickly retreated into their rooms as if they were avoiding the plague. Seeing this, Lin Qian could only sigh helplessly. Actually, I'm still quite kind. Chapter 23. It was almost lights out when Lin Qian pushed the motorcycle back to his room. Opening the package he snatched from the man in the leather jacket, Lin Qian's eyes lit up. He counted them, over 20 cans, all meat. Great stuff. Lin Qian's smile widened. He counted the day's spoils, removing any unused items from his space and piling them in a corner. With the motorcycle, the room seemed less spacious, but the sheer volume of miscellaneous items immediately made it look a bit cluttered. At the same time, Lin Qian also took out the hot spring card. After selecting it, the image of a small hot spring pool suddenly appeared before his eyes. The system prompted him to select a location. Lin Qian chose a corner and confirmed the placement. Then, a flash of light appeared, and the next moment, a hot spring pool, roughly 2 or 3 square meters in size, appeared out of thin air in the room, steam rising from it, the water crystal clear. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen the hot spring. After seeing it, Lin Qian felt a sticky, uncomfortable sensation all over his body. He immediately stripped off his white shirt, which was stained with dirt and blood, and plopped into the pool. Puff! Diving completely into the water, he felt the warmth envelop him. After a long moment, Lin Qian raised his head and tossed his hair. Refreshing. After washing his face thoroughly, Lin Qian leaned back against the edge of the pool, gazing at his body through the water. Although my strength has increased several times, the definition of my muscles isn't overly exaggerated. Satisfied, Lin Qian raised his forearm, exerting a slight force. He watched the muscles twitching beneath his skin, feeling an inexhaustible sense of strength. Tomorrow, the unspecified regional trial would begin. Lin Qian wasn't planning on working anymore today. He'd take a comfortable shower, eat and drink, and then head to bed to recharge his batteries and prepare to face tomorrow's challenge in top form. However, just as he changed into fresh clothes and settled comfortably into bed, a system notification chimed. Ding! Abnormal intrusion detected. Supervisor mission issued. Then, a plan of a long corridor suddenly appeared in Lin Qian's mind. In the center, a red dot was moving rapidly. He peered closely, and saw a room number next to it. He took a closer look. 631. Shit! Isn't this my area? Lin Qian tumbled out of bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and ran out barefoot. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a weak wail. Don't kill me! Please! Following the voice, he saw the area where the red dot was flashing. In the pitch darkness, a massive figure vaguely wielded something. A muffled puffing sound echoed, and the plea for mercy quickly died down. Lin Qian summoned his crossbow, holding it with one hand, ready to pull the trigger. With the other, he summoned a ball of spiritual fire to illuminate the area. With a whoosh, the darkness ahead was instantly dispelled by the spiritual fire's radiance. When Lin Qian could clearly see the scene unfolding in the distance, his heart skipped a beat. A sturdy figure, his skin black and bruised, covered in suture scars, stood with his back to Lin Qian, wielding a massive kitchen knife and chopping something. It knelt on the ground, its jeans-clad legs trembling with each blow of his knife. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground and walls a shocking crimson. Lin Qian's steps, which had been about to approach, stopped instantly, and he began to retreat. A strong sense of danger emanated from the figure's back, and Lin Qian felt every fiber of his being telling him to flee quickly, or he would have no chance. However, just as he was quietly preparing to turn back to his room, the bruised monster suddenly stopped. It held the blood-drenched kitchen knife, and slowly turned its head. Lin Qian's expression froze, his gaze meeting a pair of bloodshot, fierce eyes. The terrifying and eerie face made Lin Qian's heart skip a beat. It was a sewn-together pig's head, with a noticeable color difference at the neck, as if a pig's head had been sewn onto a headless corpse. It was indescribably eerie. The pig-headed man spotted Lin Qian and immediately shifted his focus. He slowly stood up and walked towards them. Lin Qian, seeing the corpse, its upper body almost reduced to a pulp, was terrified and turned and ran without hesitation. However, upon seeing this, the pig-headed man actually began to speed up, his footsteps pounding like a tank, and once he picked up speed, he was even faster than Lin Qian. Damn! Too late. They were already close, and Lin Qian had taken a few steps towards the sound, so the pig-headed man would be there in a flash. Lin Qian had his hand on the doorknob, but when he heard the whistling sound of cutting through the air from behind him, he instinctively ducked down. As expected, the next second, a huge, jagged kitchen knife slashed across the door. With a clang like metal clashing, the knife bounced off, leaving no mark on the door. Lin Qian took advantage of the opportunity to roll nimbly on the ground, adjusting his crossbow from bottom to top, aiming it at the pig-headed man's head. With a puff, he unleashed an arrow. However, the arrow, so sharp against the giant crocodile, suddenly deflected upon striking the pig-headed man's head, spinning and swirling. Huff! Huff! The pig-headed man dragged the kitchen knife, panting heavily. He slowly lowered his head, his fierce eyes fixed on Lin Qian, a bloody grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Then, the kitchen knife came crashing down on his head. Lin Qian reacted swiftly, kicking the pig-headed man's legs and using the reaction force to slide a distance, narrowly avoiding the incoming knife. Then he quickly stood up, dropped his crossbow, and pulled out a fruit knife. The pig-headed man reacted with remarkable speed. After his knife missed, he thrust his shoulder forward, then swung the knife upward. Amidst the whistling sound, Lin Qian dodged awkwardly, several strands of hair being cut off. An indescribable chill brushed his cheek, raising goosebumps on his neck. Fortunately, the massive kitchen knife was too heavy, and the pig-headed man's wide movements gave Lin Qian an opening to counterattack. Break the evil. He gritted his teeth, activated his Shawbreak ability, and imbued the entire fruit knife with a faint white light the size of a fist. The next second, he ducked, swung the knife with all his might, and stabbed the pig-headed man in the side. With a whirring sound, the blade sliced through the pig-headed man's skin, leaving a forearm-long gash. A black liquid, like pus, instantly oozed out. However, when Lin Qian tried to thrust further, he found that the fruit knife seemed to be stuck, unable to move any further. Roar! The pig-headed man roared in pain, whirling around and throwing a punch. Lin Qian had no time to react, and the next moment, he was sent flying backwards, landing heavily on the ground several meters away. Lin Qian shook his head vigorously, feeling dizzy and nauseous. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder. He struggled to stand, a long moment before steadying himself. When he looked up, Lin Qian's face was grimace, his teeth bared in pain, a solemn expression on his face. After testing, he had confirmed his judgment. A strange life form. Chapter 24. Lin Qian had come to this conclusion after seeing the arrow barely scratch the pig-headed man's skin. The experience on the death train had given him a preliminary understanding of strange life forms. Regular physical damage had no effect on such beings, and even if it did, it was minimal. For example, the suture thread Lin Qian now possessed, while far less powerful than the train ghost, was barely thinner than a hair and, in midair, invisible without careful observation. A punk took several slashes with his knife to cut it. It looked weaker than wire rope, but it was far thinner, making it incredibly hard. But Lin Qian had tested it himself. Simply attaching the Shaw-breaking blade to the blade would instantly sever the thread with a mere touch, not even a cut. Not to mention the spiritual fire, which would instantly incinerate it. This was the ability to access the strange, and only then could one be considered qualified for fair competition. However, the ability to access the strange came in varying strengths. For example, after adding a few points of spirit, Lin Qian's Shaw-breaking light grew from the size of a soybean to the size of a fist. However, in terms of the light's intensity, he was nowhere near the level of Kratos, let alone Scars, which could cover an entire broadsword. He had tried, but the Shaw-breaking light dissipated instantly if it moved too far from the body, making it impossible to attach to a ranged weapon. Because his Shaw-breaking light was too small, he couldn't use a large weapon like a katana, only a fruit knife. Test results showed that his Shaw-breaking light could only penetrate the pig-headed man's skin. Piercing deeper wouldn't work at all. He speculated that the pig-headed man before him might be significantly more powerful than the evil spirit on the train. In fact, if the suture thread hadn't been completely restrained by the spiritual fire, the evil spirit on the train would have been a catastrophic threat. Thinking of this, Lin Qian didn't hold back any longer. He raised his left hand, which had been illuminating the spiritual fire, and clenched it towards the pig-headed man who was about to charge. Spiritual fire. The next moment, flame surged from his palm, and pure white tongues of fire erupted fiercely, completely enveloping the pig-headed man. Roar! The pig-headed man's body was instantly engulfed by the spiritual fire, hissing and roaring in pain. As he retreated step by step, a foul smell of burning gradually permeated the air, and the crackling of burning grease could be heard. It worked. Lin Qian, delighted, stepped forward, increasing the intensity of the fire. The fire began to rapidly dissipate. 50%. 40%. 30%. Just when Lin Qian thought victory was assured, the next moment, the charred pig-headed man suddenly roared in anger. Roar! A tearing, painful roar, filled with hatred and rage, swept through with a powerful wave of sound, instantly dissipating most of the flames. Lin Qian was momentarily stunned, as if struck on the head with a club. When he recovered, he saw the pig-headed man, its skin burned, already charging towards him, dragging a massive kitchen knife. Not good. Lin Qian was startled and quickly mobilized his spiritual fire with all his might. However, when the raging flames erupted again at the pig-headed man, while still burning him with a hissing sound and causing him immense pain, they could not stop his charge. A massive, imposing figure, blazing with flames, charged through the curtain of flames, its ferocious, blood-red eyes reflecting Lin Qian's terrified expression. Fuck! Seeing the flames couldn't stop him, Lin Qian turned and ran without hesitation. He now deeply regretted not taking shelter inside the house when the pig-headed man was driven back by the flames. Otherwise, he wouldn't be facing this life-or-death crisis again. Damn it! I give you a slap next time you're greedy, he cursed, running for his life. However, the whistling sound behind him grew closer and closer. The spiritual fire burning on the pig-headed man's body made Lin Qian's shadow grow larger and larger. Then, a giant kitchen knife slashed across. Lin Qian reacted quickly, dodging forward. The next moment, the knife, stained with blood and flesh, slammed heavily into the wall, the recoil producing a heavy, humming sound. Lin Qian broke out in a cold sweat. If he had reacted a moment slower, his head would have been shattered by now. Roar! The pig-headed man's attack missed, and he roared again, his knife changing angle and slashing vertically, again and again. Lin Qian was like a terrified insect fleeing before it, tumbling left and right, dodging frantically, each time narrowly avoiding the slash. Roar! As his attacks repeatedly missed, the pig-headed man grew angrier, his eyes gradually filling with blood red, his movements growing more ferocious. Lin Qian knew that if he continued like this, he would surely die at the hands of the pig-headed man's blade. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately pulled out a translucent card. Infinite Boxing Championship ticket, however, just as the giant kitchen knife, held high overhead, was about to fall, and he was about to use the ticket to teleport away, a gust of wind suddenly erupted from the nearby darkness. The next second, the pig-headed man's enormous body flew sideways, as if struck by a truck, slamming heavily into the wall with a clang. The remaining spiritual fire was instantly extinguished by this attack, and Lin Qian's vision fell into darkness again. What's going on? He blinked blankly and swallowed hard. A faint crackling sound rang in his ears, strangely familiar. Hiss! Lin Qian quietly raised his hand and ignited another ball of spiritual fire. With a whoosh, a familiar figure appeared before Lin Qian. The figure was draped in a tattered gray robe, his hands hanging unnaturally. A thick, black-scaled snake tail swayed slightly, and the crackling sound was the sound of scales scraping against the ground. Brother Snake. Lin Qian had never imagined that he would one day feel joy at the sight of this terrifying giant snake. But the next moment, the thick, black-scaled snake tail swung violently, lashing towards him. Lin Qian was startled, caught off guard, and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Just as his heart was shattered, thinking he had escaped a wolf's den and fallen into a tiger's lair, a powerful force struck his left wrist hard. Ouch! Lin Qian screamed, his wrist cracking and the spiritual fire extinguished. The immense force threw him sideways, clutching his left wrist, sweating profusely from the pain. Realizing that the giant snake didn't want to kill him, but rather disliked the bright light of the spiritual fire, Lin Qian felt like crying. No, brother! Say something! The damage inflicted by this blow was even worse than the pig-headed man's previous punch. Lin Qian was almost certain his left hand was broken. However, the giant snake in the darkness ignored his intentions. As the pig-headed man's roar intensified, the sounds of fierce fighting echoed from the darkness. Roar! Hiss! Bang! Bang! Puff! Clang! Clang! Lin Qian cowered in the corner, not daring to light a fire or move. With his butt facing outward, his arms tightly protecting the back of his head, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Don't hurt me! Don't hurt me! Chapter 25. The battle didn't last long. From beginning to end, Lin Qian only heard the pig-headed man's roar, followed by a series of heavy blows. Bang! A heavy object fell to the ground, and silence returned to the darkness. Lin Qian slowly sat up, holding onto the ground, and nervously gazed into the darkness. The next moment, a system notification dispelled his concerns. Ding! Abnormal intruder cleared. Participation reward. 2 free attribute points. Lin Qian's bewildered expression gradually transformed into ecstasy, and he excitedly stood up. Brother Snake, you're awesome! He shouted excitedly into the darkness, then realized he had gotten a little carried away, and quickly covered his mouth. Hiss! Lin Qian vaguely felt something, as if the giant snake head had glanced back at him, then turned back. He carefully extended his unbroken right hand, and lit a small flame. With a swish, his vision suddenly cleared. Not far away, a gray-robed snake brother was bent over the massive corpse of the pig-headed man, tearing at something. Seeing Lin Qian light the fire, the snake's head suddenly twisted, its mouth smeared with black liquid. Lin Qian's face paled, and he reduced the flames a little further, smiling awkwardly. I can't find my way home. Thankfully, this time, the snake brother didn't seem to care. Instead, he turned back and continued gnawing at the pig-headed man's corpse. Lin Qian moved slowly along the wall, and as his angle changed, he finally got a clearer look at the pig-headed man's death. The body, originally charred by his own burns, was covered with claw marks, and several blasted holes appeared on its chest. However, what shocked Lin Qian the most were not these ordinary wounds. Because of the grayish-white scars that began at the side of the pig-headed man's neck, it spread across his neck, chest, and most of his head. The cracks spread out in an irregular pattern, like a shattered stone statue. Petrification? Lin Qian was horrified. He had thought the pig-headed man's abilities were bizarre enough, but he hadn't expected Snake Brother to be the truly mysterious one. From contact to the end of the fight, the entire process took less than half a minute, and he even managed to sever Lin Qian's wrist. Of course, at this moment, Lin Qian wasn't complaining. Instead, he felt incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, Snake Brother had arrived at that precise moment, otherwise he would have had to teleport away. One hand lost is nothing. If Snake Brother is willing, two will do. At this moment, Lin Qian felt a surge of awe for his colleague. But just as he was about to quietly return to his room, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a giant kitchen knife hurled by the pig-headed man not far away. He glanced at the knife, then at Snake Brother, who was concentrating on his meal, and his heart suddenly began to pound. Not good. Thinking this way, his body involuntarily took a step towards the knife. 1 step. 2 steps. Lin Qian quietly reached the kitchen knife and reached out, intending to touch it and return it to its storage space. However, just as he was about to touch the knife, the Snake Brother, who was eating, suddenly turned his head away. Lin Qian froze, cold sweat dripping down his chin onto the kitchen knife. Hiss! The Snake Brother stared at him, its dark tongue spitting out, its tail scraping against the ground with a rustling sound. Lin Qian's scalp tingled, and he remained frozen in place, not daring to move. After more than 10 seconds, the Snake Brother finally turned his head again and continued to gnaw on the pig-headed man's corpse. Lin Qian felt a sense of relief, and without thinking too much, he quickly reached out to touch the kitchen knife, intending to steal it and escape. However, when his palm touched the kitchen knife, it failed to be stored in the storage space. Instead, a system notification sounded. Ding! The item could not be stored in the storage space. Then, the item information appeared. Butcher's knife, cursed kitchen knife, capable of absorbing fear to grow, possessing the power to touch the spirits. Before Lin Qian could finish reading the item description, he felt a surge of powerful energy emanating from the blade, instantly spreading throughout his body. Huh? His body sank, his muscles bulging. White air gushed from his mouth, and a flash of red shimmered in his eyes. A cascade of screams, pleas for mercy, and roars filled his ears, his mind instantly flooded with violent emotions. Kill them! Kill them all! He muttered uncontrollably, his veiny hand gradually grasping the knife handle. At the critical moment, Lin Qian's reason pulled him back, and his hand retracted as if struck by electricity. Who? Recovering from his shock, he gasped violently, his muscles aching. He hurried to find the section of the system interface he hadn't read yet. Tyrannical curse. Upon contact, the user's strength will surge 2 to 5 times over time. Meanwhile, their sanity will rapidly decline. When sanity completely disappears, the user will become a murderous puppet controlled by the butcher's knife. Cold sweat dripped. Lin Qian patted his chest with lingering fear. That was a close call. Forget about something so dangerous. Standing up, Lin Qian hurried away. But after a few steps, he turned back. But then again, if I don't touch it, I should be fine. Lin Qian still couldn't bear to leave such a weapon, clearly not meant for beginners, lying there in vain. An idea struck him. He extended his hand, and several hair-thin suture threads extended from his palm. Strengthened by the flesh and blood he devoured, the size of the suture threads Lin Qian could summon had increased significantly, and their toughness had also increased considerably. Unfortunately, he still couldn't control them skillfully, and could only use them as a supplementary tool, likely due to the limitations of his mental attributes. Lin Qian had previously discovered that mental attributes significantly influence the control of suture threads and spiritual fire, and deduced that it must be some kind of telekinesis. A dozen suture threads twisted together, increasing their strength, and then wrapped around the butcher knife's handle. When the suture threads were completely entangled, Lin Qian tentatively pulled them up, exerting a slight force, and his expression suddenly changed. It's so heavy. A weight completely beyond imagination. A preliminary estimate was at least 100 pounds. No wonder the chop on the wall had produced such a dull recoil. Lin Qian couldn't help but smack his lips. It was indeed a supernatural item, defying common sense. Glancing at Snake Brother and realizing he wasn't paying any attention to his plans, Lin Qian grew even bolder. Although it was heavy, it was still easily lifted by Lin Qian at that moment. It just wasn't quite enough for him to wield it flexibly. He needed to further increase his strength. As luck would have it, Lin Qian had just gained 2 free attribute points. Since he was getting paid daily, there was no need to be frugal, so he simply put both points into strength. Name: Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor. Initial attributes: average for a healthy adult is 1 in each category. Strength: 5.5. Agility: 2.1. Const: 2.7. Spirit: 3.9. Traits: Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities: Spirit Fire, Corpse Sewing. Rating: a warrior with immense strength, capable of fighting supernatural forces, but far from worthy of being a supervisor. Who allowed him to sneak in? The rating had changed, but not much. Chapter 26. After adding 2 points of strength, Lin Qian easily lifted the butcher knife. Sure enough, the curse won't take effect unless you touch it directly. He held the butcher knife in front of his eyes, like a fish, examining it carefully. Using his broken hand, he used the spiritual fire to warm the flesh and blood smeared on the jagged, saw-like blade. However, to his surprise, the flesh seemed like part of the knife, completely unaffected by the spiritual fire. Lin Qian also felt that his spiritual fire had no effect on the knife at all. Absorb fear? That's a bit abstract. Lin Qian struggled to understand the item's description. Grow through absorbing fear. What do you mean? Let me cuddle with it and watch horror movies. Shaking his head, Lin Qian stopped his wandering thoughts and walked towards the room, knife in hand. Reaching the door, Lin Qian suddenly remembered the survivor who had been hacked to death. He walked towards the body. Sure enough, a translucent room card lay quietly on the mangled corpse. 677 not far, and still in my jurisdiction. Since I'm already out, I might as well finish the search before leaving. After all, I'm a supervisor, so even if I run into other supervisors, they're on the same level. Based on Snake Brother's behavior, Lin Qian has already made a preliminary judgment. The other supervisors probably know that he's a colleague and won't attack without reason. But at the same time, Lin Qian couldn't take the initiative to provoke these guys. After all, not attacking doesn't mean I can't attack. His hands are still as flexible as green tongue. Lin Qian believed that if he kept trying to provoke Snake Brother, he wouldn't mind giving him a treat. He opened the door to room 677 and stepped inside. There was nothing special about the room, aside from some miscellaneous food. There were piles of wooden planks, clearly dismantled from cabinets, a handsaw, and sawdust on the floor. Next to it lay a homemade wooden shield made from door panels, and a few handles. Nice craftsmanship, but a bit unlucky. Based on the situation in the room, Lin Qian felt this guy had some talent, just incredibly unlucky. Even if he had encountered that pig-headed man, he would have fled in panic. Lin Qian was confident that, as a supervisor, he was definitely among the top survivors at this stage. After all, 1 free attribute point per day was excessive. Lin Qian had long noticed that free attribute points seemed harder to earn than he imagined. In addition to the supervisor salary, Lin Qian had earned a total of 6 points. 3 points from the corpse thread and the fiendish ghost, a bonus earned through sheer luck after a near-death experience. 1 point from the giant crocodile, while not quite a near-death experience, was a testament to his exhaustive efforts. Even a small, well-developed team like Opling was trying to find someone to distract the crocodiles and seize the treasure chest, which shows how difficult they were to deal with. And then, there were the 2 points he had just gained, which also came from his supervisor identity. Lin Qian increasingly felt that choosing the supervisor identity card was a wise move. In the long run, he would definitely be far ahead of everyone else. Of course, that's assuming he didn't commit suicide. After clearing out the room, Lin Qian headed home. Back in his room, he put the butcher knife in the corner and unloaded the lumber. Only then did he realize how messed up he had become without realizing it. After stripping off his clothes and quickly rinsing in the hot spring, Lin Qian casually threw on a layer of clothing and began treating his broken wrist. The wood he had just brought back was put to good use. He found a plank of the right size, and placed his broken wrist on it. Just as he was about to fix it, an idea suddenly struck him. He then closed his eyes, and manipulated the suture thread through his flesh, directing it to the fracture site. Because the suture thread was completely fused to the body, it felt no discomfort even when moved within the body. He wrapped it around the fracture, knotted the ends, and tightened it, slowly resetting it. Bearing the excruciating pain, Lin Qian's bone shifted within his flesh, slowly healing the broken wrist. Once the fracture had completely closed, Lin Qian manipulated the suture thread back and forth around the bone, securing it until it stopped wiggling when he shook his wrist, marking the operation as perfect. The operation was a success. Lin Qian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gazed at his wrist with a satisfied expression. I didn't expect the suture thread could have this function. He was in high spirits at the moment, realizing that there were many more uses for the suture thread waiting to be explored. For example, if he were to be cut by a knife, no matter how deep the cut, as long as it didn't damage his internal organs, he could manipulate the suture thread to quickly suture and stop the bleeding. Lin Qian speculated that if his mental attributes reached a certain level in the future, he might be able to perform some delicate operations, like instantly suturing severed blood vessels. The more Lin Qian thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Combined with the suture thread's ability to be largely immune to ordinary physical attacks, once it grew to a certain size, and he could summon a large number of suture threads, could it be used to protect internal organs, or even form soft armor on the outside of the body? Lin Qian shook his head and stopped his wild thoughts. Such a feat was still far off, but it gave him a stronger sense of anticipation for the future. Although his wrist was securely fixed internally, the slightest movement still caused excruciating pain. However, seemingly due to his improved physique, the redness and swelling were less noticeable. He used a knife to split wood into finger-thick strips, and fashioned a double-layer reinforced splint close to his wrist. He threaded sutures back and forth to secure it, completing the outer protection. Now my wrist won't be easily affected. Lying back on the bed, Lin Qian sighed. Before he knew what tomorrow's trial would hold, he already broken one hand and injured his other shoulder, though fortunately, it wouldn't affect his mobility. Although he could only face the challenge with minimal health, Lin Qian remained confident. Compared to tonight's gains, this injury was still acceptable. He closed his eyes, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Ding! Newbie protection period ends. The first regional survival trial is about to begin. Survivors, please prepare. The system notification sounded in his mind, waking Lin Qian. After stretching, he suddenly woke up. Right. Survival trial. A glance at the countdown showed he still had a few minutes to prepare. Not bad, not bad. We have plenty of time. Lin Qian quickly rolled over and got up. He glanced at his wrist, noticing that the redness and swelling had completely subsided, and the pain had eased considerably, though he still couldn't move freely. Recovering quite quickly. Probably related to his physical attributes. A glance at the dashboard revealed a free attribute point had been credited, but he didn't use it immediately. He planned to add more points after entering the trial world. The miscellaneous items had already been stored in his storage last night. The only thing he needed to prepare was the butcher knife. This thing was a powerful weapon. Not only could it access supernatural properties and curses, but even if used as an ordinary weapon, its terrifying weight was enough to instantly kill most enemies with a single blow. After a moment's thought, Lin Qian wrapped the butcher knife tightly with the crocodile hide, layer after layer, testing it. After confirming the curse was effectively blocked, he secured the wrapped butcher knife securely to his back with corpse thread. The loose suit jacket was draped over it, making it invisible to the naked eye. He took 2 steps. Although it felt a bit heavy, it didn't affect him much. Just as he was almost ready, the system notification came through. Teleport countdown 3, 2, 1. Chapter 27. A feeling of falling, bright light, dizziness. Opening his eyes again, Lin Qian found himself sitting in a chair. The familiar furnishings in his field of vision made him slightly dazed: blackboard, desks, podium. But everything seemed utterly old, thick with dust in the corners. Abandoned school? The question had barely crossed his mind when the system notification chimed. Ding! Entering regional survival trial dungeon, haunted blood campus. Return condition: survive 72 hours. Special dungeon collectible: ghost blood. Ghost blood can be exchanged for corresponding items in the survival shop. Lin Qian raised a brow and quickly summoned the survival shop, a place he had never seen before. Survival shop, only available in the survival trial zone. Currency: Ghost blood unit, drops. Obtaining method, automatically obtained by killing the target. Products. Escape card, price, 1, effect, immediately escape from the trial dungeon and complete the return. Purified ghost blood asterisk 1, price, 10, quantity remaining, 10 out of 10 effect, after taking and digesting, the physical fitness is greatly enhanced. Alien blood core, price, 100, quantity remaining 1/1 effect, after taking, gain the ability, alien blood. There are only 3 items in total, and the prices vary greatly. Among them, Lin Qian is most interested in the only one alien blood core. Gain the ability after taking. Now Lin Qian has gradually figured out some of the tricks in the item description. If it is shown that the ability is obtained directly after taking, it means that there is no threshold, and it will work directly. If it is shown that the ability is obtained after taking and digesting, there is a certain threshold. For example, the fire Lin Qian found on the death train. He didn't meet the digestion requirements. Luckily, he had an unusual digestion potion, which allowed him to digest it regardless of the digestion requirements. I feel like there's some room for maneuver. Licking his lips, Lin Qian's greed once again took over. The most crucial thing right now was to understand the combat effectiveness of the demons in this dungeon. Lin Qian didn't even need to think. The quest description and dungeon name alone told him it was another supernatural dungeon. However, Lin Qian now had the means to combat the supernatural, and with a cross-level divine weapon at his back, he wasn't panicking at all. It was a perfect match for the profession. Glancing around the classroom, he noticed that the desks and chairs were all scattered and tilted, as if someone had been playing and chasing each other inside. Kicking aside the desks and chairs that blocked his path, Lin Qian pushed open the back door and exited. Coincidentally, the classroom next door also opened at that moment. Then, a middle-aged man in a jacket and Lin Qian met each other's gaze, stunned. Neither spoke. The man was about 40 years old, looking somewhat weathered, but his eyes were unusually bright. He was tall and well-built, his thick eyebrows alone adding a touch of worry to his expression. Lin Qian observed him, and he observed Lin Qian. As if noticing something, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. He then nodded slightly at Lin Qian. Lin Qian didn't speak either, but also nodded in response. He could tell that this man had exceptional physical fitness and a unique aura. Although he was far from a threat to him, he seemed to be among the best survivors, at least significantly stronger than that of Peng. He was completely bare, as if strolling after dinner. He was probably one of the contestants with storage space. During regional trials, most survivors would stick together for support, but Lin Qian was used to being alone and had no intention of actively seeking cooperation, so he turned and prepared to leave. However, after taking a few steps, the door to the classroom in front of him suddenly opened, and a figure emerged. Lin Qian was stunned when he saw the person clearly. Huh? A curly-haired girl? The one emerging from the classroom was the curly-haired girl from room 608, across from Lin Qian. They had met briefly on the first day, but Lin Qian had a deep impression. The girl was startled by the voice, and quickly turned around to see Lin Qian walking by. She was also startled, obviously recognizing Lin Qian. Hello, what a coincidence. Realizing that calling someone by a nickname seemed a bit rude, Lin Qian nodded and greeted them. The girl looked even more disheveled than she had that day, with a faint hint of dead leaves in her curly hair. Besides her white shirt, she wore a vest made of animal hide. A long, black bow was strapped to her back, and a bamboo quiver hung from her waist, filled with similarly black wooden arrows. On the other side lay a short, equally black knife. At first glance, she looked like someone who had just returned from a wilderness survival mission, grimy. Hello. The girl instinctively took a step back, her voice carrying a cold, distant tone that contrasted sharply with her seemingly soft and adorable appearance. Lin Qian had always been reluctant to interact with others, so seeing that she was also wary of him, he smiled and nodded casually, preparing to leave. He could sense an indescribable aura of fierceness about this girl, and her stepping back proved she was wary of Lin Qian. The three of them seemed to be vaguely aware of each other's strength, which was quite interesting. Intuition? Or is it related to a certain attribute? Lin Qian guessed that this intuition was related to agility. Through comprehensive skill development over the past few days, Lin Qian was able to roughly determine the corresponding enhancement range for each attribute. Agility, in particular, primarily enhances this subtle perception, in addition to reflexes. At first, Lin Qian thought it was due to his mental attributes, but later discovered otherwise. His mental attributes were already 4 times those of an average person, yet the perception was very weak. Even so, It was enough for Lin Qian. He didn't need to perceive too much detail. He only needed to determine whether there was a threat. Just as Lin Qian was about to leave on his own, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Please stay, both of you." The middle-aged man spoke. He was observing the situation outside from the window, his expression somewhat solemn. Lin Qian and Peng Pengwan both stopped and looked back. "I believe this mission is not something one person can handle alone. Since we've met, it's fate. I suggest we work together." With that, he took 2 steps forward and extended his hand. "Wu Wenshu, just call me Old Wu." 3 strength. An unexpectedly scholarly name that completely contradicted his image. Of course, what surprised Lin Qian even more was that this guy actually had 3 strength points. Even if his initial attributes were higher than those of an average person, it wouldn't have been possible to reach 3 points. This meant he had at least earned 1 free attribute point. And Lin Qian knew how difficult it was for ordinary people to obtain free attribute points. However, after he first expressed his intention, Lin Qian and Peng Pengwan didn't respond for a long time, and the atmosphere became stagnant. Wu Wenshu didn't feel awkward at all. He just raised his hand quietly, watching the 2 of them, waiting for a response. Lin Qian pondered for a moment, then shrugged. It was only the exploratory phase, and having more help would save time. All right. He stepped forward, shook Wu Wenshu's hand, introduced himself, and explained the details with some reservations. Lin Qian, 3 points of spirit. Huh? Spirit? Wu Wenshu was visibly taken aback when he heard that Lin Qian's main attribute was spirit, but he didn't show any emotion, simply shifting his gaze to the unresponsive puffy curly. Chapter 28. Xiaqing. Shortly after Lin Qian made her statement, the frizzy-haired girl next to them finally spoke. Since she only said her name, the 2 assumed she didn't want to reveal too much about herself. Then Old Wu, assuming there was no further news, was about to continue discussing the partnership, but the next second, he heard 2 words squeezed out of his throat. 3 o'clock. A long silence followed. Seeing she hadn't finished, Lin Qian and Old Wu stared at her blankly, blinking, waiting for her to continue. But the longer they waited, the more indifferent Xiaqing became. Her cheeks flushed visibly, and her lips trembled, as if she were preparing something. Agile. Finally, she managed to utter the last 2 words. Lin Qian and Old Wu breathed a sigh of relief almost simultaneously. Your punctuation is quite unique. Old Wu couldn't help but tease, but Xiaqing suddenly turned away, facing the wall, her hands clenched into fists, unsure what to do. Lin Qian and Old Wu exchanged another look, each reading a question mark in the other's eyes. After a long pause, Xiaqing, with her back to them, spoke again with difficulty. Nervous. I can't speak. She uttered each word 2 by 2, making Lin Qian's head heave. After hearing her words, they both shared a look of astonishment. Oh, so it's a little stutter. Lin Qian's direct words immediately drew Old Wu's strange gaze. Is that really polite? As expected, upon hearing Lin Qian's words, Xiaqing's expression suddenly intensified. She lowered her head and slowly crouched down, burying her head in her knees. She seemed to have suffered a great shock and wanted to disappear into the ground and disappear from their sight. Sorry. Lin Qian smiled awkwardly, but after this little incident, the 3 strangers had become slightly closer. After Xiaqing recovered, Old Wu took the lead in discussing the dungeon. To be honest, I've only heard of supernatural dungeons on the regional channel, but I haven't personally experienced one. But it's said that ordinary weapons can't harm ghosts, so if we want to gain the power to protect ourselves, we must try to find items here that can fight ghosts. His thoughts were clear, but as he spoke, his eyes kept darting between Lin Qian and Xiaqing's faces, as if gauging their reactions. Lin Qian wore a faint smile throughout, with no discernible change, but Xiaqing beside him silently lowered her head. Gurgle. Suddenly, a distinct rumbling sound was heard, and both of them looked at Xiaqing. Seeing she was showing signs of social anxiety again, Lin Qian quickly waved her off. No, we won't ask. He casually pulled out a still-warm lunch box from his space and handed it to Xiaqing. You're welcome. A full stomach makes it easier to work. Xiaqing lowered her head, accepting the lunch box, her lips stirring again. Lin Qian interrupted the conversation again. You're welcome. He quickly shifted his gaze to meet Old Wu's, only to see him unable to resist a twitch of the corners of his mouth. I continue. Ignoring Xiaqing, who had quietly gone off to eat, since she couldn't participate in the discussion anyway, Old Wu and Lin Qian continued their previous topic. I just took a quick look. The main structure of this school is C-shaped, with 4 floors. The three of us are in the middle of the top floor. Why don't we start from the fourth floor and work our way down, searching for clues and key items together? I think, since this is a trial, they won't give us dungeons where we're guaranteed to die. There must be clues that will allow us to survive. Lin Qian had no objection. If he were going it alone, the process would probably be the same. Xia Qing wolfed down her lunch, walked over to the two of them, and signaled them to depart. The three of them kept a distance, revealing their continued wariness. But perhaps because of the lunch, Xia Qing and Lin Qian were noticeably closer. Let's start from this direction. As the one who proposed the collaboration, Old Wu very consciously walked in front, with Lin Qian following behind him, and Xia Qing at the end of the group. After searching several classrooms, they found no clues. The only thing they knew for sure was that the place had been abandoned for a long time. Walking down the hallway and around the corner, the first thing they saw was a staircase. Lin Qian faintly heard whispers coming from downstairs, and was about to peek when Old Wu suddenly grabbed him. Puzzled, he turned around and followed Old Wu's gaze toward the bulletin board diagonally behind him. His gaze suddenly fixed on the wall. He saw a withered corpse, nailed to the wall in a strange, twisted position by a pitch-black nail. Next to it was a line of crooked handwriting. "You must hide well, don't let me find you." The eerie scene made Old Wu and Xia Qing's scalps tingle, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. Only Lin Qian stepped forward thoughtfully, observing the corpse for a moment, finally reaching up to touch the nail pierced into the corpse's head. As expected, the system prompt sounded the next second. Black nail, a long nail made of a special material, black gold, with the ability to touch the spirits. His eyes lit up, and without caring about the corpse, he grabbed the black nail and pulled it hard. The black nail, over 30 centimeters long, was easily pulled out with his bare hands. Then, with a thud, the body, nailed to the wall, fell heavily to the ground. Looking back at the other two, he saw that they had slipped several meters away without him noticing. Xia Qing had even unhooked her bow and arrow from her back, ready to shoot. "Why are you so nervous?" Lin Qian looked on with amusement. Seeing the corpse unresponsive, Old Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Qian with admiration. "You're truly courageous. Aren't you afraid this thing might come back to life?" Lin Qian glanced around and then chuckled. "I forgot to tell you, I experienced a paranormal instance where I learned that evil spirits generally don't move in the sun. This is the top floor, with a skylight, so there's plenty of sunlight, so nothing should go wrong." Old Wu couldn't help but glance at the gloomy sky outside, unsure where the sunlight was coming from. The harvest was quite substantial. "Look, this is the item you were looking for that can harm the spirits." Lin Qian handed the black nail to the two men, asking them to examine the information. After they finished examining it, Old Wu handed it back to Lin Qian with some admiration. "Brother Lin, you're truly skilled and courageous. Even if I suspected it might be useful, I wouldn't touch it lightly." He was right. Lin Qian dared to pull out the nail, not only because he knew evil spirits wouldn't move during the day, but more importantly, because he was confident in his own abilities. Besides that, he also made judgments based on the dungeon information provided by the system. This place was called the Ghostly Blood Campus by the system, and the special collectible was ghost blood. But what was nailed to the wall was a dried corpse. Where did the blood come from? Chapter 29. You have no means of combating the supernatural, so take this black nail for self-defense. Lin Qian didn't take the black nail back, but instead gave it to Old Wu. For him now, he had no shortage of means to combat the supernatural. Old Wu didn't refuse, but nodded and tucked the black nail around his waist. Seeing that he didn't return the black nail to its storage space, Lin Qian knew he was a shrewd man. After all, this thing was Lin Qian's, and while it seemed easy enough, not everyone would dare to pull it out. Without stopping for long, the three of them continued their exploration around the corner. "It's a bit strange. It seems like there are only 3 of us on the entire 4th floor." Old Wu listened to the chatter coming from downstairs. It seemed like quite a few people were gathered together discussing something, while their floor was completely deserted and silent. That's good too. More people means more trouble. Lin Qian pushed open a door and found an office, also in disarray, as if robbed. He bent down to pick up a folder, which appeared to contain student files from a certain class. He had just flipped through 2 pages when Xia Qing, who was searching the metal closet nearby, suddenly took 2 steps back, her hand already drawn on a bow and arrow. "What the hell?" Lin Qian and Old Wu were both alert, ready to fight. The metal closet slowly opened, and when they could see what was inside, they were both startled. It was a small, tightly huddled little girl, emitting a pungent stench. Her hair was dry, her face sallow, and her body thin. Besides her school uniform, she wore a very loose black robe. The black robe was embroidered with intricate patterns of gold thread, somewhat like a modified Taoist robe. It looked quite impressive. "What's going on? Is she alive?" Old Wu asked Lin Qian in a low voice, one hand gripping the black nails at his waist, the other a jet-black pistol seemingly unseen. "I'm not sure. I go check." Lin Qian, concealedly holding the fruit knife, took 2 steps forward. "Be careful," Old Wu whispered, ready to strike at any moment. "Little sister, what are you doing hiding here?" Approaching the closet, Lin Qian tentatively greeted her. The little girl, however, remained silent, her entire body trembling as she muttered inaudibly, "You can't see me. You can't see me." Seeing her like this, Lin Qian relaxed his guard slightly and reached out to touch the little girl. However, just as his palm touched the black robe, a system notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Black robe, a protective garment crafted with a special process. It effectively blocks the detection of evil spirits and offers a certain degree of protection against supernatural attacks. Lin Qian was somewhat surprised. This was actually a special item. At the same time, the little girl, seemingly sensing the warmth of Lin Qian's palm, slowly relaxed her trembling body. She quietly opened one eye and peeked at Lin Qian. "Are you Uncle Xia's colleagues?" The voice, hoarse and trembling with tears, was spoken cautiously, as if afraid of disturbing something terrifying. Lin Qian was stunned. "Uncle Xia? Colleague?" Although he didn't know what was going on, he nodded gently to gain the little girl's trust. "Indeed, we're late." As soon as these words were spoken, the little girl collapsed, as if she had found spiritual comfort, tears welling up in her eyes. "They're all dead? They're all dead? The teacher's dead, Uncle Xia's dead too." Whoa! Lin Qian picked her up, but his heart skipped a beat as he touched her skin. Cold. The little girl was icy cold, devoid of any warmth, like a dead person. He glanced at Old Wu and Xiaqing, signaling them to stay away, while he spoke gently to the little girl. "What's your name?" "Yingying." Through Yingying's fragmented descriptions, Lin Qian had a rough idea of what had happened at the school. Since one day, 2 months ago, students at the school had suddenly become increasingly ill. Dizziness, vomiting blood, cold hands and feet. No medicine had worked, and no hospital had been able to help. Suspected of an unknown infectious disease, the entire school was quickly quarantined. Students and teachers were unable to leave, and were forced to remain inside, relying on the supplies they were given. A few days later, a sudden death occurred at the school. The deceased was a female teacher, and her death was reportedly tragic. After word spread, within 2 days, several individuals claiming to be part of the special investigation team entered the school to investigate. Among them was Uncle Xia. According to the little girl Yingying, Uncle Xia was very kind, tall, and handsome, and was very popular among the children. He brought toys, gifts, and plenty of delicious food to Yingying and her classmates, and asked them some questions. He asked us who had drunk the soup in the cafeteria that day. I told him it was delicious, and everyone in my class, including the teacher, had eaten it. Then Uncle Xia fell silent. He said our illnesses were caused by the uncleanness of the soup, but we were already well by then, and no longer feeling sick. I asked Uncle Xia when we could go home and see our mother, but he didn't answer. At this point, Yingying pouted unhappily. Lin Qian remained silent, listening quietly. He already had a guess in his mind. At that moment, the girl seemed to be suddenly overcome by a painful memory, her pale face filled with fear. Crazy! They're all crazy! The teacher and the students are all crazy. They started fighting, and the classroom was covered in blood. I was so scared I hid. I didn't dare to sneak out until the noises outside died down. I was hungry, so I wanted to find something to eat. Then I ran into the math teacher, and he turned into a monster. He said he was going to eat me. I was so scared. I ran as fast as I could, but his legs were so long, I couldn't outrun him. Just then, Uncle Xia appeared. He pinned the math teacher down with a black nail, and told me to hide. He said there's sunlight on the 4th floor, and monsters are afraid of sunlight, so I ran here. I was hungry and scared, and here. I hid for a long time before Uncle Xia finally found me. He was injured, his chest covered in blood. He said he was dying, then he took off this shirt and gave it to me, saying that as long as I hid with it, the monsters wouldn't be able to find me. He said his colleagues would come and rescue me, and told me to stay alive, and not let the monsters find me. I waited for a long time. At first, I was very hungry, But then I gradually stopped being hungry. I was scared, so I stayed here the whole time. When I felt tired, I slept, and when I woke, I counted the stars in my mind. There were often monster noises outside, but I had Uncle Sia's shirt, so they couldn't find me. The girl chattered on, as if she had finally found someone to confide in. I want to go home. I miss my mom. As she spoke, her voice gradually faded, her eyelids began to droop, and after mumbling a few words, she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Qian hugged her, his brow furrowed. Chapter 30. After a long silence, Old Wu spoke first. What should we do with this child? Lin Qian remained silent, searching for something on the sleeping Yingying's body. As expected, there was a folded piece of paper on the inside of the black robe. Unwrapping it, he saw the school's expenditure form on the front, and a densely written message on the back. I am Xia Min, the second-level captain of the Central and Southern region. By the time you read this letter, I will have perished under my own black nails. The ghost blood has invaded my entire body. I will never allow myself to become part of that thing. At the first sentence, Lin Qian immediately thought of the dried corpse nailed to the wall outside. Is he the Uncle Xia Yingying mentioned? Lin Qian was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the two men to be so close. He continued reading. This is a man-made resurrection of a vicious ghost. Someone applying for a job as a school chef mixed a bottle of primordial ghost blood into the soup, hoping to use the school as a breeding ground for vicious ghosts and quickly raise a ghost king. Ghost blood feeds on the flesh and blood of living people, rapidly growing and developing, eventually transforming into zombies, driven solely by killing and feeding. They devour each other, merge, and evolve. Their terror increases exponentially as their numbers decrease. If you arrive in time and can find the zombies hiding in the corners of every floor during the day, there's still a chance to exterminate them. But if you search everywhere and find no zombies, do not hesitate to flee immediately and request Ghost King level disaster support directly from headquarters. This little girl is my only backup. She has a unique constitution and a natural resistance to supernatural beings, making the ghost blood conversion process difficult for her. If necessary, you can use her as bait to lure the remaining vampires into the encirclement. Besides, do not go to the basement floor, even during the day. Do not. After reading the entire letter in one breath, Lin Qian fell into another long silence. What's going on? What does it say? Noticing his uneasy expression, Old Wu hurried forward and whispered. Take a look for yourself. Lin Qian casually handed the letter over. Old Wu's eyes quickly scanned the contents, his expression also becoming serious. The contents of the letter confirmed some of Lin Qian's suspicions. This school, and the death train instance he had previously experienced seemed to be in a different world. Captain Lu, who wields the power of the spark, and Xia Min, adorned with black spikes and a black robe, were likely both captain-level figures within this world's official power. Although he hadn't personally witnessed Captain Xia in action, judging by his two items, he was most likely no match for Captain Lu. Lin Qian had previously speculated that the reason Captain Lu's activation of his flame power was so painful, the flames weren't the pure white of spiritual fire, and his expression wasn't nearly as lethal to the corpse thread ghosts as his own was likely because he hadn't successfully digested the fire seed, but was instead using its power through other means. Otherwise, the fire seed wouldn't have been able to reach him intact. Based on this alone, Lin Qian was undoubtedly a captain-level fighter, not to mention his powerful weapons, the corpse thread and the butcher knife. With this in mind, Lin Qian's thoughts became clearer. First, search for any hidden zombies, as well as the bodies of Xia Min and his other team members. Old Wu nodded decisively. Okay, I listen to you. The power of the team had unknowingly shifted to Lin Qian. As for Xia Qin, she had little to say. No matter what the two of them decided, she had no objection. My hand is injured. Old Wu, can we take her with us? Lin Qian held Yingying and asked Old Wu's opinion. Yes, I get ready. Old Wu didn't refuse. Having read the letter, he knew this little girl was incredibly important and must be taken with him. Instead, he pulled a sweater from his storage space, slashed it a few times with his dagger, and wrapped it around the sleeping Yingying's waist. He then slung it across his back, securing it securely. All right. To Lin Qian's surprise, Old Wu seemed completely oblivious to Yingying's icy warmth, his expression remaining calm. Okay, this person is manageable. Nodding, Lin Qian went out first and began searching the entire fourth floor. However, the three spent a full half hour, searching the fourth floor from top to bottom, and found nothing useful. With no other choice, they could only continue their search on the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, Lin Qian heard a commotion in the distance. Looking over, he saw a group of people using desks and chairs to form a defensive perimeter, completely blocking the corridor and preventing anyone from passing. Someone shouted in disbelief. "Brother, didn't you read the system introduction? Ghosts! 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 Do you even know what ghosts are? You expect to stop them with these tattered desks and chairs? Then tell me what to do. Tell me. Has anyone among us ever experienced a supernatural dungeon? Who knows what to do? Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? 3 days. 3 days. We can't survive even a single day. We all die. All of us." The man building the defense line roared furiously, his face flushed, his face flaming with anger, as if on the verge of a mental breakdown. However, he wasn't alone. The man he'd been arguing with across from him, instantly enraged by the yelling, kicked down the defense line he just erected. "Get out of the way! You're in the way! You're looking for death!" The two men instantly clashed, their bodies knocking over the tables, chairs, and benches, leaving the scene in a state of chaos. A dozen people gathered around them, most of them in white clothes. Their faces were pale. Some crouched in a corner with their heads in their hands, while others silently prayed. The atmosphere was depressing. Lin Qian glanced at them, and simply ignored them. The group occupied 2 classrooms in the corner of the C-shaped structure. Since nothing had happened after all this time, there should be nothing unusual. "Search this area." Lin Qian skipped over those 2 classrooms, and prepared to start with the third. The 3 men appeared silently, completely ignoring the crowd, instantly attracting considerable attention. Even the 2 men fighting instinctively stopped. "Hey! You guys! Where did you come from?" Someone shouted, their tone harsh. Lin Qian and Old Wu barely blinked, pretending they hadn't heard. But Xia Qing, suffering from social anxiety, was incredibly nervous. Someone noticed the bow and arrow she was carrying, and their eyes lit up. "Beautiful girl. Where did you get those?" The man who had just kicked the table and chairs stepped forward, smiling and chatting. Xia Qing nervously stepped back, her lips moving again. I. After a long pause, the man grew impatient. "Look, you look so delicate. You don't look like someone who can handle a bow and arrow. I have a homemade spear. Why don't we exchange them?" As if fearing Xia Qing's objection, he quickly added, "I'm a member of the shooting club, and I'm quite skilled with the bow. This bow in my hands is definitely different from yours. And you can join us, and I protect you." As he spoke, he suddenly surveyed Xia Qing's figure, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. "Even if I'm going to die, I enjoy myself before I die." But the next moment, his smile froze. Lin Qian and Old Wu raised their pistols almost simultaneously, aiming them at the man's head. With a click, Lin Qian cocked the revolver. "Shooting club, want to teach you how to shoot?" Chapter 31. 2 Big Brothers. Don't get excited." The man's face instantly turned pale, as he was pointed at 2 guns. He raised his hands and trembled as he stepped back, a forced smile on his face. "You go in and search. I guard the door." Old Wu gestured to the 2 men and stood guard at the door, pistol in hand, to prevent the group from making any rash moves. Lin Qian and Xia Qing quickly searched the room, but after a rough search, they found no significant clues. When they emerged, they found a girl staring at them from afar, intimidated by Old Wu's intimidation. Lin Qian was startled. He ran into someone he knew. "She said she knew you," Old Wu asked, turning around. "Yes, we've met once," Lin Qian replied calmly. The girl had just helped Lin Qian retrieve the treasure chest from the lake in the giant crocodile's room yesterday. He hadn't expected to see her again so soon. The girl's expression lit up when she saw Lin Qian emerge. She thought she'd seen wrong, but it was really this big shot. She knew full well that the man before her was no ordinary survivor. He had vanquished 3 survivors and a giant crocodile without a scratch before her eyes yesterday, leaving her in a state of shock. "Brother, can I come with you?" she asked cautiously, nervously grasping the edge of her clothes. Old Wu remained silent, turning to look at Lin Qian, his intention clear, to let him make his own decision. Lin Qian glanced up at the girl, his brow furrowed. Keeping such a weak individual in the group seemed a bit redundant. The girl seemed to sense Lin Qian was about to reject her, and quickly expressed her concerns anxiously. "I obey. I absolutely will. Please." Her voice was tinged with tears by the end. Lin Qian was silent, pondering for a moment before finally making a decision. "Old Wu, give the child to her. The real danger comes after nightfall. As for daytime, more hands wouldn't hurt." Old Wu nodded, untied Ying from his back, and handed her to the girl. Your mission is to protect her. Remember, do not touch her black robe without my permission. With these instructions, Lin Qian turned and resumed his search. The girl's expression lit up, and she quickly hugged Ying tightly to her. But the next moment, she felt the girl's icy warmth and paused. Follow closely. Old Wu's voice rang out, and the girl shuddered. She quickly stopped her wandering thoughts, and hurried to catch up with the three men. After searching most of the third floor, they found no zombies or Xiaomin's colleagues, but did encounter a number of survivors. Some hid in groups of 3 or 5 in the classroom, while others watched from the stairwell. Seeing Lin Qian and his group searching, some guessed what they knew and tried to approach them. But under the threat of Old Wu's gun, they finally stayed away, not daring to interfere. Soon, the search of the third floor was complete. Still nothing. Lin Qian frowned, a bad feeling welling up in his chest. According to Xiaomin's letter, if no isolated zombies were found, it meant the vampires had merged into a powerful entity. But if that were the case, what was the point of the trial? Everyone should just wait for death. Lin Qian believed the system wouldn't issue a mission that guaranteed death. There must be a way out. Keep going, down to the second floor. The group continued their search, and soon reached the second floor. Descending the stairs, Lin Qian noticed even more survivors on this floor. Looking around, he saw dozens of people lingering in the hallway alone. In the distance, a group gathered, seemingly arguing about something. Let's go over and take a look. Lin Qian gave a look, and the group silently moved closer to the crowd. From a distance, someone could hear someone cursing. You shameless bastards. I found it, and you're rushing in to snatch it without a word? Haha, you say you found it, and I say I found it. Whoever saw it can prove it. Several people cornered a muscular man in a vest, their swords drawn. The man in the vest clutched a small, delicate copper coin sword. The blade was about half a meter long, formed entirely of copper coins held together by red string, giving it a rather aged appearance. The men surrounding him wielded identical stainless steel machetes, their gazes fixed on him with a clear, determined purpose. At a glance, Lin Qian roughly grasped what had transpired. The man's possessions must have belonged to Xiaomin's squad. Furthermore, he refused to let go even when surrounded, suggesting he had seen the item's information provided by the system. What do you mean? Old Wu leaned over to Lin Qian and whispered. There are too many people here, making it difficult to take action. Lin Qian also coveted the copper coin sword, but if he tried to snatch it now, he would undoubtedly be targeted by the other survivors. It was hard to tell if any of these onlookers were some shady scoundrels hiding their true strength. If they found an opportunity to sneak up on me, it would be really hard to guard against. Retreat. Go to the first floor. Unwilling to stir up trouble, Lin Qian decisively chose to leave. With so many people on the second floor, even if there were any items, they would have been largely searched. There hadn't been any chaos so far, indicating there weren't any zombies hiding there either. Lin Qian's heart sank again. Now only the first floor remained. As soon as they reached it, they heard a chaotic fight from upstairs. Shouts and screams, countless people fleeing in all directions. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 consecutive gunshots startled everyone. Silence fell for a few seconds, followed by a chorus of screams. Dead! Dead! Someone rushed down the stairs, but in the panic, he missed a step and tumbled, hitting his head on the step and instantly passing out. Sure enough, with so many people, we can't be the only 2 with guns. Lin Qian's heart grew alert. To be honest, he wouldn't panic if faced with ordinary evil spirits, but if someone pointed a gun at him, he wouldn't be able to resist. At that moment, Old Wu beside him suddenly waved his hand, and the next moment, a police blast shield half the size of a door appeared out of thin air, landing heavily on the ground with a thud. Keep this just in case. Lin Qian was stunned. He reached out to take the blast shield, weighing it, and felt it was heavy. Thank you. Needless to say, although the 2 had only been together for a short time, they had already established a preliminary understanding. The material is thicker, but it can only withstand small caliber rounds. Old Wu instructed, and Lin Qian nodded, putting the shield back into storage. Forget it for you. If you don't have storage space, it will hinder your movements. If a gunfight breaks out, hide behind us. Old Wu explained to the 2 women. Xia Qing remained unconcerned, merely nodding slightly. The girl holding Ying, however, appeared flattered and quickly waved her hand, saying it was okay. After a brief preparation, the group resumed their exploration of the first floor. Chapter 32. Surprisingly, the first floor wasn't as bustling as the second, even less crowded than the third. The corridors were deserted, not a soul in sight. This made sense, after all. After all, The first floor was closest to the underground. According to Xia Min's suggestion, the basement level was likely a vampire lair. Without sunlight, it was extremely dangerous even during the day. At night, without the constraints of sunlight, the vampires would emerge from the underground to search for prey, and the first floor was the first to be affected. Be careful. There's less sunlight, so there should be something to be found. Lin Qian had a vague feeling that the first floor might be the site of some discovery. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrified scream suddenly rang out from the distance. Ah! A ghost! Lin Qian was stunned. What a coincidence! Without hesitation, the three of them ran directly in the direction of the sound. As they turned the corner, they ran head-on into a man with a terrified face. The man was running for his life. Upon seeing the group, he was startled, slipped, and fell to the ground. Then, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared. Brother Wu. Brother Wu, you're finally here. Lin Qian was stunned, and turned to look at old Wu. But this usually calm and composed man suddenly slapped his forehead upon seeing the person before him, his expression filled with helplessness. Oh, Brother Wu. You gave me such a hard time finding you. The man was dressed in a formal suit, sleek and polished, even wearing hairspray. It was hard to believe that, at a time when everyone was struggling to survive, he would still bother to dress up. But it had to be said that in terms of height, build, and appearance, he was definitely one of the best. At first glance, he looked like the male lead from an idol drama. But his cowardly demeanor was unbearable to watch. After seeing old Wu, he seemed to have finally found his backbone. He leaned forward, hugged old Wu's thighs, and began to wail with a wide grin. Brother Wu, oh Brother Wu. If you come a little later, you wouldn't have seen me. Old Wu's face was livid, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Get up. Don't embarrass yourself. Hearing this, the man finally realized what was happening. He glanced around, seeing everyone staring at him, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Ouch, excuse me. He quickly stood up, patted his butt, and his gaze swept across the crowd, suddenly stopping on Lin Qian's face. Oh! Let's go! His eyes lit up, as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land, instantly filled with a sense of familiarity. He extended his hands forward to shake Lin Qian's hand. Hello, hello. Pa! Old Wu slapped him hard on the back of the head, causing him to stagger. Don't talk nonsense. He glared at the man, then looked at Lin Qian sheepishly and explained. This guy is my neighbor. He's been following me around as a lackey. He might be a little clumsy, so please forgive him. Lin Qian waved his hand indifferently, smiling at the man, inquiring curiously. You said I'm in the same profession? What's your job? The man straightened up at that, and patted his chest proudly. I'm a top-selling gold medal male model, the king of gamblers. Pa! Before he could finish his words, Old Wu slapped him across the face. Model, he's a model. Old Wu tugged at the back of his collar, trying to smooth things over and whispering a warning. These two aren't good people. If you don't want to cause trouble, just shut up. Upon hearing this, the man pursed his lips and obediently stopped talking. Lin Qian was speechless, but he had no intention of making a fuss. You just said there was a ghost. Where is it? The man, upon hearing this, seemed to finally remember what had just happened and quickly looked around the corner. Luckily, they didn't chase me. He breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Old Wu kicked him. I'm asking you a question. The man came to his senses and leaned closer to the others, whispering. That thing's in the innermost bathroom. I was thirsty and wanted to get some water, but as soon as I opened the door, I smelled blood. Before I could react, I felt someone tugging at my ankle. I fought tooth and nail to escape, and then I ran into you. We better run, just in case that thing chases us out. After saying that, he tried to pull Old Wu away, but was immediately thrown off. If you're afraid of death, get out of here. Don't follow us. Old Wu's face was filled with disgust. No, Brother Wu. I have to follow you. You can't abandon me. The man's expression suddenly turned bitter, and he begged for mercy. Old Wu didn't say anything, but looked at Lin Qian. Lin Qian knew he was asking for her opinion and nodded in agreement. If that girl could join, there was no reason Old Wu's little henchman couldn't. The man caught Old Wu asking for Lin Qian's opinion, and was secretly shocked. He had personally witnessed Old Wu's strength, but he didn't expect that he wasn't the leader of the team. That meant the guy across from him was definitely more serious. He bowed to the crowd and introduced himself with a typical service smile. Hello everyone, my name is Duan Feng, room number 781. Please take care of me, gentlemen. Lin Qian was stunned. Someone actually just gave their room number? Wait. 781? He suddenly felt that the room number looked familiar. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qian suddenly clapped his hands. "Oh! It's you? The guy who opened the cold storage, the only one who chose to display his room number on the regional channel." He slammed on the brakes, forcing himself to hold back the word idiot. Duan Feng nodded cheerfully. "Yes, it's me." Lin Qian marveled, feeling a sense of wonder. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. He looked at Old Wu again. "So, that guy next door with a gun?" he mentioned on the channel. Old Wu's face was filled with despair, and his wrinkles seemed to deepen. "It's me." Lin Qian couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had never expected these two to be a team. Soon, he noticed the girl holding Ying next to him, her head lowered silently. "By the way, I don't know your name yet. Let's get to know each other." The girl looked up, a bit surprised, as if she hadn't expected anyone to notice her. My name is Su Yun, and my room number is 570. Following Duan Feng's lead, everyone suddenly and inexplicably started saying their room numbers. Lin Qian reintroduced himself. "Lin Qian, 609. Seeing Xia Qing's face nervously moving her lips again, he simply said it for her. "Her name is Xia Qing, and she lives across from me, 608. Xia Qing breathed a sigh of relief, shyly giving Lin Qian a grateful look. Lin Qian waved his hand, indicating it was a minor issue. Finally, there was Wu Wenshu. His room was next to Duan Feng's, 779. The team suddenly expanded to 5 people, and with the addition of the chatterbox Duan Feng, the atmosphere became much more lively. Chapter 33. Be careful, that thing's in there. At the bathroom door, Duan Feng followed closely behind Old Wu, whispering nervously. "Why are you following me?" Old Wu's forehead veins bulged, and he wanted to slap him. "Help me. Even if I don't have much fighting power, I can at least block your bullets." Duan Feng patted his chest, and Old Wu quickly grabbed him. "Get out of the way. You're being a big help if you don't cause any more trouble." Lin Qian, at the front, gestured for silence, and everyone immediately fell silent. "How about I take the front? My main attribute is strength, after all." Old Wu, holding a blast shield, approached Lin Qian and said, "It's okay. Just wait for me back there." Lin Qian pulled out a fruit knife and peered into the dark bathroom. He could faintly hear heavy breathing. He extended a hand, and with a whoosh, pure white spiritual fire ignited from his palm, instantly illuminating the washroom. This display of extraordinary power immediately shocked several people, their mouths wide open in shock. But their attention was immediately drawn to the horrifying scene within the washroom. In the corner, a twisted, deformed, bloody monster stared at the door like a wild beast. Its appearance was no longer recognizable as human, but rather resembled a large, skinned gibbon. Its arms were extremely long, their palms dragging on the ground. Its head, like a piece of chopped meat, was so haphazardly grasped that it was unrecognizable. Even more disgusting was the countless red threads that wriggled like maggots all over its body, and the slimy sound of their squirming could be clearly heard. Additionally, the ground around it was also covered with these red threads, like a territory, separating its lair. Lin Qian's pupil shrank, not because of the monster's terrifying appearance, but because the red threads felt familiar. A bit like Kratos' bloody robe? The image in his mind overlapped with the scene before him. That bloody robe seemed to have similar red threads, but they weren't as dense and prominent on Kratos' body, and nowhere near as terrifying as the one before him. Ghost blood, bloody robe, could there be some connection? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard Old Wu's urgent warning from behind him. "Be careful." With a whoosh, Lin Qian felt a flash before his eyes, and then a bloody claw clawed at his face. He stepped back, and the claw emerged from the shadows, its entwined, writhing red threads suddenly writhing like a riot, a sight that made his scalp tingle. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Lin Qian's forehead. What a fast speed. Thankfully, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been injured. It seems even reflected sunlight has an effect on them, but other light won't. Judging from its reaction, it doesn't seem to be afraid of spiritual fire. Looking at the overcast sky outside, Lin Qian pondered. Logically, moonlight is also reflected sunlight. I wonder if it would have any effect on them. Because the train stopped in a tunnel last time, this matter could only be confirmed tonight. Just then, Old Wu pulled out several flashlights from the storage space. "I have infrared and ultraviolet searchlights here. Let's see if they can help." Since the monster couldn't escape, the group stood at the doorway and began the experiment. The results were somewhat disappointing. The monster didn't react at all. Perhaps the sun in this world possesses some special energy. If we had a mirror, we could manipulate it. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't have enough storage space for a mirror. Then let's fight head-on. Lin Qian's words startled everyone. Head-on? With what? Old Wu held up the black nail. Using this? Too risky. The black nail was only 30 centimeters thick, the thickness of a chopstick, not even as thick as a dagger. Using it to fight the monster inside? Lin Qian chuckled, peeled off his oversized suit jacket, and used his mind to control the sutures to untie the butcher knife on his back. With a clang, the marble floor cracked. Carefully opening the crocodile leather covering, Lin Qian reached out, and the black sutures stretched out, wrapping around the butcher knife's handle. The other scalps tingled, and they couldn't help but take a step back. What kind of tricks are you using? Old Wu frowned, feeling even more unfathomable about the Lin Qian before him. It's a reward for clearing the supernatural dungeon. Lin Qian didn't explain further. He simply picked up the butcher knife and swung it vigorously, testing the feel. The knife, weighing over 100 pounds, whirred as Lin Qian swung it, and the others couldn't help but step back. That knife! There's even blood on it! Duan Feng hid behind Old Wu, grimacing and pointing at the knife. Is this guy even human? Everyone was shocked by Lin Qian's bizarre methods, except for Xia Qing, who didn't react at all. She simply blinked, her thoughts unclear. Carrying the butcher knife, Lin Qian ignited the spiritual fire and rushed into the dark bathroom. Roar! The monster, upon seeing Lin Qian charging in, let out a terrifying growl, raising its blood-stained arms high and lunging forward. Lin Qian was prepared. He planted his legs firmly, bent his waist and twisted his hips, tensing his muscles to the utmost, and swung his butcher knife with all his might. Ha! A sharp wind whistled as the blunt blade of the butcher knife struck the midair monster, cleaving it directly in two. Thick blood splattered, tinging Lin Qian's once delicate features with a touch of brutality. The monster's two halves thudded to the ground, still clawing and scrabbling towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian didn't tolerate it, swung his butcher knife and chopped it down, reducing it to a pile of pulp. Ding! Killed a low-level vampire. Gaining vampire blood *2, he finally stopped until the system notification sounded. As they exited the bathroom, the people outside took 2 steps back. Lin Qian regained consciousness and looked down, only to find himself drenched in blood, looking like a movie villain and killer. He paid no mind, instead giving instructions to the others. Search separately. There should be more similar monsters throughout the first floor. Find and kill them all, otherwise it will be difficult to kill them at night. As long as they stayed within the sunlight, they would be safe. If they didn't get too close to the monsters, nothing would happen. The 4 of them took the flashlights from Old Wu and began searching separately. Lin Qian sat down, rested for a moment, and washed his face with a bottle of mineral water. This low-level vampire wasn't that difficult to kill. At most, it was resilient and required a few more blows. Calling up the exchange interface, Lin Qian chose to spend a drop of ghost blood on a return card. The next moment, a translucent card appeared in his hand. It looked similar to a room teleport card. It seemed that similar items often looked like this. With this card, Lin Qian felt confident, able to return immediately even if faced with mortal danger. Before then, all Lin Qian needed to do was thoroughly sweep the dungeon and take away every possible resource. Chapter 34. Damn, Brother Qian. You're so awesome. Watching the 4th vampire being dispatched in a flash by Lin Qian, Duan Feng finally sighed heartfeltly. Taking the wet towel from Su Yun and wiping his face, Lin Qian waved his hand. These are just minions. The real danger lies in the basement. We see what happens tonight. The 4 vampires harvested a total of 7 drops of blood. Lin Qian didn't elaborate, simply exchanging them for 4 more return cards and distributing them among them. It's getting late. Danger could strike at any moment. Take these. If you encounter danger, return immediately. Everyone was flattered, especially Su Yun. He paused for a moment before reaching out to take it. He hadn't expected there would be a share for him. Brother Lin, what are your plans? Old Wu put the cards away. Without further thanks, he asked Lin Qian about his plans. I'm definitely going to give it a try. Lin Qian didn't hide his thoughts. I think, since there's been one trial mission, it's hard to guarantee there won't be a second one. The next mission will definitely be more difficult, so this is actually a good opportunity to quickly improve your strength. Strength is the key to survival in the Infinity Building. Old Wu nodded, agreeing with Lin Qian's thoughts. I accompany you. While I can't be of much help against the supernatural, I can help you deal with other problems. Old Wu wasn't just talking empty words. Just now, When they were clearing out the vampires, they made too much noise, and a group of people came down from upstairs to investigate. Duan Feng tried to stop them, but was pushed back. In the end, it was Old Wu who forced them back with his gun. Lin Qian was thankful to have found such reliable teammates. A regional survival mission wasn't like a typical dungeon. More people meant more trouble. Although Lin Qian was strong, he still had to give some space when encountering small groups, not to mention the other armed survivors. Although Old Wu lacked the experience and skills to fight supernatural beings, he handled the other survivors with ease. Lin Qian casually glanced at him, and noticed calluses on his knuckles. His reflexes and keen observation suggested he was likely a member of the military or police force. As for Xia Qing, he hadn't had the chance to see her fight, but Lin Qian's instincts were unerring. This person definitely had some exceptional qualities. Her agility attribute was likely more than 3 points, and her perception was incredibly high. Not to mention Ying hiding in the closet, even the 3 vampires behind were all discovered by her first. As for the remaining 2 henchmen, there wasn't much to say. Duan Feng was tall, and had a decent physique, but he was only about average in strength, and hadn't undergone any enhancements. Su Yun's physical condition was average, and she wasn't particularly courageous, but she was quite obedient and thoughtful. Ying woke twice during the group, but she coaxed her back to sleep with her gentle words. After a long day of tossing and turning, everyone was hungry. They found a relatively clean classroom, and began to eat. After spending some time together, they had become somewhat familiar with each other, no longer feeling as unfamiliar as when they first met. Only Lin Qian and Old Wu had storage space in the group. They quickly carried out various foods, dazzling the other 3. Lin Qian first changed his clothes, then took out set lunch boxes, large white steamed buns, and canned meat. Old Wu took out 4 wrapped packages of barbecued meat and fruit. The food they unearthed piled up, like a small mountain on the joined desks. Instantly, the classroom was filled with the aroma of food, and the sound of swallowing echoed. Duan Feng is lucky. There's a cold storage next door. He sold half of it to buy resources, and I roasted the rest and stored it in the storage space. Lin Qian and Old Wu were the most disregarding of their appearance, munching on the barbecue while chatting incoherently. The remaining 3 were more reserved, chewing each bite carefully. Lin Qian discovered that higher attributes seemed to increase the demand for food. Duan Feng, despite his size, couldn't eat as much as Xia Qing. Soon, after they had eaten and drunk their fill and rested for a while, they began to discuss how to prepare for the coming night. It seems we can't leave this teaching building. I just tried, and whether I went through the main door or jumped out the window, there was an invisible wall blocking me. It must be the area restrictions of the dungeon. After hearing Old Wu's words, Lin Qian fell into deep thought. Then we have to choose a place that's easy to defend but difficult to attack. 4th floor? The 4th floor won't work. Think about it. When night falls and the vampires underground come out to feed, everyone will flee to the safest 4th floor. Then the vampires will surely chase them up. Looking at the dimming light outside the window, a sense of urgency settled over the group. I have a bold idea. Lin Qian raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a hint of excitement. You say? Old Wu frowned, feeling a sudden, ominous premonition. Let's find a place to hide on the 1st floor tonight. Lin Qian rubbed his hands, unable to conceal his eagerness. If any vampires come searching, we must eliminate them as quickly as possible to avoid attracting more. While a large number of vampires are ascending, we block the stairs leading to the basement. Then, when the sun rises tomorrow, they have no choice but to find shaded areas to hide. Then, we kill them one by one. Wouldn't that be as easy as cutting vegetables? He grew increasingly excited, oblivious to the slightly pale faces of the others. That's a bit too risky, Old Wu said hesitantly. He had always felt a certain madness about Lin Qian, but he hadn't expected him to go this far. What's there to be afraid of? We all have escape cards anyway. If danger strikes, we can just teleport back. Lin Qian's reasoning was sound. Let's do it. What do we need to prepare? Old Wu gritted his teeth and decided to follow Lin Qian's lead. The vampires in this supernatural instance aren't actually true supernatural creatures. They're more like monsters with powerful healing abilities. Anything physical can be blocked. Lin Qian had tested this when clearing out the vampires on the 1st floor. Ordinary weapons, like katanas, can damage vampires, but the wounds heal instantly at an extremely high rate. A butcher's knife, on the other hand, prevents them from healing completely. There are 2 staircases. We need to block one first, leaving just one for the vampires to escape. Lin Qian looked at Old Wu. We be the main force. Use the storage space to move these chairs and benches and then released them back to the staircase. Old Wu nodded. Okay. I take your word. Duan Feng was also very enthusiastic. I can help too. I don't have storage space, but I have strength. He struck a bodybuilding pose, showing off his muscles. Stop talking nonsense. Get to work. Old Wu couldn't help but kick them. Seeing Su Yun and Xia Qing trying to join in the fun, Lin Qian quickly stopped them. Forget about you two. Su Yun, just take care of Ying. Xia Qing, keep an eye on the group upstairs. Call us if there's any movement. After arranging the division of labor, the three of them began gathering tables and chairs like a swarm of locusts, bustling about with activity. Chapter 35. The basement level was probably the school cafeteria. It was pitch black, and a faint, viscous, wriggling sound could be heard. Lin Qian lit the spiritual fire out of curiosity. A quick glance gave him goosebumps. The entire basement had become a breeding ground for vampires. A foul odor filled the air. The walls, tables, chairs, and ceiling were covered in those wriggling red threads, interspersed with clumps of haphazardly cobbled together flesh. In the center, a massive blood cocoon, beating like a heart, emitted a faint red glow. Lin Qian glanced over and saw a twisted, deformed head suddenly rise from the viscous flesh, its hideous maw opening towards him. Silence! Silence! The voice sounded like an old man, hoarse and tinged with venom. The hysterical screams echoed throughout the basement, startling Lin Qian. He had never expected this vampire to even be able to make human sounds. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The remaining dormant vampires were awakened one after another, struggling to rise from their flesh and blood, staring towards Lin Qian. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Even Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a chill as he watched the vampires staring at him with eager eyes. Too many. A rough estimate put the number at least in the hundreds. This was good news, because according to CMN, the fewer vampires there were, the greater their individual combat power. Hurry and block this area. It's getting dark. As the sky grew darker outside, Lin Qian quickly signaled to Old Wu and Duan Feng to speed up. To increase efficiency, Lin Qian even took out everything from his storage space to move more tables and chairs. Old Wu was very experienced. He used wire rope to tie all the tables and chairs together, stacking them one on top of the other to block the stairwell and prevent collapse. It took considerable effort until the tables and chairs reached the corner, completely blocking one side of the passage. After completing this, looking outside, it was already approaching evening. But it wasn't over yet. We also need to gather all the remaining debris near the other stairwell, so we can quickly block the way down. Without a break, the men began to work again. They nearly emptied the first floor, eventually even removing office cabinets, desks, and other items. Finally, they had piled the other side of the passage so full that a simple move would quickly block it. Should we block the path leading here first? Duan Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Lin Qian breathlessly. No need. Leave some space. Some will definitely slip through the net and search our way. We then eliminate them as quickly as possible. Almost everyone was upstairs, and the vampires certainly wouldn't be targeting them unless they could remove Ying's black robe. CMN's letter mentioned that, rather than fresh flesh and blood, Ying, stained with the original ghost blood, was what the vampires coveted most. Now that they had their escape cards, Lin Qian was more interested in purifying the ghost blood. Perhaps they had found some clues on CMN's colleagues. Aside from a few curious people peeking in, no one had come down to the ground floor, which saved Lin Qian and the others a lot of trouble. Frankly, sometimes survivors can be even more dangerous than monsters. They hid in the far corner of the block staircase, quietly waiting for night to fall. Finally, the light completely dimmed, and the vampires underground began to stir. A clattering sound could be heard, as something attacked the tables and chairs blocking the stairs. Lin Qian's heart sank, but fortunately, the noise lasted for a few minutes before finally subsiding. If the vampires truly broke through their defenses, their position would undoubtedly be the first target, forcing them to evacuate using their cards. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, poking their heads out to listen for any movement outside. Roar! Silence! Soon, a series of eerie roars echoed from the distance, growing ever more distant. They're coming upstairs, Old Wu whispered. No, the number isn't right. Lin Qian closed his eyes and listened carefully, his brow furrowed. Judging from the scale of the noise, there were only 20 or 30 vampires emerging, while Lin Qian had previously seen at least 100 underground, suggesting that more vampires were still slumbering below. If I'm not mistaken, they're probably guarding the giant blood cocoon. Lin Qian had a vague suspicion that the Ghost King level disaster Xiamen mentioned might be related to that blood cocoon. So what should we do now? Old Wu asked. If there are only 20 or 30 of them, there's no need to hide like this. Just seal the opening, then kill them layer by layer. Lin Qian used the suture thread to pick up the butcher knife, eager to try. Are you sure? Old Wu frowned, feeling that Lin Qian was just having a fit. If we're surrounded, it'd be hard to escape. After Old Wu's reminder, Lin Qian calmed down immediately. Just then, Duan Feng, standing next to him, suddenly stepped forward and tossed his hair in a showy manner. At a critical moment like this, someone like me needs to step up. Old Wu cursed. Who are you? Duan Feng straightened his clothes, his face brimming with pride. Someone willing to sacrifice themselves for the organization. You just hold down here while I lure the monsters out. Once we get them here, we can attack them together. It'd be easy to deal with, right? Old Wu slapped him on the back of the head. You're going to kill yourself. Duan Feng chuckled and pulled out a return card from his pocket. Don't worry, I have this thing. In an emergency, I can just teleport away. I won't die. Besides, after an afternoon of clearing out, I already have a basic understanding of this monster. Although it's fast, there's still room for maneuver as long as we keep our distance. Besides, Brother Qian was busy all afternoon. I didn't contribute at all, and I just got a return card. I feel a little uncomfortable. Duan Feng didn't notice that as he spoke these words, Su Yun in the corner silently lowered her head. Old Wu said nothing, merely looking at Lin Qian. Okay, be careful, don't try to be so stubborn. Lin Qian pondered for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement with Duan Feng's request. To survive these brutal dungeons, relying on others' protection isn't enough. One also needs the courage to think and fight. Lin Qian hadn't expected that Duan Feng, seemingly careless and clueless, could actually be so clear-headed. Okay, then I go first. Don't miss me too much. Duan Feng nodded vigorously, his face brimming with a sense of purpose as he walked out the door. Old Wu watched him disappear, shaking his head helplessly. Ah, that idiot. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. What, worried? Old Wu chuckled. We've only been friends for a few days, so that's far from the point of saying that. But this kid does have a certain naivete. While others are nervous and frightened about entering an unfamiliar environment, he's already opened the first door. Unlike us, we figure things out quickly, but he doesn't even think about it. Lin Qian couldn't help but chuckle at this. Let's see if he succeeds this time. The others fell silent and walked around the corner, waiting for Duan Feng to lure the monster back. Not long after, just 2 or 3 minutes, a flashlight suddenly appeared at the distant stairwell, followed by a figure scurrying towards them in panic. Judging by the size and familiar flashlight, who else could it be but Duan Feng? At this moment, he had lost the composure he had just shown outside. He ran and shouted in fear. Two! The goods are coming! Big ones! The next moment, 2 twisted, misshapen figures suddenly leaped out from the stairwell. One was bloated, its abdomen gaping open, its abdomen filled with cold teeth. The other had long, skinny limbs, its claws digging into the wall, as it darted rapidly, poised to leap over Duan Feng's head. Swish! At that moment, with a swift, ear-piercing sound, a pitch-black arrow grazed Duan Feng's head and accurately struck the skinny vampire, causing it to lose its balance in midair and fall to the ground with a thud. So accurate? Lin Qian looked in surprise at Xia Qing, who was drawing her bow again beside him. He had never expected her archery skills to be so advanced. Swish, swish, swish. A series of arrows pierced the air, each one precisely blocking the vampire's attack path. While arrows lacked the ability to reach the spirit world and thus inflict no harm, they would become lodged in the vampire's body after it healed rapidly, hindering its mobility. In this respect, they were more effective than guns. Lin Qian looked at Xia Qing enviously, then glanced down at his crossbow. Forget it. I don't want Duan Feng to die at the hands of the vampires, only to be killed by one of my arrows. He wisely put it away. Duan Feng closed his eyes and ran for his life, finally turning the corner and passing Lin Qian just as he was about to be caught. Now, it's time for the main players to show their skills. Lin Qian pulled his hand, and the butcher knife he had prepared long ago swung. Old Wu, standing by, held a shield in one hand and a homemade spear tipped with black nails in the other, poised for battle. Xia Qing retreated a distance, ready to provide support with her bow and arrows. Su Yun strapped Ying to her back and held a high-intensity flashlight in both hands to provide illumination, saving Lin Qian from having to use one hand to use the spirit fire. This was a strategy they had previously tested when clearing the vampires on the first floor, but now they faced a more challenging challenge. Lin Qian took the lead, using his previously unused free points to increase his strength, bringing it to a staggering 6.5. Ha! An uncontrollable surge of restlessness washed over him. Facing the two ferocious vampires approaching, Lin Qian let out a ferocious laugh, twirling his butcher knife and charging forward. Roar! The bloated vampire opened its maw and let out a terrifying roar. The next moment, a powerful gust of wind ripped its body apart like rags. With a swish, its body was torn apart from the shoulders to the ribs. Boom! Lin Qian's movements were so dramatic that the twirling butcher knife, like a meat grinder, tore through the vampire while simultaneously blasting a massive hole in the door frame and wall. In an instant, flesh and blood, along with the bricks, flew off in a scene of utter brutality. Die! Chapter 36. These two vampires were clearly far more powerful than the ones encountered during the day, but they were still no match for Lin Qian, who charged at them like a meat grinder. The sounds of flesh tearing continued, the bloated vampire's body rapidly disintegrating under the butcher's knife, soon even its roars becoming muffled. Sticky blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and Lin Qian, bearing the brunt of the blow, was covered in blood as he advanced. Crack, crack. The skinny vampire, seizing an opening, nimbly scaled the wall, digging his claws into the wall and scrambling rapidly. With a whoosh, he reached the ceiling, legs arched, ready to pounce on Lin Qian's neck. Swoosh! Another pitch-black arrow pierced the light, its timing perfect. The skinny vampire, about to pounce, was struck in the head by the arrow. His body lurched, and his claws loosened. With a flutter, he was carried off course by inertia and fell heavily to the ground beside Lin Qian. Before it even touched the ground, it had already flexed its body, opening its mouth and roaring toward the light, a sharp, piercing sound. Then, a moment later, a black dot rapidly enlarged before its eyes. Old Wu seized the opportunity and lunged forward. The black spike spear instantly pierced the skinny vampire, who had just landed and regained his footing. With a whirring sound, it pierced through the entire head, and the momentum pinned it firmly to the wall. This time, unlike the previous arrow's strike, the black spike pierced the skinny vampire, who struggled frantically as if in a frying pan. His sharp limbs thrashed wildly, clawing at the surrounding walls and causing them to shatter. Old Wu gritted his teeth and thrust his body forward, firmly pinning the skinny vampire. Soon, the vampire's struggles weakened, and finally, his arms drooped, and he became motionless. Looking over at Lin Qian, he already chopped the bloated vampire into pieces, and was chopping dumpling filling with a butcher knife. Ding! Killed an intermediate-level vampire. Gained Ghost Blood *5 only when the system notification sounded did Lin Qian pull the butcher knife out of the meat pulp and look towards Old Wu. Seeing the skinny vampire pinned to the wall, motionless, he was also a little surprised. Any system notification? Old Wu shook his head. No. Lin Qian wiped the blood from his face, brow furrowed. That means it hasn't been killed yet. This black nail should have a suppressive effect on the vampire, but it will take some time to kill it. Let me do it! Lin Qian, unwilling to wait any longer, stepped forward with the butcher knife in hand. Old Wu had no objection. After all, even the black nail had been obtained by Lin Qian, and he was merely borrowing it. Unlike Lin Qian, he already had the most needed escape card, and the remaining exchange items had no interest in him. With the help of Old Wu's black spike spear, Lin Qian easily chopped up the skinny vampire and killed it, without even a hint of resistance. Ding! Killed the intermediate vampire, obtained Ghost Blood *4, as the system prompt sounded, Lin Qian's Ghost Blood count reached 11 drops. Let's take a break first. The butcher knife was too heavy, and even Lin Qian couldn't handle the continuous swinging. The few of them retreated to the clean classroom and began to rest. Because of the abnormal digestion characteristics, Lin Qian didn't need to think too much and directly chose to exchange for a drop of purified Ghost Blood. Take a drop to taste the saltiness. Looking at the glass bottle that appeared out of thin air in his palm, Lin Qian couldn't help licking his lips. Purified Ghost Blood, digestion requirements, 2 points of constitution, effect, increase the upper limit of constitution by 1.3 It even shows a digestion requirement. Lin Qian was surprised. He hadn't seen any mention of a digestion requirement when using Fire Seed and Corpse Thread. Is it because they exchanged it from the system? Fire Seed was found, and Corpse Thread was a boss drop, so it's certainly different from these items. So, even without the abnormal digestion trait, Lin Qian had already met the digestion requirement. It's just this 1 point increase in constitution, and the 3-dose limit. Isn't that a bit too little? Lin Qian felt a little disappointed. The description mentioned a significant increase in constitution, and he assumed each drop would yield at least 3 or 5 points. But he soon realized that, because of his supervisor status, he could gain a free attribute each day, so he hadn't taken the points seriously. In reality, the vast majority of survivors likely didn't gain any attributes at all. Those like Old Wu and Xia Qing who had a single attribute over 3 were already top-tier experts. After realizing this, Lin Qian's disappointment subsided. It's okay if it's a little less. It lasts 3 times anyway. He simply crushed the bottle cap and poured the purified ghost blood into his mouth. Slurp. Lin Qian savored it carefully. Not bad, no strange smell, a little sticky. The next moment, a system notification came. Digesting. This digestion process was very quick, and the reaction was far less intense than when digesting the fire and sutures. A chill spread throughout his body, and Lin Qian shuddered, and then... It's over. Lin Qian, somewhat incredulous, quickly checked the dashboard. Strength, 6.5. Agility, 2.1. Constance, 3.7. Spirit, 3.9. The attributes had indeed increased, but the ratings and other things remained unchanged. Lin Qian scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Here, wipe it off. Just then, a slender hand suddenly extended a wet towel. Lin Qian turned and saw it was Su Yun. He took it and casually wiped the remaining blood off his face. Su Yun carried Ying, who had fallen into a deep sleep again, on her back, a look of trepidation on her face. Everyone else had their roles to play. Even Duan Feng had taken on the crucial task of attracting monsters. She, however, felt quite redundant in the team, so she took the initiative to handle the logistics, helping Xia Qing retrieve arrows and Old Wu clean his shield, as if fearing she would be disliked by the others. Lin Qian handed the soiled towel back and asked curiously, "Since you've got the card, why don't you just choose to return?" Su Yun was stunned at the words, instantly becoming even more nervous. She hesitated for a long time before finally finding a single word. "After we go back, what will we do next time?" Lin Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the words. "Okay, quite honest, a sensible person. Forget about this. Go clean up the scraps in the hallway. It's best to pile them all in one room and clear a passage, so no one slips." Su Yun was stunned at first, then her face lit up with joy. Although the work was a bit dirty, it meant Lin Qian acknowledged her presence. Thank you." She bowed deeply to Lin Qian in gratitude, her voice trembling. "Hey! Be gentle. Don't let the child fall." Lin Qian was quick to move forward and support her. It wasn't because he couldn't handle the courtesy, but because he was worried about Ying on Su Yun's back. Sorry. Realizing her own excitement, Su Yun's face flushed. Seeing him pick up tools and began clearing the passage, Duan Feng became restless. "I help too." Lin Qian glanced at him. "Sit down." Duan Feng immediately sat back down, hands clasped between his knees, back straight. Chapter 37. Here they come! Here they come! Big one! Big one! Oh my god! That one looks so scary! Hearing Duan Feng's strange cry from afar, Lin Qian and his companions immediately took full alert, ready to meet the enemy. This was already the 6th wave of monsters they had drawn tonight. The previous waves had consisted of isolated blood vampires, and with the control effect of the Black Nail Spear, they were easily dispatched. Meanwhile, Lin Qian had collected 17 drops of ghost blood, but he wasn't in a rush to exchange it for purified blood. Instead, he wanted to try to quickly collect 100 drops and obtain the alien blood core. After all, that item was limited, only one was available. However, Lin Qian wasn't worried about someone getting there first. After all, the number of purified blood still stood at 9, and the missing one was Lin Qian's own. While the others were still desperately trying to hide from the blood vampires, Lin Qian's team had already formed a professional slaughtering assembly line, each doing their own job and focusing on efficiency. Bang! Bang! Just then, a series of dull thuds echoed from the stairwell. Several people looked over, only to see Duan Feng, who was running wildly ahead, his expression aghast beyond belief. Looking behind him, a massive dark shadow gradually became clearer. When he saw the thing clearly, even Lin Qian couldn't help but curse. Damn! What kind of monster is this? The monster's head resembled several tumors stitched together. Its body was enormous, but it lacked a lower body. A massive, swollen arm clawed at the ground ahead, dragging its deformed body forward at a surprisingly fast pace. The thuds, the sound of a giant palm striking the ground, were heart-shattering. As the monster chased Duan Feng closer, several people could faintly hear an eerie cry. Woo woo woo. Play with me. Play with me. The moment they confirmed the cry was coming from the giant-handed vampire, Lin Qian's scalp tingled. He had heard vampires making human-like sounds before when they were blocking the basement, but he hadn't expected to actually run into one now. Be prepared, there's something wrong with this one. His warning was somewhat unnecessary. The monster's size alone made it clear it was far superior to the previous ones. Duan Feng howled as he ran past the crowd. Even after hitting the wall, he didn't stop. Instead, he turned and dove into the corner classroom, clearly terrified. Lin Qian swung his butcher knife and took 2 steps forward, ready to meet the enemy. Woo woo woo. Bang. Bang. Play with me. The terrifying monster's childlike cries added a touch of eeriness. But Lin Qian remained unfazed. Seeing the giant palm swooping down towards him, he quickly dodged backwards. After narrowly avoiding it, he stepped on it and swung his butcher knife down with all his might. Puff! The butcher knife, always invincible, did not disappoint Lin Qian this time. A huge gash was directly cut into the monster's palm, and its cries suddenly became shrill. Wah! Lin Qian was about to start his frantic slashing, but a sudden, immense force from beneath his feet sent him flying. He reacted with incredible speed, using inertia to flex his body in the air, attempting a stunning backflip to land, but he forgot he was still holding the butcher knife. The same flying butcher knife tugged at his arm. Caught off guard, Lin Qian lost his balance and fell awkwardly 2 meters, the knife dragging and sliding on the ground with a sharp scraping sound. Seeing Lin Qian being thrown so easily for the first time, Old Wu realized the seriousness of the situation. He didn't retreat, but instead charged forward with his blast shield, buying Lin Qian time to get up. After being struck by Lin Qian's blow, the giant-handed vampire seemed to have fallen into a state of frenzy. He swung his giant palm wildly, indiscriminately attacking the surrounding walls. Boom! Boom! Instantly, the door frame shattered, bricks and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. The terrifying destructive force had gouged a hole in the wall. One couldn't imagine what would happen if he had been subjected to such a force. Old Wu's scalp tingled, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. He seized the opportunity, took advantage of the gap when the giant palm retreated, and thrust his spear into it fiercely. With a whirring sound, the black spike sank into the flesh, and the giant-handed vampire let out another agonizing wail. Old Wu's face lit up with joy. Success? But the next moment, what unfolded before his eyes widened. The invincible black spike seemed to have lost its effect on the giant-handed vampire. The giant hand began to swing wildly up and down, slamming against the wall with a resounding roar. Soon, something unexpected happened. The giant hand twisted and slammed down hard on the ground. Puff! As if striking a spike, the entire spear instantly pierced through it, causing the black spike at the tip to pierce through the flesh, losing its suppressive effect. That's even possible. Old Wu's eyes nearly popped out of his head, but the next moment, the giant hand swept across, slamming heavily into the blast shield. He only managed a muffled grunt before he was sent flying backwards. Boom! Old Wu slammed hard against the wall, feeling dizzy and a rusty taste in his mouth. Damn it! He cursed under his breath and slowly fell to his knees, unable to recover for a moment. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing something was amiss, Xia Qing launched a barrage of fire, her dark arrows piercing the giant hand, but to no avail. Woo, woo, woo! Play with me! Lin Qian stood up again, gritting his teeth and staring at the maddened giant vampire before him, his mind racing. The power disparity is too great. I can't force it. He glanced at the black spike spear flung away by the giant hand, his eyes gleaming. This thing must have had some effect on it, otherwise it wouldn't have reacted more violently than if I slashed it. It just takes time for the effects to take effect. I have to find a way to get it back. Having made his decision, Lin Qian opened the control panel without hesitation and added the free attribute he had recently granted to his spirit. In an instant, his mind cleared, and the world before him seemed to brighten. Seeing the giant hand swinging towards him, Lin Qian quickly stepped back to dodge. Amidst the rumbling sound, he seized the opportunity to spin and swung the butcher knife with all his might. Then, he manipulated the suture thread to loosen the handle. With a whirring sound, the butcher knife broke free from his control, soaring through the air and piercing the giant hand vampire's chest. With a whirring sound, the butcher knife penetrated the giant hand vampire unhindered. An even more brutal wail rang out, and the giant hand vampire, in agony, quickly withdrew his hand to remove the butcher knife from his chest. Lin Qian, seizing this opportunity, quickly swung his hand. With a whoosh, the suture thread swung out, precisely wrapping around the black spike spear and rapidly retracting, drawing it into Lin Qian's hand. He pressed the spear against the ground, stomped on the wooden handle with a powerful kick, and then, picking up the black spike, he rushed towards the giant-handed vampire in 2 steps. He thrust the black spike into the giant hand with all his might, then gave it a powerful kick, completely burying the spike into the flesh, leaving no trace. Using the reaction force, he rolled back, creating distance. His movements were so smooth and fluid that they were dazzling to watch. Ah! The next second, a terrified wail rang out from the giant-handed vampire. Chapter 38. Boom! Boom! After the black spike pierced the giant hand, the giant vampire didn't even bother to pay attention to the butcher knife on his chest. He began to swing his palm wildly, smashing it up and down. Lin Qian couldn't dodge, and was swept away again, tumbling into the classroom. Spitting blood-stained saliva, Lin Qian jumped up from the rubble and headed for the back door, looking for a chance to reclaim the butcher knife. As he had expected, the giant vampire was unable to pull the black spike from its body. The wriggling blood veins on its body began to wither and shrink, their vitality rapidly fading. Its movement slowed, and its cries grew muffled, until only a monster-like roar remained. Finally, with a thud, the giant hand slammed to the ground, its fingers of varying lengths curling weakly, and soon it was still. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Qian quickly stepped forward to retract his butcher knife, not wanting to waste a second as he activated his human meat grinder mode once more. Puff, puff. Amidst the flying flesh and blood, a small, unidentified object was suddenly ejected from the flesh. It hit the ceiling, ding, 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 and bounced off the ground several times, making a crisp sound. Lin Qian couldn't quite see what it was, and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the sound, when the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Killed a high-level vampire, gaining vampire blood *13 huh? Looking down at the remaining half of the giant palm, Lin Qian was stunned. Dead already? The bloodlines on the giant palm dried up rapidly, as if it had lost its moisture, and the entire palm seemed to shrink, just like the dead vampires. Lin Qian instantly realized this situation was related to the unidentified object that had just been scraped out by the butcher's knife. Give me the flashlight. Taking the flashlight thrown by old Wu, Lin Qian immediately began to carefully search the ground with his butt bent. A few people were stunned and wanted to step forward to help, but Lin Qian raised his hand to stop them. No need. Found it. The next moment, he picked up an irregular crystal stone that emitted a faint red glow. The crystal stone was about the size of a little finger, crystal clear, with vein-like veins inside. It felt a subtle tingling sensation when held in the hand. A system notification came. Ghost blood crystal. Can be absorbed by the core. An unusually concise item description. Core? Lin Qian immediately thought of the alien blood core. In other words, it's unusable right now. Carelessly returning the ghost blood crystal to its storage space, Lin Qian took another look at the ghost blood count. Ghost blood *30. The reward for killing a high-level vampire is comparable to the combined total of the previous ones, but the risk is also exponentially higher. From the previous battle, it seems that high-level vampires are more than just larger and stronger. Unlike the instinctive attacks of mid- and low-level vampires, high-level vampires have clearly developed a rudimentary level of intelligence. They can not only imitate human voices, but also eject black spikes from their bodies in a timely manner, making them a bit more difficult to deal with. Seeing him sit down against the wall with his brow furrowed, old Wu approached with a grin. What's up? Still going? Lin Qian didn't answer, but instead looked at Duan Feng in the distance. Are you okay? Duan Feng's face paled slightly, as he struggled to stand. Not very well. I'm feeling a little unwell. Just then, Su Yun, who was behind him, seemed to have seen something and tremblingly pointed at Duan Feng's back. Back. Duan Feng was startled by the words, and quickly tugged at his clothes to turn around and look. What is that? He was puzzled, but Lin Qian and the others saw it clearly. As he turned, a wound several dozen centimeters long on his back was oozing blood. Even more terrifying, the wound was covered with creeping red lines that made his scalp tingle. Old Wu's face changed, and he hurried forward. When did it happen? Duan Feng was stunned. What's wrong? I don't see anything. His tone was clearly filled with fear. Look for yourself. Old Wu pulled out a stainless steel kettle and, using the reflection of a mirror, showed it to Duan Feng. Huh? Duan Feng saw the wound clearly, and was immediately startled. Huh? With another scream, he took a few steps back, his mouth wide open. It's over. I don't even know when I got hit. Lin Qian's face was grim. It definitely wasn't this giant vampire. The wound looks like it was inflicted by a sharp weapon. How come I didn't notice it just now? Duan Feng looked at Old Wu in panic. Am I infected? Will I die? Old Wu's brow furrowed as he looked at Lin Qian. They both recalled Xia Min's letter almost simultaneously. It seemed that he had chosen to die from the vampire's wounds, ultimately falling victim to his own black nail. Lin Qian looked at the black nail in his hand, then at the bewildered Duan Feng. He shook his head. He couldn't do that. Duan Feng risked his life for the entire team. What should I do? His mind raced, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. With a wave of his hand, a blood talisman appeared out of thin air. The blood talisman he received from Kuei Yi had the power to suppress evil spirits. He wondered if it could control the ghost blood's infection of Duan Feng. Without any explanation, Lin Qian stepped forward and, with a slap, pressed the blood talisman against Duan Feng's forehead. Duan Feng stared at Lin Qian blankly, the blood talisman swaying under his breath. It's useless? Seeing the blood talisman didn't glow red, Lin Qian's heart sank. He quickly peeled it off, grasped Duan Feng's shoulder, and turned him around. With a slap, he pressed the blood talisman against the wound, where the blood was writhing. With a swish, the blood talisman was firmly attached to Duan Feng's wound, a familiar red glow flashing. Huh? It's working. Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief, his tension slightly eased. Hiss! It's so hot! What? Duan Feng felt a searing pain in his wound and tried to look back, but because of the angle, he couldn't see. He frantically turned in circles. Don't move. As soon as Lin Qian spoke, Duan Feng immediately became obedient, standing still and keeping his mouth shut. This talisman can suppress the wound, but only temporarily, he explained with a serious expression. So, Old Wu was halfway through his words, the implication already clear. Lin Qian nodded. Duan Feng, standing beside him, couldn't help but grow anxious. So what's going to happen? Just tell me, okay? I can handle it. Though he spoke, his voice trembled violently. Old Wu sighed and closed his eyes. But Lin Qian's hesitation caused Old Wu to open his eyes instantly, and he looked at him intently. Of course, this is just my guess. Seeing his expression of renewed hope, Lin Qian quickly issued a disclaimer. Just say it. Old Wu expressed his stance. Based on my previous inferences, the power of this alien blood core is most likely related to or influenced by demon blood. Lin Qian framed his words. He wasn't lying. He had formed this suspicion as early as the moment he took the first drop of purified demon blood. He had been saving up his demon blood quota and not redeeming it for the sake of that alien blood core. Adding to this the demon blood crystal he had just obtained further strengthened his suspicions. Chapter 39. Time is running out, so I just say it straight. Using the alien blood core might have a chance of resolving the ghost blood infection, but it's unlikely. We obtained a total of 45 drops of ghost blood from killing all the vampires. 5 drops were spent on the 5 escape cards, and I spent 10 on the purified ghost blood, leaving 30 drops. Originally, my plan was to wait until daybreak to discuss the distribution. But with this incident, we have no choice but to change our plans. According to my plan, we must gather 100 drops of ghost blood tonight, so we can't just sit here and fish. We have to take the initiative. This means higher risk and greater reward, but the reward is mine, while the risk is shared by everyone. Lin Qian spoke calmly, and the others listened silently, no one showing any emotion. I say this because even if I gather 100 drops of ghost blood, the exchanged blood core can only be used by me. That's the premise. Lin Qian is no philanthropist. Furthermore, even if his cooperation with them was pleasant, they had only known each other for a day, so he had to be upfront. After this, I won't touch the rest of the proceeds. He looked at Duan Feng again. Besides, I have one last desperate measure. If the blood core can't save you, use the escape card immediately to return, then make your way to room 666 as quickly as possible. However, I can only tell you one part of the gamble. As for whether you survive, you leave it to fate. After saying this, Lin Qian fell silent, waiting for the others to consider. To put it bluntly, the whole thing boils down to one word. A bet. A bet that the alien blood core can save Duan Feng. A bet that a few people can gather 100 drops of ghost blood before dawn. A bet that Lin Qian won't break his promise. A bet on time, a bet on life, a bet on character. With so many uncertainties, anyone would have to carefully consider them. However, just as Lin Qian finished speaking, someone raised their hand. He looked over in surprise, only to see that it was Su Yun, carrying Ying on her back. She glanced nervously at the others, took a deep breath, and spoke with a firm tone. No matter what, I obey you. Although her presence and role in the team were minimal, she spoke without hesitation. Next up was Xia Qing, who, without a word, simply raised her hand and nodded at Lin Qian. Lin Qian nodded in response, then looked at Old Wu. Old Wu gave him a deep look and also nodded gently. Lin Qian could tell from his reaction that he didn't completely trust her, but he was willing to take a gamble. Finally, there was Duan Feng. He hadn't spoken first, simply because he wasn't sure if anyone was willing to take the risk for him. Seeing everyone looking at him, he suddenly choked up. I really didn't expect everyone. Pa! Just as he was building up his emotions and whimpering, he was interrupted by a slap from Old Wu. Alright, stop talking nonsense and get started. Having made their decision, they quickly gathered their strength and prepared to charge back upstairs. Third floor. Metal locker. Creaky. The woman cautiously pushed open the locker door from the inside and peered through the crack. She held her breath, sweat soaking her collar from nervousness, praying that the monster would leave after devouring her companion's body. However, just as she thought it was safe outside, and was about to leave the locker to find her other companion's hiding place, a terrifying scream suddenly rang out in her ears. Silence! Silence! Her heart instantly rose to her throat, and her whole body trembled with fear. But she dared not move too much, and could only suppress her fear and slowly close the locker door. Because she knew that if she made any noise, the monster would pounce frantically, and not even the metal door would be able to stop it. That was how her companion died, just one locker away from her. She could even clearly hear her companion's dying pleas for mercy, his cries, and the sound of the monster ruthlessly tearing flesh apart. However, just when she thought the monster would return to the same place, a man's roar suddenly echoed in the distance. Silence, you bastard! Followed by a series of crashing noises. Idiot! The woman took the opportunity to close the cabinet door, cursing inwardly. Even the gang on the fourth floor couldn't handle this monster. This man must have been frightened to death, committing such a suicidal act. However, the commotion outside continued for a long time, not ending as quickly as the woman had imagined. Watch out for its claws! A strong, middle-aged man's voice echoed. The woman was stunned. Anyone else? Soon after, several more voices echoed. Excellent archery! Sister Qing! You are my god! This was the man's voice from the beginning. It's nailed down. Don't let it dig out the nail. A middle-aged man's voice. Get out of the way! I chop off its arm. The last cold voice rang out, followed by the sound of slicing and the monster's miserable scream. Silence! Shoo! She! After a sound that pierced flesh, the sound abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, outside the cabinet, in the third-floor corridor, Lin Qian slowly pulled his hand out of the long-clawed vampire's brain, tightly gripping a ghost blood crystal, slightly larger than the one just now. As the ghost blood crystal was forcibly pulled out, the vampire before him, which Lin Qian was relatively familiar with, collapsed limply, as if it had lost its signal. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Killed a high-level vampire, gaining ghost blood *17. The 3 mid-level vampires, and 1 high-level vampire on the second floor provided Lin Qian with a total of 22 drops of ghost blood, adding to the current 17. Ghost blood *69, as they swept through the enemy lines, their coordination became increasingly effective. The black nail was handed to Xia Qing, who used a knife to repair the arrow and combine it with the black nail to create a black nail arrow. Initially, she used her own black bow, but found it difficult to shoot accurately due to the weight and balance. Later, Lin Qian gave her his crossbow, and its powerful force solved the accuracy problem. Old Wu, without a weapon, could only hold the shield with both hands to help Lin Qian block the attacks. Surrounded by multiple vampires, his role was far greater than Xia Qing's. As for the two noobs, Duan Feng and Su Yun, they could only follow from a distance, holding the blood talisman and wooden shield given by Lin Qian to prevent any escapees. Duan Feng, in particular, was limping after being hit, and looked even weaker than Su Yun. It looks like this is the only one on the third floor. The rest should be upstairs. Putting away his shield, Old Wu wiped the blood from his face, panting. Rest for a while. Lin Qian wasn't much better, exhausted as a dead dog. It seems like dawn is almost here. Glancing out the window, Old Wu plopped down on the ground. Lin Qian was about to say something when he saw Xiaqing aiming her bow behind him. Who? Chapter 40. Don't do it, I'm alive. The cabinet door creaked open, and the woman slowly emerged, her hands raised, her voice trembling. Seeing she was a survivor, the tense nerves of the group relaxed. Lin Qian glanced at her, then averted his gaze without a word. Xiaqing slowly lowered her bow and arrow, and silently retreated back to the group. Seeing they ignored her, the woman took the initiative to strike up a conversation. You didn't come down from the 4th floor, did you? She was just making small talk. She had run down from the 4th floor herself, so how could she not know if Lin Qian and the others had been there before? I heard from a few of the guys who escaped that there's someone on the 1st floor who's been luring monsters down. As she spoke, her eyes subconsciously flicked towards Duan Feng at the back of the group. Clearly, she had witnessed Duan Feng luring monsters with her own eyes. As she spoke, she quietly approached the group, as if trying to blend in with the group. What's going on the 4th floor? Suddenly, she heard the blood-soaked young man at the center of the group speak calmly. Oh, almost all the survivors are on the 4th floor now, led by a guy named Su Mian. Realizing she was being questioned, the woman quickly responded. Judging from the others' reactions, this young man was clearly the leader of the group. If she could curry his favor, perhaps she could join them. They can take down that monster head-on. They're definitely several times stronger than the group upstairs. The woman thought to herself, a look of grievance suddenly crossing her face. They sent me out to attract the monster, threatening to kill me if I didn't obey them. Tears fell at just the right moment, smudged her heavy makeup, and outlined a dark line. She seemed oblivious to her current state of disarray, and who would have the time to notice her subtle expressions? How many people are there? Lin Qian glanced back at her and interrupted. A lot. A lot of people. Aside from those who found shelter, everyone else who survived was with them. The woman's emotions were interrupted, and she choked for a moment, but she didn't dare to refuse Lin Qian's question. Why did I ask you to lure the monsters? Feeling like she hadn't asked at all, Lin Qian rolled her eyes, and continued asking. Su Mian's plan is to trap the monsters in the room. He says they can easily be killed by waiting until sunrise. Lin Qian's expression shifted at this. He hadn't expected someone to come up with the same plan as them. How? He pressed on. Su Mian and another person have special abilities. They can take objects into their bodies and release them again. It's very strange. At this point, the woman couldn't help but shudder. Lin Qian and Old Wu exchanged a glance, each one seeing the speechless silence in the other's expression. It's just a storage space. You make it sound so outrageous. If I didn't have one myself, I have been fooled. At first, their plan went smoothly, successfully trapping the 2 monsters in the classroom. But then, many more monsters swarmed up from the 4th floor, and then... She swallowed. After that, I don't know what happened. My companions and I slipped downstairs during the chaos and have been hiding here ever since. Speaking of her companions, her expression darkened. Unfortunately, my companions. However, Lin Qian had no intention of listening to her continue. He simply stood up, stretched his muscles, and gestured to the others. Let's go to the 4th floor. At this, Old Wu and the others didn't react, but the woman before them suddenly changed expression. Don't go. She stepped forward and grabbed Lin Qian's arm. Lin Qian turned back coldly, only to see the woman's face filled with pity, her eyes filled with tears. The 4th floor is full of monsters now. You'd definitely die if you go up like this. Her voice trembled, her heart pounding. Unexpectedly, Lin Qian simply shook her hand away without hesitation. Seeing the others turn to leave, the woman followed them, unwilling to give up. Trust me, we really can't go to the 4th floor. Hey! Why don't we just stay on the 3rd floor? She stood there, stunned, watching them ascend the stairs. At that moment, Duan Feng, who was at the very back, suddenly turned his head, a bare expression of sneer on his pale face. Sister, your expression is so lame. If I have time someday, and I'm still alive, I teach you some tips on how to become a top seller. I definitely. What are you talking about? Hurry up. Hey! I'm coming. Before he could finish his words, Old Wu interrupted him, and hurriedly followed. The woman stood there for a long time, watching the disappearing figures. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, hatred etched in her eyes, and her pitiful expression vanished. Go! Go! Let's all die! Stop pretending. It's obviously safest to stay with me on the 3rd floor, but you're courting death. She stood there, cursing a few times in a fit of rage. Suddenly, remembering her predicament, she glanced at the surrounding darkness, shuddering, and quickly tiptoed back into the closet. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, back at the starting point, Lin Qian felt nothing familiar. The stench of blood was much stronger than on the other floors, and in the darkness, there was a faint sound of devouring flesh. Sweeping the area with her flashlight, she spotted a vampire feeding not far away. Its body was hunched in a C shape, with several arms. At first glance, it resembled an oversized insect, exceedingly ugly. Spotting the few people, it abandoned its remaining half-eaten meal and, swaying, charged towards them. Whoosh! The next moment, the bowstring snapped, sending black spikes piercing its body. With a thud, the ugly vampire fell flat on its face, completely unable to resist. Lin Qian stepped forward and expertly dispatched the creature in no time. After chopping the meat, he flicked his butcher knife aside, wiping the blood from his face and collecting another 4 drops of ghost blood. Ghost blood, 73 as expected, cheap. After killing so many vampires, Lin Qian had already figured out the pattern. It didn't matter their size. The stronger the vampire's attack, the more ghost blood it released. These vampires were all misshapen, each following a different evolutionary path. This one, for example, was simply disgusting to look at, lacking both speed and strength, pure cannon fodder. If it weren't for the ghost blood he was collecting, Lin Qian wouldn't even bother using his knife. Just as he was about to look for his next prey, Xia Qing, beside him, reached out to stop him. Looking over in confusion, he saw Xia Qing's expression was grave, her brow furrowed. Her ears twitched slightly, and she glanced around the corner. Over there. There are a lot. In fact, Lin Qian didn't need her to remind him. He already heard the clamor coming from around the corner. Roar! There were neighing, roaring, and faint cries. A preliminary estimate put the number at least 10. They seemed to be ramming into something, making occasional loud noises. What should we do? Should we go? Chapter 41. With more than 10 vampires gathered, if Lin Qian chose to launch a head-on attack, it would be the most dangerous battle of the night. Even worse, Lin Qian could clearly hear the sounds of high-level vampires, perhaps even more than one. What should I do? He turned to look out the window. Daylight was already beginning to break. If he didn't make a decision now, it would be too late. If the vampires retreated underground, there would be no chance at all. Let's fight. Lin Qian gritted his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. Hearing this, the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Lin Qian to actually make such a choice. That was over a dozen vampires. Based on their combat power, taking on 3 mid-level or 1 high-level vampire simultaneously was already their limit. This, Old Wu was about to say something when Duan Feng interrupted him. There's no need for everyone to risk their lives for me. It makes me feel bad. His face paled, his voice weaker. The blood charm on his wand had just worn off, and Su Yan applied a new one. You're overthinking it. I'm doing this for myself. Lin Qian glanced at him, and spoke frankly. The cruelty of the Infinity Building's rules is like a giant beast stalking you, constantly waiting to devour you. Your immense speed must keep pace with the increasing danger, otherwise, everyone will be no different from Duan Feng right now. Hold your escape card, follow me, and act accordingly. Time was running out. No need for further ado. Lin Qian, butcher knife in hand, rushed out first. Xia Qing followed closely behind, and Old Wu hesitated briefly before quickly following. After turning the corner, Lin Qian looked towards the end, and his scalp suddenly throbbed. Seeing vampires of all shapes and sizes, all huddled together, frantically attacking the large door at the far end. Bang! Bang! Amidst the heavy pounding, the wall surrounding the door frame peeled away, but the door remained standing. Soon, the vampires noticed Lin Qian behind them, and turned their attention. Delicious. Delicious. A high-level vampire, with a shrunken body and a terrifyingly large head, bared its sharp white teeth, a terrifying smile spreading across its blood-stained face. Delicious. It swung its head and staggered towards Lin Qian. Due to its unstable center of gravity, its massive head occasionally slammed into the walls on either side, sending bricks flying. Its speed only grew faster and faster, its momentum increasing. Following its lead, all the vampires followed suit, attacking Lin Qian as well. The thrashing and thrashing sounded like a ragtag army charging towards them. Leaping, crawling, and rolling on the ground, all manner of deformed and ugly vampires gathered together, stumbling and huddling together. The eerie scene made one's scalp tingle and one's skin crawl. Xia Qing and Old Wu, who had followed closely behind, happened to witness this scene and were instantly terrified. They couldn't help but look towards Lin Qian. However, facing the ferocious vampire army, Lin Qian showed no panic at all. Instead, his face remained calm. Ting! He held the butcher knife in front of him with one hand and gently lowered it. The tip of the blade touched the ground with a crisp sound. Tugged by the thread of the suture, the butcher knife swung back and forth like a top, its blood-soaked blade reflecting the increasingly bright light outside the window. 20 meters, 15 meters. Lin Qian's slightly frail figure remained motionless, rooted to the ground. He simply raised his hand and grasped the hilt. Old Wu's eyes widened slowly. He had long been curious why Lin Qian only tied the hilt with a black string, never holding the knife. Now, the question seemed to be answered. Delicious. Delicious. Roar! 10 meters, 5 meters. The surging swarm of vampires drew closer, a strong, fishy stench filling his nostrils. Buzz! With a barely perceptible sound, the butcher knife ceased its oscillation. Lin Qian's slender hand finally closed firmly on the hilt. Thump, thump! The distinct sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears, fading away like an echo. The next moment, those deep, dark eyes suddenly took on a hint of madness, a crimson glow emanating from their depths, gradually filling the entire pupil. Screams and pleas for mercy filled his mind, and the world before him turned blood red. Extreme violence spread through his body, his sanity beginning to erode. Chop them. To death. He arched his back, his muscles bulging, and the taut clothing ripped with a sound as it bore the weight. Chop them all. To death. Lin Qian gritted his teeth, as if struggling to resist the violence within him, his expression a picture of struggle. Saliva dripped unconsciously, and his heavy breathing, like a beast awakening, grew increasingly frantic. Delicious. Then the big-headed vampire was already in sight, lunging forward, its maw wide open, biting towards Lin Qian's head. Be careful. Old Wu, initially shocked by Lin Qian's abnormal state, suddenly woke up at the sight, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed. But at that moment, Lin Qian moved. Old Wu didn't see Lin Qian's movements clearly, only a flash of the blade as the big-headed vampire's head was split in two, cleaving from bottom to top. Delicious. The voice seemed tinged with doubt, but instead of an answer, it was met with a furious, stormy onslaught. Puff, puff, puff. Before the two halves of the big-headed vampire's head even hit the ground, they were hacked apart into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. Chop them to death. Chop them all to death. Bang! The blade touched the ground, and Lin Qian suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with cruelty, a beast-like growl emanating from his throat. Die. The next moment, he stomped his foot onto the ground with a thunderous thud, and like an arrow from a bow, he charged directly into the vampire horde. The blade flashed, his movements unpredictable, each stroke faster and more ferocious than the last. Swish! A thorny tongue shot out from the vampire swarm, snaking towards Lin Qian's neck. He didn't dodge, but grabbed the tongue and yanked it with all his might, pulling a shrunken vampire out of the group. Then, with a few swishes in the air, he chopped it apart. Then, with a whoosh, he pierced the belly of a fat vampire. He twisted his waist and kicked, knocking down the surrounding area. His butcher knife followed, slashing wildly with a series of thuds and splattering flesh and blood. Chop! 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 Lin Qian's movements grew faster and faster, his butcher knife trailing a blurry trail, leaving behind broken limbs and arms wherever it passed. Boom! Boom! He swung his sword with unwavering force, the impact ripped through the nearby wall, creating massive gaps. Finally, even the metal door frame collapsed, and with a single kick, it flew out, crushing the two vampires like a cannonball. Ha ha! Ha ha! The red glow in Lin Qian's eyes intensified, and he began to laugh uncontrollably, saliva splattering wildly. The vampires showed no fear and continued to swarm forward, but they couldn't stop Lin Qian's charge. 10-8-5. The vampires were harvested mercilessly like wheat in a field, leaving only a heap of flesh writhing on the ground. Chop! Lin Qian's ferocious roar echoed throughout the teaching building, causing the hiding survivors to shrink their necks. Too scary. Is this a boss spawn? Chapter 42. Puff! With the last vampire's head crushed by Lin Qian, all the vampires in the field were annihilated. The entire hallway was filled with flesh and blood, the sticky mixture surging toward the door. Splash! Splash! Lin Qian's pace didn't stop, his fierce eyes flashing red, as he stared intently at the blocked door at the end. In that direction, he could smell a strong scent of fear. He advanced step by step, dribbling through the shredded flesh, his hunched back twisting a few times, seemingly expanding a little. What is he going to do? In the back, the witnesses hadn't recovered from their shock when they noticed something was amiss with Lin Qian. Oh no! He seems to be losing control. Old Wu realized something was amiss, his face filled with anxiety. What should we do? Lin Qian's ferocity had already exceeded their expectations, and they no longer had the courage to step forward to stop him. But at that moment, a shrill scream suddenly erupted from below. Intruders! Heal you! Heal you! It was a shrill female voice, filled with endless resentment and hatred. The sound waves spread from far away, shaking the men into a momentary trance. Lin Qian was clearly affected as well. He stopped and shook his head violently. Then, with a stumbling step, he suddenly began to slash at the air in front of him with his sword. Hiss! Old Wu covered his ears, dizzy from the sound. Just as he was frightened at its source, he suddenly noticed Lin Qian's abnormal behavior. What's wrong with him? Xia Qing swayed slightly, noticing Lin Qian's condition. She glanced at Lin Qian's struggling expression, then at the flailing butcher knife, and suddenly moved. Swoosh! Ting! She raised her hand, and an arrow shot out, striking the butcher knife with precision, a metallic humming sound. Roar! Under attack, Lin Qian turned sharply, a suppressed growl in his throat, his face grimacing. Old Wu and the others were startled and couldn't help but retreat. Xia Qing, however, remained expressionless. She raised her hand, drew her bow, and released her arrow. Ting! Another metallic humming sound, and the arrow accurately struck the butcher knife. With a swish, the butcher knife was flung back, seemingly slipping out of her hand. Strands of blood stretched from the connection between her palm and the handle, as if they had grown together and then been violently torn apart. A moment of clarity returned to Lin Qian's vision, and with his free hand, he quickly grasped the blade and tore at it. Ah! With a scream of pain, the butcher knife was forcibly ripped free, clanging several meters away. At the same time, Lin Qian's swollen body returned to normal. He slid weakly against the wall and sat down, his chest heaving violently. He felt as if his body had been repeatedly crushed by a truck, his bones shattering inch by inch, unable to even lift a finger. He strained to look towards Xia Qing and the others, but his body collapsed straight down, slamming headfirst into the mud. Xia Qing, Old Wu, and the others hurried forward to help Lin Qian up. Oh my god! Is Brother Qian okay? Duan Feng's own face was as pale as paper, yet he still had time to worry about Lin Qian. He's fine, just fainted. Old Wu touched Lin Qian's neck and breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, give me a hand. Let's get him inside first. He called to Duan Feng, his gaze flickering across the corner of the distant roof. There, a miniature surveillance camera slowly rotated, adjusting its angle. Meanwhile, behind the blocked door, the man with glasses wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to look at the man beside him, who had remained silent the entire time. Brother Mian, it seems we've been discovered. Su Mian remained silent, staring silently at the laptop screen, his copper coin sword twirling back and forth, as if lost in thought. He wore a black windbreaker, a bulge at his waist revealing the butt of a gun, a deliberate display intended to intimidate the occupants. Where do these people come from? Why haven't I seen them before? Someone asked, puzzled. I don't know the others, but I do know this one. One pointed at Duan Feng on the screen. He's from Unit 781. I once traded flesh with him using a flashlight. Oh! Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of him. After a few words exchanged, the room fell into a long silence. Clearly, everyone was shaken by the bloody and violent scene just captured on the surveillance camera, and they were still recovering from the shock. Among them, the man in the corner reacted most strongly. He cowered in the corner, his hands clutching his head, mumbling incessantly. It could actually be him. How could it be him? If Lin Qian were here, he would surely have laughed out loud. This guy was the same leather-clad man who had tried to rob him earlier, but now he looked miserable. Not only was his face covered in bruises, but even his leather jacket had been stolen, leaving him wearing only a thin vest. Boss, that guy seems unconscious. There's definitely something strange about the knife in his hand. At this moment, someone whispered stealthily into Su Mian's ear. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity? Before he could finish, Su Mian cut him off. The people nearby erupted in curses. You're crazy. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The speaker was none other than the burly man, who had been surrounded by 4 men after obtaining the copper coin sword. However, his copper coin sword was now in Su Mian's hands, and the 4 men who had tried to steal it were nowhere to be found. His words immediately garnered several echoes. Are you blind? Didn't you see him chopping those monsters like dumpling fillings? What? Do you think you're stronger than the monsters? Or more resistant to being chopped? Chun Chun, you're crazy. You only need 2 more nights to complete the mission, and you're looking for excitement, aren't you? We just need to stay here and don't leave. The monsters can't get in anyway. The crowd was enraged, and they all started to denounce the person who had raised the issue. Soo-yeon reached out again to silence the noise, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. He glanced out the window. It was already daylight, the next morning finally arriving. Keep watching. When he wakes up, let me know. I go talk to him. He patted the man with glasses on the shoulder, instructed him, then walked over to the side, sat down with his back against the wall, and dozed off. Everyone looked at each other, confused as to what Soo-yeon was up to. Only the man with glasses sighed softly. Sure enough, even Brother Meon wouldn't dare to provoke that guy. Looking at the muddy, blood-red corridor on the screen, the man with glasses felt a chill in his heart. What kind of monster could do such a thing? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it was done by a single person. Is he still truly human? Chapter 43. Lin Qian had a dream. He dreamed of going mad and hacking everyone he knew to death. He walked to the mirror and looked up, only to find, to his horror, that his head had transformed into a hideous, monstrous pig's whisper. He suddenly woke up and shot up. The next moment, excruciating pain radiated from all parts of his body, causing him to gasp and nearly faint again. You're awake. Soo-yeon, who had been standing by Lin Qian's side, was drowsily drooping her head. Hearing the noise, she quickly stood up and came forward to support Lin Qian. How long have I been asleep? Lin Qian gritted his teeth, trying not to scream, and asked with difficulty. According to the countdown, it's already past noon. Soo-yeon glanced at her watch and replied. Where's Duan Feng? Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that he had slept for so long. He's fine. Brother Wu won't let him sleep, so he's guarding the door. Hearing this, Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He broke out in a cold sweat from the pain, and with Soo-yeon's help, he managed to lean against the wall and steady himself. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Ghost blood, 168. Seeing the remaining ghost blood, Lin Qian was stunned. So much. How many did I kill? He struggled to recall, but found that his memory seemed to only stop at the moment when the big-headed blood ghost opened its mouth and was about to pounce. After that, there was nothing. It was like he had blacked out from drinking. Just as he was stunned, Soo-yeon quietly handed him 2 blood crystals. I found these in there. Lin Qian took it, understanding it. There are actually 2 high-level ones in there? No wonder. The average yield for a mid-level vampire is only 4 or 5 drops, but for a high-level one, it's different. An average of 15 drops, so 2 would be almost 30. He calculated that this wave had yielded a total of 95 drops, nearly enough for a blood core. The thought of a blood core made Lin Qian's heart swell with excitement. He simply clicked on the exchange interface and chose to exchange. Ding! Exchange successful. Lin Qian raised his hand with difficulty, and the next moment, a red crystal the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in his palm. The crystal had even edges and shimmered faintly, with a faint fluid flowing within, reflecting a dreamy color. Without hesitation, Lin Qian tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. Gudong! After swallowing with difficulty, Lin Qian closed his eyes and waited quietly for the digestion to complete, digesting the alien blood core. With a popping sound, Lin Qian vaguely felt something shatter within him. Immediately afterwards, a scorching heat like magma erupted from within, slowly seeping through his limbs and bones. Ugh, ugh, ugh! Instantly, he felt as if he were sitting on an electric chair, his cheeks flushed, his teeth clenched, and the veins in his neck bulged. Scared by his terrifying reaction, Soo-yeon took a step back. What's going on? Just then, Old Wu happened to walk in. Seeing Lin Qian's appearance, he rushed over to support him. He ate something. Soo-yeon stammered. Old Wu reacted and quickly opened the exchange interface. Sure enough, the number behind the alien blood core had turned to 0. Knowing that Lin Qian was probably merging with the alien blood core, Old Wu relaxed, holding Lin Qian's shoulders firmly to prevent him from struggling too hard and injuring himself. This digestion process was far longer than the one with the fire seed, and the pain was incomparable. Lin Qian felt as if every nerve in his body was being washed away by waves of scalding seawater, a torture comparable to torture. Digestion complete. Finally, a system notification, like a heavenly sound, rang out, and Lin Qian's struggling body instantly calmed, leaving only his chest heaving violently. Seeing this, Old Wu also released his grip and wiped the sweat from his forehead. To be honest, It was only because Lin Qian was seriously injured at the moment, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold him down on his own. Lin Qian hung his head, drenched in sweat, his eyelids drooping weakly. How are you? Are you okay? Old Wu leaned forward and asked with concern. Huh? Lin Qian was silent, only panting. Just as Old Wu's heart began to rise again, Lin Qian suddenly curled his lips into a smug smile. That was the surprise the system notification had brought him. Ding! Gaining ability. Alien blood. Alien blood. Blood gains the ability to evolve, gaining properties and characteristics through consuming flesh and blood, and healing wounds. Current ability, none. Ding! Fusion capable ability detected. Corpse sewing thread. Select fusion? Lin Qian paused for a moment, then immediately chose fusion. Begin fusion. As the notification sounded, Lin Qian suddenly felt something inside him burning once again. The pain contorted his face, but fortunately, it was short-lived, passing after just a dozen seconds. Ding! Fusion successful. Alien blood. Enhanced devouring ability. Acquired trait. Blood thread. Blood thread. Can form threads from blood. Strength affected by blood. Can devour flesh and blood through blood threads instead of consuming food. A series of notifications echoed in Lin Qian's mind, leaving him stunned. He had never expected that corpse thread could actually fuse with the alien blood ability. What was this? A merging of similar items? But it was true that alien blood could gain properties by consuming flesh and blood, and corpse thread had the same effect. Fortunately, the two could fuse. Otherwise, he would have to make a decision about which ability to focus on in the future. Lin Qian reached out and tried to mobilize the blood threads. But the next moment, puff! Completely beyond Lin Qian's expectations, almost the moment his thought activated, dozens of blood threads shot out from his palm, scattering and piercing the ceiling's insulation, stretching straight up. Holy crap! Lin Qian was startled, his neck twitching. So powerful. If the corpse stitching thread used to be like squeezing toothpaste, then the blood thread now was like stomping on toothpaste, blasting out like a spurt, exponentially faster. He tugged at it, finding it resilient. He pulled out his knife and cut it, and with a slight push, it snapped. Not as strong as the corpse stitching thread. Lin Qian's brow furrowed, but quickly relaxed. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Just add a few more strands and it'd be fine. It's not impossible to strengthen it. System introductions aside, strength is related to blood strength. He then tried Spirit Fire and Shattering Evil in quick succession. He found that while the blood thread lacked the corpse stitching thread's vulnerability to fire, it was still vulnerable to Shattering Evil, breaking at the slightest touch. As for its flexibility and mind control, it was similar to the corpse stitching thread. Because Lin Qian's mental attributes weren't high enough, no matter how hard he tried, his control was clumsy and somewhat unresponsive. Fortunately, the bloodline is different from the corpse sewing line. It has a catapult starting process and is unlimited. You don't have to calculate the size of the spool to pull it out. Of course, there are also disadvantages. If you swing it too hard, you may easily get anemia. Chapter 44. Gurgle. Lin Qian was just getting into the swing of experimenting with his new abilities when he suddenly felt a surge of hunger. It wasn't just hunger in his stomach, but a thirst that felt like every cell in his body was raging. He wanted to eat. Hoo! Lin Qian panted heavily and turned to look outside. There, a large mass of flesh and blood was piled together. Whoosh! He flicked his hand, and dozens of bloodlines shot out, piercing straight into the pile of flesh and blood. Absorb. With a thought, a faint red light streamed along the bloodlines, absorbing the energy from the flesh and blood like a straw. She. At the same time, accompanied by puffs of white smoke, the volume of the flesh and blood pile melted as rapidly as ice and snow. Who? Lin Qian let out a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and leaned back, a look of enjoyment on his face. Waves of tingling sensations washed over him, and he could clearly feel his body rapidly repairing itself. The sharp pain from the tearing was gradually soothed until it vanished. When the discomfort completely subsided, the system's notification sounded immediately afterwards. Strength plus 0.1. Constance plus 0.1. A series of notifications followed one after another, infinitely faster than the fishing-like speed of the corpse stitching thread. In just a few breaths, Lin Qian had completely absorbed the pile of flesh and blood. The unexpectedly huge gain filled his eyes with excitement. He eagerly stood up, his violent movements startling those around him. However, seeing that he was agile and showed no signs of injury, they were shocked and did not move forward to stop him. Lin Qian strode out the door with great speed, stepping into the muddy flesh. He took a deep breath and spread his arms. She. A series of crackling sounds, like fireworks exploding. Countless blood streaks emanated from his arms, enveloping the surrounding flesh. Absorb, he muttered silently, and the next moment, red light converged from all directions, and the flesh began to rapidly dissolve. Strength plus 0.1. Strength plus 0.2. Constitution plus 0.2. Instantly, Lin Qian's dashboard was flooded with system notifications, his attributes pinging and increasing rapidly, as if they were being topped up, dazzling the onlookers. He closed his eyes, and savored the pleasure of every cell being saturated with nutrients. He felt that the pain he had endured had finally paid off. It was all worth it. Soon, the system notification stopped, and Lin Qian opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a thick fog of melting flesh and blood, accompanied by a pungent, unpleasant odor. Ahem. He staggered from the choking, quickly retracting his health line and taking a few steps back, leaving the foggy area. Opening the attribute panel and looking at the new values, Lin Qian's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor, Strength, 9.6. Agility, 2.1. Const, 5.8. Spirit, 4.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities, Spirit Fire, Alien Blood. Rating, a alien blood warrior with great potential, but as a supervisor, he's pathetically weak. 3.1 Strength, 2.1 Constitution. With this wave, Lin Qian gained a total of 5.2 attribute increases. He raised his arm and clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within his muscles. He could faintly see the red energy coursing through his skin. The injury is completely healed. He flexed his wrist, and the discomfort from the fracture had completely vanished. He was finally at his peak form. At this moment, Lin Qian felt like he could crush a cow with a single punch, and he was itching to find an opponent to test it. Oh, and this thing. Reaching out, Lin Qian pulled out 5 ghost blood crystals of varying sizes from his storage space. If he remembered correctly, these seemed to be absorbed by the alien blood core. Absorb. With a thought, a stream of blood suddenly gushed out from his palm, engulfing the 5 ghost blood crystals. Soon, their outline shrank rapidly, and a chill flowed through Lin Qian's palm, sending a chill through his body. Ding! Absorption completed. Gained alien blood trait, Ghost Blood. Ghost Blood has the effect of suppressing the supernatural. The intensity of the suppression increases with the number of ghost blood cores absorbed. It can sense nearby ghost blood. Suppressing the supernatural? Lin Qian had thought he'd gain another wave of properties from the ghost blood crystal, but unexpectedly, he gained a new alien blood trait. Suddenly, his nostrils twitched, and he caught a faint, inexplicably familiar scent. He turned his head to look at the classroom next door, pushed open the door, and walked in. As soon as he entered, Lin Qian was startled by the pale face of Duan Feng. He saw him sitting on the edge of the bed, his arm tugging at the curtains, his body swaying as if he would collapse at any moment. Recognizing it was Lin Qian, he looked up listlessly. Qian. Brother. Are you awake? His speech was halting, and he didn't even notice the saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Damn! I almost forgot about this guy. Lin Qian hurried forward, tugging at Duan Feng's arm to look at his back. The talisman covering the wound had long lost its effect, and the wriggling red line was clearly spreading. Duan Feng's head was twitched by the tug, and his body dangled like a sandbag. Lin Qian didn't have time to ask further questions, simply reaching out and pressing against the wound. A line of blood stretched out, and when it touched the wriggling red line in the wound, it clearly stopped wriggling. Is it similar to the suppressive effect of a blood talisman? Lin Qian had an idea, but it wasn't enough. He controlled the blood line to continue extending until it pierced Duan Feng's flesh. The semi-conscious Duan Feng trembled with the excruciating pain. He tried to struggle, but Lin Qian slapped him to the ground. Don't move. At his words, Duan Feng's struggles immediately lessened considerably, but his body still twitched uncontrollably, his face pressed to the ground and groaning. Utilizing his keen sense of ghost blood, Lin Qian spread the blood line to all infected areas within Duan Feng's wound, absorbing it directly. A puff of white smoke escaped the wound, and Duan Feng cried out in pain, his body arching like a cooked prawn. Lin Qian retracted the bloodline, stood up, and looked down at Duan Feng. It's done. It's just a superficial wound now. It healed for a while. From his perception, the scent of ghost blood was no longer on Duan Feng's body. The operation was a success. Although the process of resolving the problem hadn't gone as he expected, the result was still a good one. Thank you, Brother Chin, for saving my life. I can't repay you enough. Duan Feng lay on the ground groaning like a dead dog, struggling to breathe, yet he still didn't forget to thank Lin Qian. All right. Lin Qian quickly interrupted his nonsense. There's no point in you staying here like this. Why not use your escape card and go back to recuperate? He suggested, frowning. No. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Duan Feng, who had just been on the verge of death, found strength from nowhere and righteously refused. We share life and death. We share hardships. I don't ask. With a thud, the door slammed shut, leaving Duan Feng lying alone on the ground. I haven't finished yet. Chapter 45. This is the only way. Whether he can survive depends on his luck. After Lin Qian completed the surgery, while Duan Feng was unconscious, Old Wu sutured the wound on his back, applied a simple bandage, and then forced a few antibiotics into his mouth. Throwing away his disposable gloves, Old Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Qian sat in a corner, silently observing the butcher knife he had just retrieved, still trying his best to recall the memory, but ultimately it was in vain. Old Wu stepped forward, looking at the butcher knife with fear. This thing can't be stored in the storage space, and I don't dare touch it, so I have to find a nearby place to guard it to prevent it from being stolen. If the butcher knife could be taken away, Old Wu would definitely not stay here and risk being attacked at any moment. After all, sometimes people are far more terrifying than mindless monsters. During Lin Qian's coma, Old Wu and Xia Qing had been keeping a close eye on the group behind the corner door. Fortunately, they hadn't attempted to leave, otherwise he would have been forced to carry Lin Qian's abandoned knife to save his life. They should be the group the woman on the third floor mentioned. I wonder how many there are. Coincidentally, just as the two of them were discussing this, footsteps were heard outside. Old Wu immediately drew his gun and stood up, ready to engage, but was grabbed by Lin Qian. It's okay, sit down. According to Old Wu, these people had surveillance equipment. Since they hadn't chosen to take advantage of him while he was unconscious, and instead came now, they were at least demonstrating their unwillingness to engage in a fight. He gestured to Xia Qing at the door, and the passage was immediately cleared. Immediately afterwards, Su Mian, dressed in a black windbreaker, walked in with a smile on his face. Hey! Boss! This is our first meeting, there's nothing to be proud of. He spoke with a humble demeanor. Following closely behind him, 3 white-clad henchmen arrived, carrying a pile of steaming hot food. At Su Mian's signal, they placed the food on the table, and quickly left the room. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, right? Come on, don't be shy. He plopped down on the bench. I'm hungry too, so I eat with you all. Lin Qian stared at him calmly, not saying a word. Su Mian's heart trembled under those eyes, and the horrifying images of Lin Qian slashing at the vampire and eating just now kept replaying in his mind. In his eyes, Lin Qian was practically no different from a monster. He was afraid, but he couldn't show it in front of others. He didn't even want to come, but he had to. Su Mian stood up nervously, his smile slightly awkward. Just say it if you have something to say. Lin Qian spoke coldly, his tone flat. Su Mian quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke carefully. Boss, you killed so many monsters by yourself, you must have plenty of blood to exchange for escape cards. I came here to see if I could buy some escape cards from you. He hunched his waist slightly, secretly observing Lin Qian's expression as he spoke, only to find that his face remained unchanged, showing no sign of change at all. Of course. I'm not doing this for myself. Actually, I successfully killed a monster in the bathroom on the 2nd floor and obtained a drop of blood, so I do have an escape card. At this mention, his back straightened slightly, but then, remembering the man before him, who had slain over a dozen of them, he immediately bent again. I'm doing this for everyone, so that more people can survive. He spoke with righteous indignation, but deliberately raised his voice, fearing those hiding in the room wouldn't hear. So you're a person of great love? Lin Qian hated this kind of scheming person, and was a bit too lazy to pay attention. It's not about great love, Su Mian said, creeping closer. Big brother, look, we've only just finished the first regional survival dungeon, and over half of us were killed or injured on the first day. If this keeps up, there won't be many left by the time we return. Human life is the most precious resource. He clenched his fists, his voice lowered in excitement. Without these people, what will happen to the unexplored rooms? Who will explore them? After the novice protection period, each person only gets one chance to open a door per day. That's not enough. Lin Qian chuckled, understanding what he meant. Are you trying to use this opportunity to win over people, to make them work for you in the future? He immediately revealed Su Mian's thoughts. Unexpectedly, Su Mian showed no sign of embarrassment after being exposed, but simply nodded in agreement. Indeed. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, finally looking the man in the eye. He was quite shameless. So what's your offer? Su Mian simply spread his hands. Everything. His expression was perfectly calm. Anything that strikes your fancy, boss, feel free to take it all. And besides that, I can promise that, as long as we make it back alive, every single one of us will give boss 10% of all the supplies we acquire in the inner world. Think of it as protection money. Also, once the door information is confirmed, report it immediately. After all, what could be more precious than life, don't you agree? As he spoke, he raised his chin to old Wu beside him, invisibly closing the distance. If that's the case, why don't I take the lead myself? Lin Qian asked the crucial question. Su Mian was stunned, then suddenly clapped his hands vigorously, excited. That's great. If you're so determined, I definitely follow in your footsteps and serve you at your side. Lin Qian raised his hand to interrupt his rambling. You should go back first. I'll let you know when I've made a decision. Su Mian was stunned by the words, and wanted to say something reluctantly, but seeing Lin Qian's cold face, he immediately stopped talking. He said goodbye and left the room. As soon as he left the room, he immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the smile on his face faded. Returning to the gathering place, Su Mian once again wore that sullen expression, his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze deep. How's it going, boss? Brother Mian, what did he say? A group of people gathered around, each questioning him. Su Mian sat down in silence for a long moment before slowly speaking. This man is not only formidable in strength, but also possesses an exceptionally sharp eye. He saw at a glance that I'm no ordinary person. His voice was deep, easily capturing everyone's emotions. I could tell he was interested in making friends with me, so I took the opportunity to make a request on behalf of everyone else. He agreed readily, but it takes some time to prepare. You should have noticed that he's already traded the alien blood core, so there isn't enough demon blood left. But for my sake, he's decided not to return for now. Perhaps he's preparing to slay a few more monsters for me, to gather the necessary numbers for all of us to return. Alas! A sigh. How can I repay such a great favor? Chapter 46. What do you think? Watching Su Mian walk away, Lin Qian asked old Wu for his opinion. He has ideas, but he's a smart guy. Old Wu offered his own assessment. I've said before that all future profits will be at your disposal, so you have to discuss this matter. It's best to give me an answer as soon as possible. Lin Qian directly told old Wu the remaining amount of ghost blood, ready to keep his promise. Old Wu gave Lin Qian a deep look, seemingly surprised, then shook his head and chuckled. We're not fools. You've kept your promise, which means we're lucky to have met a powerful and principled person. But if you really try to climb up the ladder, that would be utterly ungrateful. You did everything, and you killed all the monsters yourself. Our small contribution isn't enough to share the spoils with you. Just surviving this dungeon is already a huge debt. How can we even ask for more? Besides, why do you think the group was willing to offer such a high price? Isn't it because they saw you in action, witnessed your strength, and were willing to sacrifice a piece of your flesh just to befriend you? If it were us, we wouldn't have gotten anything. Lin Qian listened quietly to old Wu's words, then paused in thought. Have you discussed this? Old Wu nodded. I asked Xia Qing, and she shares the same opinion. As for Duan Feng, you risked your life to save him, so there's no need to ask. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning Su Yun. Given her contributions to the team, she wasn't yet qualified to express her opinions. At best, she was a minor stooge. In that case, I handle the remaining ghost blood as I see fit. Lin Qian stood up, stretched his muscles, opened the exchange interface, and directly exchanged for 6 drops of purified ghost blood. In an instant, his remaining ghost blood dropped to 8 drops. He unscrewed 2 bottles, and tilted his head back to pour them into his mouth. The reaction was even weaker than last time. Lin Qian felt as if he had swallowed an ice cube, the chill fleeting. Clicking the stats panel to confirm, his constitution had quietly increased from 5.8 to 7.8, but his rating remained unchanged. This is good stuff. Lin Qian tossed the remaining 4 bottles of purified ghost blood directly to old Wu. Old Wu instinctively reached out to catch them, but was stunned by the message. Such a valuable item given to me? He was a little incredulous. You and Xia Qing each get 2 bottles. Take them now, and you can exchange them later. If your physical fitness is good enough, drink it directly. In a place like this, strength is everything. Old Wu, still in shock, glanced at Lin Qian, then at the purified ghost blood in his hand. Aren't you going to exchange them for escape cards? He couldn't help but ask, puzzled. No matter how you looked at it, investing in a large group of people would yield greater returns than just 2 people. No need. Lin Qian continued to stretch his muscles, familiarizing himself with his body, which had been transformed. Go tell them they don't need to do anything, just wait quietly. You agree to the deal? Old Wu felt as if he had vaguely guessed Lin Qian's intentions. Lin Qian nodded, and with a flick of his hand, the bloodline, like the butcher knife, rapidly drew closer. Wait! Old Wu's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at the sky outside. Won't you wait until tonight? He suddenly realized he might have guessed wrong. No need. Lin Qian strode out of the classroom, butcher knife in hand, leaving Old Wu with only a dashing back. Huh? Wait a minute. Go by yourself? Always composed, he was now stunned by Lin Qian's audacity, losing his composure somewhat. At the door, Xia Qing was dozing off drowsily. She felt a gust of wind brush past her. When she opened her eyes, she saw only Lin Qian's back around the corner. She rubbed her eyes, a little dazed. Turning around, she ran into Old Wu, who had chased after her. They stared at each other, bewildered, not knowing what to say. On the 3rd floor, Lin Qian approached the high-level vampire. He extended his hand, and a stream of blood shot out. With a hissing sound, the flesh and blood quickly melted away. Strength plus 0.1. Cons plus 0.1. Upon complete absorption, Lin Qian gained a total of 0.2 strength and 0.2 const. His brows furrowed slightly. That's a bit low. According to his estimate, the benefit for a high-level vampire should be at least 0.7, but he was surprised to find it was only 0.4. Is it because of the attribute increase? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard a noise up ahead. Looking up, he saw the woman from the 3rd floor last night, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Have you been hiding in the closet like this? The woman, disheveled, peeked out from behind the closet door, her expression a little uneasy. Were you kicked out? Lin Qian was speechless, too lazy to engage in idle chatter, and turned and walked away. Hey! Where are you going? Take me with you. Unexpectedly, the woman, upon seeing this, chased after him, shouting as she ran. Click! Suddenly she stopped, her mouth shut, raised her hands, and slowly retreated, her eyes filled with fear. Seeing her retreat, Lin Qian sheathed his revolver and headed for the 2nd floor. The woman stood there stunned for a moment, a look of resentment returning to her face as she gritted her teeth and cursed Lin Qian. What are you pretending to be? You short-lived wretch. You die at the hands of monsters sooner or later. It'd be best if your brains were chewed up and swallowed. She muttered a series of curses until she heard footsteps upstairs, and, like a frightened bird, she retreated back into the closet. Lin Qian devoured the food as he went, from the 2nd floor to the 1st, not even sparing the few beginner vampires, devouring them all. After some calculations, including the one on the 3rd floor, there were 3 high-level, 9 mid-level, and 4 low-level ones, totaling only 1.9 attribute points. Keep in mind, this isn't much smaller than the 4th floor scale, but the gains are less than half. Lin Qian could now confirm that the higher his attributes, the smaller the gains from eating. But this made sense. After all, as his level increased, the quality of his food had to improve as well. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a leap to fame if he opened a large breeding base in the future? That wasn't realistic. Although a little disappointing, it was still an improvement. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor, Strength, 10.2. Agility, 2.1. Const, 9.1. Spirit, 4.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities, Spirit Fire, Alien Blood. Review, a alien blood warrior with great potential, but as a supervisor, he's pathetically weak. Strength increased by 0.6, officially breaking through 10 points. Constitution increased by 1.3, not far from 10 points. The evaluation remained unchanged, which left Lin Qian scratching his head. I had thought that breaking through 10 points would bring about some kind of transformation, but it seems I was overthinking it. Chapter 47. Agility and Spirit are too low, their development is unbalanced. The 2 attributes that were initially the highest have now become the lowest, a fact that Lin Qian found somewhat difficult to adapt to. From now on, focus your free attribute points on these 2. Lin Qian has a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder, and doesn't want to see too much difference in attributes. But before that, I need to prepare these ingredients. Closing the system panel, Lin Qian stood at the corner of the stairs on the first floor below, gazing into the darkness below. Roar! Something there, as if sensing his approach, let out a series of low growls. His nostrils twitched slightly. Within Lin Qian's range of perception, numerous dormant vampires were awakening one after another. Among them was a powerful individual with the strongest vampire blood aura, guarding the blood cocoon in the center. Amidst a chilling rustling sound, the awakening vampires converged towards Lin Qian, many of them high-level vampires capable of mimicking human voices. Intruder! Heal you! Suddenly, a piercing scream swept out from the deep darkness, carrying endless malice and resentment, miserable and piercing. For a moment, Lin Qian felt as if his brain had been struck hard by something, and he was momentarily dazed. He shook his head, looking into the darkness with some surprise. Psychic attack? There's such a thing? Perhaps due to his high psychic attributes, his reaction was much milder than others. Lin Qian wasn't afraid. Instead, he became even more eager to try. Taking 2 steps forward, he measured the distance between the light and shadow, finding the safest area from the darkness. Then, he raised his hands, unable to contain his excited chuckle. Let's see if we can eat it raw. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of bloodlines shot out from his palms, piercing directly into the group of vampires. Roar! Squeak! Like a drop of water in boiling oil, the gathered vampires suddenly boiled over, causing a commotion. But Lin Qian quickly retracted the bloodlines and shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, it can't. Even a vampire with a low IQ wouldn't stand still after being shot by a bloodline and let himself be eaten. Then there's nothing I can do. With a sigh, Lin Qian once again threw away the butcher knife on the ground. I just have to process it before enjoying it. Looking up, Lin Qian's eyes were filled with desire for food. Boom! With a loud bang, the marble steps beneath his feet shattered with the immense force, and he rushed into the darkness like a cannonball. Roar! The bloodline flashed red, dragging the butcher knife through the horde of vampires. Amidst the whistling sound, the crackling sounds of slicing continued, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, and severed limbs flew everywhere. With a snap, a twisted arm flew out of the darkness and landed on the steps. Still struggling, it barely caught the sunlight before it could react, when the bloodline following closely behind it pulled it back. He closed his eyes, using his sense of ghost blood to gauge the surrounding attacks. He swung the butcher knife wildly, simultaneously scattering bloodlines in all directions. With 10 points of strength, he tore through the horde of vampires like a meat grinder, slashing through the darkness. The surrounding vampires rushed forward, one after another, and were reduced to a rain of shredded flesh. Lin Qian ignored the attacks, not even dodging them. He attacked violently while feeding on the bloodline. His wounds healed almost as soon as they appeared. Strength plus 0.1. Constitution plus 0.1 system prompts rang continuously in his ears, but the faster he killed, the slower they became. He pressed forward, stepping on flesh that reached his calves, sinking deeper into the darkness. Finally, the butcher's knife began to resist, and the roaring in his ears gradually turned into a chaotic anthropomorphic sound. You deserve punishment. You deserve punishment. I'm going to tell the teacher. Get out of here. Look for me. Look for me. Anger, resentment, age, and childishness, all sorts of voices mingled together, forming the illusion of a cacophony of voices, leaving one feeling dazed and terrified. Lin Qian had previously suspected that the incomprehensible words of these high-level vampires might be imitations of memories captured from someone who had died at school. Now it seemed his suspicions were spot on. With the high-level vampires joining the fray, Lin Qian's invincibility was no longer unstoppable, and he began to fight and retreat. Bloodlines were far more flexible than suture lines. He constantly controlled his attack range while absorbing the surrounding flesh and blood. Even before the blood threads on some severed limbs had stopped wriggling, they transformed into gas and were completely absorbed. This was also Lin Qian's new discovery. Now he no longer had to chop the vampires into tiny pieces. He simply cut them into similar sizes, rendering them defenseless, and then he could absorb them directly, greatly increasing his efficiency. As he methodically engaged in guerrilla warfare, perhaps realizing that all the vampires would eventually be wiped out if this continued, the most powerful individual in the center finally gave in. Useless. You bunch of useless. With a venomous scream, Lin Qian's pupils suddenly constricted. It wasn't because of the mental attack, but rather, the content has changed. This guy has intelligence. He suddenly thought of the crooked handwriting carved into Xiamin's wall. He had been wondering who had left it, but now he seemed to have the answer. But before he could recover from his shock, he felt the object move. Fast, incredibly fast, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Something was rapidly approaching from the darkness. Lin Qian had no time to react. The next moment, a terrifying force struck his chest, sending him flying backwards like an arrow, shattering a pile of glass before landing heavily on the ground. Cough! A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, and Lin Qian's head shot up from the choking. Before he could stand up, he felt the object rushing towards him again. Intruder! Die! After a moment of dizziness, he felt a chill in his abdomen with a whoosh. Something pierced his stomach, penetrating the ground with immense force. Ouch! Lin Qian's breath escaped, and then he felt himself being lifted up. A large, cold hand gripped his head, as if attempting to tear him apart. Suddenly, a doubtful voice echoed. A faint red light flickered, and a stream of blood from the wound on Lin Qian's abdomen spread, wrapping around the arm of the intelligent vampire. The suppressive force of the vampire blood began to take effect, counteracting the opponent's attack. With just a moment's breath, Lin Qian withdrew the blood from his palm, and with a snap, he gripped the cursed butcher knife firmly. Who? The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a dangerous red light rapidly spreading in his pupils. He stared intently at the monster that had dared to attack him. Hot air emanated from his mouth and nose, and his muscles tensed and crackled, his body instantly expanding. Cut! Chapter 48. A series of hurried footsteps echoed from the third-floor stairwell. Old Wu led the way, hurrying down, closely followed by Xia Qing and Su Yun, who was holding Ying. The woman on the third floor heard the noise, and quickly hid in a closet. She peeked out, and saw it was these people, and immediately relaxed. They're just like that guy, rushing off to their deaths. She muttered softly, having already given up on the idea of joining the group and seeking protection. The next moment, 4 or 5 more people followed them down the stairs. The leader, dressed in a windbreaker and clutching a shotgun, looked frantic, his face a bit bewildered. The moment she saw the man clearly, the woman broke out in a cold sweat and tried to hide, but it was too late. Huh? Su Mian raised his eyes and met the woman's gaze. He braked suddenly to a stop, his brow furrowed, as if recalling something. Oh! I remember. Soon, a look of sudden realization crossed his face. The woman's face paled, and she waved her hands hastily. It wasn't me, it wasn't. Before she could finish her words, Su Mian raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The instant the gunshot rang out, the woman's body flew backwards like a rag bag, slamming heavily against the cabinet door before sliding helplessly down. Cough, gulp! The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She struggled to get up, her legs and feet stomping against the ground. She tried to speak, but only gurgling sounds came out. Blood oozed from dozens of spots, staining her clothes red. She pointed a finger at Su Mian with all her might, her face once again filled with resentment, as if she were cursing something. What are you mumbling about? Just die. Su Mian swung the smoking muzzle of his gun, not even sparing the woman a glance, and jerked his head towards the men following behind him. Hurry and follow. First floor. Old Wu frowned slightly at the breathless Su Mian approaching. What happened? He was referring to the gunshots. Damn! Su Mian took a deep breath and stood up straight. That woman and another idiot were with us before. They volunteered to lure the monsters away, but they used our cover to escape, causing their plan to fail and resulting in numerous casualties. Finally, they were trapped in the room, unable to escape. I thought they both perished at the monster's hands long ago, but I didn't expect one of them to survive. It's just a coincidence. Let's not talk about that. He waved his hand, his expression nonchalant, then turned to gaze into the pitch-black basement. You spoke too quickly just now. I didn't understand. You mean that boss just came in here and started killing people just to exchange for our escape cards? Su Mian's voice rose higher and higher, clearly a touch of disbelief. Is he crazy? Although he had witnessed Lin Qian's terrifying strength firsthand, he still didn't believe he could make it out alive. The guy named Wu in front of him claimed to have seen at least 100 monsters inside. He couldn't even imagine that scene. Kill them! Kill them all! Roar! Ah! At that moment, Lin Qian's violent roar echoed from inside, followed by a shrill scream. Several people caught in the crossfire felt as if they had been struck hard. They were dazed for a moment, before slowly regaining consciousness. That voice again! What the hell is this monster? Cold sweat dripped down Su Mian's forehead, and he stared into the darkness with lingering fear. I still don't understand. Even if he really goes in alone, How can we help? He spread his hands, his voice trembling slightly, clearly trying to suppress his panic. No time for further rambling. Night is about to fall. If something really happens to him, do you think we can survive these 2 nights on our own? Old Wu, clutching his newly crafted black-nailed spear, was ready for battle. Wait! You're not planning to charge in too, are you? Su Mian's eyes widened in shock at his demeanor. Crazy! Each one of them is crazier than the other. Old Wu glanced at him, speechless. I'm not a fool. I wouldn't do anything that would cost me my life. He nodded to Su Yun beside him. The next moment, Su Yun carefully removed the black robe wrapped around Ying in her arms, revealing the pale face of the sleeping little girl. She hadn't woken for a long time. What do you mean? Looking at the men's precarious posture, Su Mian was bewildered, completely confused. Then, a shriek of joy rang out. It's you? I finally found you. The men were dizzy and stumbled backward. Once I've eaten you, digested every last drop of your blood, it will awaken immediately. Get out of here. Don't stop me. Cut. The rumbling sounds of fighting echoed again from within. Before they could recover from the continuous mental attacks, they heard another shrill scream. The next second, with a whoosh, a huge, skinny arm flew out from the darkness and hit everyone on the head. What the hell? Su Mian's neck shrank in fear, and he instinctively turned around, only to see a terrifyingly large arm twisting and crawling towards him. With 2 swoops, Su Mian and Old Wu attacked almost simultaneously, their copper coin sword and black spike spear pinning the arm to the ground, preventing it from moving an inch. Then, another sound of breaking air struck. The 2 turned to look, only to see a dark figure flying straight backwards from midair, crashing into the wall with a loud bang. Cut! The dark figure suddenly rose, shattering the marble with 1 foot. It was none other than Lin Qian, the butcher knife in hand. He was now covered in blood, his hair disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and his muscles coiled like tree roots. His body towered to about 2 meters, and at first glance, he looked far more terrifying than any ordinary monster. Die! Another shriek echoed, sending several people into a trance. However, Lin Qian, in his frenzied state, seemed oblivious to the sound, charging once more into the darkness with his butcher knife in hand. They could not help but swallow. No, do we really need to engage in a fight of this magnitude? Su Mian's lips trembled slightly, forcing himself to remain calm, but he was already considering retreating. It was terrifying. Compared to the scene Lin Qian had unleashed, the initial level vampire they had spent half an hour slaying was nothing compared to it. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive monster burst forth from the darkness. Terrified, they hurried to dodge, but the monster's target was clear, charging straight for Su Yun, who was holding Ying. Not good. Old Wu's eyes were bloodshot, and he tried to remedy the situation, but it was too late. Chapter 49. Ah! Faced with the terrifying vampire charging head-on, Su Yun was terrified to the point of shrieking, her limbs momentarily frozen. Get out of the way! Old Wu shouted hoarsely, but Su Yun seemed oblivious. She even closed her eyes resignedly, as the sharp claws were about to strike. It's over. Just as Old Wu's heart was about to shatter, something unexpected happened. The next second, Su Yun's body transformed into a ball of white light and vanished. Ying, still unconscious in her arms, lost her support and fell to the ground. The vampire's sharp claws reached for Ying with unstoppable force. At that critical moment, a white hand suddenly reached out from the side, grabbed Ying's clothes, and yanked them back from the vampire's grasp. Boom! The claw missed, its immense force shattering the masonry, leaving 5 deep scratches extending from the wall to the ground. Xia Qing rolled a dozen times on the ground, her arms tightly wrapped around Ying. Just as she came to a stop and tried to stand, the blood demon was already in sight, slashing down on her head with another claw. Sizzle! It completely ignored the scorching sun, its body billowing with white smoke, its tentacles like blood threads twitching frantically, as its massive claws clawed fiercely at Xia Qing's head. You troublesome bug! Die! Xia Qing's expression changed drastically. She was about to dodge again, but the blood demon screamed, and her vision blurred for a moment. By the time she recovered, it was too late. With less than a second to react, she could only do one thing. She chose not to use the escape card like Su Yun did, but instead, with a powerful swing of her hands, flung Ying in her arms toward Old Wu. Xia Qing didn't look back, but closed her eyes, waiting for the attack to land. Boom! The next moment, a loud bang echoed from behind her. The expected attack didn't land on Xia Qing, but instead, a flying tile sliced her cheek. She turned around in confusion, only to see that the terrifying vampire had been kicked into the wall by Lin Qian. Its flesh and blood had exploded, leaving only a pair of thrashing legs exposed. Cut! Lin Qian's ferocious face bulged with veins, and he pummeled the vampire beneath his feet with fists and slashes like a beast. Bang, bang, bang. Xia Qing was too close, unable to dodge, and her cheek was splattered with the foul smell of the vampire's blood. She reacted quickly and stood up. Old Wu reached out and pulled her up to the first floor, looking at her with lingering fear. "You're so brave. You dare to reach out like that?" He watched it all from the side. Xia Qing reacted quickly, ready to dodge the moment the vampire attacked. But just as she was about to move, she saw Ying, unprotected and about to fall into the vampire's grasp. She dropped her bow and arrow and lunged forward recklessly. Su Mian appeared silently nearby, wanting to pat Xia Qing's shoulder in admiration. "You're so brave." But before his hand could land, Xia Qing quickly shrank away like a startled bird, looking at him warily. Su Mian's hand froze in midair, seemingly unprepared for Xia Qing's violent reaction. Awkwardly, he rubbed his stomach. "Haha, the boss is surrounded by capable people." He changed the subject, looking at Lin Qian, who was still furiously hacking at the vampire, and couldn't help but smack his lips. "TSK, TSK, TSK, this guy is really awesome. He's still hacking away at that thing even though it's not moving." Perhaps after hearing his words, Lin Qian's movements gradually slowed. He turned his head with a click, and his fierce eyes glared at him fiercely. "Burp!" Su Mian's face changed, and he burped in fear, choking on his unfinished words. Old Wu, standing nearby, also had a grim expression on his face, and began to slowly retreat. "Wait a minute. What do you two mean by retreating?" Su Mian sensed that the situation seemed a little ominous, swallowed hard, and also began to slowly retreat. He looked at Lin Qian, and suddenly realized his gaze wasn't directed at him. Following his gaze, he turned and saw a bald henchman beside him, his face pale, his lips trembling, his pants wet. Looking at him, Su Mian suddenly realized. He must have been attracted by the smell of urine. Just then, another loud bang erupted. Lin Qian's face suddenly contorted with struggle, and he slammed his head against the wall beside him. Instantly, another shower of bricks and stones flew. Bang! Bang! Amid the repeated thuds, Lin Qian's growls gradually faded. He yanked the butcher knife away with all his might, and his body, like a deflated ball, instantly collapsed to his knees. Huh? Every inch of his body felt a familiar tearing sensation. Indescribable pain consumed Lin Qian. He felt as if countless steel needles were piercing his body, and the slightest movement was like torture. He gritted his teeth, grasping the ghost's limbs, still melting in the sunlight, and with difficulty, urged the blood to shoot out. White smoke rose, and the flesh and blood melted away at an accelerated pace, and Lin Qian's body healed. The damaged muscles healed quickly, the broken bones slowly mended, and even the massive wound on his abdomen gradually disappeared. The crowd slowly gathered to watch, only to see that Lin Qian, who had just been in such a state of disarray, unable to even stand, had quickly recovered from his injuries, and stood up with an expressionless face. He was now ragged and bloodstained, but even standing there in silence, he invisibly gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. He nodded to Old Wu and Xia Qing without saying anything. Having learned from the previous lesson, although Lin Qian had resorted to the butcher knife in an emergency, he had managed to maintain his remaining sanity, and therefore remembered everything that happened afterwards. If Old Wu hadn't appeared with Ying, drawing the vampire's attention, he would have had a very difficult time escaping the siege of the intelligent vampire and a dozen high-level vampires. Unexpectedly, the intelligent vampire's desire for Ying reached such a level that it dared to ignore the effects of sunlight, giving Lin Qian the opportunity to easily slay it. After all, he wasn't afraid of sunlight. Looking down into the pitch-black underground again, Lin Qian's eyes were filled with greed and excitement. The few remaining high-level vampires were no concern at all. After easily dispatching them, it was time for a pleasant meal. Besides that, Lin Qian was most curious about the blood cocoon. Will it awaken after digesting the last drop of blood? So, maybe the thing inside is the final boss. Lin Qian recalled the intelligent vampire's words and stepped closer into the darkness. Boss, what else is he planning? A subordinate quietly approached Su Mian and asked in a low voice. What are you asking? Su Mian gritted his teeth and nudged him in the chest with his elbow. Even if I knew, I couldn't tell you. That's the unspoken agreement between us brothers. Chapter 50. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Overseer, Strength, 14.5. Agility, 2.1. Const, 13.2. Spirit, 4.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities, Spirit Fire, Alien Blood. Rating, a Alien Blood warrior with basic combat capabilities. His combat power isn't even comparable to that of a level 2 Overseer's Hound. I can't understand how he even became an Overseer. How shameless. System, you're being long-winded? Lin Qian was initially pleased to see the rating change, but upon reading the content, his face fell. He was right. As expected, the higher the attribute points, the smaller the benefit from feeding. Over 70 vampires, large and small, only brought him a total of 8.5 attribute points, of which the intelligent vampire alone accounted for 2.3, not counting the cost of healing. In the end, absorbing mid-level vampires barely yielded a 0.1 bonus, and only high-level vampires still produced a stable output. Lin Qian realized he needed higher-grade ingredients. Now you're the only one left. He slowly walked over to the slightly wriggling blood cocoon in the center, eager to try. From the intelligent vampire's words, he suspected there must be some kind of dormant creature within. If it awakened, its terror would undoubtedly surpass that of the intelligent vampire. The massive blood cocoon shimmered with a faint red light, as if breathing. All the wriggling blood threads converged there, seemingly feeding the cocoon with nutrients. But now, all the flesh and blood in the entire underground layer had been completely absorbed by Lin Qian. Without a target, the blood threads moved with noticeably greater intensity, as if in a state of extreme anxiety. Lin Qian reached out and touched the blood cocoon before him. His palm sank slowly into the blood cocoon, and the touch felt cold and soft, like human skin. It was a strange feeling, and Lin Qian couldn't help but frown. At that moment, perhaps sensing danger, the unknown object within the blood cocoon suddenly began to struggle, and the blood threads on the ceiling and floor also began to stir. The faint red glow grew stronger, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Lin Qian's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he grabbed the butcher knife and plunged directly into the blood cocoon. With a whoosh, a large amount of thick liquid flowed out from the incision. At the same time, Lin Qian was once again attacked by the furious curse. His body expanded rapidly, his bones crackling under the pressure of his muscles, and a fierce red light flashed in his eyes. However, after the previous two experiences, Lin Qian had already gained a basic understanding of the curse's outbreak. He gritted his teeth, forced himself to calm his mind, suppressed the first wave of evil thoughts, and plunged directly into the blood cocoon, slashing wildly. Puff! Crash! Inside the blood cocoon, Lin Qian launched an indiscriminate attack, charging into the center like a meat grinder. Suddenly, a massive hand appeared in his field of vision. The hand slid swiftly through the blood cocoon, and in a flash, it was directly in front of Lin Qian. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Lin Qian's head was struck hard, and he felt dizzy. He slipped and fell into the blood cocoon with a thud. The next moment, woo-wah! Woo-wah! The cry of a baby suddenly echoed. Lin Qian struggled to his feet when the terrifying sonic attack shook his head again, leaving him in a trance. What the hell? The cries were far more terrifying than the shrieks of the intelligent female ghost, and they continued in waves, showing no sign of stopping, only growing stronger. Lin Qian's expression was grim, his teeth grinding with every creaking sound. He decisively gave up resisting the curse of the butcher knife, allowing his rage to consume his sanity. Chop! The next moment, he lost control, his strength doubling again. He transformed into a ferocious humanoid beast, completely ignoring the excruciating pain that tore through his brain as he swung his butcher knife directly into the blood cocoon. Puff! Puff! Amid the relentless chopping sounds, the cries grew intermittent, replaced by Lin Qian's bestial roars. Chop them all! Chop them all! In the center of the blood cocoon, a massive monster withstood the torrent of blows, flailing its arms and legs in a desperate attempt to fight back. The monster's entire body was connected by wriggling blood threads. Atop its massive, round head, a single eye remained tightly shut. Within its mouth, a layer of sharp teeth, layer upon layer, occasionally made a creepy scraping sound as it struggled. Unlike the other vampires, whose bodies seemed like a patchwork of flesh and blood, its skin was bluish-black, and the butcher's knife slashed with force, offering noticeable resistance. Even so, half of its body was chopped to a bloody mess by Lin Qian. Amidst painful howls, its single eye trembled violently, its flesh tearing, and faint signs of opening. However, Lin Qian, already bewildered by the curse, paid no attention to this. Finally, the fist-sized eye tore open, a faint crimson light flashed, and the eyelids automatically closed. Sweeping across by the crimson light, Lin Qian's frantic slashing movements froze, his entire body feeling as if it had fallen into an icy cave. The curse was instantly suppressed, and consciousness returned. What the hell? The moment he came to his senses, Lin Qian immediately sensed something was amiss. His blood seemed frozen, his body completely immobilized. Frantically, Lin Qian's eyes shifted, and he saw with horror that the ghost baby was now grasping his arm and crawling towards him. The next moment, it opened its mouth, full of sharp teeth, poised to bite Lin Qian's head. Damn it! Move! Drenched in cold sweat, Lin Qian cursed inwardly, trying to control his body to move. 1 second, 2 seconds. The ghost baby moved slowly, as if savoring a dessert, biting slowly towards Lin Qian's head. Lin Qian's vision was gradually filled with a ferocious maw. Just as it was about to bite, at the critical moment, he finally moved. Swish! Puff! He stabbed the ghost baby's throat. Without the protection of its dark blue skin, the butcher's knife pierced right through, sending Lin Qian's entire arm into the ghost baby's mouth. The ghost baby seemed to have not expected Lin Qian to recover so quickly. With a scream, it threatened to bite Lin Qian's arm off. Lin Qian reacted swiftly, throwing a bunch of random objects from his storage space and stuffing them into the giant baby's mouth to stop it from biting. Then, with all his might, he controlled the blood stream to burst through the ghost baby's body. Puff, puff, puff. The blood stream shot out like fireworks, piercing the ghost baby's flesh. A desperate, fierce expression crossed Lin Qian's face. Absorb. The next moment, the ghost baby let out an inarticulate scream, its immense force causing Lin Qian's body to swing along with it. Lin Qian ignored his injuries, clinging to its teeth to prevent himself from being thrown off. He simultaneously wrapped his legs around the ghost infant's neck, exerting all his might to control his blood flow and feed on the ghost infant's flesh. Strength plus 0.2. Constitution plus 0.3. Chapter 51. As the system prompts rang out in succession, the ghost baby's struggles intensified. Lin Qian gritted his teeth, occasionally struck by the ghost baby's struggling limbs. The terrifying force made him groan, blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and his bones and internal organs suffered severe damage. But the next moment, the nutrients he had eaten quickly healed his injuries. This repeated cycle, Lin Qian clinging to the ghost baby like a piece of taffy, refusing to let go. Finally, the ghost baby's struggles began to weaken. Lin Qian was delighted, thinking it was finally giving up. But then he looked up and saw that its single, blood-oozing eye was trembling and trying to open again. Damn! Still coming? Frightened to death, Lin Qian didn't care. He quickly reached out and grasped the ghost baby's eyelid, manipulating the blood vessels and forcibly stitching the gaping eyelid shut. Realizing it couldn't open its eyes, the ghost baby immediately panicked. It struggled to break free from the grip of the wriggling blood threads, crashing out of its blood cocoon and beginning to pound the ground frantically, crunching the debris in its mouth. Boom! Boom! Instantly, bricks and stones from the basement flew, and rows of chairs were toppled. The terrifying force began to rage unchecked, gradually transforming the area into ruins. Lin Qian felt like he was taming a mad buffalo. He felt dizzy and his body occasionally suffered severe blows. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, knowing he absolutely couldn't faint at this moment, or he would surely die. The ghost baby attacked recklessly, like a plowing field, and Lin Qian refused to let go. After an indeterminate stalemate, the ghost baby's power gradually weakened. But having experienced this before, Lin Qian didn't dare to relax. He continued clinging to the ghost baby's head, frantically absorbing its flesh and blood. Until its bluish-black skin shriveled, the ghost baby collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, gradually becoming motionless. The next moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Eliminate the source of danger. The regional survival trial ends early. You may return at any time. Kill reward: Purified Primal Ghost Blood. Kill reward: Ghost Eye Ability Crystal. Ding! Exceeding the mission, reward upgrade. Personal contribution reward: Free attribute points *9. Strange gold coin *1. Regent all-member reward: Free attribute points *3. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, and Lin Qian's tense mind finally relaxed. A moment later, he awkwardly climbed from the ground, leaving only a shrunken bluish-black ghost skin at his feet. Although his physical injuries had healed, his mental exhaustion was undeniable. Thankfully, the generous quest rewards had somewhat soothed his young heart. Opening the stat panel, Lin Qian first had to check his current attributes. Strength, 17.6. Constance, 16. A total of 6.1 points of benefit, all from this ghost infant. This didn't even factor in the frequent healing costs along the way, otherwise, the benefits would be even more terrifying. Based on the principle that higher attributes mean smaller benefits, Lin Qian could almost assert that the benefits from this ghost infant were far greater than those from all the remaining vampires combined. Feeling a lot better, Lin Qian glanced at the free attribute points awarded by the system. Remaining free attribute points, 13. Lin Qian was stunned. The personal contribution bonus plus the regional all-member bonus totaled 12 points, leaving only 1 point for the supervisor salary. Is it already past midnight the next day? Unknowingly, he had been tackling the ghost baby for so long. 13 free attribute points was a ton of free points, and Lin Qian didn't intend to save any. He simply added points according to his previous plan. 5 points of spirit, 8 points of agility. Lin Qian, striving for balance, chose to address his weaknesses. The next moment, his mind felt like it was soaking in icy spring water, all fatigue and turbidity vanishing. He discovered that his hearing and vision had become sharper, allowing him to simulate the surrounding scene in his mind even in the dark. A major attribute upgrade had taken place. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Overseer, Strength, 17.6. Agility, 10.1. Const, 16. Spirit, 9.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities, Spirit Fire, Alien Blood. Rating, a battle-hardened alien blood warrior, his combat prowess is sufficient to serve as a hound for a Level 2 Overseer. Good news. The rating has changed. For the first time, Lin Qian has received the system's approval. Lin Qian's eyelids twitched. Hound? What does the system mean? He was just beginning to question his fate when he heard footsteps. A dozen people gathered at the basement stairs, watching Lin Qian from afar. Lin Qian casually picked up the ghost skin on the ground and walked towards the group. They were all unfamiliar faces, many of them wearing small white shirts. They must have been the survivors, who had escaped from the 4th floor. Seeing Lin Qian approaching with the butcher knife in hand, everyone held their breath nervously, consciously making way for him. Through the crowd, Lin Qian finally spotted Old Wu, Xia Qing, and the others. Including Su Mian and his group, all those who had been guarding the stairwell were pale and dazed, some even still unconscious. Clearly, the ghost baby's cries were too much for them to withstand. Lin Qian's nearly 5-point intelligence attribute was barely enough to withstand it, and he could only rely on the curse of the butcher knife to withstand it, let alone them. What's going on? Is it resolved? Su Mian's gaze drifted, and he'd barely managed to steady himself with the help of the others. Old Wu also looked at Lin Qian with a bewildered expression, clearly having just seen the system notification. Overfulfilled. What do you mean? 3 points? Su Mian let out a strange cry, then looked around. All of them? The people around him couldn't contain their excitement, nodding their heads hurriedly. Good boy. Su Mian was stunned, his head stiffly turning to look at Lin Qian. His memory only stopped at the moment before the ghost baby cried, but now, seeing Lin Qian standing before him, unharmed, he couldn't guess what happened next. Daddy Qian. He forcefully pushed aside the people supporting him, and suddenly dropped to his knees, his face solemn and serious. Lin Qian had just reached out to pick up Ying, who had just woken up, when he was startled by Su Mian's sudden action. What are you doing? Lin Qian took a step back, staring at Su Mian warily with the look of a fool. What are you all standing there for? Kneel down for Daddy Qian. Su Mian waved his hand, veins bulging on his forehead, and called for everyone to kneel with him, his saliva flying. Plop! Plop! At his words, 7 or 8 people in the crowd immediately knelt, but many more looked bewildered, as if they hadn't realized what was happening. Su Mian ignored the indifferent crowd, and immediately turned to look at Lin Qian, with a look of respect. He raised his hands high and bowed devoutly. Thank you, Dad Qian, for saving my life. Chapter 52. What's going on, boss? Didn't you guys solve this together? The burly man leaned his head against Su Mian's, and couldn't help but whisper. You really think highly of me. To be honest, my pants were soaking wet just now. Although Su Mian did want to maintain his position as the boss and gain a certain amount of influence, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't take the credit even if it was given to him for free. That scene earlier was terrifying. Lin Qian's face turned black at the sight of the scene. What are you doing? Get up. Su Mian stood up immediately, grinning, showing no sign of servility. Dad Qian. From now on, we be at your beck and call. If you tell us to head east. Stop. Lin Qian quickly reached out to stop Su Mian. I just completed the deal between us. I'm not interested in getting involved with a large group of people. Hearing this, the smile at the corners of Su Mian's eyes grew even more genuine. His guess was correct. A freak like Lin Qian didn't care about the position of leader at all, only about growing his power. But Lin Qian didn't need them, but Su Mian did. Previously, he had used his gun to establish a deterrent, quickly consolidating his position. If Lin Qian became his backer in the future, this relationship would be seen by others as a deterrent 100 times greater than even a gun. Bribery can only be effective if based on a strong deterrent. After bidding Lin Qian a polite farewell, the group vanished in white light. Too much thinking. Lin Qian shook his head, still not particularly fond of people like Su Mian. I've actually changed my opinion of him. Old Wu suddenly spoke up. He's a smart man, able to make the right decision in the shortest possible time. When he previously asked Su Mian for support, he hesitated for only a few seconds before agreeing. Even if he had any questions, he only raised them when he was there. Because he knew everything was a two-way street, there was no such thing as asking for help while others couldn't ask him back. Lin Qian hadn't been fully informed of the situation, but after hearing Old Wu's explanation, he finally understood. You guys go back first. I have to go up and wake up that kid Duan Feng. Old Wu said, removing the black nail from the spear and handing it back to Lin Qian. Keep it. I give it to you. Lin Qian shook his head. Now that he had the suppressive power of ghost blood, the black nail was a bit useless to him. Old Wu didn't pretend. He thanked him and limped upstairs. Xia Qing also looked haggard. Seeing her eyelids drooping, Lin Qian quickly sent her back to rest. Soon, the entire teaching building was left with only Lin Qian and Yingying in his arms. A sigh. After trying, Lin Qian realized he couldn't save Yingying. Unlike Duan Feng, Yingying's body was too deeply tainted by the initial ghost blood to be removed. It was just that the little girl's physique was unique, and she had remained sane and lucid until now. Lin Qian wasn't sure if she would eventually transform into a monster. However, the system indicated that all sources of danger had been eliminated, which at least confirmed that there would be no immediate problems. Uncle Qian, how did they all fly away so quickly? Just as Lin Qian was hesitating about what to do with Yingying, the little girl suddenly spoke. Lin Qian was stunned, then he felt a mixture of laughter and tears. Be good, call me brother. He tried to guide Yingying. Brother Qian? Okay. Lin Qian fell silent, carrying Yingying out of the school building. Just as I expected, the area restrictions will be lifted after the mission is over. Standing on the weed-covered brick road, Lin Qian looked up at the sky. The morning light was faint, but still as gray as smog. Just then, a light suddenly lit up in the distance. Several motorcycles were heading towards the school. Lin Qian cautiously retreated back to the school building and watched from a distance. As Lin Qian watched, the vehicles stopped at the school gate. A team of armed soldiers descended from behind, their orderly footsteps echoing as they spread out to guard the entrance. The door of the SUV in the middle opened, and a burly man in a coat stepped out. The burly man, his body bulging with muscles, his loose coat barely concealing his figure. He wore sunglasses and frowned as he gazed toward the school building. Captain Hu, this elementary school was the last flashpoint in the lockdown zone. Before the situation went out of control, there was a second-level squad on duty, with the captain being Xiamin. The burly man known as Captain Hu removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. His nostrils twitched, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Are you sure this large-scale infection was caused by ghost blood? The man next to him was stunned by this, and glanced at the document in his hand. That's right. Captain Hu's eyes narrowed slightly. That's not right. I only sensed the presence of two people. As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled. Huh? How did someone disappear in an instant? He looked toward the entrance of the teaching building, only to see a frail figure limping out. Attention! The soldiers instantly raised their guns, simultaneously aiming at the figure. Don't worry. Captain Hu raised his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. He stepped forward alone, heading towards the figure. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was a little girl, and his brow furrowed uncomfortably. He stared down at Yingying in silence. Yingying looked up at him, their eyes wide open, neither of them attempting to speak. Suddenly, the little girl reached out and handed him a crumpled piece of paper. Captain Hu took it and glanced at it quickly, his expression growing increasingly serious. It was actually human intervention. He looked back at Yingying, only to find her staggering, her eyelids twitching again. Reaching out and grabbing the little girl by the collar, Captain Hu carried her away like a chick. Search the teaching building for any clues. I'd like to see who's so amazing as to have done all the work for me. After giving the order, he didn't pause for a moment. He tossed the unconscious Ying into the back seat and drove away. Infinity Building, room 609. After returning, Lin Qian immediately stripped naked and plopped into the hot spring, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Who was that guy? How could he sense me instantly from such a distance? As Lin Qian soaked in the hot spring, he thought about the burly man. Never mind. I find out sooner or later. Shaking his head, Lin Qian chose not to speculate for now, waiting to explore more slowly. Since it was confirmed that this dungeon and the Death Train dungeon were in the same world, there would always be a chance to encounter a similar dungeon again. This dungeon is incredibly rewarding. Besides a ton of attribute points, there are also numerous other rewards. Ha! Lin Qian raised his hands, splashing water. It's time for the exciting loot section again. Chapter 53. He removed the 3 rewards for this mission from the space and arranged them in order before him. He reached out and picked up the first item, examining it carefully. A thumb-thick glass test tube held dark red plasma. Gently shaking, a faint red light flickered. Purified initial ghost blood, after digestion, breaks through the first limit of the strength attribute. Digestion requirement, 100 strength points. First limit? What do you mean? Lin Qian frowned, having hit upon another blind spot in his knowledge. Putting the confusion aside for now, he picked up the second item. It was a red crystal the size of an eyeball, somewhat similar to a ghost blood crystal. Ghost Eye ability crystal, after digestion, gains the ability Ghost Eye. It was exactly as he had guessed, primarily because the item's name essentially gave him the answer. Without hesitation, Lin Qian simply popped it into his mouth like a candy bean. Soon, the chill dissipated, and a sore feeling spread across his eyes. Lin Qian blinked hard, unable to resist rubbing them. After a long moment, the discomfort subsided. Lin Qian's face was wet with tears, his eyes red, but his expression was filled with anticipation. Ability. Ghost Eye. Consumes mental energy to suppress the target. Try. Lin Qian asked himself, and with a thought, he immediately attempted to trigger the Ghost Eye ability. The moment the Ghost Eye activated, Lin Qian felt as if his brain had been drained. Then, a red light flashed beneath his eyes, sweeping across the area about 2 or 3 meters in front of him before disappearing in a flash. Is that all? Although he couldn't see the effect without a target, Lin Qian, having personally experienced the Ghost Eye's effects, knew its power. The distance is a bit short. Lin Qian rubbed his temples, his head feeling groggy, similar to the feeling from overusing Sha. Can I only use my spirit points at nearly 10 points once? It's too draining. This kind of drain is destined to be used as a trump card, not to be used casually. Yawning, Lin Qian picked up the last item. It was an irregularly outlined gold coin with the number 777 engraved on it. Strange gold coin. Can be used to purchase items in a strange shop. The introduction was brief and crude, lacking any useful information. Instead, the number engraved on the coin was 777. Strange shop. Could you be referring to room 777? Recalling his experience in room 666, Lin Qian shuddered and quickly put the coin back into his storage space, out of sight, out of mind. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Qian would never touch the door of a leopard again. Sleep. After finishing his inventory, Lin Qian stood up, dried himself, and slid directly into the soft bed. Moments later, the sound of steady, long breathing filled the room. Waking up, Lin Qian stretched comfortably, his bones crackling. Glancing at the time, he saw that there was still over an hour left of safe exploration time. I didn't sleep that long. It was already morning when he returned. Lin Qian, judging by the paycheck time of midnight, determined that the safe exploration time would begin around 8 a.m. and last for 5 hours. So, it was probably around 11 a.m. now. Is it because of the increased mental attributes? I feel like my energy is recovering much faster. Standing up, Lin Qian felt refreshed. Although he hadn't slept for long, all his fatigue had vanished, and his mental strength was restored. Clicking on the area channel, several private chat messages popped up. For 126779, for 126781. Lin Qian muttered the numbers, suddenly remembering that Old Wu and Duan Feng's room numbers seemed to be 779 and 781. Oh! The ones at the front must be the area code. There were 4 messages in total, all from members of the previous team. Lin Qian nodded yes 3 times, ignoring the last one, for 126570. That was Su Yun's number. There wasn't any particular reason. Lin Qian simply felt it unnecessary to add it. Opening the private chat interface, Lin Qian noticed that Duan Feng and Old Wu's avatars were both lit, but Xia Qing's was dim, indicating she was out of the area. Has this entered the world within the gate? Lin Qian was just speculating when a message suddenly popped up. Duan Feng, holy crap. Brother Qian, you're awake. Seeing this guy's energy return, Lin Qian chuckled. Lin Qian, what, are you healed? Duan Feng, yeah. That guy named Su Mian brought me some special medicine, and it's working well. Duan Feng, let's not talk about that. Brother Qian, can you describe what happened in detail? I was woken up by Wu Gu, and when I opened my eyes, I found the mission was over. I also gained 3 free attribute points. Duan Feng, after returning, everyone was talking about this, but no one said what happened. I'm so curious. Duan Feng, hello? Brother Qian, are you still there? Lin Qian didn't bother to talk anymore, and simply closed the dialogue box. Even through the screen, Lin Qian could faintly sense Duan Feng's chatter. Nothing to do, let's go for a walk. After walking around the room twice, and fiddling with the motorcycle, the small space felt a bit cramped, so Lin Qian decided to go out and relax. Having just experienced a major battle, Lin Qian wasn't in a rush to start the next dungeon. After all, he was a supervisor, and could explore the room at any time. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Qian was stunned. He saw a figure crouching dejectedly at the doorway. Seeing Lin Qian leave, they quickly stood up and nervously fixed their hair. It was Su Yun. I'm sorry. I was in a hurry and accidentally took this thing. I'm giving it back to you. Su Yun nervously handed over something. Xia Men's neatly folded black robe. Oh, okay. Lin Qian took it and tossed it directly into his storage space. Honestly, if Su Yun hadn't brought it to him, he would have almost forgotten it existed. But it was his own profit after all, so one more is better than one less. He was about to leave when he saw Su Yun hesitating. What? Anything else? Lin Qian frowned. No. I just wanted to apologize. I was too weak to protect Ying, and used the escape card without permission. Her voice trailed off, and her eyes began to redden slightly. Lin Qian waved his hand, his expression somewhat speechless. Anything else? He felt that this woman was just as talkative as Duan Feng. No. No more. Seeing Lin Qian's impatience, Su Yun didn't dare say anything more, and could only turn away silently. Dad Qian. Just then, an excited voice echoed from a distance. Lin Qian didn't even need to turn around. He could guess who it was from a distance. Hey hey. Su Mian trotted over to Lin Qian, and saluted with a strange, awkward gesture. Report? Lin Qian was exhausted. Speak. Su Mian took 2 steps back, reached out, and pulled out a few items. We've counted our gains, and selected a few items worthy of presenting to you. Lin Qian hadn't been particularly interested at first, but as his gaze swept over the items, he suddenly perked up. Room expansion card *2. Storage space upgrade card *1. Military night vision goggles *1. Fragmentation grenade *2. Catching the subtle shift in Lin Qian's expression, Su Mian felt a surge of delight. He glanced at Su Yun's departing figure, silently muttering to himself. I gave you a chance, and you couldn't even grasp it. Clinging to someone's influence is a skill, so just learn it. Chapter 54. Huh, I feel much better. After using 2 room expansion cards, Lin Qian's room expanded to 60 square meters. Originally a little crowded, it suddenly became very spacious. The storage space was upgraded again, and the length, width, and height increased by another meter, reaching 27 cubic meters. With enough capacity, Lin Qian put all the miscellaneous items such as motorcycles into the storage space, to avoid the smell of engine oil in the room. Should I buy some furniture? Lin Qian looked around, and was hesitating whether to move some things from the world inside the door, when a private message popped up. 931, Su Mian, Qian Dad, the matter you asked me to inquire about has been found. Although the person involved died in the school copy, his neighbor once saw this guy enter room 777, and then quickly walked out. He was not unable to leave the room. Seeing the long string of messages sent by Su Mian, Lin Qian fell into deep thought. He casually asked Su Mian to find out about room 777, but he hadn't expected such quick results. Lin Qian, okay, I understand. Also, don't call me Dad Qian from now on. It sounds strange. Su Mian, I understand. From now on, can I call you Brother Qian? Lin Qian didn't respond, a gesture of acquiescence. A few seconds later, another message arrived. Su Mian, you haven't eaten yet, have you? My neighbor is a cook. He has a stove and a pot in his room, and he's quite skilled. I send you a menu of what I can cook. You can order whatever you want, and I serve you the food. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, feeling a little tempted. It had been a long time since he'd eaten freshly cooked food. Lin Qian, sure. After enjoying the sumptuous lunch Su Mian had brought, the safe exploration period was drawing to a close. Lin Qian leisurely put on his night vision goggles. After a moment's thought, he strapped the cursed crocodile skin-wrapped butcher knife to his back, just in case. After the lights went out, Lin Qian opened the door and left the room. He glanced towards Area 500. The corridor was empty, with no sign of Snake Brother. Turning around, Lin Qian headed straight for room 777. He declined Su Mian's request to send someone to help him explore room 777. Since it was called a store, it must have merchandise. If the gold coins he had could actually purchase something, it would be best not to share the information with anyone else. His path was smooth, and he encountered no other supervisors, arriving directly at the door of room 777. He took a deep breath. His only chance to open the door once a day had been used up, and without hesitation, Lin Qian pushed it open and entered. Ding-ling-ling. As soon as the door opened, a crisp bell rang in his ears, like an ordinary shop alerting the owner of a customer. Lin Qian stood at the doorway, peering inside. He saw the room was brightly lit. A large window in the center, like a pawnshop, was displayed. A pile of yellowed papers lay scattered above the wooden counter, a messy mess. No one was visible. He stepped inside, closed the door, and tried to open it again. After confirming that he could open it at any time, Lin Qian's tense nerves relaxed slightly. It seemed that Su Mian's information was accurate. Not all leopard rooms were as dangerous as 666. Looking around, he found that the front hall he was in was not very large. Instead, behind the counter led directly to a narrow, endless passage. Faint sounds echoed in the darkness. Ah! How could someone come to my house at this hour? A slightly hoarse voice echoed from far away, sounding like someone speaking through a pinched nose. Don't scream. Not at this hour. Suddenly, the voice grew panicked. The next moment. Ah! A sharp, miserable scream echoed from the darkness, a terrifying wave of sound sweeping towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian's face paled. Just as he turned to open the door and leave, he was struck by the rapidly approaching sound wave. His head felt like it had been struck by a sledgehammer, his eyes went black, and a strong sense of dizziness washed over him. He stumbled, clinging frantically to the door handle, barely maintaining his balance, and avoiding falling flat on his face. Puff! At that moment, a ball of white light suddenly exploded in front of Lin Qian. Immediately, a small figure clattered out of the light dust, looking anxiously at Lin Qian. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Huh? After seeing Lin Qian's reaction, the short figure couldn't help but utter a puzzled sound, their anxious expression suddenly turning into a hint of surprise. Lin Qian gritted his teeth and shook his head vigorously. Although the dizziness eased somewhat, his vision was still filled with double images, and he couldn't see the person coming. This feeling was very familiar to him. It had a similar effect to the ghost baby's cry, both attacking the mind, but with much greater power. After a long pause, his vision finally overlapped, and the dizziness finally dissipated. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lin Qian subconsciously looked down, only to be met with a pair of yellow eyes the size of light bulbs, and was instantly startled. Oh my! His nerves instantly tensed, and he instinctively reached for the butcher knife behind him. You're actually all right? The next moment, a hoarse voice echoed, its tone tinged with disbelief. Feeling no ill will from the other party, Lin Qian relaxed slightly, but remained vigilant. What do you mean? He didn't understand what the other party meant. He had just recovered, so how could he say he was all right? How could a newcomer like you, who had only been here a short time, take the attack of a screaming worm without fainting? The short figure stared at Lin Qian intently, inching closer with curiosity. It barely reached Lin Qian's knees, its shiny black skin covered in wrinkles. Its head was large, its cheeks shrunken, and its eyes, frighteningly large, with a hint of white fuzz on its eyelids. Its pointed ears stood erect, and its head was also sparsely covered with sparse white fuzz. It looked quite ugly, a bit like a plucked-out cat. Sniff! It brought its nose close to Lin Qian, sniffed carefully, and suddenly took 2 steps back. You smell like that guy? It stared at Lin Qian in disbelief. Have you been in room 666 before? Lin Qian was stunned. How do you know? He couldn't imagine that such a thing could be detected by smell. You won the bet. How is that possible? Hearing Lin Qian's instinctive response, the bald monster looked even more shocked. As if hoping for an answer, it stretched out its short hand and touched Lin Qian. Lin Qian instinctively tried to dodge, but the air seemed to be stagnant, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. What the hell? He stared wide-eyed, as the bald monster stood on tiptoe, and touched the back of his hand. The moment that cold hand touched him, Lin Qian felt as if an invisible pair of eyes had spied on him. I see. A mysterious light flickered in the bald monster's eyes, and its puzzled expression gradually eased. Raising its head, it gazed at Lin Qian with a hint of surprise, as if it had discovered a treasure, appearing especially friendly. I never expected that after all these years, I actually meet the stone-hearted man again. Chapter 55. Stone-heart? Lin Qian was stunned by the bald monster's words, remembering the stone-hard trait that had been with him since the beginning. Isn't it written there on your dashboard? The bald monster rubbed his short hands together as he circled around Lin Qian, examining him. This is a very rare talent. Lin Qian was even more shocked. You can still see my dashboard? Then he caught the key point in the other person's words. A very rare talent? Lin Qian looked at the bald monster. You mean my stone-hard trait is a rare talent? He had always thought that this stone heart represented a heart as solid as a rock, a calm and composed mind. Now it seemed that wasn't as simple as he thought. The bald monster nodded. Extremely rare. Our languages differ, so the translated meanings may differ slightly. All I know is that your gift is known as Stoneheart in our world. This gift grants you extreme immunity to mental attacks and manipulation, and as your mental attributes increase, your immunity increases in stages. It's precisely because of this that you were able to walk out of room 666 alive and win a bet. That guy's bet wasn't about luck from the start, but rather whether the participants could maintain their sanity under the influence of mental suggestion. Something struck it, and it suddenly let out a strange cackle. Cheek. I bet that guy didn't expect to encounter a Stoneheart at first. I really want to see his expression after he loses the bet. Lin Qian's brow furrowed as he listened. The other person's words contained a vast amount of information, and he needed to digest it carefully. Don't doubt it. According to your understanding, remaining sane in the face of danger isn't a natural talent. Many people can do it. With enough experience or training, it's not uncommon. True talent can't be acquired through training. It continued its explanation, its excitement seemingly subsiding slightly. No wonder you, a newcomer, were able to withstand the attacks of the screaming bugs. As the bald monster spoke, it produced a strangely shaped gun from nowhere. The barrel resembled a trumpet, the mouth of the trumpet blocked, and the gun was pitch black, shimmering with a faint light. Could this be the source of that sonic attack just now? Seeing the other person's eagerness to let go of the gun, Lin Qian had a vague suspicion. What exactly are those screaming bugs this guy is talking about? Are they hidden inside the gun? Catching Lin Qian's curious gaze, the bald monster shook the trumpet gun in his hand. This is my latest gadget, the screaming gun. It contains a specially treated screaming worm. Each release requires a long rest before it can be used again. The downside is that the user is still vulnerable to attack. Well, your innate ability grants you immunity to most attacks. This gun is perfect for you. This is a weapon with a wide area destructive power, and to be honest, Lin Qian really wants one. What's the price? The bald monster held up 5 short fingers. 5 strange gold coins. Lin Qian shook his head helplessly. I only have one. The bald monster was visibly taken aback. You really have some? Lin Qian frowned. Judging by this guy's reaction, the rarity of strange gold coins seemed even greater than he imagined. Where can I get more strange gold coins? He asked casually out of habit, but he didn't expect to get an answer. Strange gold coins are usually only obtained from quest rewards. Of course, if you come across any rare materials, you can also exchange them for gold coins from me. The bald monster clattered to the counter and climbed onto a chair, finally officially opening for business. By reading your panel attributes, I've selected these usable items for you. All are priced at 1 gold coin. Chichichichi. Reading the panel is my unique privilege. If that tentacle monster had known this, it wouldn't have been so utterly defeated. The bald monster smiled and waved his hand. A flash of white light flashed, and 3 more items suddenly appeared on the wooden counter. Lin Qian stepped forward and touched them one by one. Beauty potion. After taking, the user will transform into the most beautiful image in their imagination. The duration of the transformation is affected by the degree of transformation. Golden Feces Power Crystal. After taking and digesting, the user gains the power of golden feces. Blind Glasses. After wearing, the user's vision will be completely lost, becoming truly blind. Removing them will restore vision. Lin Qian withdrew his hand and stared at the bald-haired monster behind the counter, speechless. What a mess. Even though this place is called the Strange Shop, this is really too strange. What? You don't have anything you like? Noticing Lin Qian's expression, the bald-haired monster waved his hand, and the 3 items instantly vanished. You can come back later. I try to find more items you can use. But don't get your hopes up. I don't have many items that can be used before reaching the first limit. Hearing the familiar words, Lin Qian perked up. What is the first limit? This guy's talkativeness made Lin Qian reluctant to leave. Once one of your attributes reaches 100, it will hit its limit and cannot increase further. At that point, you must use special items to break through the limit and continue to grow. This was pretty much what Lin Qian had guessed. Speaking of this, I have to remind you that until your mental attributes break through the first limit, it's best not to get involved with room 666. That guy must have known about your talent, and will definitely try to kill you by any means possible, smothering this huge threat before you can grow. After all, the evil demons are best at mind control, so you're their nemesis. Hearing its words, Lin Qian's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Remembering how he used room card 666 as a last resort, a wave of fear washed over him. Could it be that all the guy's previous behavior was just a ploy to deceive me? Lin Qian's heart sank. This building was truly fraught with danger. One wrong move could lead to a lifeless death. Thinking of this, he looked at the bald-haired monster with a strange look. How much truth is there in what this guy is saying? Putting his chaotic thoughts aside for the moment, Lin Qian waved his hand, removed the dark blue ghost baby's skin from his storage space, and placed it on the counter. You just said you could exchange rare materials for gold coins. I wonder if this counts. Seeing a business call, the bald-haired monster perked up. He reached out and touched the cold ghost baby's skin, his eyes flickering mysteriously again, as if he were assessing it. Quickly, he withdrew his hand and held up 2 fingers to Lin Qian. 2. Lin Qian didn't rush to agree, but instead asked, "What can you buy here for 3 gold coins?" The bald monster paused for a moment before offering a conclusion. "You can take all those 3 things away." Lin Qian immediately retracted the ghost baby's skin and turned to leave. Bye. Chapter 56. For your talent's sake, I'd like to remind you of something. A voice behind him paused as Lin Qian opened the door. Regarding the cursed weapon you carry, this crude isolation method can't completely block the curse. It will still seep through and affect you bit by bit. Using the ghost skin for isolation would be much more effective. Lin Qian paused briefly, then nodded. Thank you. After a thank you, he pushed the door open and left room 777. The doorbell gradually died down, and silence returned to the room. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Suddenly, a gloating laugh echoed from behind the counter. With a puff, a burst of light dust exploded, and the bald monster vanished. Back in the room, Lin Qian obediently removed the butcher knife from his body. He peeled off the dried crocodile skin, replaced it with the ghost skin, and carefully wrapped it. No wonder I've been feeling more impulsive lately than before. It's my emotions that keep influencing me. He didn't doubt the bald monster's last words. All signs proved he wasn't lying. But he needed to carefully consider the rest of his words. Lin Qian pulled out a pen and paper, and began to break down the information bit by bit. While this trip didn't yield any substantial gains, it did give Lin Qian a deeper understanding of the situation within the Infinity Building. Clans, worlds. These guys didn't seem like simple NPCs. Each one had a story behind it. Plus, the black-robed demon in room 666 had mentioned earlier that many had entered there before him. Could it be that we weren't the first to enter the building? Putting a question mark behind this bold hypothesis, Lin Qian put down his pen and paper without dwelling on it. The information he had so far was still too limited to make any inferences. With nothing else to do, Lin Qian began practicing his bloodline control in the room. With the room's larger size, he could now try many things that had previously been inconvenient. He spread a few wooden boards far apart, took aim, and with a whoosh, dozens of bloodlines shot out, piercing the boards with a puff. With his spiritual attributes significantly enhanced, the speed and flexibility of his bloodlines also increased significantly. It was still a bit short of the attack power of the evil spirit on the death train, but it was already as powerful as a thrown spear, easily piercing flesh. With a flick of his hand, the bloodlines flew back with the wooden boards. With a bang, Lin Qian punched through the boards with a powerful punch and casually tossed them aside. With continuous practice, Lin Qian's control over his bloodlines gradually improved. After an unspecified amount of time, feeling visibly fatigued, Lin Qian stopped practicing, quickly showered, and went to bed. The next day, Lin Qian was awakened by a series of system notifications. Ding! First regional survival trial ends. Regional channels +2 opened. Connected to region 41274128. Blank rooms and region reassigned to random worlds. Second regional trial, 15 days later. Please improve your strength quickly before then and strive to survive. Lin Qian sat on his bed, his hair disheveled, a dazed expression on his face. What's going on? Why are you sending me the notification so late? Could it be because we finished the trial early, and we have to wait until the other areas finish before sending me the notification? Opening the regional channel, it was also in a state of chaos. However, according to Su Mian's statistics, after the experience of the Weird Blood Campus dungeon, only about 60 people were left in their entire area, so it was far less active than at the beginning. Holy crap! There's an upward staircase at the end of 998. I'm on 101, and the stairs go down. This should be the passage to another area. What do you say? Let's go check out another area. Don't act rashly. Who knows what the situation is like in other areas? Will they welcome strangers? Yes, there are no rules or laws here. If you go there and they swarm you and kill you, taking your room card, who do you expect to avenge you? Then what should we do? Just pretend this never happened. As far as I'm concerned, it's best not to act rashly today, and don't wander into rooms to explore. No one can be sure what the people in other areas will do. Just then, a message popped up in Lin Qian's private chat. Su Mian, Brother Qian, what are your instructions on this matter? Lin Qian, you decide. Lin Qian wasn't particularly interested in the opening of the new area. Instead, he was intrigued by the blank room information about the world's redistribution. Blank room? What do you mean? Does it mean rooms where the quest has been completed, or rooms where the survivors have died and lost their users? Guessing was pointless, so Lin Qian decided to verify it himself. Leaving the room, Lin Qian noticed an unprecedented bustle in the hallway, with many people gathered at either end, preparing. Su Mian was giving orders in the regional chat room. Besides temporarily halting exploration of the room, he also instructed everyone not to venture into other floors, and to organize both sides to prepare for the enemy. With the rule that killing someone robs the enemy of all their supplies, when facing a stranger of the same kind, it's best to assume the worst and most malicious intent and make every possible preparation. A head-on confrontation isn't to be feared. What's more concerning is a surprise attack from someone blocking the door. Lin Qian somewhat agreed with Su Mian's opinion, but he wasn't prepared to get involved. As the hidden boss of the entire area, he could leave these trivial matters to others. He only needed to focus on one thing, rapidly improving his strength. The next regional trial was still 15 days away, half a month, not a long time. He casually stopped a man hurriedly passing by carrying a sack. Just as he was about to show impatience, he turned and saw it was Lin Qian, and immediately calmed down. Qian, Brother Qian. Remembering boss Su Mian's instructions, the man swallowed the word father abruptly. Lin Qian, unwilling to waste time, pointed at the door of room 607 next door. Do you have any more openings? Open it for me. During the safe exploration time, Lin Qian tried to minimize his openings. Yes, Brother Qian, yes. The man wasted no time, tossing the sack aside, and twisting the handle to push the door open. The familiar grasslands and wilderness remained, the breeze refreshing. Alright, go and do your thing. Lin Qian entered and casually greeted him. Okay, Brother Qian, if you have anything to say. As if he had won a prize for helping Lin Qian, the man bowed to Lin Qian with a flattered expression. Then he picked up the sack and walked away, his steps brisk and his strength seemingly increased. You didn't expect it, did you? I, Lin, am back again. Standing in a familiar place again, Lin Qian felt a strange surge of emotion, as if he had become rich and returned to seek revenge. He gathered his energy and shouted to the heavens. Who's he? Come out and meet the guests. Chapter 57. Kill the treasure chest guardian. Gain 1 free attribute point. Open the treasure chest. Gain room amenity card. Constant temperature planting plot. Lin Qian was stunned by the system prompt. Another room amenity card? Planting plot? Lin Qian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain vegetable seeds, he could eat fresh vegetables in his room. Although he wasn't short of food right now, who wouldn't want to eat something good? After the bloodline was reclaimed, only a perfectly intact tiger skin remained on the ground. Lin Qian planned to have someone deal with it later, making a rug from the skin and placing it next to his bed as a keepsake. The tiger's flesh and blood gave Lin Qian a total of 0.3 strength bonus. He estimated that it was roughly equivalent to a high-level vampire, still quite dangerous. Adding the supervisor's salary, Lin Qian gained 2 more free attribute points. Opening the panel, he added both points to his spirit. Finally, his attributes all broke through the 10-point mark, reaching a new level. Name: Lin Qian, Level 1 Overseer, Strength, 17.9. Agility, 10.1. Const, 16. Spirit, 11.9. Traits: Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities: Spirit Fire, 18%, Alien Blood, Bloodline/Ghost Blood, Ghost Eye. Rating: a battle-hardened alien blood warrior, adept at fighting supernatural forces. His combat prowess is sufficient to serve as a hunting dog for a level 2 overseer. The rating has changed slightly, but not significantly. After collecting all the spoils, Lin Qian looked around and found the area incredibly large. However, apart from the tiger, there seemed to be no other living creatures. It was a vast expanse of grassland, with no visible end in sight. Lin Qian, keep an eye on the vegetable and fruit seeds for me. Leaving room 607, Lin Qian casually sent a message to Su Mian. Su Mian, obey. By the way, when are you planning to eat? I have the Imperial Kitchen prepare it in advance. I have to say, Su Mian is a real shrewd guy. He never asks questions about the tasks he's assigned. Lin Qian, no thanks. Yesterday was a day off. Today, Lin Qian plans to explore the world within the gate again. In places like this, diligence is always a good idea. Open. At the door of room 605, Lin Qian repeated his old trick, stopping a passerby to open the door for him. After the incident at the spooky campus, everyone in the area knew this living father. Without further ado, the man immediately stepped forward and opened the door. No changes? Entering the room, Lin Qian looked around, his brows furrowed slightly. The stench of decay wafted from the innermost bedroom. The surroundings were still familiar, but it was clear someone had entered after Lin Qian, knocking down cabinet doors and other miscellaneous items, and taking them away, leaving the place in a state of disarray. He clearly remembered that after killing the zombie, the system indicated that he had completed the primary cleanup mission. Primary cleanup mission, so perhaps there are also intermediate and advanced ones? Lin Qian wasn't sure, but he had a vague idea of how to verify it. Bearing the stench, Lin Qian entered the bedroom and used his bloodline to try to absorb the zombie's corpse. The rotting flesh dissolved rapidly. In a matter of seconds, only a skeleton remained on the ground. No benefit. This was within Lin Qian's expectations. After all, with his current stats, even a tiger could only provide 0.3, let alone a weak zombie whose combat power was inferior to that of an ordinary human. Approaching the door, he reached out and knocked on the wall. The dull thud proved it wasn't a load-bearing wall. Taking 2 steps back, Lin Qian gave it a fierce kick. Boom! With a rumbling sound, bricks and stones broke and tumbled, a gap created by Lin Qian's kick. Kicking a few more times, the gap widened enough for him to duck through. Lin Qian peered outside and, sure enough, saw the dark hotel corridor. Exiting the gap, Lin Qian casually pulled out his night vision goggles, donning them, and explored the corridor. Suddenly, his ears twitched, picking up the sounds of zombies in the next room. Bang! Lin Qian decisively kicked the door open and peeked inside, only to be confronted by 2 zombies with blood-stained mouths. They staggered towards him, one even tripping over a lamp and struggling to crawl. After the blood vampire incident, Lin Qian was somewhat unimpressed when facing zombies again. With a flick of his hand, bloodline shot out, piercing the 2 zombies with dozens of them. Their bodies quickly melted away, and the growling ceased abruptly. How boring. Seeing still no system notifications, Lin Qian felt somewhat frustrated. Bang! Bang! In the pitch-black corridor, the sound of kicks on doors echoed continuously. Lin Qian looted along the way, absorbing zombies he encountered and storing any items he found interesting into his memory, as if he were on a leisurely outing. Oh! Good stuff. Finally, Lin Qian found something that piqued his interest in a guest room. It was a double-barreled shotgun, a bit old, but still functional. The original owner had chosen to end his life in the bathroom, leaving a large hole in the back of his head, effectively eliminating his chance of becoming a zombie. This was far more brutal than the revolver owner's suicide by shooting himself in the heart. He dug into his backpack and found 2 boxes of shotgun ammunition, a full supply of over 50 rounds. Lin Qian was delighted, He finally didn't have to threaten anyone with an empty revolver. After reloading, Lin Qian stored his loot in storage and continued his search, kicking down doors. Soon, he had searched the entire hotel floor thoroughly. Unfortunately, the hotel didn't seem to be very occupied, with many empty rooms. Lin Qian only managed to grab a few sets of bedding to keep for replacement, and there wasn't much else worth taking. Thankfully, the hotel had multiple floors, so Lin Qian planned to explore the upper floors first. Once he had explored the upper areas, he would then descend, floor by floor, until he finally left the hotel. Bang! Using a fire axe he picked up, he chopped off the chain on the passage door and stepped onto his second floor of the day. As soon as he took a step, Lin Qian heard a series of low growls from afar. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a dozen zombies roaming the corridor simultaneously charging towards him. Roar! Lin Qian raised a brow, noticing that the farthest zombie was noticeably different from the others. It was jogging, rapidly approaching them. Could this thing possibly evolve? Surprised, Lin Qian raised his hands and waited until the zombie was within attack range before stabbing it like a sieve. After absorbing all the zombies in the corridor, Lin Qian finally received his first system notification. Constituent strength plus 0.1. He breathed a sigh of relief, almost crying. That's good, my work wasn't in vain. Even a mosquito leg is meat, and quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The number of zombies is there. If we can absorb them all, the profit will definitely be huge. Chapter 58. Hey, 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 hey. Brother. My dear brother. You must hold it steady. This isn't a firewood stick. It could go off. In front of room 101, by the corridor, 7 or 8 men squatted in a row, their heads in their hands, their faces filled with fear and regret. I shouldn't have listened to that dog brother's instigation, saying that the new area was territory, a resource, and whoever dared to rush for the right to speak would be the boss. And now, he had to show off, rushing to be the first to take the lead and even firing a warning shot to demonstrate his strength. The next second, someone shot him in the head with a shotgun, and his body lay beside him, still warm. You love to have the right to speak? Go ahead. Su Mian dragged a bench from somewhere, and sat down across from them. He observed their reactions, his expression gradually becoming speechless. Are you saying that this dog brother is actually a big shot on your floor? He found it hard to believe. Yes, yes. After all, there are only a few people like you who have guns. On our entire floor, only a few are so lucky. A yellow-haired young man squatting at the front of the group responded quickly. His face was bruised and swollen, and his right arm was twisted and twisted. He grimaced in pain when he accidentally pulled it. He had been abruptly broken. The instigator was a tall, thin henchman behind Su Mian. He hadn't expected the group before him to be as fragile as cardboard figures, shattering at the slightest touch and falling to their knees at the slightest blow. They were a complete mob. He had overlooked his own strength, which was over 4 points. With his full strength, no ordinary person could withstand it. Seeing the scornful look from the lanky henchman, the yellow-haired man couldn't help but shudder, unable to conceal his fear. Monsters, all monsters. There's something wrong with these people. I want to go home. I ask you answer. Su Mian nudged his head with the muzzle of his gun, his tone cold. The yellow-haired man was sweating profusely, nodding repeatedly. How many people are on your floor right now? No, less than 200. Su Mian's heart sank, his eyes narrowing slightly. What is your regional trial mission? It's on an island. You need to survive for 3 days. There are many ferocious beasts around. On the first day alone, more than a dozen people died, and many were injured. As if recalling some horrific scene, the yellow-haired man's voice trembled. What ferocious beasts do you mean? Su Mian pressed on, unwilling to give up. Wolves, tigers, lions, pythons, and the like. Oh! Yeah, there are also snakes and some poisonous insects. Very scary. By the way, killing wild beasts earns hunting points, which can be exchanged for rewards in the system, including escape cards, potions that increase strength for a short period of time, and the only tiger bone armor. The yellow-haired man spoke with increasing excitement, until he noticed a few people's expressions looking a little off, and his voice gradually faded. Is there something wrong with what I said? He asked cautiously. It's okay. Su Mian practically gritted his teeth. The two men behind him exchanged glances, each reading the same question in the other's eyes. Why? Compared to the terrifying monsters in the school, jackals, tigers, and leopards were even handsome. If they could trade dungeons, he'd even consider letting them cuddle and sleep together. Is a dozen deaths considered a lot? There are only about 50 people left in their entire area now. Taking a deep breath, Su Mian suppressed the turmoil within him and continued asking. During the trial mission, have you seen anyone who excelled? Or to put it another way, who is the strongest person on your floor right now? The yellow-haired man answered without hesitation. It's Brother Dashan. I heard he used to be a hunter, very fierce, armed with a gun, and skilled at setting traps. He traded away the only tiger bone armor we have. We always give him respect and avoid him whenever we see him. Su Mian interrupted. Anything else? Well, then there's Boss Gao. While his personal strength isn't great, he's very good at winning people over. He has a dozen or so people following him. Go despises him and calls him a backstabber. After hearing his story, Su Mian rested the butt of his rifle against his chin, lost in thought. After a long pause, he suddenly gave an order to the two men behind him. You two, follow him and check the situation. As he spoke, he pulled a grenade from his storage space and handed it to one of his men. Take this. At this critical moment, you must prioritize your own safety and make sure you escape unscathed. He then looked at another man. Stand at the entrance and observe the situation through binoculars. If anything seems amiss, report back immediately. Everyone else, keep an eye on these idiots. After giving his instructions, he hurried to the other side. Brother Mian, what are you worried about? The door to room 998 was open. The man with glasses was debugging his newly acquired drone. Seeing Su Mian enter, he asked without even looking up. He had a radio on his ear, and he heard every word Su Mian had just spoken. Closing the door, Su Mian casually sat on the sofa. With your brain? How could you not guess what I'm worried about? The man with glasses stared intently at his laptop screen, typing away as he spoke slowly. I guess you're terrified, worried that a monster like Brother Qian will appear in another district. Su Mian spread his hands. Why else would I be so cautious? We're lucky to have met a great boss, who doesn't take us seriously. Not only are we not exploited at all, but we can even follow him around and reap some benefits. But if another Brother Qian of equal strength and violent temper shows up, how would we deal with him? You saw that scene yourself. You should know it's not a big deal for him to kill us all by himself. Who wouldn't be afraid? He said, pulling out a cigarette case and lighter from his pocket. Please, don't smoke in my room. The man with glasses stopped him rudely. Su Mian was speechless, but he quietly put his cigarette case away. I've decided to take the initiative. He stood up, finally making up his mind. I'm betting that a being of Brother Qian's caliber is a rare exception. I can't believe we are so lucky. In 3 zones, we only encounter a second monster-level being. The man with glasses finally looked up. What are you going to do? Su Mian smiled. I'm going to completely control the other 2 zones, leaving only Brother Qian above us. After battling Dog Brother and his gang, Su Mian realized the terrifying boost those 3 free attributes could provide to survivors at this stage. Although there were only about 50 of them left, each one was an elite among elites. And because they had all experienced the terrifying test of life and death together and shared a common reverence, the unity of this floor was terrifying. Everyone was united, and there wouldn't be the kind of conflicting forces seen on the yellow hair floor. This group of strong and united individuals is a terrifying existence for other floors of the same period. Chapter 59. Ding! Intermediate cleanup mission completed. Hotel cleanup. Receive 100% contribution reward. 3 free attribute points, 1 rage potion. Boom. As the giant zombie before him collapsed to the ground, a system notification sounded. Lin Qian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and sat down exhausted. Finally. It's over. Clearing all the zombies in the 30-plus floors of the hotel wasn't a challenge for him. They weren't even a threat at all. Even the small boss-level giant zombie on the first floor wasn't enough to draw his sword. He could easily deal with it with just his health bar. But this was pure physical labor, and it was damn tiring. For the first time, Lin Qian experienced piecework. On average, a dozen zombies only added 0.1 stat points. Fortunately, there was a large supply of zombies, and the entire building contained 30 floors of hotels and 6 floors of offices, totaling nearly 1,000 zombies. After casually absorbing the last giant zombie, Lin Qian began to review his gains. First, the attribute point gains. He calculated, for 0.2 constitution and 3 strength, for a total of only 7.2 attribute points. That's thousands of zombies. Thankfully, the dozen or so evolved zombies boosted the overall gain. The last giant zombie alone gave 0.2 strength, otherwise it would have been even lower. Besides, Lin Qian was in a hurry to increase efficiency, and didn't search every room thoroughly, so he didn't gain much in terms of supplies. But he did manage to obtain several pistols of various models from the zombies, as well as some body armor and some explosion-proof equipment. He planned to have Su Mian send someone to thoroughly search the hotel. He would only take the useful items and leave the rest for his subordinates to play with. He casually added the 3 free attributes granted by the system to his spirit. A cool feeling spread, and his fatigue was instantly relieved. Today's health had been used too frequently, and even the 11.9 spirit was nearing depletion. Carefully taking out the Berserk Potion granted by the system, Lin Qian read the item information. Berserk Potion, after injection, gains Berserk ability. Lin Qian noticed that the Berserk Potion looked very similar to the Abnormal Digestion Potion, as if they were manufactured by the same manufacturer. Carelessly removing the cap, Lin Qian injected it into his chest without hesitation. The next moment, a burning heat spread throughout his body, reaching every limb. However, Lin Qian's expression remained unchanged. After experiencing the painful fusion of the fire seed and the alien blood core, this level of abnormal reaction was not enough to move him. Soon, the burning sensation subsided, the potion was absorbed, and Lin Qian's dashboard displayed a new ability. Berserk, after use, strength gains a significant bonus. The duration is affected by constitution. After the effect ends, the player enters a weakened state. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Great stuff, and it suits him perfectly. His strength and constitution are developing rapidly, and this ability just so happens to benefit from them. What a coincidence. I just don't know if it can stack with the Butcher's Knife's curse. If it could, his explosive power would reach a terrifying level. I can try it when we get back to my room. Decided, Lin Qian checked the updated dashboard stats. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Overseer, Strength, 20.9. Agility, 10.1. Const, 20.2. Spirit, 14.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities, Spirit Fire, 18%, Alien Blood, Hell/Ghost Blood, Ghost Eyes, Rage. Review, a battle-hardened alien blood warrior, adept at fighting supernatural forces, and possessing formidable explosive power. His combat power is enough to surpass that of a Level 2 Overseer's Hound. Seeing both his strength and vitality surpass the 20-point barrier warmed Lin Qian's heart, making him feel that all his previous efforts had been worthwhile. Off. Home. A quick glance at the time revealed that the safe exploration phase had long passed. This was the benefit of being an overseer. Most people would choose to stay in the world behind the gate at this point, but Lin Qian didn't have to worry at all. I wonder where Brother Snake went. I haven't seen him in a few days. I miss him a little. Back in the Infinity Building's corridor, Lin Qian looked around, but still couldn't see Brother Snake. Could it be that I'm the only supervisor left on this floor? Lin Qian walked to the door of his room and was about to open it when he heard a noise in the distance. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a flash of light in Area 700. Someone hurriedly opened the door and fled, followed by a figure. Huh? Lin Qian perked up and peered through his night vision goggles, but from the distance, he could only make out 2 figures grappling with each other, making quite a noise. A conflict between survivors? It doesn't seem like it. But the system hadn't issued a supervisor mission, nor had the location map appeared. Is it because that area isn't under my jurisdiction, so I didn't notify you? Just as Lin Qian was wondering, the 2 figures grappling in the distance had already decided the outcome. The one who was initially at a disadvantage pulled out something and stabbed his opponent fiercely. The next moment, Lin Qian saw the stabbed figure stagger to his feet, waving his hands like a drunk, trying to remove the unknown object. Hiss. The more Lin Qian watched, the more familiar the scene seemed. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward. It wasn't until he saw the fallen man suddenly pull out a shield, ready to ram the enemy into the door, that Lin Qian realized, through the familiar body movements, that he recognized this person as someone he knew. Old Wu. His voice wasn't a big deal, but it startled Old Wu in the darkness. Who? Old Wu quickly turned around, drew his gun, and aimed it in Lin Qian's direction. But the next moment, a second figure suddenly emerged from the doorway, knocking him to the ground and strangling his neck. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Qian couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he could faintly hear the sound of bubbling, as if someone were drowning. Damn! Realizing the situation wasn't looking good, Lin Qian sprinted towards Old Wu, untying the ghostly skin from the butcher's knife. Swish, swish, swish. The red glow of a bloodline pierced the darkness, instantly piercing the eerie figure strangling Old Wu. Puff. Tick, tick. The eerie sound made Lin Qian frown. It felt like something was gurgling through the hole. Furthermore, to his perception, the bloodline felt like it had pierced a balloon filled with water, even more fragile than a rotting zombie, with no resistance from bones or muscles. Absorb, he thought, but there was no response. What's going on? This was the first time Lin Qian had encountered something he couldn't absorb, and he was filled with confusion. He quickly manipulated his bloodline to wrap around the figure, then pulled with all his might. Puff! Splash! However, the next moment, the scene before him left Lin Qian's jaw dropping. The figure's outline first swelled strangely into several pieces as Lin Qian pulled with immense force. Then, like a water balloon being squeezed to burst, its skin ruptured, gushing out an unknown liquid that drenched Old Wu. Ding! Kill the unusual intruder, and receive a reward. Free attribute point *1. Chapter 60. The moment the system notification sounded, Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. Then, indescribable joy filled him. Is there such a good thing? He even ignored Old Wu, who was choking on the water, and quickly attacked the other figure affected by the black nails. Puff! A line of blood swept across, and the figure shattered. Ding! Kill the abnormal intruder, reward. Free attribute point *1. Another identical notification sounded. Cough! Cough! Thank you. Old Wu rose awkwardly, drenched and dirty, as if he had rolled in the mud, his face covered in dirt and weeds. Shoo! Lin Qian quickly stepped forward, interrupting Old Wu's thanks. Seeing the door begin to close automatically, he reached out to stop it. Leaning his head towards the world within the portal, he discovered a fishing village nestled by the river. The surrounding wooden houses were dilapidated, and the stench of decay was thick. The moonlight was shrouded in mist. The sound of water splashed in the distance, and several figures slowly emerged from the water, wandering aimlessly. The mission requires the elimination of all cursed villagers. With your black nail, I killed quite a few during the day, but I didn't expect there would still be so many in the water. After nightfall, they all began to climb out. Old Wu quickly adjusted himself and came to Lin Qian's side, briefly explaining the situation within the portal. Cleanup mission? Lin Qian had assumed that cleanup missions only existed in the zombie world. The village was eerily silent. Not even the chirping of chickens, dogs, or insects could be heard, let alone the sound of living beings. Only the sound of footsteps wading through the mud echoed along the shore, creating an eerie atmosphere. But Lin Qian's eyes lit up, his heart pounding. Old Wu, help me. He suppressed his excitement and patted Old Wu's shoulder. Lure a few more for me. I have some theories I need to verify. Without hesitation, without even needing a response, Old Wu rushed directly into the world within the portal, his figure gradually fading in the mist. Lin Qian stood guard at the doorway, casually storing 2 bleached human skins into the storage space. He observed that the skins were devoid of any flesh and blood, and had a strong fishy smell. Furthermore, the clothing on the 2 skins wasn't modern, but rather resembled ancient coarse linen. Combined with the architectural style of the dilapidated fishing village, Lin Qian guessed that this world must be set in ancient times. He suddenly remembered the pig-headed man he had encountered before. The monster was shirtless, wearing what appeared to be tattered coarse cloth trousers soaked in blood. It also didn't look modern. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, but now, thinking back, it seemed similar to the clothing on the human skins. That guy also escaped from the inner world. Could he also be on a cleanup mission? The more Lin Qian thought about it, the more excited he became. His previous uncertainty about future developments suddenly vanished. He felt so fulfilled that there was still so much waiting to be done. Just then, Old Wu finally returned, bursting out of the thickening fog, followed by 4 or 5 ferocious villagers. The previous 2 had been killed so quickly. This was the first time Lin Qian had seen these water ghost villagers clearly. They were bloated, covered in mud and waterweed, their eyes as white as dead fish. Although they were devoid of flesh and bones, their running movements were no slow at all. No wonder Old Wu had fled so miserably earlier. He only had the black nail, a supernatural weapon, and its suppressive power took time to take effect. 1 was fine, but more would be impossible to handle. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Seeing Old Wu attract so many at once, Lin Qian couldn't hide the curl of his lips, waving more attentively than any top-tier salesperson. Old Wu rushed out first, while Lin Qian dove sideways to hide in the doorway, using his bloodline to hold it closed. Soon, the first water ghost villager followed him out. Lin Qian reacted quickly, swooping forward with his other hand. Bloodline shot out, quickly entangling him, then yanked back with a sharp pull. Puff! Splash! A familiar scene unfolded, the human skin ruptured, spilling dirty water everywhere. Ding! Kill the abnormal intruder, and receive a reward. Free attribute point *1 with a snap. Lin Qian tossed the human skin carelessly, and the second one followed. Whoosh! Puff! Splatter! Baji! Ding! Lin Qian's movements were as skillful as those of a worker on a production line. Soon, the last water ghost in a straw raincoat was dispatched, and another 5 free attributes were added. He turned, unable to conceal his excitement, and looked at Old Wu. Old Wu instantly understood what he meant. I'm almost done resting. With that, he plunged back into the world within the portal. Hold the nail. Just in case. Lin Qian tossed the black nail over, and Old Wu casually caught it, quickly disappearing into the thick fog again. This time, Lin Qian waited a little longer. After a long while, Old Wu reappeared, trailing 4 more water ghosts. Ha ha! Finally here. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud, returning to his workstation. After a pain-free operation, another 4 free attribute points were credited. Gold. Gold. Ha ha. Lin Qian's smile spread from ear to ear, rediscovering the joy he once felt while leveling up after discovering a bug in a game. Old Wu was exhausted and sat down to rest for a while before setting out again. His efficiency subsequently declined significantly, only luring back 1 or 2 each time. In the end, Old Wu wandered the inner world for a long time before finally returning, breathless, dragging a legless, disabled water ghost. Puff! The system notification sounded. Old Wu, who had just collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, suddenly perked up again. It says mission completed. He looked at Lin Qian, his expression slightly stiff. The system rewarded me with a weapon. Without holding back, he waved his hand, and a pitch-black, spear-like weapon materialized before him. Lin Qian was still feeling unsatisfied and regretful, but when he saw the spear Old Wu handed over, he immediately piqued his interest. The spear was about 1.5 meters long and felt heavy in his hand. Made entirely of metal, it had a sharp, flat blade with a hook attached to it, and 2 fin-shaped barbs on the other side, gleaming with a chilling cold light. The moment he took the spear, Lin Qian felt a tingling sensation in his palm. Once he saw the system prompt, he threw the object without hesitation, making a clanging sound. Curse Fish Spear. Possesses the power to touch the spirits. Curse Water Curse. Upon contact, slowly absorbs the user's body moisture, rapidly absorbs the target's body moisture. When saturated, it returns moisture to the user, while when thirsty, it absorbs moisture more rapidly. Get out! Get away! Lin Qian was terrified. No wonder he felt as if something had sucked a large gulp of his blood the moment it made contact. Instantly, he lost all interest in the thing and even avoided it. Lin Qian was a blood warrior. Blood was the foundation of his strength, and not a single drop of it could be wasted. Not to mention that he relied on consuming flesh and blood to boost his strength. Wasn't this thing just trying to steal his food? Chapter 61. Give it to me? Old Wu looked at Lin Qian in disbelief. Take it. I can't use it. Besides, I can't let you work for me in vain. Lin Qian waved his hand, a gesture of wealth and splendor. I've already earned 2 free attribute points from the mission reward. Old Wu couldn't help but feel a little ashamed as he said this. Lin Qian did all the work, but he got all the benefits. This wasn't right at all. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but glance at his dashboard. Free attribute points *16. The supervisor's salary had just been paid. In other words, he had earned a total of 15 free attribute points this evening. Hey! Why bother with so much? We're brothers. He patted Old Wu's shoulder firmly, his voice rising uncontrollably. Old Wu grimaced at Lin Qian's immense force, but his eyes still shone with gratitude. Brother Lin Qian has great compassion. He gave a sincere assessment from the bottom of his heart. In that case, I won't refuse. Old Wu stopped talking and simply picked up the fish spear. Just now, he had simply assumed it didn't belong to him, so he hadn't even checked the item's properties. The moment he saw the curse's effects, Old Wu's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to store it. But the next moment, a ruthless system notification sounded. Ding! This item cannot be stored. With a clang, the fish spear was once again ruthlessly discarded. Turning around, he saw Lin Qian's expression of gloating, clearly waiting to see him laugh. Old Wu felt a little embarrassed. In the end, Lin Qian, drawing on his experience, tossed him a discarded crocodile skin. Wrap it with this. While it won't completely block the curse, it's still somewhat useful. Watching Old Wu peel the dried crocodile skin to wrap the spear, Lin Qian suddenly seemed to remember something and gave him a warning. Wait for me here at the door. Don't run around, and don't close the door. If you hear any noises or sense something approaching quickly, don't hesitate, enter the world within the door immediately. The world within the door had been cleared anyway, so if he did encounter other supervisors, hiding inside wouldn't be a problem. With that, he hurried away. Old Wu's mission room was 759, just a few steps from room 777. Lin Qian decided to see if the villager skins he acquired today were worth exchanging. He used the door opening opportunity to enter, and a familiar ring rang. A minute later, Lin Qian emerged from room 777 with a look of disappointment on his face. Sadly, the bald monster said these were just ordinary human skins, the curse's power having long since dissipated. It seems not all skins can compare to Go's skin. With a sigh, it seemed he would have to find another opportunity to earn strange gold coins in exchange for the screaming gun. Lin Qian couldn't stop thinking about that item. But that was fine. At least the ghost skin was still very useful to him now. Without it to shield him from the curse of the butcher knife, he'd inevitably be affected by it, and act impulsively during future missions, ultimately posing a potential threat. Therefore, Lin Qian felt a bit reluctant to sell it. Let's go! Back at 759, seeing Old Wu already wrapped up the spear, and sitting on the floor gulping down mineral water, 7 or 8 empty bottles scattered around, Lin Qian couldn't help but smile. Where are you going? You're covered in all this dirty water and sweat. How can you sleep well without washing off? Come to my room, soak in the hot springs, and then I make you a bed on the floor for the night. Lin Qian checked his watch. It's already late at night. Old Wu couldn't help but feel a little moved. He'd been here for so long and hadn't had a chance to take a proper shower. But he still felt a little embarrassed. After all, Lin Qian had already helped him so much, and he didn't want to bother him with such a trivial matter. Forget it. I just rinse it in the tub when I get back. Oh, what a waste of time. Lin Qian interrupted him. Let's go! Not giving him a chance to refuse, Lin Qian led the way towards his room. Because of his good mood, his steps were even more arrogant. The journey was uneventful, with no sign of Brother Snake. Pushing the door open, Old Wu followed in. So big? Old Wu exclaimed in amazement the moment he saw the size of Lin Qian's room. Lin Qian took off his coat and the heavy butcher knife strapped to his back, feeling a sudden sense of relief. Su Mian gave me the expansion card, but I haven't had time to set it up. The hot springs are over there, so feel free to use them. Don't worry about getting them dirty. They clean themselves every day. Lin Qian gestured. Why don't you wash first? I'm dirty. Old Wu acted like a peasant visiting a wealthy relative for the first time, somewhat embarrassed. I'm not washing today. Lin Qian had more important things to do. He arrived at the simple wooden training ground, opened the attribute panel, and began adding points. 16 free attributes. This was Lin Qian's most ever, and using them felt like squandering. With a flurry of ding-dongs, the attribute panel underwent a new transformation. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor, Strength, 20.9. Agility, 20.1. Const, 20.2. Spirit, 20.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities, Spirit Fire, 18%, Alien Blood, Hell/Ghost Blood, Ghost Eyes, Rage. Rating, a battle-hardened alien blood warrior, adept at fighting supernatural forces, and possessing terrifying explosive power. His combat power is enough to crush most Level 2 Supervisor's hounds. Why is he still a hound? Lin Qian was too lazy to complain. This was endless. He kept comparing himself to a dog. 6 points of spirit and 10 points of agility pushed all 4 of his attributes past the 20-point mark. With a casual lift of his hand, a whoosh sound pierced the air. Hundreds of blood-stained threads twisted into a single whip, like a cannon, instantly shattering wooden boards 10 meters away. Finally, I feel that. It wasn't until today that Lin Qian saw the shadow of the evil spirit on the death train from that attack. With a flick of his hand, the whip swept across, shattering a row of wooden boards, sending sawdust flying. The tremendous noise startled Old Wu, who was soaking in the hot springs, so much so that he pulled open the curtain, his face filled with shock. How's it impressive? Lin Qian boasted proudly to Old Wu. Incredible impressive. Old Wu chuckled and applauded, but he couldn't help but mutter to himself. No, is this guy really human? Could he be a boss from some inner world impersonating him? Shaking his head, Old Wu didn't bother to dwell on such nonsense. After all, Lin Qian has saved me so many times. If he ever becomes murderous and wants to take my life, I won't complain. Huh? Soaking in the hot springs is so relaxing. Chapter 62. Old Wu is a good colleague. He's not only calm, reliable, experienced, and capable, but also quite honest. Although he's wary of everyone at first and won't trust them easily, once he's convinced you're trustworthy, he trusts you completely. But Lin Qian swore that if this guy stayed overnight in his room again, he'd definitely give him a powerful kick right back at his old brick face. Get up. Don't sleep. Seeing that the safe exploration time was approaching, Lin Qian, who hadn't slept all night, couldn't help it. He jumped out of bed, ran to old Wu's bunk, and, gritted his teeth, kicked him hard several times in the butt. He had heard snoring before, but this was the first time he heard it this loud and unpleasant. The noise was like someone working on your skull with a power drill, shaking your brain to bits. To make matters worse, Lin Qian, whose agility had just reached 20, hadn't yet fully adapted to his heightened perception. Even with cotton plugging his ears, he could still vaguely hear the noise, which was still incredibly loud. Huh? What's going on? Old Wu, abruptly awakened by the wake-up call, hurriedly raised his head, straining to open his sleepy eyes, looking as if he also been awake. Lin Qian's hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Thanks to his increased mental strength, he wasn't sleepy, but the noise was making him want to howl. But remembering old Wu's contributions, he suppressed his annoyance. Get up and have breakfast. We have a lot of work to do today. The marble dining table, scavenged from a suite in the zombie hotel, was piled high with a sumptuous meal, fragrant and steaming. Lin Qian and old Wu ate like hyenas, their chopsticks shoveling through their mouths, eager to dig in. They quickly filled their bellies, not needing to clean up the mess. They simply stowed everything away in their storage space, then tossed it into the inner world and found another table. Perfect. After all, his focus these days was on the zombie world. After completing the basic and intermediate cleanup tasks, he could probably just take on the advanced ones as well. Wow, really good. It tastes really good. Old Wu, stuffed, sat in a chair, rubbing his belly. Su Mian's men prepared this. I hear he's a somewhat renowned chef. Lin Qian ate several times more than old Wu, but he showed no reaction, his stomach remaining flat. Ever since acquiring the abnormal digestion trait, he hadn't used the restroom. Ding! Gain Supervisor points *1 suddenly, a notification sounded. Huh? Lin Qian was startled, quickly opening the interface and looking at the identity information behind his name. Level 1 Overseer, 1/100. He sat up excitedly and glanced at the time. Safe exploration time had just begun. Is this the final tally for last night's performance? Lin Qian was brimming with excitement. After reading reviews mentioning level 2 Overseers and Hounds, he'd been curious about how Overseer levels could be increased. Now it seemed like one didn't have to complete quests within their own zone. Taking on tasks from other zones could also be rewarding. The zones might not be a restriction. At most, there wouldn't be a quest tracking feature. His eyes lit up, sensing the potential for many exciting maneuvers. It's a shame the reward points are so low. Is it because those water ghosts are so weak? Or does an abnormal intrusion in a single room only count for 1 point? Many things require practical testing. After a quick tidy-up, Lin Qian skillfully shouldered his butcher knife, ready to begin a new day of work. Pushing the door open, Lin Qian was stunned by the scene before him. Come on, come on! 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Follow me. A row of unfamiliar faces, their noses and faces bruised and swollen, were doing frog jumps with their hands on their heads. 2 men, armed with guns, were supervising and directing the pace. What are you doing? Lin Qian asked, frowning. Hey! Brother Qian. The 2 supervisors, seeing it was Lin Qian, immediately trotted forward and saluted. Brother Qian. Good morning. Good morning. With a serious expression, his head held high, his eyes fixed straight ahead, he looked like an elementary school student awaiting his teacher's inspection. Report, Brother Qian. These people are rebels from other floors. Brother Mian is letting us practice some casually. Su Mian had instructed that whenever he mentioned himself in front of Lin Qian, he must add an sound at the end of his name to distinguish him. Brother Qian, with his respectful and serious manner, was the way to address the eldest brother. Brother Mian, more like a nickname for the neighbor's cousin. Other floors? Lin Qian was a little surprised. You guys took over the other floors? Old Wu, standing nearby, was also shocked. So fast? If I remember correctly, the area access was just opened yesterday. The 2 men's chests puffed out even more, their faces beaming with pride. The group of people squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands were horrified. How could these terrifying monsters be so respectful to this frail young man with skinny arms and legs? No, my brother grabbed my hair and punched me yesterday, knocking out 6 of my teeth. He didn't even blink when blood rushed into his eyes. His ferocious expression scared my pants so much, and now he's acting so shy and submissive. Crazy. This world has gone crazy. Just then, Su Mian emerged from the end of the passage, followed by a tall, burly man restrained by 4 or 5 men. Brother Qian. Seeing Lin Qian, he quickly saluted respectfully, completely ignoring the horrified looks from those on the other floors. Isn't he the boss? Why does he have to salute this guy? Lin Qian glanced at the handcuffed man, his face covered in bruises. The others around him weren't much better off, each with a facial injury. What's going on? He asked casually. The boss on the 28th floor is quite capable, and isn't convinced by us. We're going to have a good talk with him. Su Mian glanced at the burly man, his tone tinged with admiration. Thanks to Lin Qian, each of them had 3 free attribute points, but even with such an overwhelming advantage, they nearly been defeated by this guy. Disguise, sneak attacks, traps, poisoning, and that terrifying close combat ability, all they did that night was play hide-and-seek with him in the inner world. Haha, you think I surrender with all you have? With so many people against one of you, you only managed to win by resorting to high-tech tactics. What a bunch of losers. Pa! The burly man spat in Su Mian's hair and tried to head-butt the person next to him, but he was held firmly in place by several people, unable to move. Su Mian looked speechless, pulling a handkerchief from his storage space and wiping the saliva from his hair. Can we have some hygiene? Chapter 63. Lin Qian yawned and smacked his lips, feeling somewhat bored. He glanced at Old Wu beside him. Try him? Hearing Lin Qian's words, Old Wu stepped forward with a smile, casually setting down his spear. Untie him. He gestured to Su Mian and the others. Su Mian had specifically instructed that those around Lin Qian should be treated with equal respect, so they didn't dare to neglect their duties, and quickly undid the burly man's handcuffs. What, are you the boss? The burly man rubbed his wrists and frowned at Old Wu. I'm not, he is. Old Wu chuckled and gestured towards Lin Qian. You're kidding. The burly man's loud voice was so deafening that it made his ears ring. With his chicken-like build, I'm afraid he'd break it if I use even the slightest bit of force. Old Wu's expression hardened. You better watch your words. The burly man keenly noticed the change in Old Wu's aura, and immediately became alert. Hey! Looks like you still want to practice with me? Come on, shut me up, and try a couple of moves? He struck a stance, his lower body firmly planted, a true martial artist. Old Wu didn't want to waste time, charging forward and delivering a direct kick to the chest. The man quickly parried, but the moment he took the blow, his expression suddenly changed. What a powerful force. He'd definitely been in trouble if he took it head-on. In a critical moment, he switched from blocking to dodging, attempting to absorb the force with extreme micromanagement, but Old Wu was incredibly fast. One foot hovered in the air, the other stepped forward, hooking the hand he was trying to absorb the force with as leverage. He leaped into the air, twisting his waist and spinning, and followed with a volley of kicks from the air. The blow was too fierce, unavoidable. The burly man crossed his arms to block, shielding his head. Crack! A distinct crack of bone broke through, and the man's massive body was sent flying several meters, sliding on the ground for a distance before finally coming to a stop. Hiss! He shook his head, grimacing as he struggled to his feet, clutching his broken forearm, his eyes still etched with horror. One move. One move. Not only was sheer force overwhelming him, but even his own tactics had been completely seen through. A master, a rare master. The burly man's expression faded, and he struggled to raise his fists, holding his broken arm. I lose, senior. Old Wu looked up at him, and casually clasped his fists. Nonsense, how else could I lose? He returned to Lin Qian's side, picked up the spear, and carried it on his back. You're quite agile despite your age. Have you practiced ballet? Lin Qian quipped. Like to watch? I can learn. After this period of getting to know each other and working together, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Old Wu had figured out Lin Qian's personality, and knew he wasn't someone who was difficult to get along with. Brother Qian, I almost forgot about this. Just then, Su Mian suddenly approached. He reached out and pulled 2 items from his storage space. In his left hand were a pile of paper bags, and in his right was a golden glass ball. What's this? Lin Qian was puzzled, but he still reached out to take them. The paper bags weren't anything special, but the moment he touched the golden glass ball, a system notification popped up. Golden fruit seeds. Matures 30 days after planting. The fruit can quickly restore mental energy. Lin Qian had been uninterested for a moment, but the next moment his eyes widened. Where did you get it? He looked at Su Mian in surprise. Robbed. Su Mian's expression was incredibly innocent. Didn't you tell me yesterday to find some seeds? Look, inside the paper bag are seeds of various common vegetables and fruits. I had them dried and packaged. This one was stolen from another floor. Lin Qian frowned. Don't let me hear you say that next time, he said, as he put the seeds back into his inventory. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Su Mian's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head in fear, a faint trace of sweat running down his temples. Robbed. That's what robbers do. We borrowed it. How can it be the same? Lin Qian said righteously. Su Mian's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. He had just remembered that he had seemingly taken over the other floors without telling Lin Qian. His mind was frantically racing, trying to figure out how to make amends. Hearing this, he felt a sudden sense of relief and quickly smiled apologetically. Yes. We're borrowing. Hee. Quietly wiping a cold sweat from his forehead, Su Mian, a prominent young man of the new era, experienced for the first time what it meant to be with a powerful ruler, like being with a tiger. Oh yes. Brother Qian. There's something else. Seeing Lin Qian seem to want to return to his room, Su Mian spoke quickly. Swish, 2 items were retrieved from the storage space. What? There's more. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, his face beaming with joy. Every day was filled with little surprises. He reached out and picked up the top translucent card, and the item information popped up. Summoning card. Enter a number to summon a designated survivor. If they agree, they will be immediately teleported to the current area. Wow! There's even this thing. Lin Qian was amazed, flipping through the cards and trying to enter Old Wu's number. Yo! The next moment, Old Wu received a notification. Use failed. The other party rejected the summons. The card didn't disappear, so it seemed that a failed use didn't consume the item. He tried entering Old Wu's number again. But this time, Old Wu didn't receive a notification. There's also a Do Not Disturb function. Interesting. Lin Qian put it away and turned his attention to another item. It was a pure white bone armor, the bone pieces connected by thread. The arm armor and boxing gloves each had 2 spiked tiger fangs, quite unique. Lin Qian picked it up and shook it, and the bone pieces clattered with a crisp sound. Brother Qian, this is the final prize from the other area's trials. After storing it in the storage space, you can choose to wear it directly when you take it out. Su Mian leaned over and whispered a reminder. Huh? Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Could this be possible? He immediately tried it, putting the bone armor away and taking it out again. Would you like to wear tiger bone armor? Yes. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and Lin Qian felt his body tense. When he raised his hand again, the tiger bone armor was fully donned. The connecting cord seemed to automatically adjust its size. Lin Qian stretched his muscles and felt no hindrance. It fit perfectly. As for the weight, for Lin Qian now, it was practically the equivalent of running naked. He untied the butcher knife and pulled out the ghost skin caught in the tiger bone armor with a snap. Excellent stuff. Lin Qian gave a satisfied review. As long as you're satisfied, Brother Qian. Su Mian chuckled. Well, send someone to meet me outside room 605 later. It's a hotel in a zombie dungeon. I've cleaned it out, but I was in a hurry and didn't search it thoroughly. After retracting the bone armor, Lin Qian remembered this incident. Afraid of forgetting, he called out before returning to his room. A completely cleared zombie hotel. Su Mian's eyes lit up. This was the main production dungeon for guns at this stage. Thinking of Lin Qian single-handedly clearing the entire hotel of zombies, his heart skipped a beat. That was a close call. This living father acted so humanely I almost forgot he was a monster. Be careful next time. Chapter 64. The constant temperature planting plot was somewhat different from what Lin Qian had imagined. About 1 square meter of soil was covered in a bubble-like film, with a light bulb-sized fluorescent lamp suspended from the top. Putting his hand through the film, he could clearly feel the moist warmth. Choose to sow golden fruit seeds, yes. After confirming his choice, the seeds in his hand immediately vanished, replaced by a small mound of soil in the center of the plot. Hey! Interesting. I hadn't expected the system to automatically plant seeds. This saved him a lot of trouble. Retrieving the seeds from the paper bag, Lin Qian randomly selected a few and scattered them around the outer area. As for whether they would bloom and bear fruit, he would have to wait a few days to see. Arriving at room 605, there were already more than a dozen people waiting, and there were even quite a few unfamiliar faces with bruised faces. Brother Qian. Seeing Lin Qian, several people immediately straightened their backs, and the others quickly followed suit. Not enough manpower? Seeing there were only a few people on this floor, Lin Qian asked casually out of curiosity. I can redeploy them immediately. The tall, thin man in the lead responded quickly. No, I'm just curious about what everyone else is doing. There aren't many people in the hallway. Lin Qian waved his hand, signaling him not to panic. Reporting to Brother Qian, they're all exploring rooms on other floors. Lin Qian was stunned, puzzled. Huh? Why are they exploring other floors? According to Mjolnir's assessment, the rooms on our floor are generally more difficult, and most of them are supernatural dungeons. Thanks to Brother Qian's advice, our stats are already far ahead of our peers, but conquering supernatural dungeons requires a high threshold. To minimize casualties, we've chosen to explore other floors. Lin Qian raised his eyebrows. Is there such a thing? He had indeed not paid attention to this aspect. Now that he thought about it, let's not even mention the group of water ghost villagers old who encountered last night. Even he, with his stat point advantage over most, couldn't withstand them with a black nail, let alone the others. Forget about it, those water ghosts' strength was definitely no less than 5 points, and they were immune to most physical attacks. Aside from a bug-level existence like Lin Qian, anyone who encountered them would have a headache at this stage. Are the dungeons on the other floors easy? He asked. Easy. With our stats, it's basically easy to get in. And since we're all working in teams, we have a high chance of survival even if we encounter a basic supernatural dungeon. That's good. Lin Qian nodded and gestured for the door to open. A bruised and battered man hurried forward to use his charges to open the door. Lin Qian took the lead, and the others filed in. Killing always gets boring. Especially as the stat point gains dwindled, Lin Qian's spirits grew increasingly languid. Too lazy to search every building, he simply found a car with a stereo, parked it on the road, turned up the volume, and waited for the zombies to come and kill him. Bang! Bang! From the roof of the car, Lin Qian randomly fired his pistol at the building. The glass shattered, and the huddled zombies fell down with a crackling sound. Some fell on their heads and became completely motionless. After increasing his agility points, his shooting became significantly more accurate. With a little practice, he could hit the target almost perfectly, if not perfectly. Unfortunately, guns are only useful in the early stages. In supernatural dungeons, they are completely useless. Roar! Just then, with a loud thud, a car in the distance was crushed by a heavy object, and a gigantic zombie leaped from the building, landing remarkably smoothly. An evolved form? Lin Qian instantly perked up. This zombie stood over 2 meters tall, its legs muscular, and incredibly developed. It had no skin, its dark red flesh exposed to the air, and it no longer resembled a human. It growled, exerting force with its legs, and leaped over 3 meters high, leaping straight towards Lin Qian. But the next moment, a blood whip swept across with such force that the evolved zombie vanished in midair like a fly swatter. Boom! Its body was whipped into a street-side shop, smashing through a row of shelves. Before it could even get up, the blood whip wrapped around its waist quickly split into hundreds of blood threads, burrowing into the zombie's flesh, rapidly dissolving and absorbing it. Strength increased by 0.1. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Qian fell even more silent. Is this the only benefit a boss-level zombie deserves these days? With a sigh, leveling up was becoming increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, on the hotel floor. Hey! Did you just see that? A bruised and battered middle-aged man trembled as he looked at his companions. That guy down there just instantly dispatched hundreds of zombies. That's terrifying. Even Brother Dashan wouldn't be a match for a monster of that caliber. No wonder they respect him so much. He's the hidden boss of this floor. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Someone grumbled in dissatisfaction. Don't even think about them. Those minions alone are enough to deal with us. What's going on this floor? There are so few people, yet they're incredibly powerful, and there's even a giant monster. Stop complaining. It's just our bad luck that we were matched to a monster floor. Suddenly, the chatter caught the attention of a supervisor. Over there. What are you talking about? A loud shout startled several people, causing them to shrink back and quickly shut up to focus on their work. At nightfall, the door to room 605 slowly opened. Roar! Roar! A zombie with a sack over its head was thrown out, followed by a second, and then a third. Don't close the door. Just stand guard. Lin Qian clapped his hands and followed behind, his face full of anticipation. No mission prompts. As he entered the corridor, Lin Qian frowned. Logically, this was his jurisdiction, and if there were any unusual intrusions, there should have been a system notification. But this time, there wasn't. He tried to absorb one, and his heart sank. No notification? Lin Qian gestured desperately to the people inside. Come on! Several people were already prepared. They used riot forks to control a zombie, and pushed it out the door. Roar! The zombie waved its arms wildly, but couldn't break free. Still nothing. Lin Qian's frown deepened. Could it be that he wouldn't be able to farm points like he did yesterday? The system detected cheating? So smart. No! I have to try again. He pushed through the door again, and the door to room 605 closed. Only a few zombies sacked in sacks were left in the hallway, growling in their struggle. Chapter 65. After a long time, Lin Qian opened the door again and walked out. Behind him, a massive evolved zombie, tightly bound by blood threads, roared and struggled. Ding! Abnormal intrusion detected, issuing Supervisor mission. The moment Lin Qian dragged the zombie out of the door, a system notification sounded. Finally! Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he killed and absorbed the zombie. Ding! Kill the abnormal intruder, receive reward. Free attribute point *1 huh? Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Great! Although it took a lot of effort, the result was still very good. At least it proved that farming points was feasible, and the system wasn't as smart as imagined. Suddenly Lin Qian looked around. That's not right, he exclaimed. Where are those zombies? The corridor was empty, with no trace of the zombies he had brought out earlier, who had nothing better to do than take it back to their room. Lin Qian himself was amused by this speculation. Forget about who would dare come out at this hour. Even if someone did, why would they mess with these zombies? He used his flashlight to observe carefully, and found that not only had the zombies vanished, but even the bloody shoe prints on the ground had been swept away. This was a bit strange. Lin Qian suddenly remembered a question he had been wondering about before. The blood stains left in the corridor by the pig-headed man were always cleaned up spotlessly afterwards, as if nothing had happened. And the sewage and weeds that had been splashed out by the water ghost villagers when they exploded last night were also gone. Could it be that the Infinity building has an automatic cleaning function? Lin Qian was curious and decided to take advantage of tonight to find out. Back in his room, he randomly grabbed 2 unlucky zombies and threw them into the hallway. Then he found a chair and sat down to wait, grabbing a bite to eat. It seems there's a threshold for triggering the Supervisor quest. Ordinary zombies are too weak to meet the quest requirements. They must be evolved zombies. Lin Qian pondered as he ate. This was a bit tricky. Evolved zombies were few to begin with, and those nearby were basically wiped out by themselves. If he wanted a continuous supply, he'd have to search far away, which was too time-consuming. But the benefits of eating were getting lower and lower. If there were no other options, he'd have to resort to this crude method of grinding stats. Thinking about it, stat points weren't something you could just grind. The dungeon old we encountered last night was a real steal. The monsters were weak, the quest requirements were met, and there were quite a few of them. What a shame! I wonder if I ever come across a similar dungeon again. To farm points, the dungeon quest type must be a clearing quest. Otherwise, you can't open doors freely, making it impossible to lure monsters out. Treasure chest rooms are also possible, but there's usually only one treasure chest guard, and it's uncertain whether the rewards for hunter quests and killing the guard can overlap. If not, it's a thankless task. After all, killing the treasure chest guard itself grants a small stat bonus. After quickly finishing his meal, Lin Qian casually tossed his lunch box into the hallway, then opened the stat panel, and added the 2 free stat points he just earned to his spirit. 1 from hunter quests, 1 from salary. After breaking through 20 points, the strength of his mental attributes gradually became apparent. Not only did his health and other abilities receive a significant boost, but with the added bonus of his stone-hard trait, Lin Qian could even suppress the butcher's brutal curse for at least 10 minutes, completely unaffected by his sanity. However, during his experiments, Lin Qian discovered that if he suppressed the curse, the bonus to his strength would only remain at a minimum of 2 times. To gain greater strength, he had to actively give up resistance. But with his current strength attribute, combined with the bonus from activating the Berserk ability, even a 2-fold increase would be a formidable achievement. Lin Qian had tried, and while maintaining clarity, he could only raise his current maximum strength attribute to around 60 points, though this didn't last long. Without triggering the brutal curse, 20 points of constitution could sustain a berserk state for nearly 5 minutes, but with it, it would only last for 60 seconds. After a busy day, it was time to calculate the profits. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Overseer, Strength, 24.4. Agility, 20.1. Const, 23.3. Spirit, 22.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities, Spirit Fire, 18%, Alien Blood, Hell/Ghost Blood, Ghost Eyes, Rage. Rating, a battle-hardened alien blood warrior, adept against supernatural forces, and possessing formidable explosive power. His combat power is enough to crush most Level 2 Overseer's hounds. Totaling 3.5 strength and 3.1 constitution, a total gain of only 6.6. After all, the number of zombies he killed today was several times more than yesterday. Alas, it's getting harder and harder to improve my attributes. It was still the most satisfying to spend the points earned from farming. Lin Qian had already started planning to round up all the evolved zombies in room 605, not killing any of them, but saving them for farming. I've cleared half a city block, and there's still no notification for the next cleanup mission. Lin Qian sighed. He wasn't sure if there would be any higher level missions following the intermediate cleanup mission. If there were, what would the scope be? Could it be that he had to clear the entire city? That would be terrifying. The thought made Lin Qian shudder. But if that were the case, the mission rewards would probably be more generous than he had imagined. Lin Qian added this to his to-do list. He would try to kill them whenever he had free time. Sooner or later, he would complete it. Just as he was daydreaming, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Cleaners are arriving. Supervisors, please get out of the way. Cleaners? Lin Qian subconsciously stood up and glanced left and right at both sides of the corridor. No one. Suddenly, an unusual noise caught Lin Qian's attention. He looked over and saw the end of room 101. Using his night vision, Lin Qian could clearly see a mass of rotting flesh growing from the walls around the end. The sticky sound made his scalp tingle. The rotting flesh squirmed and clung to each other, extending countless tentacles. They grew larger and larger, quickly blocking one end of the passage. Then, cracks began to appear on the tentacle mass, revealing jagged teeth that made his scalp tingle. Is this the cleaner? Lin Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Just then, the tentacle-like cleaner began to move, accelerating, as if gliding on a track towards them. Seeing this, Lin Qian quickly hid behind the door, and stepped back far enough to avoid being accidentally injured. Suddenly, a train passed by in front of him. When Lin Qian stuck his head out again, the cleaner had disappeared at the end of the corridor, along with the 2 zombies, and the lunch box that Lin Qian threw out. Chapter 66. As expected of a cleaner, it's so clean. Lin Qian was amazed, as he leaned over the spotless floor. I hadn't expected the Infinity building to be cleaned this way. He had a vague suspicion. Ordinary zombies, being too weak to be eaten by the cleaners, were deemed garbage by the system and didn't require processing. But the cursed water ghost villagers, and the evolved zombies, whose physical strength had transformed, were different. The cleaners couldn't handle them on their own, so they had to rely on the supervisors. So, my job is equivalent to a hazardous waste disposal? Lin Qian suddenly understood. It doesn't matter. A general rule is enough. He shrugged. Having completed his goal for the day, he returned to his room, washed up, and went to bed, a routine. When he woke up, safe exploration time had just begun. Huh? Why aren't there any supervisor points rewards? Incredulous, he clicked on the panel to confirm, and sure enough, there were none. Damn! It seems supervisor points, unlike clearing rewards, have no minimum guarantee and must reach a certain level of strength before they can be awarded. The road to advancement seems endless. With a helpless sigh, he ate a quick breakfast, then shouldered his butcher knife, and set out again. Today, he wasn't planning on entering the zombie world as a laborer. He simply instructed the people inside to keep an eye out for the locations of the evolved zombies, and, ideally, record them. It's difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. After his experience farming the day before yesterday, Lin Qian had completely lost interest in the zombie world's declining returns. Little did he know that in the eyes of others, even the slightest stat boost was invaluable. But that wasn't a sign of giving up. Lin Qian was still very interested in the rewards for the higher-level clearing missions. He planned to use the place as a vacation spot, where he could relax whenever he had nothing to do, hoping to complete it one day. Okay, go ahead. At the door of room 611, Lin Qian nodded to the doorman. I wish you all the best, Brother Qian. The doorman was thrilled, having never expected to speak to Brother Qian. I have something to brag about when I get back. They'd be so jealous. Su Mian was thoughtful enough to ensure Lin Qian didn't need help opening the door. He assigned 2 people to guard Lin Qian's door, specifically to open it for him. Behind this door was once the Death Train dungeon, Lin Qian's first official stop. But because the mission had been completed, the room had been reset. According to Su Mian's investigation report, if a dormitory occupant died, a mission was completed, or a treasure chest in a treasure chest room was opened, these rooms would be considered empty. Presumably, the contents would be randomly assigned after each round of regional trials. Moreover, not all clearing missions have multiple stages like the zombie rooms. Su Mian once gathered people to clear a sealed zombie warehouse, receiving a mid-level reward. This time, upon returning, he discovered the room had also been reset, signifying the end of the quest line. As soon as he entered the room, his vision suddenly brightened considerably. Looking back, he saw the outline of the door slowly disappearing from the metal wall. Yes, another mission room where you can't leave easily. Lin Qian sighed. He wasn't worried about the danger, but rather regretted that it wasn't a clearing mission, meaning he couldn't exploit the bug to grind. Looking around, he discovered a cramped, enclosed room, only about 4 or 5 square meters. Everywhere was covered in shiny silver metal, and the bright lights overhead were particularly dazzling as they reflected light from the surroundings. The room contained a bed, a metal toilet, a sink, and a mirror embedded in the wall. The door had a bar above it, and the lock was particularly heavy. Isn't this a cell? Lin Qian frowned, having never expected this initial location to be a cell. Peering out from the bar, he discovered a spacious interior. Directly in front of him was a massive elevator door, surrounded by cell doors identical to those in this room. Over 20 cells, all occupied. Lin Qian's 20 points of agility gave him sharp observation. He spotted 2 people, like him, peering through the cracks. What's going on? Are these 2 also survivors? Beep! Just as he was wondering, the alarm suddenly blared. The elevator doors slowly opened, and a group of armed soldiers emerged. They were fully armed, their faces obscured by masks. They held sci-fi-inspired guns, their barrels embedded with a glowing, cylindrical object, from which a blue liquid flowed. The next moment, the cell door swung open automatically. A symbol. A tall, muscular man, resembling an officer, stepped out from among the soldiers, shouting a resounding roar. Everyone in the cell hurried out, except Lin Qian and the other 2, who moved the slowest, cautiously looking around. You 3. What are you talking about? Hurry up. The officer, noticing the 3 men's anomaly, shouted angrily. Soon, the 3 entered the ranks, and the commander began his address. Among you, some are seriously ill and dying, some have been sentenced to death and won't survive the end of the month, and some are volunteers who volunteered for the huge bonus. But now that you're here, you're soldiers. You must obey. We reserve the right to shoot anyone who disobeys orders. As he spoke, several soldiers began distributing equipment. There were 2 items in total, a spear tipped with a blue crystal, and a black iron round shield the size of a barrel lid. Spirit Crystal Spear. Possesses the power to touch the spirits. The round shield felt heavy, and nothing special felt special, but when he touched the spear, the item information popped up. Free equipment right at the start? Lin Qian was a little surprised. Just then, the belated mission reminder finally sounded. Ding! Entering Survival Dungeon. Buffer Zone D15. Buffer Zone D15. This isolation buffer zone, built to isolate the underground world and prevent the invasion of unknown creatures, suddenly received an emergency distress signal one day. Before the communication was disconnected, the operator only caught a few fragmented words. Fog. Out of control. Death. Help. Return condition. Survive for 72 hours. Wow, a 3-day survival mission. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. This mission standards are the same as those in the spooky campus. No wonder Su Mian and the others are going to other floors to compete for food. The blind boxes on this floor are really hard to come by. No need to guess, this is definitely another supernatural dungeon, and with free equipment from the start, the difficulty is definitely not easy. Just as Lin Qian was thinking, the commander on the other side finished his speech. At his command, the elevator doors slowly opened, and the soldiers began to usher them in. Whoa! I won't go. I regret this. I want to go home. At this moment, a bald, middle-aged man suddenly collapsed. He dropped his weapon, knelt on the ground, hugged a soldier's legs, and began to plead painfully for mercy. Please! I'm a volunteer. I don't want the bonus. Let me go back. Bang! A gunshot echoed. A bloody mist exploded, and a large hole was blown directly into the middle-aged man's head. His body fell heavily to the ground, twitching twice before he fell still. Hurry up! The officer returned his pistol to his waist holster, his voice flat. Chapter 67. Clearly, the threat of killing had completely dissuaded the remaining wavering individuals, who obediently entered the elevator. The elevator was large, with room for over 50 people standing inside. Soldiers lined up on either side, vaguely surrounding the cannon fodder in the middle. The officer entered last, pulled out his ID card, swiped it on the control panel, and then scanned his fingerprint and password before the elevator began its descent. Lynchian's sharp eyes spotted their destination. Isolated area further down? Judging from the weightlessness, the elevator's descent was not slow, but the entire process lasted a long time, with no sign of the door opening. In the elevator, the sounds of breathing intertwined. Some prayed silently, while others were already sweating profusely. Only 3 people remained calm, including Lynchian. After an unknown amount of time, the elevator finally stopped. The officer made way, and the soldiers immediately pushed the cannon fodder toward the door. The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a blood-stained corridor. The floor was littered with broken limbs, bloody organs, and dried bloody handprints on the elevator door. The overwhelming stench of blood frightened everyone, their faces turning pale and trembling, afraid to take a step. Go! Hurry! The soldiers began to shove impatiently and violently, and soon, the cannon fodder were all forced out of the elevator. You, lead 5 people, go this way. The commander began assigning tasks. He led one group of soldiers, while the others split up into pairs, each with a few cannon fodder. Coincidentally, Lynchian was assigned to the same group as one of the survivors. The 2 of them were driven forward by the soldiers behind them to explore the path ahead. For a moment, no one spoke first. The survivor appeared to be in his 30s, with a slight mustache. He was short, but his arms were exceptionally strong. His features were somewhat dull, but his expression was calm, with a cold glint in his eyes from time to time. The teams began to disperse from the fork in the road, and only when they were farther and farther away from the main group did the 2 soldiers at the back finally let loose. Damn! We're left to do all the dangerous work, while they take the credit. One soldier complained bitterly. Shut up. Be careful of the monitoring equipment. What are you afraid of? There's not even a signal here. How else could they have gathered any useful information? The receiving equipment must have been damaged. These short-lived bastards, looking so cautious, don't they think they can get out alive? Hey! Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear. What if they hear? I kill you all if you disobey orders? What about the mission? Don't be impulsive. Whatever mission it is, quarantine zones are falling more and more everywhere. Who knows, those things might break out of the ground one day. Who knows how long we survive? The 2 were chatting happily when they suddenly noticed the team had stopped. Hey! What are you doing? Keep moving. The 2 soldiers immediately drew their pistols from their waistbands and pointed them at Lynchian, who had stopped first. Lynchian didn't answer, but slowly turned around. Didn't you hear me? I told you to keep going. The soldier's tone darkened, and his finger threatened to pull the trigger. But in the next second, Lynchian suddenly raised his palm. With a whoosh, hundreds of bloodlines instantly twisted into a whip in the air, shooting straight at the soldier's head. Bang! The blood whip struck the soldier's face like a heavy artillery piece. Although protected by the mask and unable to penetrate the flesh, the neck snapped and severed, sending the soldier flying several meters backward, his head drooping limply as he fell. You. Another soldier, terrified by Lynchian's bizarre tactics, quickly dropped the pistol he used against ordinary people and frantically grasped the psychic gun in his arms. You're from the underground. When did you sneak in? He pressed the communicator tremblingly. Anomaly detected. Anomaly detected. Calling for reinforcements. Lynchian, passing through several stunned cannon fodder teammates, approached the soldier step by step. Don't bother. Didn't I just tell you there's no signal? Besides, if you're really here to eliminate the monsters, why split up? If I'm not mistaken, your mission is simply to attract the monster's attention, right? Come on, tell me, what is that officer's mission? Lynchian smiled kindly, his steps slow. You? Don't come over here. The soldiers retreated in terror, but dared not fire. Compared to the commander's trusted entourage, these improvised recruits weren't as well trained as they could be. Furthermore, with little experience in clearing anomalies, they were unsure of Lynchian's capabilities. Lynchian wasn't afraid of his fire, not because he was confident he could withstand it, but because his heightened perception allowed him to clearly detect every subtle movement of the enemy. He was absolutely certain he could kill him before he could pull the trigger. Suddenly, one of the cannon fodders, sensing something was amiss, dropped his weapons and equipment and began to run back. Lin Qian raised his hand again, and with a whoosh, the blood whip shot out again, trailing a long red streak through the air before piercing the fleeing cannon fodder's heart with a whistling sound. What? Did I say we could leave? Lin Qian frowned slightly, and before everyone's eyes, he completely absorbed the man. The foul-smelling gas diffused, blurring the soldier's vision. With a snap, he decisively dropped his weapon and raised his hands high. I tell you whatever you want to ask. Don't kill me. Please. The cannon fodder's tragic death broke his last psychological defenses, and fear forced him to make the right decision. A moment later, Lin Qian, now dressed in a new outfit, stood condescendingly before the soldier, who had been stripped of all his equipment. The mask was unique, fitting seamlessly into the helmet. Rubber plugs covered the ears, and outside sounds passed through the receiver with a rustling sound, as if the signal was poor. The lenses on his eyes resembled night vision goggles, and his vision was completely black and white. His voice was muffled by the mask, a little unclear. You mean to say that the officer's mission was just to retrieve something from the lab? The soldier's thin shirt was drenched with sweat, and he shivered violently. Just heard. I overheard two of his closest associates chatting while cleaning the lounge, but I'm not sure what the mission was. Lin Qian pondered. No wonder, with such a serious situation like the quarantine zone going out of control, dozens of people dared to come down, half of them cannon fodder. Are they trying to hide some secret before the main force arrives? He was beginning to take an interest in this place. Brother. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Lin Qian turned around and saw the short survivor. He pointed to the corner at the end. I don't mean to interrupt, but there seemed to be screams over there. Lin Qian took off his mask immediately after hearing this. This crap is really slowing things down. The rustling noise of the full-body mask significantly impaired his hearing. Otherwise, with his 20 points of agility, he would have surely noticed something was wrong first. Zitsy. After removing the obstructive mask, Lin Qian heard no screams, but only a faint sound, like the bubbling of soda water. The sound was getting closer. He looked up suddenly. He saw a bright red swirl around the corner at the end of the passage. It was a bloody mist. Chapter 68. The blood mist rolled in, surging with extraordinary force, closing in within a blink of an eye. Lin Qian frowned, sensing the sound of hurried footsteps within the mist. He was about to strike, but the short survivor had already made a move. He lifted the discarded spirit crystal spear from the ground and launched it through the air, sending it careening into the blood mist with a whirring sound. Z! She! The next moment, a flash of blue lightning flashed, as the spear seemed to strike something. A faint hissing echoed through the blood mist. It's no use. Seeing the blood mist pause only briefly, then surge even faster, as if enraged, his expression changed. With no escape possible, he could only cross his arms in front of him. Protective chi. With a roar, his hair flew wildly, and a surging aura suddenly appeared around him, firmly protecting him. If you can't stop it, come behind me, he shouted, his head tilted. The blood mist in front of him was intercepted by the air current, and the remaining part bypassed him and attacked Lin Qian from behind. At the same time, the other two cannon fodder were caught in the blood mist. Amid screams, their skin began to rapidly melt away. Then, with two whooshing sounds, something seemed to pierce their bodies, and the sound abruptly stopped. Stop it? Seeing this scene, Lin Qian's expression remained calm, and he slowly raised his hand. Bloodline. After these two casual words, countless red rays shot out from the air like a rain of pear blossom needles, crushing directly into the blood mist with the force of a tsunami. Puff! Puff! The sounds of flesh being pierced rang out one after another. Lin Qian instantly located the entity in the blood mist and clenched his hands fiercely. Crack! Swish! The scattered bloodlines instantly converged, a squeezing sound echoed, and the blood mist began to shrink rapidly. Soon, a monster, firmly contained by the bloodlines, gradually emerged before the group. The monster's upper body resembled a flower of flesh and blood, its petals twisting and covered in spikes. Blood mist gushed from the central hole. The lower body resembled a hunched dwarf, its deformed legs struggling to maintain its balance. Standing upright, it stood only a meter tall, not nearly as ferocious and terrifying as one might imagine. After taking a quick look at the monster's true form and gauging its general appearance, Lin Qian casually waved his hand, squeezing the struggling monster to death, like twisting a towel and absorbing it instantly. Constitution plus 0.2. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Qian perked up. Huh? Such a weak thing can even give 0.2? It's because of the blood mist. Lin Qian was lost in thought, completely oblivious to the shocked expressions of the people around him. Brother. The short survivor dropped his stance and gazed at Lin Qian from a distance. You? He opened his mouth, unsure what to say. Where on earth did this freak come from? He was undeniably the most powerful person in the area, yet he was as helpless as an elementary school student before him. This situation isn't looking good. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If the two of them were equally powerful, they could discuss cooperation, but now the other was clearly far superior. He had to worry about whether this guy would become greedy for his storage space resources. What ability did you just use? The thing I was most worried about had finally happened. This guy seemed incredibly curious about my own abilities, which wasn't a good sign. It's a chi-based skill. He quickly and decisively retrieved 2 books from the space and handed them to Lin Qian. Lin Qian, somewhat surprised by how understanding he was, took them. After silently flipping through them for a moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Skill learned. Chi. Ding! Chi skill branch learned. Protective Chi. Huh? Skills have branches? Lin Qian suddenly remembered that he had previously learned a Sha-breaking skill, but since it wasn't very noticeable with his mental attributes, and since he'd been exposed to more and more supernatural means, he gradually neglected it. Opening the panel, he found the skills section and clicked on it. Sure enough, there was a new skill. Shattering Evil, level 1, has the special effect of damaging evil spirits and spirits. Gang Chi, level 1, Chi energy leaves the body, killing enemies invisibly. Has the effect of touching spirits. Skill branch, Protective Gang Chi. Just as Lin Qian was checking his skill list, another system prompt came. Ding! Fusion-capable skills detected. Do you want to merge? Huh? Lin Qian was a little confused. There was such a thing. Although the fusion of the blood core and the corpse seam had been a precedent, he hadn't expected skills to be fused. Fusion. There was no reason to hesitate. He hadn't used skills much before anyway. Ding! Skill fusion successful. New skill gained. Shattering Gang Chi. Shattering Gang Chi, level 1, has powerful damage to spirits. Skill branch. Protective Gang Chi. The 2 skills were combined into one, and the skill description also changed. Lin Qian felt a faint tingling sensation in his meridians, as if something was moving through him. He tried to trigger his skill, striking out with a palm strike. A strong wind howled, a white light flashed, and the Sha-breaking Chi slammed into the wall, but it left no trace. That's not right. Lin Qian looked at the shorter survivor. This guy's attributes were definitely not as high as his own. Why was his Chi so powerful, while his was like a mule fart? What level is your Chi skill? He asked, puzzled. Level 3, the man replied nervously. How did you get to level 3? Lin Qian was even more puzzled. Slowly, through practice. The man looked puzzled, but he answered honestly. Lin Qian fell silent. Emotional skills, unlike abilities, can't advance rapidly with attribute points. No wonder Sha-breaking hasn't seen much improvement. Who would have thought there was such a thing as proficiency? As for the slight boost in spirit, it now seemed more like a natural benefit from his innate ability in that skill. The higher the attribute points, the greater the improvement with each skill level. Okay, thanks. Lin Qian thanked him, and made a move to throw the book back. Keep it, brother. I have another set. The man waved his hand. Seeing his tense and defensive posture, Lin Qian couldn't help but want to laugh. Don't be so tense. I'm not in the habit of killing people without reason. Besides, if I wanted to attack you, no matter how defensive you are, would you have a chance of surviving? This man's agility must be quite high. He could sense the strong pressure from him, a reaction based on biological instinct. Chapter 69. The man's name was Luo Quan, and his region number was 74,536, 1 digit higher than Lin Qian's. Like Lin Qian, this was his first time encountering a cross-region cooperative mission. However, the two shared one thing in common. Whenever they personally opened a blind box, the dungeon they encountered was invariably far more difficult than others. He speculated that the difficulty of the dungeons within the gate might be closely related to the attribute points of the person opening the gate. In addition, the regional trials he had experienced were also quite difficult, with fewer than 100 people surviving. If my guess is correct, this trial also depends on the attributes of the members of the zone. It might be an average, or it might be solely based on the strongest individual. I'm more inclined to the latter. Luo Quan couldn't help but feel a little worried at the mention of this, and he couldn't help but sigh. Alas, now that my strength attribute has broken through 10 points, I wonder what kind of terrifying dungeon I encounter in the next trial. As he spoke, he completely failed to notice that a highly motivated young man, whose attributes had all broken through 20, had quietly broken down beside him. Lin Qian's expression turned slightly grim. Judging from the information he gathered, Luo Quan was probably right. But it was unavoidable. He couldn't stop improving himself just because he was worried about the difficulty of the trial. He felt a little sorry for Su Mian and the others. They were so unlucky to be assigned to the same zone as him. Sigh. Lin Qian sighed, feeling a bit mixed. But Brother Qian, are we just going to wait here? Luo Quan was considerably older than Lin Qian, but he still politely addressed him as Brother Qian, a sign of respect for his strength. Didn't this guy tell me there's only one elevator? Lin Qian pointed at the trembling soldier next to him. This place is too big. I'm afraid the commander's team will slip away if we're not careful. They didn't have permission to open the elevator. If the commander's team completed their mission and took the elevator back to the surface, they would be helpless. The mission deadline is 3 days anyway. There's no rush. Lin Qian, realizing Luo Quan was aiming for the double reward for eliminating the danger source early, casually offered a reassuring reassurance. Finally, there was someone he could talk to about something, and Lin Qian was in a good mood. The two chatted idly, occasionally encountering blood mist attacks, which Lin Qian easily dispatched. Time slipped by, and after an unknown amount of time, hurried footsteps could be heard from the distant passage, accompanied by the roars of monsters and the crackle of psychic gunfire. Roar! Swish! Swish! Lin Qian yawned and slowly stood up. Finally, at the far end of the tunnel, a thick blood mist was chasing the remaining 7 members of the commander's squad. These few men were clearly much more skilled in combat, responding to the threat so close at hand with measured precision. Grenade! The commander at the front, clutching a jet-black briefcase in one hand, unsheathed a blue grenade from his waist with the other and hurled it into the blood mist. Boom! The next moment, a surge of blue energy exploded, pushing the blood mist back a considerable distance. As the blood mist dissipated, Lin Qian keenly spotted the much taller and stronger monster within. The head also had the shape of a fleshy petal, but the body was immensely large and powerful, like a ferocious beast. Its claws could dig deep into the metal wall, and it nimbly dodged the psychic gunfire with leaps and bounds. There's more than one. Lin Qian was aroused, flexing his hands in preparation. You guys, get out of my way. The officer at the forefront, upon seeing Lin Qian and the other two from afar, shouted angrily. If you don't want to die, don't block our path. As he spoke, he drew his pistol. The fact that this man was wearing military gear, yet wasn't on the mission route, spoke volumes. Bang! Seeing they showed no sign of leaving, the officer didn't hesitate and fired. Lin Qian casually dodged to the side, the bullet grazing past. What? The officer's eyes widened instantly. Before he could react in surprise, countless red threads suddenly shot out from before him, completely obscuring his vision. You dare to strike first? Lin Qian's voice echoed slowly, and the next moment, screams mingled. Crack! Crack! The officer barely had time to react before he felt his legs being broken. After a dizzying spin, he was sent flying dozens of meters before sliding to a stop. Opening his eyes, he saw not only the box but also his hand. Monster! Monster! He stared in horror at the figure that rushed into the bloody mist, stepping over the bodies of his own team members. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, his voice hoarse. Roar! Boom! Bang! Ah! Still quite powerful. Amid the clamor of the fierce battle, Lin Qian's surprised voice could be faintly heard. I went berserk. Take my blow. Puff! The blood mist rapidly contracted, and a monster, its petal-shaped head missing, slowly fell to the ground. Soon, 2 more loud bangs echoed, and a monster's corpse was kicked out, trailing a surging blood mist like exhaust, crashing heavily into the wall. Then, with a whistling gust of wind, a massive butcher's knife pierced the air, piercing the monster's head with a precise stab. The tip of the knife dug deep into the metal wall, causing it to struggle a few times before quickly becoming motionless. The blood mist dissipated, and Lin Qian grasped the third monster's corpse with one hand. With his other hand, he tugged hard, and the blood thread wrapped around the butcher's knife's handle quickly retracted, returning it to his grip. The blood thread spread, absorbing it. Cons 0.6. Cons 0.5. Strength 0.6. The gains were decent. These monsters were incredibly powerful, with a layer of transparent scales covering their bodies. They were at a level that couldn't be instantly killed by health points, but they ultimately lacked the powerful vitality of a vampire. Their weaknesses were obvious. A single chop of their heads would kill them, making them easy to kill. After absorbing the 3 monsters, the side effects of the frenzy and butcher's knife eased. Lin Qian's frown gradually softened, and the discomfort dissipated. He walked over to the blood-stained black box and tugged at the handcuffs attached to the severed hand. They were quite sturdy. What's the password? Lin Qian, carrying the black box, approached the officer, who struggled to his feet, and asked, "What kind of monster are you? How did you get in here?" The officer demanded sternly, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. A monster with human intelligence and appearance. This had never been seen before. TSK. Lin Qian frowned, a hint of impatience. Stretching out his hand, blood threads immediately wrapped around the officer's broken legs, weaving through the cracks in his flesh. The flesh melted, smoke dissipated, and the officer's body suddenly arched up like a cooked shrimp, convulsing violently. Indescribable pain rippled through his body, and beads of sweat fell in a crackling pattern. I tell you! Please! Stop! Finally, unable to endure this extreme torture any longer, he gave in. Chapter 70. ZZ. The password was correct. The black box opened, and a large amount of cold air gushed out from the gap, giving it a full sense of technology. Pushing the lid of the box, hundreds of test tubes of medicine were neatly arranged inside. Pull out one and observe it carefully. The bright red liquid was mixed with some black flocks, and it surged on its own without shaking, as if it had life. Suddenly, the system popped up the item information. Laughter potion. After drinking, strength +2, agility +2, constitution +2, but it will cause irreversible effects on the user's spirit. The degree of effect depends on the spirit attribute. The upper limit of consumption is 1, huh? Lin Qian was a little surprised. He didn't expect this thing to be able to pop up item information. It has no digestion requirements, but it has side effects. This is the first time I've seen a medicine that has no digestion requirements but has side effects. Depends on the spirit attribute. He hesitated for a moment, then directly unscrewed a tube of medicine and drank it. If each attribute had been given 10 points, Lin Qian probably wouldn't have taken the risk. After all, risk and reward are usually balanced. But with such a small benefit, how could the side effects be any greater? Besides, this thing was clearly a laboratory product. The commander squad's mission was to take these potions, and they were likely to be given to other soldiers. Ordinary people could handle it, so what was there to fear from a monster like me with all my attributes surpassing 20? Drink. A chill ran down his throat, and a strong, fishy smell filled his nostrils. Lin Qian's face instantly wrinkled. That's too hard to drink. He quickly pulled out a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth. Ha. Just then, a strange laugh suddenly echoed in Lin Qian's ears. The next moment, a chill spread through his mind, and the laugh abruptly stopped, as if someone had strangled him. What sound went by so quickly? Lin Qian was a little confused. He looked around and scratched his head. After his mental attribute broke through 20 points, his stone heart attribute finally began to show its full potential. Like a firewall, ordinary mental interference couldn't even cause a ripple. Seeing Luo Quan's curious expression, Lin Qian casually tossed over a bottle of maniacal laughter potion. Let me show you its properties. The potion, which added a full 6 points to his stats, hadn't yet been digested. Even if there were any side effects, they wouldn't be fatal. Giving it away for free was out of the question. Luo Quan was well aware of this. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly began searching his storage space. Soon, he pulled out a tumor-like object and handed it to Lin Qian. Brother Qian, I'd like to trade this for a bottle of maniacal laughter potion. The tumor pulsed slightly, as if alive, looking a bit disgusting. Lin Qian reached out to take it, and the item notification popped up the moment he touched it. Demon Monk's Flesh and Blood Relic. Digestion requirement, Constitution 20. After consumption and digestion, strength increases by 5. There's a chance that the mind will be affected by the Demon Monk's remnant, the degree of effect depending on the mind attribute. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Great stuff. It's also an item with side effects, but with an additional digestion requirement. Its overall stats are slightly lower than the laughter potion, so its value is definitely slightly lower. But there's one thing Lin Qian is very concerned about. This thing seems to have no upper limit on consumption. Luo Quan looked at Lin Qian anxiously, waiting for his response. Okay, I change it. Lin Qian agreed readily. Also, you don't have to hold onto that card all the time. If I want to kill someone and steal the treasure, you probably won't be able to teleport in time. He was telling the truth. If he truly had the intention to kill and rob, Lin Qian would have used his ghost eye to control his actions, ensuring no mistakes. Luo Quan gave an awkward smile and casually stored the card hidden in his palm into his storage space. The fact that the other party could detect even such a subtle movement proved his agility was incredibly high, so there was really no need for defense. It was simply because he thought his valuables were not appreciated by others. Lin Qian clutched the throbbing tumor, feeling nauseous, and decided not to take it orally. A bloodline extended from his palm, swiftly absorbing it completely. He closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, but there was nothing special. Suddenly, a bell rang in his ears, followed by the humming sound of chanting. The sound was solemn and sacred at first, but gradually changed in tone, and in the end, only endless madness remained. Ka! The familiar chill spread through his mind again, and the chanting stopped abruptly. Lin Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead. This thing was far more potent than the laughter potion. It seems I can't calculate side effects by adding attributes together anymore. A single attribute is far more terrifying than multiple attributes. He shook his head, dispelling the dizziness. Luckily, I had the stone-hard trait to protect me, otherwise it would have been too much. Finding a place to sit, ignoring the screams in the distance, Lin Qian began to check his stats. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Overseer, Strength, 32.4. Agility, 22.1. Const, 26.8. Spirit, 22.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities, Spirit Fire, 18%, Alien Blood, Hell/Ghost Blood, Ghost Eyes, Rage. Review, a battle-hardened alien blood warrior, adept at fighting supernatural beings and possessing a formidable explosive power. His combat power is enough to completely crush any level 2 Overseer's hound. Agility increased by 2, Constitution by 3.5, with Strength being the largest, for a total of 8 points, 1 from the Blood Mist monster, 2 from the Laughter Potion, and 5 from the Demon Monk's Relic. Less than 12 hours had passed, and the total stat gain had reached a terrifying 13.5. Lin Qian felt like he had fallen in love with this place. The only regret was that the rating remained unchanged. Lin Qian was speechless. When would he finally break free from his hound ties and officially join the ranks of humans? Puff. Just then, Luo Quan, not far away, suddenly burst into laughter without warning. Lin Qian looked over in confusion, only to see the man clutching his hand tightly to his mouth, his eyes filled with panic. Hee, ha ha. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into hysterical laughter. Lin Qian immediately became alert. Is this guy crazy? Seeing something amiss in Lin Qian's eyes, Luo Quan quickly waved his hand, laughing. Ha ha. Don't be nervous. Ha ha. I'm not. Ha ha. Out of control. Seeing him laugh so hard his tears and snot were streaming, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a little helpless. No, you've increased your spirit stats, and you dare drink like that? Luo Quan's face was filled with despair. Seeing that Lin Qian was fine after drinking it, he didn't think much of it. Who would have thought that this guy not only had incredibly high strength, physical fitness, and agility, but also had just as much spirit? Doesn't this guy have any weaknesses? Luo Quan couldn't help but wail inwardly. After a long while, he finally managed to control his laughter, but the expression of trying not to laugh remained on his face, making him look particularly ridiculous. Lin Qian had been in a good mood due to his fruitful harvest, but seeing his wrinkled face, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Puff! His failure to maintain his composure was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. Luo Quan's patience crumbled again, and he began to laugh painfully, clutching his stomach. Ha ha. Chapter 71. After a long pause, the laughter finally subsided. Luo Quan had found a way to control his emotions, and began to recall the sad events. Lin Qian walked up to the terrified commander, and waved to the frightened soldier nearby. Come here and carry this guy. The commander had the authority to open the elevator, which was why Lin Qian spared his life. The soldier, already terrified by Lin Qian's displayed abilities, dared not disobey his orders, and quickly stepped forward to carry the commander on his back. Lin Qian stripped the dead soldier's equipment and stored it in his storage area. After ensuring nothing was missing, he prepared to begin his raid. Seeing him take action, Luo Quan, who was trying to suppress his laughter, followed him. The two of them searched the corridors, absorbing the blood mist they encountered, and their journey was unimpeded. What the hell is this monster? In a passage, a man fled in terror, his face filled with fear, spewing curse words in an attempt to mask his terror. Hee hee. Suddenly, a strange laugh echoed from behind him. The man shuddered, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Hee hee, ha ha. Snap! He slapped himself hard. Controlling his laughter, he quickly turned around and pulled the trigger of the psychic gun he snatched from the soldier, aiming directly at the figure in the white coat. Swish! The blue energy bullet struck the figure, instantly blasting bloody holes in its body and sending it retreating several steps. But the wounds quickly healed, and the man in the white coat continued to pursue the man as if nothing had happened. As luck would have it, at that moment, a massive figure suddenly burst out from the passage on the other side, scurrying here in a panic, blocking the path. Another one. The monster was enormous, over 2 meters tall, covered in black fur, its back arched, its thick tail trailing out long, its claws sharp as knives. It had no eyes, only a pair of erect ears, and a ferocious maw with shredded meat hanging from its teeth. From a distance, it looked like a giant rat, a truly terrifying sight. The man's heart was broken, and he suddenly hated himself for having to open the door himself. Wouldn't it be better to just clear the missions in the known dungeons? Suddenly, he finally realized something was wrong. This monster seems to be afraid of something. Watching the black-haired creature's movements, the man's eyes fixed. Could there be an even more terrifying monster? He grew increasingly desperate. What kind of a dungeon is this? Just dealing with that blood mist has already exhausted me, but I didn't expect it to get scarier the deeper I go. Monsters completely out of character appear one after another. The man gritted his teeth and pulled a translucent card from his pocket. There's nothing I can do, I can only... Just as he was about to teleport away, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. Mimi? Slurp, slurp. The footsteps were slow, like a leisurely stroll, but each step was heavy. The man had a high agility attribute, and quickly assessed the man's strength. His strength is definitely terrifying. His eyes lit up. It's one of the 2 survivors. With such formidable physical prowess, it couldn't possibly be an NPC. Hee hee. The black-haired giant rat, panicking, collided with the white-coated figure. A burst of laughter echoed, and the rat paused, its ferocious maw even slightly curved. The man's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this. Oh no! Monsters can influence each other. If this black-haired monster catches my smile, it'd be tough to deal with. He reacted immediately, flicking his sleeve. His wrist suddenly and mysteriously opened, revealing a black, cannon-shaped muzzle. It was a modified robotic arm, concealing a weapon. Whoosh! Bang! A grenade launched, accurately impacting the giant rat's feet, sending its massive body flying and carrying the white-coated figure with it. Bang! His palm bounced back with a metallic clang. He then pulled out another psychic grenade and hurled it forward. I don't have any other means of engaging the supernatural. Leave the black-haired monster to me, and you deal with the smiley man, he shouted, attempting to initiate a collaboration with another survivor. Judging from the previous attack, the black-haired monster wasn't a supernatural creature and wasn't immune to physical attacks. However, things didn't go as he expected. Lin Qian's figure slowly appeared around the corner, glancing at him from afar. What are you thinking? I want it all. With his words, countless bloodlines burst forth like fireworks, directly engulfing the fallen giant rat. With a hissing sound, the flesh and blood quickly melted away. The giant rat struggled a few times, but soon fell silent. The man witnessed the entire process, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, and he clenched the teleportation card again. Who the hell is this guy? Luo Quan, who had followed closely behind, glanced at him and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Qian ignored the 2 men, sharing a common sympathy, and instead looked curiously at the smiling man who had stopped him. The man's white coat was stained with blood, his hair was disheveled, and he wore an exaggerated, eerie grin. Hee hee. He let out a strange laugh. Huh? Lin Qian leaned forward. What did you say? He was met with laughter again. Hee hee. Lin Qian scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Little did he know that, to the man in the distance, this scene was simply shocking and unbelievable. Why isn't he affected? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Luo Quan quietly approached, stifling a smile. He was about to say something, but the man retreated warily, frowning at him. How could you be affected from such a distance? Luo Quan was stunned by this, wanting to explain, but unable to. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Qian was already studying the smiling man before him. Researcher? He glanced at the badge on his white coat. Did you become like this after contracting the abnormality? Lin Qian reached out and pinched the man's chin, making his laughter even more muffled. Puff! The blood pierced through his flesh and invaded his body. The suppressive effect of the ghost's blood immediately took effect, and his smile vanished. But now, his eyes were filled with emptiness, as if his soul had been lost, and he had not been saved. Lin Qian was not polite either. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he absorbed it completely. Constitution plus 0.3. Wow. Lin Qian raised a brow, somewhat surprised. Not bad. He was in a good mood, and he was increasingly excited for the subsequent raid. Great, this dungeon is great. Chapter 72. Lin Qian's laughter didn't last long. He increased his strength points so rapidly that he almost cleared the entire quarantine zone, only to hear a single notification about a strength increase, and that was 0.1, bringing the benefit down to its lowest point. In comparison, the physical gain was somewhat better, but not much. Killing a dozen laughter-tainted researchers only yielded less than 3 points. Based on the vastly different physical qualities of these contaminated researchers, Lin Qian surmised that laughter contamination has a degree of effect. The longer the duration, the more comprehensive the transformation. Unfortunately, Lin Qian was busy and couldn't wait for them to mature before harvesting. The entire quarantine zone was unexpectedly large. After Lin Qian had cleared all the corridors, it was already the next day. Seeing that the system still hadn't indicated the source of danger had been eliminated, he had no choice but to continue clearing the sealed labs. Ding! Authorization successful. Emergency lockdown lifted. With a buzzing sound, the door of a lab slowly opened. Before they could react, a thick blood mist swept over them. TSK! Lin Qian frowned, somewhat unimpressed, but he still faced the blood mist, spurting outwards. Off to the side, the man and Luo Quan tactfully stepped back, waiting until the blood mist in the laboratory had completely dissipated before following in. The soldier and the officer were dead, killed by a giant rat contaminated by laughter. Lin Qian had initially felt a bit sorry, as he had planned to use the elevator with his officer's permission to explore other floors. That was why he had deliberately spared the creature's life. Surprisingly, this newly encountered survivor turned out to be a tech-savvy talent, claiming to be able to crack most permissions. The man's name was Jiang Jinshan, and like Luo Quan, he was the strongest in the region. To Lin Qian's surprise, Jiang Jinshan's primary attributes were spirit and agility. Most of the dungeons he previously participated in were technologically advanced cyber worlds, and his prosthetic arm was the final exchangeable item in the regional trials. Based on Lin Qian's observation, his attributes were definitely not as high as Luo Quan's, but if the two were to face off in a life-or-death duel, it's hard to say who would win. After all, the lethality of technological gadgets is terrifying. 3 of them, one excelled in martial arts, one in technology, and one in eccentricity. And they were all powerful figures in their respective regions. This indirectly confirmed the hypothesis that the gate opener's attributes were correlated with the dungeon's difficulty. Why don't you get one of those prosthetic eyes that can scan? That way, we wouldn't have to search for labs one by one. Luo Quan and Jiang Jinshan chatted casually. His condition had improved considerably, but a smile still occasionally crossed his face. You're right, there really is one, but my spiritual attributes aren't sufficient to transplant it. Jiang Jinshan responded as he collected the permission cards left behind by the researchers in the lab. The lab was large, even divided into rest and experimental areas, equipped not only with beds, but also with bathrooms and kitchens. It seems these people can't come and go freely. Only the administrator has permission to open the door. Jiang Jinshan quickly collected the data and offered his own assessment. Alas, they're all pitiful people. Luo Quan felt a mixture of emotions as he surveyed the devastation around him. From the dried bloody handprints, he could even imagine the dying struggles of the researchers who had suffered such a tragedy. Lin Qian walked into the testing area, frowning as he surveyed the surrounding lab equipment. Giant organs still pulsating in petri dishes, the remains of a monster encased in glass, and the exceptionally large flesh and blood flower in the center. The skinned giant rat was riddled with instruments, and the flesh and blood flower, now rotting and white, sat atop its head. What kind of experiment is this? Lin Qian felt a little nauseous, and, not wanting to speculate, he simply released his bloodstream, devouring every drop of flesh and blood he could. Let's go! Next room. Seeing nothing of value, Lin Qian turned and left, as if in a hurry, unwilling to waste even a moment. Luo Quan and Jiang Jinshan followed closely behind, and the 3 of them quickly opened a larger laboratory. After I broke free from the lead soldier, I've been quietly following the commander's team. I saw them enter this laboratory and bring out a black box. As soon as the laboratory door opened, bursts of eerie laughter could be heard from within. Some were low, some were loud, some were frantic. The two men's expressions changed, and they quickly stepped back. Lin Qian remained unaffected, even perking up slightly at the sound. Those infected by the laughter saw their physical attributes improve considerably. He entered alone again, and soon the laughter had completely vanished. When the two men followed him in, they saw Lin Qian standing in front of a massive, blood-soaked head, lost in thought. The head, as if flayed, was hideous and terrifying, with a strange smile on its face. Through a protective glass shield, two bloodshot eyes stared directly at Lin Qian. Lin Qian moved to the left, and the eyeball followed. Lin Qian moved to the right, and the eyeball also moved to the right. "What are you looking at?" Lin Qian frowned and questioned. The head seemed enraged, its smile growing even more sinister, as if it were exerting itself on something. Ha, ha ha. Finally, a staccato laugh reached Lin Qian's mind, but as if the signal was broken, it couldn't connect. Lin Qian stared blankly at the head through the glass. After a long moment, he finally made a move. He slowly raised his hand and scratched his cheek. Seeing this, the head's expression suddenly changed, a look of shock and confusion, even its smile fading slightly. Bang! Crash! The next moment, Lin Qian suddenly struck out, shattering the glass with a punch. He placed his palm on the head and forcibly grabbed it. The big head's eyes flickered, as if in panic, but its smile grew more pronounced. Ding! This item cannot be stored. A system notification sounded, and Lin Qian raised his eyebrows. It's indeed a strange thing. After a moment's thought, he removed the butcher knife from his back, wrapped the head tightly with ghost skin, and tied it around his waist, dangling it like a basketball. He then wrapped the butcher knife in a random piece of clothing and strapped it back on his back. With his current mental attributes, he had already developed a strong immunity to the butcher knife's curse. Without direct contact, he wouldn't be affected invisibly like before. But the strangely smiling head was different. It clearly carried some strange power, similar to a curse. Although Lin Qian himself was unaffected, it was safer to use the ghost skin to block it to avoid affecting others. Chapter 73. Such a strange thing, if taken to a strange shop, it would definitely fetch a high price. This thought struck Lin Qian the moment he saw the head. I just wondered if the shop would accept such a living strange creature. It should be fine. Isn't the screaming gun a living thing? Lin Qian speculated, turning back to see the two men staring at him in stunned silence. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. They both shook their heads. See? Those strange dungeons have trained them to be bold. They dare to pack up anything and take it home. Following Lin Qian, Luo Quan and Jiang Jinshan whispered to each other. Perhaps because they shared a common sympathy, the two felt a sense of familiarity, occasionally exchanging a few words. Never mind all that. Let's just be good support. I've finally figured it out. This dungeon isn't based on our attributes, it's based entirely on his. Any one of these monsters would be enough to give me a hard time. Look at him, he took them all out like he was taking a stroll. Jiang Jinshan expressed his sincere admiration. This dungeon trip wasn't in vain. It made me realize that there are always people better than you. Guess I have to keep a low profile from now on. If I run into someone with a bad temper, it's game over. Luo Quan also had a realization. Unlike the other two's leisurely pace, as time passed, Lin Qian's expression grew increasingly serious as he swept through the labs. It wasn't because he'd seen the cruel human experiment records, but because there was no trace of the monsters left, yet the system still hadn't indicated the danger had been eliminated. What's going on? He had a vague sense of foreboding. If all this didn't count as eliminating the source of danger, then it only proved one thing. The real source of danger isn't on this floor? That would be far too far. They couldn't really go underground and eliminate all threats. Lin Qian didn't think he had the skills yet. This dungeon was called an isolation zone, but in reality, it was a testing ground for secretly exploiting monsters' characteristics for human research. However, judging by the results, the only truly successful development at this stage was the laughter potion. However, how powerful could a monster captured by these people be? That head was strange, but with proper treatment, it could be unaffected. The soldiers' masks had hearing filters, likely to block out the effects of laughter. From what Jiang Jinshan understood from the data records, the loss of control in the isolation zone didn't seem to be an experimental error, but rather a deliberate act. Otherwise, with the emergency lockdown function, it's impossible for so many monsters to be released and roaming the corridors. But it's unclear who exactly was responsible. The instigator likely perished in the disaster they created. However, considering the researchers' plight, they were no different from prisoners, so the appearance of a few driven mad was understandable. After working for most of the day, the three of them found a clean laboratory and began to replenish their energy. After eating and drinking, Lin Qian glanced at the mission countdown. More than 30 hours left. He frowned slightly. Worried about missing something, they had even conducted a quick search, confirming that there were no traces of monsters on this floor. Could it be because this thing hasn't been killed? Lin Qian glanced at the strangely grinning head wrapped in ghost skin next to him, a little skeptical. If it was really because of this thing, then Lin Qian would have to give up the strange gold coins. After all, the mission rewards would be more direct in improving him. Just as he was debating whether to kill it, something strange happened. Beep! Beep! A shrill alarm blared, and red lights flashed overhead. Abnormal invasion. Abnormal invasion. Evacuate immediately. Lin Qian and the others were startled and quickly stood up. What's going on? Luo Quan's eyes widened, an uncontrollable smile spreading across his face. Even if the entire quarantine zone was out of control, there wouldn't be this kind of situation. Jiang Jinshan's face darkened. This is the highest level of alert mode. It means that an unknown creature has seen through the disguise and discovered the existence of the quarantine zone. We might have guessed right. This dungeon isn't designed to suit our attributes. Jiang Jinshan looked at Lin Qian. Given our abilities, just one quarantine zone going out of control is enough. There's no need to increase the difficulty. He pulled out a translucent card, stating his stance. I'm sorry, but if it's later confirmed that the dungeon's difficulty is truly based on your attributes, I have to consider foregoing the reward for this mission. Jiang Jinshan looked at Lin Qian with a hint of apology. Just like using the escape card in the regional trial, teleporting away mid-mission will result in no reward. This also meant that all his previous efforts had been in vain, as Lin Qian had essentially looted all the rewards from the dungeon. Aside from the 2 sets of equipment and the spear he obtained from killing the soldiers at the beginning, Jiang Jinshan had nothing else to gain. But he was a self-aware man, understanding the importance of letting go. Lin Qian didn't take it too seriously, merely nodding. The next moment, Jiang Jinshan tossed over a permission card. I've cracked the commander's permissions. With this card, you can use the elevator without identity verification, even without me. Lin Qian reached out and took it, storing it in his storage space. Thank you. Luo Quan also received one, but this was just Jiang Jinshan's advanced preparation, not a sign of immediate departure. Lin Qian suspected that the methods these two had mastered to escape the dungeon were similar to his own, room cards or tickets obtained as rewards from other missions, with a high degree of uncertainty, and they wouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. But he admired Jiang Jinshan's approach, telling you in advance that if you encounter danger, he might flee directly, so you wouldn't pin your hopes on me. He was honest. After all, they didn't have a close relationship, so prioritizing their own safety was understandable. The danger hung heavy in their minds, and they couldn't stay here for long. Led by Lin Qian, several people began to rapidly approach the elevator. The corridor was deserted, the only sound besides the piercing alarms, and the sound of running footsteps. Almost there. Seeing the elevator so close, Luo Quan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Jinshan also felt a sense of relief. He certainly didn't want to give up the reward for this mission. Only Lin Qian's expression suddenly changed, and his pace slowed. Goosebumps covered his neck, his agility-inspired danger instincts warning him frantically. He slowly turned and gazed into the darkness beyond. Reaching for the butcher knife on his back, Lin Qian prepared himself for the enemy. The flashing alarm lights began to dim, and darkness surged in from afar. Chapter 74. Something's going to happen. At the elevator entrance, cold sweat formed on Luo Quan's forehead as he repeatedly pressed the permission card against the identification area. Ding! No permission to activate. The cold notification tone intensified his anxiety. Hasn't it been cracked? He shouted at Jiang Jinshan. Damn! Someone blocked the program, and even the officer doesn't have the necessary authority to activate it. Jiang Jinshan hurried over, fiddled with it for a few times, and then couldn't help but curse. Those beasts up there don't even want anyone to get out alive. He used his robotic arm to violently dismantle the panel, pulling out several data cables from his palm and connecting them. I need a moment. Keep an eye on the situation for me. If things don't work, retreat. Luo Quan turned and looked at Lin Qian's back. Facing the surging darkness, the man, knife in one hand, stood straight with his thin figure, showing no sign of retreat. Is this a high-end player? So calm. Luo Quan offered a fair assessment. The curse took effect, a red glow emanating from his eyes. Lin Qian's gaze was cold, gazing into the darkness. A strong sense of danger enveloped him, licking at his instincts like a venomous snake. He was far from as calm as Luo Quan had believed. Coming for me. Cold sweat streamed down his cheeks. This was the first time he had felt such a strong threat since his explosive attribute growth. A deadly threat. A rustling sound echoed in the darkness. Something sticky seemed to be being squeezed out, and soon, a vague outline slowly rose from the ground. It was a slender figure, with graceful curves, yet incredibly tall. Beneath her slender waist, the enormous hem of her skirt spread out in all directions. A faint, sticky dripping sound could be heard. Tick-tick. Tick-tick. The figure began to approach him, moving slowly, silently, like a mollusk's wriggling movements. Lin Qian held his butcher knife across his body, his muscles tensed, ready to unleash his full might in an instant. However, as the figure gradually emerged from the darkness and slowly came into view, Lin Qian was completely stunned. He had imagined this thing might be extremely terrifying, and had even prepared himself mentally, but he had never imagined it would be so. Eerie? A door? He wondered from the bottom of his heart. Yes, a door. The strange woman who emerged from the darkness stood over 2 meters tall, her pitch-black skirt spreading outward, making a sticky sound as she moved. Her overly pale arms rested gracefully at her waist, lightly supporting the hem of her skirt, as if she had stepped out of a classical painting. The only thing missing was that face, which should have been beautiful. It lacked features, its features lacking anything but a door. An old, yellowed mottled wooden door. Click! Just as Lin Qian paused, a clear sound suddenly reached his ears. In his sight, the door handle gently turned, unlocking. Crack! The teeth-grinding sound of the hinges echoed, like something decades old and unoiled. The wooden door slowly swung open, and Lin Qian's gaze was drawn involuntarily. What's inside? A strong curiosity welled up in his heart. As the door fully opened, the scene inside gradually became clearer. He saw a tall, thin figure from behind, a familiar one. Isn't that me? Lin Qian felt confused. Soon, his gaze moved forward. Standing in front of that figure was another woman in a black dress. There was also a door on the woman's face, which also creaked open. Gah squeak. A strong sense of weightlessness washed over him, and Lin Qian's consciousness passed through a second door, seeing the exact same scene again. He stood before the woman in the black dress, the wooden door on her face slowly opening. Gah squeak. He seemed trapped in an endless loop, accelerating faster and faster, his consciousness zipping through a tunnel like a high-speed train, until the scene in his vision began to blur. His soul felt like it was in a whirlpool, being sucked out bit by bit. Suddenly, a chill exploded in his mind, forcibly pulling him out of the loop. The stone-hard trait had once again taken effect, saving his life. Who? He panted heavily, unknowingly covered in cold sweat. Looking forward, there was no trace of the woman in the black dress. Instead, there was a cold touch from behind. Lin Qian's eyes widened as he looked down, only to see a pair of exceptionally white arms pass beneath his ribs and slowly wrap around his chest. The gentle movements resembled the embrace of a lover reunited after a long separation. However, he felt no warmth, only indescribable fear. With a hissing sound, Lin Qian's skin rapidly festered as if burned. A black, viscous substance was eroding his body. The suppressive effect of the ghost blood had completely lost its effect, and it was even shattered by the attack of the black viscous substance. Ghost eye. Spirit fire. Bloodline. The level disparity was so vast that Lin Qian felt like he was being pinned to death on the scaffold. All his abilities were suppressed, and he couldn't use any of his tactics. He seemed to be slowly losing control of his body. After his final struggle, Lin Qian's heart sank to the bottom. Gathering his last strength, a translucent card appeared in his palm. Ticket to the Infinite Boxing Championship. In such a desperate situation, with no chance of resistance, his only option was to flee. However, just as he was about to use the card to forcibly teleport, a system prompt suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Survivor number 7453681 has used a summoning card on you. Do you want to accept the summon? Without hesitation, and regardless of who had summoned him, Lin Qian, as if grasping at a last resort, made his decision. Accept. The next moment, his body suddenly vanished in a flash of light. The woman in the black dress reached for nothing, her arms folded in front of her, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Then, he slowly turned and looked in the direction of the elevator. Inside the elevator, which had already opened, Lin Qian was slumped in a corner, drenched in cold sweat, his face as white as paper, his expression still tinged with fear. "Don't look at her face." Seeing the woman turn, Lin Qian hurriedly warned. At the control panel, Jiang Jinshan sweated profusely, the robotic arm pressing commands with the swiftness of a pounding garlic. "Quick, quick, quick!" The elevator doors slowly closed, blocking the figure of the woman in the black dress outside. Holy crap! I was so scared. Only when the elevator finally began to rise did the two of them relax, exhausted, and plop down on the floor. However, at that moment, the lights in the elevator flickered, and the shadows in the corner suddenly and eerily spread, and darkness once again spread like a tide. Here it comes! Here it comes again! Chapter 75. Several people were suddenly terrified. Even the weakened Lin Qian jumped up in fear. Shadow. Be careful of the shadow. Light. Light. After a flurry of activity, Lin Qian was the first to realize the key to the problem. With a whoosh, the long-lost spiritual fire erupted from his palm, dispelling the surrounding darkness. It worked. Seeing the shadows retreat, everyone felt a wave of relief. With a swish, Jiang Jinshan pulled out a floodlight that looked like the kind used on construction sites from his storage space. Flicking the switch, Lin Qian almost thought he entered heaven. Put it up! Put it up! Put it up in all four corners. One wasn't enough, so Jiang Jinshan continued pulling out more lights while calling for Luo Quan's help. Ha ha! Here they come! Under the strain, Luo Quan couldn't help but laugh. The three of them worked in perfect harmony to quickly set up the floodlights. To avoid blocking their bodies and widening the shadows, they simply lined up and laid down on the ground in the middle. For a moment, the atmosphere in the elevator was like a morgue, and with the scorching bright lights, it felt a bit like a crematorium. The three of them remained silent, fearing to disturb anything. They all clutched their teleportation cards in unison, ready to flee at any moment. Hoo! The sound of panting rose and fell, the tense atmosphere still lingering. After a long moment, Jiang Jinshan dared to speak. It seems they didn't catch up. Despite this, the others still dared not slack off. Thank you very much. Lin Qian thanked him sincerely. If it weren't for Jiang Jinshan's rescue, he would have been forced to gamble on the contents of the boxing championship. His attributes had been growing rapidly recently, and coupled with the lack of an opponent, he had indeed become a little inflated. It's not all in vain, so be humble and cautious. His tone was even more down-to-earth than before. He casually took out 2 bottles of Maniac Laughter Potion and handed them to Jiang Jinshan, compensating for the loss of the summoning card. Jiang Jinshan refused. I'm more greedy than you think? He smiled. One trade. You accepted my summons this time, and next time, I hope you won't refuse. This was a gamble, a bet on Lin Qian's acceptance of the deal, and an investment in this guy's terrifying strength. If the bet won, a card in exchange for a boss-level figure's promise to save the situation would be a multiplier. Here, take it. Call me if you need anything next time. As soon as Lin Qian said this, Jiang Jinshan knew his gamble had paid off. He didn't hesitate and simply accepted the Maniac Laughter Potion. Luo Quan, standing nearby, looked envious. It was a shame he had no idea what a summoning card was. Earlier, when Jiang Jinshan had asked him what Lin Qian's number was, he wondered what this guy was up to. This guy, what a lucky guy. Luo Quan laughed in anger. The elevator quickly ascended, and everyone's breathing gradually calmed. Realizing that the woman in the black dress wouldn't be able to catch up for a while, Lin Qian examined his injuries. It was horrific. There was hardly a single piece of intact skin on his entire back. The blackness had seeped into his flesh, clinging to him like asphalt. Lin Qian gritted his teeth and used his bloodline to peel away the black substance. At the same time, he retrieved the crocodile meat from his storage space and began absorbing it to heal his injuries. Unfortunately, with his current physical condition, the crocodile's flesh and blood were completely insufficient to provide energy. Even if he absorbed it all, it would be a drop in the bucket. When asked about the other two, they both shook their heads, indicating they didn't have any raw meat stored. Just then, a ding sounded, and the display screen announced that they had passed the initial cell block and were rapidly approaching the ground. The elevator lurched, the lights flickering. They're trying to force the elevator to stop. Jiang Jinshan pulled out a translucent tablet, a sneer playing on his lips. If I'm not mistaken, they've prepared a welcoming ceremony for us. Lin Qian casually tore off his corroded, tattered shirt, revealing his muscular, chiseled muscles, and swung his butcher knife. That's perfect. I've got a lot of rage and nowhere to vent it. Ding! Finally reaching the ground, the elevator doors slowly opened. A dense mass of armed soldiers appeared, all at full alert, their guns pointed at the three of them. Hey, can we talk? Jiang Jinshan raised his hands, a smile on his face, making a final attempt. Swish, swish, swish. Duh. He was met with an impenetrable hail of bullets. There were psychic guns, as well as ordinary firearms. Jiang Jinshan was instantly pushed back, the shield he held rapidly deforming. Looking for death. He cursed, swung his robotic arm violently. Swish, swish, swish. Boom. Boom. Several grenades blasted out, their terrifying force instantly piercing the frontal fire network. Using the split second of opportunity, he swung his hand with force. The next moment, a scene that terrified all the soldiers unfolded. A massive shipping container suddenly appeared out of thin air, crushing the troops under its momentum. ZZ! The container scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying. The three men, using the cover as cover, instantly rushed out. Watch out! They're coming! Kill the monsters! With a hum, a blue laser suddenly shot out from a distance, hurtling straight towards the three men. Lin Qian's gaze focused, instantly spotting the turret-shaped weapon outside the building. He flicked his bloodline, wrapping it around the shattered glass structure. With a sharp pull, he used the force to launch himself upward, shooting outward. Something's coming! The soldiers guarding the turret were immediately alert, firing at Lin Qian in midair. But the next second, whoosh! Crack! ZZ! Lin Qian's body spun in the air, swinging his butcher knife and shooting out, accurately striking the glowing area in the center of the turret. Destroyed of its spiritual crystal power source, the turret instantly lost its attack capability. Immediately afterwards, several blood-stained lines in the air suddenly stretched straight, and Lin Qian, using the force to fly down, slammed directly into the crowd. Ah! Monster! A miserable wail echoed, a red glow flashed, and blood-stained lines wantonly harvested the soldiers' lives. Meanwhile, Lin Qian's injuries were rapidly healing. Inside the building, Jiang Jinshan was already standing on a shipping container. A massive, futuristic-looking machine gun had been deployed before him, its base embedded within the metal container, firmly fixed in place. I can't deal with the strange creatures, and I can't deal with you, he roared, pressing the trigger with both hands simultaneously. Duh. One after another, high-tech, high-caliber bullets violently plowed through the ground, creating massive craters and violently tearing apart the metal surface. Debris flew everywhere, wounding anyone who touched it, and killing anyone who touched it. Someone quietly crept under the container, intending to sneak up on Jiang Jinshan. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept past, and before he could even see the attacker, he was sent flying. His body slid several meters, his head tilted, and he was still. Luo Quan dropped his stance and dispersed his inner energy. He glanced at the frantic Jiang Jinshan overhead, then at Lin Qian, who was killing his way through the crowd outside. A sudden sense of loss washed over him. Compared to these two, he felt as powerless as an ordinary citizen. I remember I was pretty strong. Reluctantly, he continued searching for his target. He stepped on the ground, his inner energy erupted, and he instantly vanished. Chapter 76. After the battle, the scene was a shambles. The three men slaughtered nearly all the soldiers, leaving only the terrified ones behind. They didn't pursue them. There was no need. They were simply defending themselves. If they hadn't been mistaken for monsters, making the battle unavoidable, so many lives wouldn't have been lost in vain. However, according to Jiang Jinshan, these soldiers weren't exactly good people. They had either coerced or deceived many researchers and test subjects into the quarantine zone, and few had escaped. Lin Qian cleaned up the battlefield. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, he began using bloodlines to destroy the bodies and collect any intact combat uniforms and firearms. Jiang Jinshan was more interested in the damaged spirit crystal cannons. If this thing were brought to my technologically advanced world and renovated, perhaps its power would be several times greater. He waved to Lin Qian, preparing to dismantle the spirit crystal cannon and take it away. Lin Qian didn't object. He couldn't repair it himself, so it was useless. We have plenty of ammunition reserves here. And bombs. Luo Quan's voice came from a distance, where many supply vehicles were parked. The people in the building had long been dispersed. These soldiers seemed to intend to blow it up and bury the quarantine area completely underground. Luckily, they arrived in time before the cleanup team could start their operation. Otherwise, something serious might have happened. The men divided the spoils. Lin Qian took most of the individual equipment, armor, psychic guns, and spirit crystal ammunition. Jiang Jinshan chose to take away some large equipment, including spirit crystal raw materials. This guy's storage space was incredibly large. In the end, he simply filled 2 supply trucks with it. Don't worry. I contact you when we have results. We all share the good stuff. He was incredibly excited, as if he couldn't wait to get back to his research. The 3 of them had already exchanged numbers, but they could only add each other as friends back in the Infinity Building. It wasn't clear if they could contact each other across different zones. But with summoning cards, they knew they eventually meet up. Soon, as they sorted through the spoils, their storage spaces were completely filled with all sorts of loot. A glance at the clock revealed there were still over 20 hours left until the mission was over. A large force is approaching. Should we retreat? Jiang Jinshan's pre-launch drones responded, and he glanced at Lin Qian. He could still kill if he wanted, but there was no need. Lin Qian's injuries had healed, and his storage space was full. The flesh and blood of ordinary soldiers would be of little use to him now. Let's go! With a nod from Lin Qian, the 3 of them quickly vanished from the scene. When the armed forces arrived, they saw only devastated ground and no one. Report, the source of the contamination has escaped. Requesting a lockdown. A heavily armored officer stepped off the transport vehicle, leaving a deep dent in the ground. Where are the bodies? Where are their bodies? Someone shouted, but received no response. The information was blocked, and the surveillance footage had been completely deleted. Only fragmentary accounts could be heard from the terrified deserters. Something about red ropes, man-eating monsters, and martial arts masters, all nonsense. They're contaminated, unconscious, and isolated for observation. With a single command, the deserters were all taken away, their fate destined to be harsh. A few hours later, inside the gas station's chain restaurant, Jiang Jinshan squeezed through the crowd, carrying a large pile of food. Come! Excuse me. The place was incredibly lively, every seat packed, with some even choosing to sit on the steps. Although Lin Qian had only been inside the Infinity Building for a short time, he still felt as if he were in another world. It's been a long time since I felt this much of a daily routine. Just like on the death train, each of these people seemed so vibrant, not like any NPCs at all. I'm fine, actually. Back in that cybertech world, the sewers were packed, much busier than here. Jiang Jinshan put down his plate and sat across from him. Where did you get the money? Luo Quan asked curiously, looking at the table overflowing with delicious food. By card. It's easy to decrypt. Jiang Jinshan took out a black card and waved it. Among the 3 of us, why do I feel so useless? Luo Quan stuffed his burger into his mouth in a huff, suppressing a resigned smile. Lin Qian wasn't hungry, but he was still the biggest eater. The others polished off their food and left the gas station. Luckily, there aren't any area restrictions, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Jiang Jinshan stole a car from somewhere, and the others drove towards the city, choosing to stay as far away from the D-15 quarantine zone as possible. Thinking of that terrifying woman in the black dress, he still felt a lingering fear. As the only one of the 3 who had come face to face with the terrifying thing, Lin Qian was well aware of its power. If it weren't for the stone-hard trait that kicked in at the critical moment, restoring his sanity, Lin Qian would have most likely perished in this dungeon. It looks like there won't be any more danger here. I'm interested in this world's technology and plan to explore it. What do you 2 think? After entering the city, Jiang Jinshan found a random spot to park and asked Lin Qian and Luo Quan. From the information he had gathered earlier, he discovered that quarantine zones are typically built in the wilderness to prevent uncontrolled events from affecting nearby residents. I'm not going there. I just take a stroll around. Lin Qian wasn't particularly interested in technology and chose to get out of the car. After all, the only thing left now was to complete the mission in time, so there wasn't much to worry about. He was somewhat curious about the background of this world. Technologically, it was similar to the original world, but due to the underground world, it had added psychic technology. Of course, this kind of technology was completely inaccessible to ordinary people. From the news Jiang Jinshan had intercepted, it seemed that the affairs of the underground world were being well concealed by the official organizations of this world, and it seemed that no large-scale uncontrolled events had occurred. Luo Quan chose to accompany Jiang Jinshan. He felt the difference in strength between him and Lin Qian was too great to communicate with. Lin Qian wandered alone through the city streets and alleys, but the familiar surroundings offered him no sense of belonging. This seemed to be one of the city's slums, with poor sanitation, old buildings, and a lingering foul odor in the alley. Ah! Murder! Just then, a terrified scream echoed from afar. Huh? Lin Qian frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. From the corner of the alley, a hooded figure scurried out in panic, glancing around before running towards Lin Qian. Chapter 77. Lin Qian smelled a strong scent of blood, then glanced at the man's sleeve, revealing a knife concealed in his sleeve. The hooded man ran with his head lowered, as if afraid of being noticed. He even stretched his shoulders, as if exercising. Just as he and Lin Qian passed each other, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. You're looking for death. The man shuddered as if in shock, then, with a violent reaction, he pulled out his knife and stabbed Lin Qian in the abdomen. Lin Qian was speechless. He had never expected someone to use a knife against him. He suspected that, with his current physical condition, even if he stood there and let him stab him, his life wouldn't be in danger for a while. Snap! A crisp sound echoed through the alley, over and over again. Lin Qian didn't dodge, striking swiftly just before the knife fell. A powerful slap across the face sent the hooded man stumbling, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. When the unconsciousness wore off, and the hooded man raised his head, his eyes cleared. Lin Qian crouched down, pinching his cheek, examining his bloodshot eyes, his brow furrowing. The man was pale, his cheeks gaunt, his teeth dark and yellow, the look of a drug addict. Where does this strange aura come from? Lin Qian muttered to himself in confusion. But before Lin Qian could even ask, the hooded man suddenly collapsed. I was wrong. I was wrong. I didn't mean to. He grabbed Lin Qian's trouser leg, pleading for mercy. How could I have the guts to kill someone? It must be his stuff. There's something wrong with the stuff he gave me. I really don't know what happened. I was high, and the moment I opened my eyes, she was dead. Please! Don't send me in. I have a daughter. I have a daughter. He suddenly began frantically searching his body, as if grasping at a last straw. However, Lin Qian didn't care about his personal situation at all. He was simply curious about what could have imbued an ordinary person with an uncanny aura. This guy must have been under the influence of something strange when he killed people. Another human transmission? Lin Qian suddenly remembered Xia Min's letter from the ghost blood campus. While the substance this guy had contracted wasn't as deadly as the ghost blood, it was spreading directly throughout the city. Can you find the supplier? Lin Qian interrupted the hooded man's plea for mercy and asked directly. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. Yes. I can. The hooded man excitedly stood up and agreed without a second thought. That guy's been doing business in Bar Street lately. Let's go early and stake out the place. We're sure to catch him. He suddenly leaned in close to Lin Qian and whispered. Does this count as good behavior? Will it give me a reduced sentence? The guy seemed to mistake Lin Qian for a police officer. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Lin Qian didn't bother to explain. He raised his leg and kicked the hooded man, who immediately shut up and walked ahead. Nightfall, Bar Street. The lights were bright, the people were dressed in heavy makeup. But because this city's economy wasn't very developed, it lacked some of the extravagance and instead had a strong, promiscuous atmosphere. Neon lights flickered, and beautiful women passed by. Lin Qian again rejected several people's advances, and frowned at the hooded man. Where's the guy? He'd been waiting for a long time. Here he comes, out! That's him. The hooded man suddenly became excited, pointing at a young man in a loose t-shirt. The young man was dressed very fashionably, even wearing sunglasses at night. He seemed very familiar with the people around him, greeting them as he walked. I got my stuff from him. Wait! What are you doing? Seeing Lin Qian walk out, the hooded man quickly grabbed him. There are people here, and many of them know him. It's hard to arrest him without evidence. Lin Qian looked at him speechlessly. Do you really think you're a police officer? Get out of here. With a casual flick of his hand, Lin Qian strode towards the young man. He didn't need evidence to do his job. Who are you? Seeing Lin Qian standing in front of him with an expressionless face, the young man lowered his sunglasses and, after a long moment's thought, couldn't recall who this man was. I have something to ask you. Lin Qian got straight to the point. Who gave you that drug that kills people? The young man, initially confused, suddenly changed expression upon hearing this. I don't understand what you're saying, he said, attempting to escape. Lin Qian didn't hesitate, but stepped forward and kicked him. Crack! Ah! With a scream, the young man, his knee bit by the kick, fell to the ground. Shouts rang out from the surroundings, and those who knew the young man stepped forward to intervene. Hey! Why are you hitting someone? Crack! Suddenly, a deathly silence fell over the crowd. Lin Qian didn't turn around, but simply pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the man who had spoken. I have to say, this is much more effective than reason. Let's go find a place and talk. Lin Qian, gun in one hand and grabbing the young man by the collar with the other, dragged him towards the alley like a dead dog. Brother! Brother! I have money! The young man was sweating profusely from the pain and kept slapping Lin Qian's hand, begging for mercy. Please let me go! But no matter how hard he tried, Lin Qian remained unmoved. Entering the alley, Lin Qian casually threw the young man against the wall. Let me see the goods, he said coldly. What goods, brother? The young man continued to play dumb. Smack! Lin Qian used body language again, delivering a powerful slap in the face. That's enough, big pot. Half of his face was swollen, and blood was pouring from the young man's mouth, several of his teeth missing. He handed Lin Qian a medicine bottle in a slurred voice. Lin Qian unscrewed the bottle and poured out the dark red pill. His nose twitched. As expected, it contained a strange ingredient. Not much, but enough to affect ordinary people. Crushing the pill, a barely perceptible trace of blood emerged. Mixed with the flesh and blood of a strange creature, something like ghost blood. After tasting it himself, Lin Qian came to a conclusion. Who gave it to you? He asked the young man. Big pot. I really can't tell. It could kill people. The young man knelt and begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Lin Qian pulled out his pistol and pointed it at his forehead. Speak. I tell you. A sigh. Lin Qian felt a little exhausted. Dealing with these indigenous people was exhausting, even requiring subtle threats. The survivors were much more sensible. A simple display of strength would have them all falling into obedience, answering whatever was asked. Official? After receiving the answer, Lin Qian became even more confused. Official? He frowned at the young man. Are you kidding me? The young man rubbed his hands in panic and begged for mercy. Big pot. I really didn't lie to you. The person who gave me the goods is truly an official. This is the condition for my early release. Spread this medicine through my channels. The more the better. Chapter 78. Ding! Survival mission complete. You can choose to return at any time. Contribution reward. Blood Mist Ability Crystal. Reward. Free attribute points *8. Storage upgrade card *1. The office was in disarray. Lin Qian heard the system prompt and slowly lowered his gun. The bald middle-aged man across from him felt relieved, thinking he escaped, but the next moment, a red light pierced his vision. Puff! Now that the mission was complete, Lin Qian no longer cared to stay in this world and continue investigating who was trying to spread the strangeness. I get another chance sooner or later. Retracting his bloodline, Lin Qian gazed down at the middle-aged man's corpse, not even considering absorbing it. Rotting, stinking maggots, completely disregarding everything for profit. A shrill alarm blared, revealing the commotion here that could not be concealed. Return. Lin Qian spoke calmly, and the next moment, he vanished from the spot. This was the first time he hadn't exceeded his survival mission quota, but the rewards were still generous. Including 2 days' salary, as a supervisor, Lin Qian now had a total of 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he added all 10 to his spirit. This time, he experienced firsthand the importance of the Stoneheart trait. According to the bald monster in room 777, the higher the spirit stat, the greater the Stoneheart trait's effectiveness. Lin Qian had previously considered saving his free attribute points and adding them temporarily at a crucial moment. After all, it was now almost certain that the dungeon's difficulty would vary based on the strength of one's attributes. Leaving attribute points unadded might help trip up the dungeon's detection system. But after the incident with the woman in the black dress, Lin Qian changed his mind. When true danger strikes, there's no time to level up. Every second's decision can determine life or death. Besides, he couldn't always open blind boxes on his own. Some clearing missions are in the open world, and he might encounter dangers beyond his level. More importantly, his understanding of the Infinity Building is still too superficial, and it's hard to say whether there are any dangers outside the dungeon. Forget it. Rather than die with a huge inheritance, Lin Qian would rather accept the challenge from the beginning. After all, if things don't work out, he can always use the card to teleport. There's always a chance. This dungeon trip was truly rewarding. After leveling up, his attributes experienced a transformational growth. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Overseer, Strength, 33.1. Agility, 22.1. Const, 31.5. Spirit, 32.9. Traits, Stoneheart, abnormal digestion. Abilities: Spirit Fire, 10%, Alien Blood, Health/Ghost Blood, Ghost Eyes, Rage. Rating: a battle-hardened alien blood warrior, adept against supernatural forces, and possessing considerable explosive power. He can now defeat 2 level 2 Overseer Hounds head-on. Good news: his rating has improved from level 1 to level 2. Lin Qian had become accustomed to this, and didn't even bother complaining. After strength and constitution surpassed 30 points, the benefits gained from flesh and blood plummeted. The monsters in the lab only provided a 0.1 benefit, and those ordinary soldiers were even worse, for a total benefit of just a fraction of a tenth. Lin Qian guessed he had crossed a certain threshold. To achieve greater benefits, he needed to seek out more powerful flesh and blood to absorb. Ding! Storage space upgrade card successfully used. Using the upgrade card rewarded by the quest, the storage space expanded once again. After witnessing Jiang Jinshan's impressive maneuvering, Lin Qian suddenly had a new appreciation for storage space. This thing wasn't just for storing items. If used properly, it could have unexpected uses. He planned to have Su Mian pay more attention to the storage space upgrade cards in the future, expanding the space as much as possible. Then, he could even create advantageous terrain at will. Blood Mist ability crystal. Without even reading the item description, Lin Qian could guess what this thing was for. Is the contribution reward based on the number of monsters killed? The other two probably wouldn't receive this reward, since they had killed almost all the monsters themselves. Lin Qian placed the ability crystal in his palm, and the bloodline quickly engulfed it, absorbing it rapidly. Soon, the absorption was complete. Ding! Fusion-capable feature detected. Blood Mist. Select Fusion? The fusion prompt for the alien blood ability appeared again. Yes! Soon, the fusion was complete. The Blood Mist trait has been added to the alien blood ability. Alien Blood, Bloodline, Ghost Blood, Blood Mist. Blood Mist transforms blood into mist. Within the covered area, perception is greatly increased. After triggering the absorption ability, it can slowly corrode and melt the flesh and blood of weaker creatures, turning them into part of the blood mist, increasing the range and concentration of the blood mist, but no attribute points are rewarded. After glancing at the ability description, Lin Qian immediately chose to release the blood mist, experiencing the effects of this new ability firsthand. He closed his eyes and opened his hands. Then, a large amount of blood mist surged out like a torrent, rapidly spreading throughout the room. Lin Qian reached forward and grasped, and the blood mist instantly transformed into a giant hand, performing the same motion. With his mental attributes enhanced, abilities, like his bloodline, which required mental control, suddenly became much more flexible, no longer clumsy and unresponsive. Using his full strength, the blood mist easily filled the entire room. Lin Qian closed his eyes and felt it, discovering that his mind was like a holographic map, the positions and outlines of every object in the room crystal clear. This was feedback from the blood mist. As a part of Lin Qian's body, the blood mist seemed to possess a certain sense of touch, mapping the terrain of the area it covered, even more thoroughly than the naked eye could see. The corners under the bed, the gaps between the planks, the cracks in the furniture, everywhere the blood mist could penetrate was clearly visible. Lin Qian casually tossed a block of wood from his storage space, and his mind instantly visualized the path of the block's fall, the angle at which it bounced on the ground, and its final resting position. He opened his eyes, retracted the blood mist, and looked surprised. Great! That's a great ability. With this ability, he felt like he had a second pair of eyes, able to navigate even the darkest of environments with ease. His 22 points of agility, enhanced by the blood mist perception, blew past normal levels, allowing him to instantly detect even the slightest movement. Checking the time, he saw over 3 hours left before the safe exploration period ended. He left in a good mood, gazing upon the building corridor again after a long absence. Ouch! Qian, brother Qian. 2 men were guarding the door, whispering to each other, when they suddenly noticed the door open and suddenly became solemn. Where's Su Mian? Feeling familiar, Lin Qian asked directly. Brother Mian is on another floor, probably in the dungeon. I summoned him right away. With that, the man actually pulled out a summoning card. Okay. It's no big deal. Lin Qian quickly stopped him. Even if he had it, he couldn't waste it. He glanced at the 2 men, a little curious. Are you 2 waiting to open the door for me? Chapter 79. Storage space upgrade card *2. Summoning card *2. Room expansion card *3. Room amenity card, floor to ceiling window *1. Room amenity card, window view, Cyber Night View *1. Door opening permission card *1. Watching the two men shuffle things out one by one like pouring beans, Lin Qian ignored the other miscellaneous items and picked up the stack of cards, which was almost as big as a deck of cards, examining them one by one. There was nothing much to say about the storage space upgrade card. He simply selected it and used it, significantly increasing the space again. Then, he picked out the most special golden card. Door opening permission card. After use, increases the number of door openings per day by 1. What the hell? Lin Qian looked at the two men in surprise. Where did you get this? The two men shook their heads. I don't know the details, but I heard Brother Mian stole it. We've been running into survivors from other areas in the world behind the gate lately. We've had a few skirmishes, killed quite a few, and reaped quite a bit of rewards, the two explained. I see. Lin Qian wasn't surprised. He casually flipped through the pile of loot. There was quite a bit of stuff. Guns, grenades, and other weapons, as well as equipment and armor with system descriptions, but Lin Qian had little use for any of it. Like that tiger bone armor, he never used it again after trying it on once. The main problem was that the opponents he encountered so far were often extremely powerful. Either he could easily crush them, or they'd be easily crushed. There were rarely any evenly matched opponents. This was also a characteristic of the strange dungeons. When they met, they first competed in their strange ability levels. If they couldn't win, they have no choice but to flee. I don't need these things. Let Su Mian distribute them. Lin Qian chose to take the card and food, uninterested in the rest. He chose to use the door opening permission card. Sure enough, after the card dissipated into golden light, the remaining door opening times listed on the panel dropped to 2. Tell Su Mian to come see me when he gets back. I have something to tell you. After giving these two instructions, Lin Qian headed towards room 777. Brother Qian. Hello, Brother Qian. Passing the zombie room, Lin Qian saw several unfamiliar faces carrying items out, firearms, equipment, and a number of canned food. It looked like these guys had been looting quite a bit. Ding-ling-ling. A familiar ring rang out, and Lin Qian stepped into room 777 again. There was no one at the counter, so Lin Qian wasn't in a hurry. He casually untied the ghost leather belt around his waist and placed the items on the counter. The next moment, with a puff, the familiar scene repeated itself. The bald monster emerged from the dust of light and plopped down on a chair behind the counter. It looked at Lin Qian. I didn't expect you come so often. What are you planning this time? Lin Qian untied the ghost's skin, revealing a strange, bloody head. Want to keep it? The bald monster grabbed the laughing head and peered closely. The aura of a curse. Lin Qian's eyelids twitched slightly, as he clearly saw the smile on the head vanish the moment the bald monster touched it, replaced by a look of dread. This guy, completely unaffected? He couldn't help but sigh as he watched the bald monster examining the head like it was playing with a ball. Sure enough, none of the guys in the leopard room are good. This guy might not look as intimidating as the demonic older brother in room 666, but his true strength is hard to say. When he mentioned room 666 earlier, there wasn't a hint of fear in his tone, but rather, it was as casual as if he were teasing a colleague he disliked. 3. After a long moment, the bald monster finished his inspection and extended 3 wrinkled fingers towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Including the ghost skin, that makes exactly 5. I want to buy that screaming gun. Lin Qian pushed the ghost skin forward. Got it. The bald monster yanked the ghost skin away, and both items vanished in an instant. Then, it placed the screaming gun, which looked like a trumpet, on the counter. Yours. Lin Qian reached out to take it, feeling unexpectedly heavy. Ding! Strange item obtained. Screaming gun. A system notification sounded. Screaming gun, a large-scale mental attack item crafted from juvenile screaming worms. Be warned, it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Each use requires a significant amount of time for the screaming worm to recover. This item cannot be stored. As expected, this thing couldn't be stored. Lin Qian didn't care and casually slung the screaming gun around his waist, feeling a sense of satisfaction, as if he had just purchased something he'd been eyeing. Are there any new products? He asked casually. No, but they'd be available soon. The bald monster chuckled, rubbing his hands together like a profiteer. Okay, I come back later. Lin Qian turned and left. Welcome back next time. The bald monster's voice echoed behind him. The door closed until Lin Qian left. The bald monster's smile faded, his huge eyes gleaming. A second shadowy aura? This kid is really popular. He muttered to himself, and with a puff, the dust of light dissipated, leaving no one behind the counter again. Doctor? 2 doctors, come! Hurry! Lin Qian had just left room 777 and was about to return when he heard a cacophony of shouting from behind. The familiar noise made him turn his head, just in time to see Duan Feng running out of the room carrying a blood-soaked man on his back. Soon, 2 men ran over, retrieved a stretcher from their space, and worked with Duan Feng to place the wounded man. These were the medical personnel Su Mian had stationed in the corridor, ready to respond at any moment. Led by a familiar face, they led several newcomers with medical skills from other floors to perform the rescue work. Combined with some system-generated healing items, the chances of success were incredibly high. Not only Duan Feng, but also the man on the stretcher, looking from afar, was very familiar to Lin Qian. Isn't this the guy Old Wu scolded earlier? Su Mian said his name was something like Dashan? How did they end up together? Curious, Lin Qian walked towards Duan Feng. Just then, the door opened again, and a burly man wearing a straw hat and clutching a fishing spear emerged. He was also covered in blood, but not in a state of distress. He also carried a huge, fiery red animal hide on his shoulder. Lin Qian took a closer look. Hey? Isn't that Old Wu? When did he get that fisherman's outfit? He really looks the part. What's up with that guy? Old Wu frowned, looking at Dashan, who was being carried into the room not far away. He was just groaning, he's not going to die. Duan Feng waved his hand, his peripheral vision suddenly noticing Lin Qian approaching. Wow! Brother Qian. Chapter 80. Wow! Brother Qian. Your house is so big! The view outside this window is so cool! Since the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Duan Feng gazed out at the dazzling, technologically inspired nightscape and couldn't help but exclaim. Wow! There's even a hot spring here! From the moment he entered, he'd been fussing about everything, like a child staying in a hotel for the first time. After using 2 expansion cards, the room's area reached 100 square meters. With a flick of his mind, the view outside the window shifted, returning to a blanket of white. Decorative scenery cards are like adding wallpaper to your window, something you can change at will. Monster? Lin Qian and Old Wu sat at the dining table, the door open. From time to time, someone would bring in food. They chatted about the new dungeons Old Wu had encountered recently. Indeed, and it's a type of quest I've never encountered before, a hunting quest. Also, I feel like this dungeon shares the same setting as the previous one with the water ghost villager. I've been hearing a lot of rumors about curses from the villagers I've been passing by these past few days. Hunting quest? Lin Qian had occasionally seen people mention hunting grounds in the chat room before, but he never encountered one himself. Su Mian said there are quite a few hunting quest dungeons on another floor, but most of the targets are mutated beasts. Old Wu added. How powerful was the monster you encountered? Lin Qian was quite curious about this. He was currently in need of high-level flesh and blood. Very strong. Old Wu's face was solemn. We're in a place called Kong Mountain. It's said there are 5 great monsters lurking there. We spent several days staking out and setting traps, and in the end, at the cost of one of our men being seriously injured, we managed to kill one. And it's the weakest one. He pulled a skinned, shrunken corpse from his storage space. It was obvious that the cursed fish spear had drained all its moisture, resulting in a gruesome death. Old Wu knew Lin Qian could absorb flesh and blood, so he saved it specifically for him. The red-skinned fox demon is said to have cultivated for decades and possesses the ability to bewitch people. Dashan was bewitched by this beast, which is why he was seriously injured. But its primary attack method is still melee, and weapons like firearms can also be useful. It's much easier to deal with than strange creatures. Lin Qian was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Old Wu to still be thinking about this. Without hesitation, he reached out and absorbed it. Until only a bare skeleton remained on the table, and Lin Qian didn't wait for the system notification to sound. Too weak. He was deeply disappointed. But then again, how strong could a monster that Old Wu and his men could be? Can we lure it out? Lin Qian began to worry about another question. Difficult. Old Wu shook his head. Monster beasts are intelligent. I've heard that some with advanced cultivation can even speak human language and transform into human form. Lin Qian nodded, a vague idea forming in his mind. Brother Qian. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Looking up, it was Su Mian. He had changed into a pitch-black protective suit, a highly technological look that completely transformed him. Hey! You're here? Come in. Lin Qian waved. Su Mian entered the room with a smile. I heard Brother Qian was looking for me, so I immediately dropped what I was doing and rushed over. Brother Wu and Brother Duan are also here. Su Mian was equally polite to those around Lin Qian. I wonder what instructions Brother Qian has this time. Su Mian was indeed somewhat curious. Lin Qian's usual style was to simply leave a private message if he had anything to say. This was the first time he called him in for a face-to-face meeting. He was a little nervous, thinking his recent offerings didn't meet Lin Qian's expectations, and he quickly began to explain. Brother Qian, I've been encountering survivors from other areas quite a bit lately, and the hall is a bit disorganized. I haven't been able to sort it all out yet. He was halfway through his words when Lin Qian quickly reached out and interrupted him. I'm not here to call you to task. Lin Qian's tone was flat. He didn't bother to waste time talking. With a wave of his hand, a chaotic pile of items poured out from the storage space. Psychic guns, individual protective suits, spirit crystal spears, shields, psychic ammunition, grenades, a chaotic pile that left Su Mian frozen in place. This. He was at a loss. But that wasn't the end. Lin Qian finally pulled out a pitch-black box and placed it on the table. He entered the password, and the box opened, revealing neatly arranged potions. He tossed one over, letting Su Mian examine its properties. He also remembered Old Wu and Duan Feng. Ah! After seeing the properties of the Mad Laughter potion, the usually calm Su Mian suddenly let out a strange cry. Brother Qian, this. His hands trembled for a moment, and he stared wide-eyed at the nearly 100 identical potions in the box. Yes, all of them. Lin Qian nodded. Su Mian took a deep breath, regaining his composure almost instantly. Brother Qian, what are your instructions? But his eyes still shone with excitement. As a leader, he was well aware of the potion's current value. After numerous encounters with survivors in other areas, everyone had felt the suppressive power of the three free attributes, especially those who mindlessly focused on full strength, who showed the most. And this potion could boost everyone's attributes by a total of 6 points. It was terrifying beyond words. The question now was, what price would it take to obtain this item from Lin Qian? Su Mian had always believed that good things didn't just fall from the sky. They were under Lin Qian's protection, and the price they paid was simply to hand over a portion of their resources, which was already a huge bargain. For this reason, whenever Su Mian selected an item, he would never have the slightest thought of keeping anything to himself. He had to give the best to this man behind the scenes. After all, Lin Qian wouldn't even be interested in ordinary items. He couldn't think of anything else he could do for Lin Qian. No instructions. Take them and distribute them to the others. Lin Qian's words left Su Mian stunned. No instructions. For nothing? It felt a little unreal. Lin Qian noticed that Su Mian's eyes were almost fixed on the laughter potion, seemingly oblivious to the pile of items on the ground, and couldn't help but remind him. By the way, those guns and weapons have psychic properties. I figured you might need them, so bring back a few. The power of the psychic gun was completely useless for someone of Lin Qian's level, but it should still be of some use to Su Mian and his group. Old Wu, standing nearby, was also stunned. He had never expected Lin Qian to return with so many items after only 3 days of absence. Did you loot the entire dungeon? Chapter 81. Su Mian left the room, carrying a large pile of imperial gifts. He gently closed the door as he left. By the time he stood up, tears welled up in his eyes. Boss, what did Brother Qian say? The two men at the door were also a little nervous. After all, Lin Qian rarely summoned Su Mian directly. Su Mian looked at the two men, and suddenly felt that having these two burly men guarding Lin Qian's door was unworthy of his reverence. You two, don't come tomorrow. Go with them on the dungeon. The sudden news struck them like lightning. What's wrong, Brother Mian? Does Brother Qian have a problem with us? Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, their minds replaying every word they had exchanged with Lin Qian, and they immediately began to reflect. I told you not to be so casual. Boss is so respectful to Brother Qian. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Suddenly, the two men began to argue. It's no wonder they reacted so strongly. This assignment was truly rare, not because it offered generous resources without any work, but because it allowed them to become familiar to Lin Qian. Don't speculate. Brother Qian didn't say anything. I just think you two are too ugly, and I'm worried it might upset Brother Qian. Hearing this, the two of them were struck by lightning. Their complexions dimmed, and they instantly became gloomy, filled with an indescribable sense of loss. Although the side effects of this potion aren't fatal, I still suggest you both be more alert before taking it. In the room, Lin Qian instructed Old Wu and Duan Feng. The image of Luo Quan's pained, suppressed laughter surfaced in his mind, and Lin Qian suddenly slapped his head. I almost forgot. He quickly opened the interface and found the private chat screen. 2 applications lay quietly there. A glance at the numbers revealed they were from Jiang Jinshan and Luo Quan. After accepting, 2 more avatars suddenly appeared in his private chat screen. It seems even those in different areas of the building can communicate with each other. He noticed that Jiang Jinshan's avatar was dim, indicating he was out of area. This guy is quite busy. Coming back and heading back to the dungeon? Probably researching those psychic weapons. After closing the interface and letting Duan Feng and Old Wu choose 2 sets of equipment, Lin Qian put away the remaining laughter potions and equipment and weapons. While he wouldn't need them himself, he could use them as bargaining chips if he encountered survivors from other areas. However, compared to investing in Su Mian and the others, the return was not as high. Once these guys became stronger, they would definitely borrow things from everywhere. For this reason, Lin Qian didn't feel any remorse about giving away such a large amount of resources in one go. Besides, the next trial mission would become hellish difficulty because of him, and he didn't want this group to suffer too many casualties. At night, Lin Qian returned to his old job. Gaining points. The door to room 605 was opened, and Lin Qian immediately pulled the evolved zombies out one by one, like a string of candied haws. There were 10 in total, some large and some small, including a zombie bear, its body covered in disgusting tumors and possessing immense strength. Roar! The giant bear roared like a bellows. Its throat was rotten, as if a creature had bitten off a piece of flesh, yet its vitality was not affected at all. Pulling the bloodline, Lin Qian began to slaughter them one by one. Puff! His ears suddenly became quieter. Ding! Free attribute point increased by 1 hearing the system notification. Lin Qian's brows lit up with joy, and he casually killed another one. He frowned. That's wrong? This zombie was clearly stronger than the one from a few days ago. How could there be no notification? Unconvinced, Lin Qian killed 2 more, but still no reaction. Only the giant bear had a reward, not the others. That doesn't make sense. Could it be that the standards have been raised again? Just as he was puzzled, a system notification suddenly came. The cleaners were about to arrive. He retreated to his room and gazed in the distance towards 101. Not long after, a familiar scene occurred. A large number of fleshy tentacles began to emerge from the wall at the end of the corridor. Soon, the cleaner's body coalesced into shape, still sporting the familiar tentacles, a massive mouth studded with sharp teeth, and eyes? Looking at the cleaner's enormous eyes, each the size of a wash basin, Lin Qian suddenly frowned. It didn't seem to have eyes last time. And its tentacles seemed fewer than before, but thicker and stronger. Isn't it the same one? Just as Lin Qian was wondering, the cleaner's massive form accelerated towards him, whizzing by in the blink of an eye. Like a train of flesh and blood, its speed was infinitely faster than last time. Lin Qian dodged just in time, and clearly captured the moment the evolved zombies were crushed. He left the room, and watched the cleaner disappear at the end. It should be the same one. Lin Qian had a rough idea of what was going on. The cleaner can also evolve as it devours. The last time I was able to obtain a reward from a normal evolving zombie, it was only because that zombie happened to be above the cleaner's kill threshold. The cleaner is now significantly stronger than before, and the kill threshold has also risen accordingly. It seems that farming will become increasingly difficult in the future. Lin Qian sighed. He had previously imagined luring a large number of zombies for a wholesale harvest, becoming a god overnight, and sweeping through every dungeon, but he hadn't expected this system bug to be followed by a patch that continuously evolved, shattering his dreams. So, if he wanted to farm again, he would have to grow faster than the cleaner's evolution. What bad news. Looking at the once again spotless corridor, Lin Qian stomped hard, leaving several dirty shoe prints. It was like the revenge he'd gotten when he had a disagreement with the monitor in his school days. After venting his frustration, Lin Qian prepared to return to his room for rest. He hadn't slept a wink in the 3 days in the dungeon, but thankfully, he had plenty of energy points, so he wasn't too tired. But everyone needs to rest. Arriving at his door, Lin Qian was about to open it when he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Hiss! A familiar voice rang out. Brother Snake. Lin Qian was startled at first, but then he relaxed at the familiar sound of spitting. He quickly turned around, and sure enough, a massive, pitch-black snake head appeared in his field of vision. Long time no see. Looking at the humanoid snake that had nearly frightened him so much he couldn't leave his house at night for days, Lin Qian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He still remembered how Brother Snake had come to his rescue and saved his life when the pig-headed man had once been a hero, even allowing him to covet the cursed butcher knife. His subsequent survival and triumph in the bloody campus dungeon were also thanks to that knife. It was fair to say that Brother Snake still held a very high regard in Lin Qian's heart. After all, he had received some care from him. But favors are favors. The snake's head inched closer, its pitch-black tongue nearly licking Lin Qian's cheek. A strong, bitter taste filled his nostrils. Lin Qian's entire body tensed, his back pressed against the door, as he struggled to avoid the approaching snake. Beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead. Brother Snake? Chapter 82. Huh? The man and the snake remained in silence for a long time. Finally, Brother Snake turned and left. It seemed as if it had something to say, but it couldn't speak, simply spitting out its tongue. Lin Qian felt relieved, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quietly withdrew the transmission card in his hand. Just now, he had thought Brother Snake was going to attack him, and even prepared to run away. Facing this mysterious colleague, Lin Qian was still very self-aware, knowing that he was no match for Brother Snake at this moment. Amid the familiar rustling sound, Lin Qian looked at Brother Snake slowly retreating back, wondering what medicine this guy had taken today, when suddenly, a scene before him made his eyes widen. Snake's tall figure suddenly sank slowly into the darkness, as if stepping into mud, and soon disappeared. Such an eerie scene, however, struck Lin Qian as familiar. Woman in black dress. He suddenly recalled the terrifying woman in the black dress in the quarantine zone. Her appearance had been to emerge from the darkness, a scene strikingly similar to the one before him. One emerged, the other entered. Thinking of how Snake Brother had suddenly approached him for no apparent reason, Lin Qian's heart stirred. Could there be some connection between Snake Brother and that woman in black dress? Wait! He was suddenly startled. If that's the case, then that means Snake Brother can sense the aura left on me by the woman in black dress. Does this also mean that the woman in black dress can sense Snake Brother's aura? Thinking of this, Lin Qian suddenly had a sudden realization. That makes sense. Why would a boss-level monster of such magnitude appear in a low-level dungeon? Thinking of the door on the face of the woman in the black dress, Lin Qian still felt a lingering fear. It was so terrifying. But why are the monsters in the dungeon connected to Brother Snake? With this conjecture, more puzzles emerged. Could it be that Brother Snake was also a monster from that world? Then how did he become a supervisor? Lin Qian couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. The information he had so far was still too little. The mystery of the Infinity Building had only just begun to unfold. More information was needed to make a more accurate assessment. If only there were some way to communicate with Brother Snake. When I become stronger, I return to the D15 quarantine area and look for the woman in the black dress. Maybe I find something unexpected. With a plan in mind, Lin Qian put the matter aside for the time being. Returning to his room, he took a comfortable hot spring bath, washed away his fatigue, and went to bed. Waking up, he glanced at his watch. The safe exploration period had just begun. Lin Qian wasn't in a hurry. He first had a hearty meal before heading out, knife in hand. Brother Qian. The moment he opened the door, Lin Qian was startled. For uniformed guards stood on either side of the door. Their faces were stern, their white gloves on, and their attire meticulously detailed. What's going on? He felt a bit overwhelmed and quickly sent a message to Su Mian, asking him not to post any more people at his door. Now he had 2 chances to open the door each day, and he could always call someone to help him open it. That was more than enough. When he arrived at room 792, someone was already waiting. Brother Qian. Duan Feng was the first to spot Lin Qian and waved cheerfully. Old Wu nodded in agreement, but Dashan, standing beside him, was puzzled, unable to understand why everyone was so afraid of Lin Qian. Having been following Old Wu for some time, he often heard rumors about Lin Qian, saying he was very powerful. Very powerful? How powerful? Even if he were stronger, could he be stronger than Wu Guo? If Old Wu had heard what he was thinking, he would have been moved to tears. Brother, you really think highly of me, comparing me to Lin Qian. There was no other way. Dashan always believed that seeing was believing. While he knew Lin Qian must have had some skill to reach his current position, he didn't think the frail young man was that strong. Over all the technological means, he valued physical strength more than anything else. That was why, even though he was also defeated by Su Mian and his men, he only admired Old Wu. He suspected that Lin Qian must have relied on external forces. Huh? Alright so soon? Lin Qian greeted Duan Feng and Old Wu, then looked Dashan up and down. He was radiant and full of energy, no trace of the miserable look he had yesterday. Hey! Nice physique, can't help it. He raised his arms ostentatiously, rolled up his sleeves to show off his muscles, revealing a row of neat white teeth. Old Wu was speechless, but didn't say anything, knowing Lin Qian wasn't the type to appreciate all the respect. Duan Feng took the initiative and opened the door, bowing and extending his hand, a standard gesture of welcome. Brother Qian, please come in first. Lin Qian entered first, followed closely by the others. Stepping through the portal, the world around him shifted rapidly. A dark cloud drifted by, and bursts of bird song filled his ears. This was a dilapidated old temple nestled in the mountains. Fallen leaves covered the ground, the walls were crumbling and the roof was leaking. On the altar stood a single headless stone statue, cracked and brimming with cracks, as if it would crumble at any moment. Exiting the temple, the view opened up. The mountain mist had not yet dissipated, and sunlight filtered through the clouds, revealing a lush green landscape. Lin Qian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The dungeons he had recently entered had been increasingly depressing, far less euphoric than this one. Relax, treat it like a vacation. Rather than continue his intense blind box openings, Lin Qian opted to explore the dungeon Old Wu had opened. He was already in the mood for a break. Do whatever you want. Don't worry about me. Lin Qian gestured to the others. Okay, then we get to work. Old Wu nodded. They had already made plans to hunt the second monster. Lin Qian had wanted to help out, but was refused. Lin Qian was happy about this. Old Wu's attributes had improved significantly, and with the cursed fish spear, a powerful weapon, he could basically handle the situation on his own, as long as he didn't encounter a strong opponent. After separating from Old Wu and the others, Lin Qian took a leisurely stroll in a random direction. Passing through a coniferous forest, he picked some wild fruit and took a crunching bite. The sour taste made him feel like he was wearing a mask of pain. In anger, he kicked the fruit tree, shattering the bull-thick trunk and sending it crashing down. Roar! Suddenly, a fierce tiger roar echoed from the distance, startling a flock of birds. Lin Qian looked in the direction of the sound, confirming that it wasn't Old Wu and the others causing the commotion. Mimi? He became interested and started moving faster. Chapter 83. Bloody Blade. A chilling wind blew through the valley, and the wailing cries of ghosts lingered. A young man in black wielded his sword with impenetrable force. Streams of blood-red energy shot out, once again forcing back the floating vengeful spirits. But it was clear that he was already weakening. If he continued to struggle like this, it was only a matter of time before he died. Damn it! Legion stood, sword in hand, glaring at the massive, black-haired, ferocious tiger in the distance with gritted teeth. He knew he had been tricked. This tiger demon hadn't cultivated for decades. It was clearly a terrifying demon with hundreds of years of cultivation. A demon of this caliber, let alone Legion himself, would be like a lamb to the slaughter even if all the officials of Qinghai County were dispatched. For not only was this tiger demon formidable in its own right, it also nurtured over 100 vengeful spirits as its minions. These evil creatures alone were enough to deter anyone. You beasts! He cursed bitterly. They could even fabricate such lies just to get rid of me. If I, Li Jin, can return alive, I will surely kill all of you. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared as he swung his long sword again. However, the red energy was visibly diminishing. It was now nearing exhaustion. Watching this from afar, the black-haired tiger demon suddenly moved. It leaped off the boulder, shook itself, and stood upright like a human. Its eyes were white, its hair matted, and it had many bald spots and ulcers, looking filthy. It's been ages since I've encountered such fresh flesh. As it walked, it licked the hair around its mouth with its scarlet tongue. Its stench was overwhelming, tinged with the scent of blood, yet not a single mosquito dared approach. The surging murderous energy alone was enough to scare off most insects and beasts. It was for this reason that this valley seemed so desolate and silent, with only white bones everywhere, no trace of any other living creature. Seeing the tiger demon approaching him, Legion felt a surge of despair, knowing his survival was hopeless. Even if I die, I won't let such an evil creature like you get away with it. He suddenly unleashed a burst of blood-red energy, driving back the vengeful spirit. Then he removed the gourd from his waist and crushed it with force, releasing a rich aroma of wine. Red fire palm. He poured the wine all over his body, soaking his black shirt. Then he extended a hand, and a scorching aura began to gather in his palm. He would rather endure the pain of burning than have his flesh and blood become a tonic for the demon beast. Humph. Seeing this, the tiger demon hunched its body, ready to end Legion's life as quickly as possible. Just then, a crashing sound echoed from above the valley, as if something was rapidly approaching. The tiger demon looked up, and the next moment, a figure leaped out, trailing a red light behind it, rapidly descending towards him. Reinforcements. Legion also noticed the figure in the air, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and he quickly dispersed the scorching energy from his palm. The figure descended gracefully, his clothes rustling in the wind. Until the red light tightened, the tree trunk above suddenly snapped, and the figure's descent accelerated. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lin Qian plunged into the ground like a nail, his feet sinking 2 inches into the ground. Boom! Behind him, the broken tree trunk landed with a resounding crash. A cloud of dust rose, and Lin Qian stood straight, his face calm as he glanced at the tiger demon and Legion in the field, then at the vengeful spirits that filled the sky. Yeah, that's right here. In the distance, Legion's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait! This guy. Didn't he just use Qigong? Just lunge straight down? Such a terrifying level of body tempering. The tiger demon also sensed a subtle threat from Lin Qian. Who are you? The tiger demon demanded. Wow! You really can talk. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. He had only heard Old Wu and the others mention it before, but this was the first time he'd seen it in person. Looking for death. Sensing Lin Qian's undisguised contempt, the tiger demon instantly erupted in anger. It suddenly leaped up, roaring and lashing out with its sharp claws, aiming for Lin Qian's throat. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, noticing the dark, murderous aura coating the tiger's claws, and reacted immediately. He ducked to avoid the claw, then drew the butcher knife from his back and, with a sweeping upward strike, slashed the tiger demon's jaw. The tiger demon also reacted incredibly quickly, leaning back and narrowly dodging the butcher's knife. It quickly rolled over to create distance. What a quick move. The man and the demon thought this almost simultaneously, their attitudes becoming more cautious as they entered a true battle stance. The tiger demon was indeed a shrewd creature. Seeing it couldn't fathom Lin Qian's true strength, it immediately resorted to its usual tactics. With a roar, the vengeful spirits in the sky immediately shifted their targets and swarmed towards Lin Qian. Ah! How miserable! I'm so miserable! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Instantly, a cascade of wailing cries filled Lin Qian's ears, like a tidal wave washing over his mental defenses. However, Lin Qian's reaction completely surprised the tiger demon. The demon remained expressionless, even reaching out to scratch his ears. What's going on? The tiger demon was now genuinely terrified. How could a martial artist, trained in physical cultivation, cultivate such a powerful spirit? As an old demon, who had lived a peaceful life for so many years, it understood the principle of a safe and sound life is a life of ease. Seeing the situation was amiss, it considered retreating. However, just as it was about to flee, it saw Lin Qian raise his hand. The tiger demon tensed, thinking he was about to unleash a lethal attack. Instead, Lin Qian merely rubbed his fingers together, making the kind of sounds he used to tease a dog. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The tiger demon was stunned for a moment, then raged with rage. No one had ever dared to treat it so dignifiedly, courting death. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the valley. The tiger demon dropped to all fours. The muscles of his arched back tensed, and his body swelled dramatically. It bared its yellow teeth and began circling Lin Qian with heavy steps, searching for an opening to attack. Brother! I'm here to help you. Just then, Legion suddenly shouted from a distance, sword in hand, and rushed over. That's not necessary, Lin Qian said as he pulled out a strange, jet-black, trumpet-shaped gun. These smoky, vengeful spirits were a real eyesore, and since Lin Qian had never used the screaming gun before, he decided to give it a try. Take my blow, take it. He stared at the tiger demon, grinning, and pulled the trigger. The tiger demon's heart trembled. A foreboding feeling washed over him, but it was too late to dodge. The shield blocking the screaming gun's mouth popped open, and an eyeless worm emerged, its mouth full of tiny, sharp teeth wide open, emitting a shrill scream. Ah! Chapter 84. A piercing cry echoed through the valley, and the vengeful spirits lingering in the air vanished in an instant, as if shattered by a tsunami. Legion, halfway through his frantic run, was gathering his limited energy to prepare for a surprise attack when he was struck head-on by the sound wave. His eyes rolled back, and he fell headfirst. Lin Qian was also affected by the screaming insects, but he only felt a brief dizziness. After shaking his head vigorously, he regained consciousness. Looking at the tiger demon, it was staggering, struggling to maintain its balance as if drunk. Lin Qian naturally couldn't wait for it to recover. He immediately rushed forward, his butcher knife whistling and slashing across. Roar! Blood splattered everywhere, and the intense pain brought the tiger demon back to consciousness. It let out a shrill growl, staring in horror at Lin Qian, who was swinging his knife again. The next moment, a surge of black evil energy suddenly emanated from its body, rapidly enveloping it in a protective shield. The butcher's knife pierced the black evil, but it felt a noticeable resistance, its momentum slowing slightly, and the tiger demon seized the opportunity to dodge. There's something strange about this man. Run for your life. The tiger demon, already terrified, dodged the blow and prepared to unleash all its might to escape. Huh? You want to run? Lin Qian saw through its intentions, and immediately activated his control skills without holding back. Ghost Eye. With a swish, a flash of red light suddenly passed. The tiger demon felt its entire body stiffen, its blood instantly ceasing to flow as if frozen. What? Thing! Its eyes widened in horror, and the black evil energy surrounding it lost control and began to rapidly dissipate. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Qian thrust his butcher knife into the tiger demon's chest. With a crackling sound, the flesh ripped apart. Without pausing, he thrust his palm in, the tip of the knife piercing its spine. Bloodline. With a thought, bloodlines exploded within the tiger demon's body, spreading everywhere, frantically devouring the nutritious flesh and blood. Li Jin drowsily regained consciousness, remembering the battle. He looked up and saw the tiger demon's body trembling violently in Lin Qian's grasp. Soon, the filthy hide visibly shrank, finally collapsing completely. What kind of magical power is this? Such a terrifying method. He swallowed silently, having never imagined that the tiger demon, whom he had been unable to defeat, would be instantly slain by the man before him. Li Jin quickly stood up, dusted himself off, sheathed his knife, took 2 steps forward, and saluted respectfully. Li Jin, Qinghe County. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. He said this while bowing deeply. However, Lin Qian ignored him, checking the system prompts. Ding! Hunting target killed, tiger demon. Hunting reward. Free attribute points *3, tiger demon blood *1. Tiger demon blood, after digestion, gain pure yang constitution. Digestion requirement, constitution 10 him? Pure yang constitution? Lin Qian raised a brow, somewhat surprised. He casually took out the drop of tiger demon blood, wrapped it around the blood thread, and instantly absorbed it. After opening the panel, he didn't find pure yang constitution in the trait column. Looking down, he saw it was under the alien blood ability. Alien blood, blood thread, ghost blood, blood mist, pure yang blood. Pure yang blood has the ability to intimidate weak evil creatures. It just adds a buff, nothing special. Compared to this, Lin Qian was even happier about the 3 free attribute points. Adding the points from last night's zombie giant bear and his salary, he had 5 more free attribute points to use. Without hesitation, he invested all of them in spirit. The dashboard updated again. Name, Lin Qian, Level 1 Supervisor, Strength, 34. Agility, 22.1. Const, 32. Spirit, 37.9. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion. Abilities, Spirit Fire, 10%, Alien Blood, Bloodline / Ghost Blood / Blood Mist / Pure Yang Blood, Ghost Eyes, Rage. Rating, a battle-hardened alien blood warrior, highly skilled against supernatural forces, possessing formidable explosive power and control. He could now defeat 2 Level 2 Supervisor hounds head-on. In addition to the points added, Strength increased by 0.9 and Constitution by 0.5, mostly from absorbing the tiger demon, with a small portion from last night's giant bear. Lin Qian had guessed correctly. What he needed now was a higher level flesh and blood. This is such a wonderful place. He looked around, feeling refreshed. Only then did he notice Li Jin, still bowing beside him. Hey, what are you doing? Li Jin stood up with a serious expression. Knowing Lin Qian's distraction, he didn't care and bowed deeply again. Okay. Lin Qian immediately stopped him from thanking him. His main reason for getting involved was hunting and sustenance, but he had other concerns. I see you know quite a few martial arts, don't you? Lin Qian sized up Li Jin. He was quite capable, probably on par with Luo Quan. Based on his previous observations from above, Lin Qian could almost conclude that this world was the same martial arts world Luo Quan had experienced. Although there were some differences, the red energy Li Jin had just used was probably also a type of energy. Realizing this, Lin Qian became interested. He made a direct request. I'm a martial arts fanatic, fascinated by all forms of martial arts. Do you have any martial arts books of your own? For saving my life, it wouldn't be unreasonable to give me 2 skill books to review. Sorry, senior. I'm on a mission this time and didn't bring any books. Li Jin clasped his fists apologetically. Seeing Lin Qian's disappointed expression, he quickly added, "But if you don't mind, you could come back to the county with me. I bring the martial arts books for your review. Of course, I can also go get them now and send them back here as quickly as possible, but it's a long journey, and you have to wait a long time." Lin Qian scratched his cheek, feeling tempted. "How far is the county town from here?" 20 miles along a mountain road. "Okay, you lead the way. I pack up the hides and follow soon." He decided to go with Li Jin, but first, he had to put the tiger skin away. "What is this?" After Li Jin walked away, Lin Qian casually put the tiger's skin and bones into his storage space. When he opened his palm, he found an irregular white stone lying quietly in his palm. The stone was only the size of a fingernail, with a faint luster inside, making it clear that it was not an ordinary impurity. "Who cares? I take it to a strange shop and see if it can fetch some gold coins." Putting the stone away, Lin Qian quickly chased in the direction Li Jin had left. This kid was as light as a swallow when he walked. He must have some kind of Qigong technique. Lin Qian maintained the scientific running form of an 800-meter sprint as he moved through the mountains and forests, deeply envious of Li Jin's graceful figure. I secretly made up my mind. No matter what, I have to get the technique. Chapter 85. Xiaobing, Xiaobing. Peanuts. Xiaomir. Qinghe County wasn't big, but it was prosperous and bustling. This was because it housed the only demon suppression division within Kong Mountain. In recent years, demons have been rampant, and the demon suppression division is the only entity capable of combating them. Ordinary weapons are powerless against demons. Only the energies cultivated by warriors can counter them. And the prerequisite for joining the demon suppression division is that you must be a warrior. Li Jin was transferred here this year. According to him, he was deliberately exiled to this barren land because he had offended his superiors in his previous position. As a straightforward person, it's no surprise that he wouldn't be welcomed anywhere, even if he had some real skills. But he never expected that these good-for-nothings in the division hated him so much that they wanted to get rid of him. What a bunch of idiots. At the mention of this, Li Jin gnashed his teeth in hatred. These people didn't even consider why no one dared to kill them when they previously offended their superiors in the capital, only for them to be exiled. They didn't even bother to ask who his master was. Lin Qian listened absent-mindedly to his complaints, his eyes scanning the people passing by. It felt strange, like being transported to a TV show, a strong sense of unreality. What surprised him was that quite a few people here had short hair, but most of them were ordinary merchants. On the other hand, the wealthy, dressed in brocade, like Li Jin next to him, had long hair. It seems here, there's no such thing as one's hair is inherited from one's parents. The further they walked, the fewer people there were. Soon, they entered an alleyway lined with neatly arranged rows of individual courtyards. "We're here." Li Jin stopped at the outermost gate and knocked twice. "Ah, Gui! Open the door." The sound of hurried trots echoed, and the lock came off, creaking open. A chubby-cheeked little girl looked at Li Jin with surprise. "Li Jin, you're back." The little girl was about 10 years old, with big, watery eyes and a plump, round body. Her mouth was still greasy, clearly having eaten well. "You're stealing again. Those chickens are raised to lay eggs." Seeing Gui's expression, Li Jin suddenly felt a headache. Oh, what's the big deal? It's going to end up in my stomach sooner or later anyway. I see it's been in a bad mood these past couple of days, and I just can't bear to let it suffer like this. Gui put her hands behind her back and babbled righteously. "Go away, we have guests today. I don't want to argue with you." Li Jin kicked Gui, and then quickly gestured towards Lin Qian. "Senior, please come in." The courtyard was simple. A vegetable garden, a chicken coop, a floor full of chicken feathers, but no chickens. Li Jin went inside to look for martial arts books, and invited Lin Qian in for a moment. Lin Qian didn't go in, instead wandering the yard with interest. Crack! He picked a plain cucumber, rinsed it casually in the water tank, and took a bite, his mouth filled with a fragrant aroma. Turning around, he saw the plump girl Gui, holding a chicken leg in her mouth, looking at him curiously. "I say, are you a high-ranking official?" she asked vaguely, then shook her head. No, Li Jin has such a bad temper. No matter how high an official he is, he wouldn't treat him so politely. Her eyes lit up. "I see. You're a master?" Li Jin admires masters, who are stronger than him. "Ha ha. I'm so smart." Agui pointed a chicken bone at Lin Qian, his expression as if he had seen through the truth, brimming with pride. Lin Qian munched on a cucumber, finding Agui's adult-like demeanor quite amusing. Agui! Li Jin's furious roar echoed from the room, frightening Agui's neck and making him slouch back inside. A moment later, Li Jin emerged carrying several books, a look of apology on his face. I'm sorry, senior. Agui's parents died young, and I was too busy to discipline him. It's okay. He's quite cute. Lin Qian waved his hand, then sat down at the stone table, wiped his hands, and flipped through the books. Swish, swish, swish. Li Jin was about to pour tea when he saw Lin Qian flipping through a book like a money-printing machine, and was stunned. Senior, what are you doing? You don't understand quantum reading. Lin Qian replied perfunctorily, not even turning his head, and quickly finished flipping through a book. Ding! Skill learned. Breeze step. Breakfast step. Level 1 mobilizes internal energy, reduces weight, and steps are as fast as the wind. His goal was clear, and he immediately chose to read about lightweight skills. Don't worry about whether it be useful or not, just learn it first. With the mentality of accepting everything, Lin Qian directly opened the second book. Ding! Skill learned. Blood Evil Blade Technique O. Blade Technique. I wonder if the butcher knife can unleash its power. Ding! Skill learned. Red Fire Palm. Ding! Skills of the same attribute detected. You can choose to consume fire to change the skill's characteristics. Huh? There's such a thing? Lin Qian was stunned. He waved his hand, and a crimson flame emerged. He casually slapped it towards the ground. With a whoosh, a heat wave spread, igniting the dry grass. How weak. Even if it were spiritual fire, it would probably only tickle the strange creatures. Lin Qian's assessment was objective. This thing wasn't even as powerful as a Molotov cocktail. However, skills can be upgraded. Whether there will be a qualitative change after development will only be known after trying it. This casual experiment frightened Li Jin beside him. Senior. Li Jin's eyes widened, his voice trembling. What? Haven't you seen a genius? Lin Qian asked casually, his tone perfunctory. Don't make a fuss. There are many geniuses like me. I introduce you to some later. He wasn't lying. Everyone in the Infinity Building had the ability to learn skills instantly. Aren't they geniuses? What? At this, Li Jin suddenly jumped up in shock. More. Lin Qian didn't bother to explain, casually flipping through the last book. Ding! Skill acquired. Blood Evil Chi, huh? Another Chi skill? He quickly summoned the skill panel and discovered that, directly below the original Shattering Chi, a Blood Evil Chi skill had appeared. Blood Evil Chi, level 1 killing intent condensed into substance, capable of tearing through energy shields, offering a certain degree of damage and deterrence against evil creatures. Branch. Blood Evil Blade Technique. After a beep, the Blood Evil Blade Technique automatically merged into a branch of Blood Evil Chi. Energy shield? Lin Qian remembered the black evil spirit surrounding the tiger demon. It had indeed hindered the butcher's knife swing. If he had had the Blood Evil Chi then, would the situation have been different? He didn't continue trying out his skills in front of Li Jin, lest he frighten him. After reading all 4 books, his skill list suddenly expanded considerably. But Lin Qian wasn't satisfied with this. He had other plans. Well, I have a small request. As he spoke, he pulled a digital camera from his pocket. Chapter 86. Click. Click. On the stone table, Lin Qian was photographing his martial arts book, page by page. Li Jin watched, dazed, completely unsure of what he was doing. A gust of wind blew, stirring the pages. Suddenly, a chubby, oily hand reached out from the side, pressing down on the flapping pages, leaving its claw marks generously. Wow, kid, you have quite a keen eye. Lin Qian was a little surprised. Agui casually swung a chicken leg, signaling Lin Qian to go ahead, looking more experienced than a child. Only Li Jin's eyelids twitched. That was the only copy passed down to him by his master, and now it had been stained like this. How would he explain it when he returned it? Agui! Let me do it. He hurried forward, but didn't criticize. He simply replaced Agui and helped Lin Qian press the pages. After a long while, all the pages were entered. Li Jin's expression was a bit conflicted. Although he didn't know what that flickering object was, he could guess that Lin Qian was copying from a book. Senior, I received the other techniques from the Demon Suppression Bureau. There's no point in passing them on to others, but these Blood Evil Chi and Blood Evil Sword techniques are my master's unique martial arts. While he hasn't forbidden them from being passed on, it's best to keep them private. Lin Qian waved his hand to reassure him, then suddenly froze. Wait a minute. He noticed the key point in Li Zhen's words. Received from the Demon Suppression Bureau. You mean, there are other martial arts manuals in the Demon Suppression Bureau? Li Zhen was stunned, then nodded. Yes. The Demon Suppression Bureau is filled with martial artists, so naturally they have a stockpile of techniques. This should be common knowledge. How could this powerful senior not know? How many? Lin Qian was visibly excited. At least 100 books, but most of them are entry-level martial arts books. The 2 I borrowed are considered top tier. Li Zhen, guessing Lin Qian's thoughts, quickly added. No problem, I'm not picky. Lin Qian waved his hand. Quick, lead the way. He couldn't wait to see the system's combined skills. This? Li Zhen looked a little embarrassed. Sorry, senior, borrowing the Demon Suppression Division's martial arts manuals requires conditions. At my level, I can only borrow 2 books, which is the upper limit. Lin Qian rubbed his nose. Borrow? Did he ask to borrow them? Just then, a sudden knock sounded from the door. Li Zhen! Li Zhen! A raspy voice echoed from afar. Someone was banging on the door. Hearing the sound, Li Zhen frowned, took a few steps forward, and opened the door. Huh? You're really back? I heard they saw you on the street, and I was a little skeptical. The man was wearing a black suit, similar in style to Li Zhen's, likely the uniform of the Demon Suppression Division. He was just a bit shabby looking, with a set of yellowed, buck teeth that stood out. He was nowhere near as handsome as Li Zhen. Perhaps because of this, the way he looked at Li Zhen was tinged with envy. Sergeant Han, what do you want with me? Li Zhen's response was cold, clearly disliking the man. The man's surname was Han. Sergeant was a job title, the same one he had held when he was first transferred to Li Zhen. The titles of official positions in the Demon Suppression Division were simple. The number represented the number of people they commanded. For example, a sergeant commanded 10 men, and a captain commanded 1,000. Don't underestimate these numbers. Unlike ordinary soldiers, they command warriors. With their numbers, their team strength multiplies. Despite being called sergeant, Li Zhen was new to the job and had no subordinates. It was for this reason that he had to journey alone to Kong Mountain, nearly meeting his end. Sergeant Han was different. He had been in the Qinghe County government for over a decade, had deep connections, and was in cahoots with other officials, enjoying a comfortable life. The entire Qinghe County Demon Suppression Division had fewer than 10 warriors. The Imperial Court was unwilling to intervene, so how could they possibly handle the surrounding demons? Yet, a stubborn Li Zhen arrived, making life uneasy for everyone. We were all enjoying ourselves, collecting empty salaries, bullying men and women, and living happily together, but you insisted on standing apart, which would only lead to your downfall. What am I doing here? Sergeant Han scoffed. I'd like to ask, Lord Li, why are you here, aren't you? You've been tasked with wiping out the Tiger Demon. Perhaps you've seen the Tiger Demon's strength, got scared, and fled back in disgrace. He pointed at Li Zhen's nose and cursed. You coward. You've disregarded the lives of thousands of Qinghe County residents just to save your own. How dare you continue to serve in the Demon Suppression Division? Li Zhen's saliva sprayed him, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. His hand had already quietly touched the hilt of the sword at his waist. Sergeant Han immediately flinched at his gesture. He heard that this guy was a bit of a bully, and he acted without restraint. He quickly took 2 steps back. You, what are you going to do? Are you going to draw your sword against your colleagues? He regretted his complacency. Although both were squad leaders, the difference in their strength was immense. Li Zhen was, after all, a regular martial artist with a master, far stronger than those of them who had come from the wild side. The Tiger Demon is dead. Li Zhen suppressed the murderous intent within him, and uttered a few words through gritted teeth. What? Sergeant Han's eyes widened at this, staring at Li Zhen in disbelief. No! Impossible. He knew Li Zhen was strong, but he was absolutely certain he couldn't defeat the Tiger Demon. The two were simply not on the same level. You can't possibly defeat that Tiger Demon. With these words, he admitted to having set Li Zhen up. At that moment, Li Zhen could no longer suppress his rage and slashed with his sword, striking Sergeant Han in the face. With a crackling sound, he moved swiftly. The knife at Sergeant Han's waist had barely been pulled out half an inch when it was sliced open, sending blood spurting out. Ah! Sergeant Han's eyes were filled with utter terror. A final, inarticulate breath escaped his throat, and his body collapsed to the ground. Yo! Lin Qian, surprised, stepped forward and glanced at the body outside. Did he really kill him? He gave Li Jun a thumbs up. Nice job. Li Jun, his face grim, sheathed his knife and cast a disdainful glance at the corpse on the ground. He's like a termite. I didn't bother to argue with him before, but I never thought he'd dare to harm me. Master once taught me that grudges shouldn't be left unresolved. He looked at Lin Qian. Excuse me, senior. Lin Qian glanced at him, then at Agui, who was still munching on a chicken leg in the yard. Suddenly, he felt that these two men were somewhat unusual. His temperament suits my taste, but his strength isn't that great. He silently commented. Chapter 87. The old sergeant is a native of Qinghe County. He left his hometown at a young age and returned home with martial arts skills. He maintained peace in Qinghe County for decades. It was because of him that the Demon Suppression Division came into being. It's a pity that he's now so old that he can only be supported in the Demon Suppression Division, guarding the Dharma Storage Pavilion and the Armory. At the entrance to the Demon Suppression Division, Li Jun quietly explained the situation to Lin Qian. Lin Qian suddenly understood. I had been wondering why this guy, who could kill his colleagues at any time, took the rules of the Demon Suppression Division so seriously. It turned out that there was an old sergeant in charge. It wasn't fear of the other's strength, but respect. A man like Li Jun feared no power, but he had a deep admiration for people like the old sergeant. After entering the courtyard, Li Jun even straightened his clothes. Looking back, he saw Lin Qian suddenly frozen in place. Senior? Lin Qian suddenly stopped in his tracks, sensing a sudden surge of murderous intent, though it was fleeting. Not an evil creature. An old, almost imperceptible voice echoed from within the room. With a creak, the wooden door slowly swung open, and an elderly man with white hair and beard stepped out, his hands behind his back. Lin Qian narrowed his eyes, staring at the old man as he emerged from the room. His hand had already reached for his back, ready to draw his butcher knife. With just a moment's perception, Lin Qian knew Li Jun's words were complete bullshit. What about an elderly man too old to fight, relegated to the government? Lin Qian wasn't sure about anything else, but a weakling like Li Jun would undoubtedly be slapped to death by this old man. Small place, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Seeing the old man's hostility fade, Lin Qian relaxed his guard slightly, but didn't approach. Li Jun quickly stepped forward, quickly supporting the old captain, and shouted into his ear. Master Lu, the tiger demon has been eliminated. He sounded happy. Huh? Why are you taking a nap in the middle of the day? The captain, known as Master Lu, frowned even more, his eyes squeezed shut as he shouted again. Not sleeping, tiger demon, tiger, owl. Li Jun shouted and gestured, waving his hands in the air like tiger claws. Huh? Ah! Tiger demon. What's wrong? Master Lu realized belatedly and pressed on. Li Jun, not bothered, continued his explanation over and over again. Lin Qian was speechless. This old man was really good at pretending. He sensed something unusual the moment he stepped into the courtyard. Clearly no ordinary warrior, and now he was teasing a child. Borrowing books? What books? Didn't you just borrow two? Huh? If not you, then who? Oh, he killed the tiger demon. What official position? Not from the Demon Suppression Division? That won't do. Seeing that Li Jun was struggling to communicate with the old man, Lin Qian finally lost his patience. Li Jun, go do your thing. I talked to the old man. He stepped forward, interrupting Li Jun, who was about to continue his persuasion. Ah. With a sigh, Li Jun shook his head helplessly. Master Lu is old, and his hearing isn't very good. Senior, please bear with me. Not good at all. I'm just teasing you, you idiot. Lin Qian didn't bother to explain, and simply pulled over a bamboo stool and plopped down on it. Master Lu, I'm going to kill a few people, and we'll be back soon. What would you like for lunch? Can I bring you 2 sesame cakes? After greeting Master Lu, Li Jun left the courtyard. Looking at the tall figure, Master Lu shook his head helplessly. Alas, this kid is too murderous. Looks like a few more people will die in the county today. After Li Jun left, the old man stopped pretending, his voice no longer hoarse and unclear. He looked at Lin Qian, his cloudy eyes flashing with a barely perceptible sharpness. Are you an evil cultivator? Lin Qian was surprised. Could this old man sense the strange aura emanating from him? Don't worry. I'm not one of those stubborn so-called upright people. As long as they aren't evil cultivators who sacrifice human lives, they are all considered warriors in my eyes. Hearing this, Lin Qian suddenly scratched his head. In reality, he had killed quite a few people, but there were simply more monsters. What do you, a man of your strength, want here? Master Lu asked the crucial question. Martial arts manuals, Lin Qian answered honestly. Hee hee. Master Lu smiled faintly and shook his head. After all these years, these people are still obsessed with those manuals. You too, and so is that kid. The difference is, that kid himself is unaware of it. The people behind him are trying to impress me with his pure nature. I wonder if they've read too many vernacular novels, or if they think the old man is old and confused and can be easily impressed. Lin Qian understood. It turned out that the old man possessed unique skills, but he was unwilling to pass them on. If he didn't want to, then so be it. Lin Qian didn't bother wasting time. Skills were merely a nice-to-have for him right now, not a crucial necessity. After a moment's thought, he decided to speak frankly. Actually, I don't know you, and I don't know your martial arts techniques. I've come here simply to borrow the Demon Suppression Division's martial arts inventory. Lin Qian pointed towards the room. A gentle breeze blew, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. After a long pause, Master Lu let out an awkward laugh. Ah! That's what's going on. No! His face suddenly fell, and he lost his temper, as if he'd been insulted. TSK. Forget it. Lin Qian also grew angry, and stood up to leave. The dungeon world is so vast, do I really have to borrow from you? In fact, he had been planning to rob it outright, but the old man's strength was unknown, and the risk and reward weren't proportional, so he gave up the idea. Hey! Don't go! Seeing Lin Qian preparing to leave without hesitation, the old man tried to hold back for a moment, but when he looked up, he saw the guy already at the door. He couldn't hold back any longer, and, no longer caring about maintaining his old manly persona, his cloth shoes rustled against the ground, sending up a trail of dust, and he quickly stopped Lin Qian. Can we discuss this? That kid. You're too quick-tempered. That's bad. Lin Qian looked at the old man speechlessly. Just tell me what you want. The old man chuckled. There are 5 demonic beasts on Kong Mountain. You've already slain the strongest tiger demon. You can help out, and kill the remaining 4 as well. When the time comes, whatever you ask for, I do my best to satisfy you. Lin Qian looked him up and down suspiciously. With your strength, why don't you do it yourself? The old man smiled mysteriously. I have to save my life for the most crucial moment. Lin Qian didn't ask what most crucial moment meant. After a moment's thought, he simply agreed to the other party's request. It wasn't that he was actually prepared to contribute to the martial arts, but rather that old Wu and his companions were already preparing to complete their hunting mission, and now that there were only 3 left, he considered accepting the reward as a side benefit. Besides this, Lin Qian had another plan. I wonder if old Wu and his companions need help. He had a bold idea. Chapter 88. Swoosh. 2 figures darted through the forest. Lin Qian used the Qifeng step to dart through the treetops, as if playing a game of jump. Crack! Suddenly, the trunk he was standing on broke under the weight, throwing Lin Qian off balance. But he reacted quickly, swung his bloodline around the trunk in front of him, and used the force to swing toward the ground. Li Jun landed right after him, a look of astonishment on his face. Too fast for his progress. Lin Qian had only just begun practicing, yet now, he could wield it with ease, even surpassing him in speed. Such profound internal energy. Little did he know that Lin Qian's internal energy had nothing to do with it. It was purely physical fitness. Even without using Qigong, even at full speed, he wouldn't be outpacing Li Jun's speed. TSK, the butcher knife seems to be getting heavier. Lin Qian quickly discovered the reason. He picked up the butcher knife, opened the package, and saw that the jagged edge seemed to be covered with more mince meat, even mixed with some white bone fragments and hair, making it look even more terrifying. He remembered that this thing seemed to absorb fear and gain strength. Before, because he had only killed mindless monsters, there was no fear. But recently, he had killed many intelligent creatures, and the butcher knife had changed significantly. Bigger? Lin Qian casually measured it, and didn't notice any change in size. Instead, Li Jun came forward with curiosity, staring at the butcher knife in Lin Qian's hand with shining eyes. What a sinister knife! Look at the blood and flesh on the blade. This must be a cursed weapon, right? Hearing this, Lin Qian perked up. You even know about cursed weapons? Had heard old Wu speculate that this place and the Water Ghost villager dungeon were in the same world. Lin Qian hadn't taken it too seriously, dismissing it as a wild guess. But Li Jun's words basically confirmed it. Of course, it's no secret. The legendary weapon rankings in the martial arts world are mostly filled with cursed weapons. My master's Dahe is ranked 3rd. When Li Jun mentioned his master, His expression was always filled with uncontrollable pride. Dahe? Dog? Lin Qian was puzzled by the name. Knife. Such a wide, long black knife. It's so black that my master called it Dahe. But the people who compiled the list thought the name was unpleasant, so they gave it the name Lin Yuan. Li Jin explained, gesturing with his hands. But my master never let me touch that knife. He said only those with a strong mind could withstand Dahe's temptation. I can't do it. No one in the world can. Lin Qian was stunned. So outrageous? Then your master must be quite formidable. To be honest, he suspected the boy was a bit of a braggart, but he didn't show it. After all, he was still counting on him for work. As they talked, the two of them continued along the stream. Soon, a clear pool appeared in the distance. Amidst the sound of rushing water, a massive explosion echoed through the forest. Boom! The earth shook. It's coming! Look out! A figure rushed out of the waterfall, shouting. Following closely, a massive black snake hissed and chased after it. Its scales were charred, and pieces of flesh were exposed, clearly having been severely damaged by the explosion. From a distance, Lin Qian knew it was Duan Feng. His booming voice was unmistakable. I hadn't expected him to still be able to take on the task of attracting monsters even in a different map. It seemed he had improved quite a bit recently. Senior Lin, are these the friends you mentioned? Leaving the forest, the two of them observed three people battling a giant black snake in the shallows. At first glance, the situation looked fraught with danger, but closer inspection revealed their perfect coordination, using preset traps to keep the snake at bay. Ha ha! Wu ge! It's entangled. Quick, pierce its wound. Watching the giant snake being restrained by the trap, Li Jin's eyes gleamed. Amazing! I don't think I've ever seen such a way of killing monsters. Lin Qian smiled. I called you here so you can join them in eliminating the remaining two monsters. Hearing this, Li Jin became even more excited. He long wanted to clear out the area around Qinghe County, but had no one to support him. Now Lin Qian had sent him a few helpers, like a pillow just when he was sleepy. Thank you, Senior Lin. He stepped back and bowed. You're welcome. Just call me Brother Lin from now on. See, he even had to thank me. This was a mutually beneficial situation. Old Wu and his men were only strong enough to kill the second-to-last snake demon, but with Li Jin's help, the remaining two were easily within their grasp. Not only would this help Old Wu and his men complete their mission, but it would also earn Li Jin credits, and, incidentally, allow him to complete his deal with Master Lu. A win-win-win, a perfect win. After the three of them slew the snake demon, Lin Qian led Li Jin forward. Seeing it was Lin Qian, the breathless Old Wu and Duan Feng quickly stood up, though Dashan was somewhat reluctant. He was primarily engaged in the fray, while Old Wu sought the opportunity to deliver the killing blow. He was truly exhausted. I'm Li Jin from the Qinghe County Demon Suppression Division. Nice to meet you, brothers. Before Old Wu could even ask, Li Jin took the initiative to greet him with a warm and friendly manner. After Lin Qian whispered a few words to him, Old Wu finally understood, his eyes also lighting up. Helper? Great. That's great. He simply ignored Lin Qian's comment, my strength isn't great, but I'm a bit stronger than you guys, and enthusiastically greeted Li Jin. Old Wu knew Lin Qian's character. If he could even comment on his strength, he was definitely someone special. For example, whenever he heard Lin Qian mention strength, Old Wu always felt that Lin Qian looked at them with the kind of tolerance one might give to a child. Seeing the group quickly becoming familiar with each other, Lin Qian gave Li Jin a final instruction to try to give the three of them the chance to kill the monster, then turned and left. He didn't return to Qinghe County, but instead returned to the building from the ruined temple. The safe exploration time had long passed, and the corridor was pitch black. Looking around, but seeing no sign of Snake Brother, Lin Qian left with peace of mind. He glanced at his friend list, and saw Su Mian was online. He sent a message, confirmed he was in the room, and then went directly to Su Mian's door. Lin Qian opened the door. A few seconds after the message was sent, the door slowly opened. Su Mian looked at Lin Qian in surprise. Qian, Brother Qian? He was wearing a singlet, soaking wet, and appeared to be training. Su Mian was about to say something, but suddenly became alert and quickly dragged Lin Qian into the room. Brother Qian, aren't you afraid of the supervisor? After closing the door, Su Mian, still a little shaken, stared at Lin Qian with wide eyes and asked hesitantly. Chapter 89. Scared? Of course not. Lin Qian thought of Brother Snake and answered honestly. Then you still. Su Mian appeared calm, but inwardly he was cursing. Brother, as the mastermind behind the scenes, Can you please cherish your life? He had once glimpsed the terrifying power of the supervisor on another floor. 2 survivors had perished almost instantly, leaving a deep psychological scar on him. Lin Qian waved his hand without further explanation. He retrieved a digital camera from his storage space and handed the Chi's secret manual Luo Quan had given him to Su Mian. Print more and let everyone practice. Also, now that you have the means to fight supernatural forces, you should be able to access supernatural dungeons. If you encounter someone named Kuei, use the summoning card to call me. After these instructions, Lin Qian prepared to leave. Su Mian quickly grabbed him. Qian, brother Qian, let's not take any risks. There's a supervisor outside. Lin Qian found it a bit amusing, truly wanting to tell this guy that while there wasn't one outside right now, there would be one once he left. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. As soon as these words left his mouth, Su Mian suddenly realized his behavior was inappropriate, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sorry, brother Qian, it's me. He was about to apologize, but Lin Qian interrupted him with a wave of his hand. We're one family. No need to be so cautious next time. Smiling, he patted Su Mian's shoulder, then opened the door and left. The door closed, leaving Su Mian standing there in a daze, staring at the camera and cheat manual. Lin Qian had left him, speechless for a long time. Back in the dark hallway, Lin Qian didn't choose to return to his room. Instead, he followed his memory and found a door. 631. Lin Qian was very impressed. It was the first time he received a supervisor mission, and the target was at this location. In other words, the pig-headed man most likely ran out of this room. If he could open the door, it should be a cleanup mission. In the short term, Lin Qian did not want to open the blind box. Some existing ones, such as the zombie dungeon, were too simple for him, and did not yield much benefit. After thinking about it, only this room was worth exploring. The pig-headed man was not weak, but with his current strength, he should be able to win. He just couldn't kill him instantly like Snake Brother. He used up the number of times he opened the door and reached out to push it. The fiery red sunset dyed the horizon, and the wind and sand swept across the sky, creating a bleak scene. Unlike Kong Mountain, there was no lush green here, only endless yellow earth. There was a village not far away, and the road under his feet was covered with tire tracks. Lin Qian subconsciously looked back, and his face suddenly darkened. The door of this room was actually opened on the roadside toilet. The buzzing flies, perhaps sensing Lin Qian's menacing aura, scattered in swarms. Lin Qian glanced around, observing the surroundings. He saw a mountain road to his left, and a flat plain to his right. This must be a village at the foot of a mountain, nestled beside a trade route. From a distance, Lin Qian could see the sign for the post station. 3 or 4 loaded carriages were parked outside, bustling with activity inside. Lin Qian was somewhat surprised. It felt completely different from what he had imagined. He crossed the road and arrived at the post station entrance. Hey! Sir, are you looking for a meal or a night's sleep? The waiter behind the door had just seen off a table of guests and, upon seeing Lin Qian, greeted him warmly. Just take a look. Lin Qian walked straight into the post station and was immediately greeted by a fierce commotion. You're so anxious. Don't bring everyone down with you. Do you know how many people died here recently? That bandit gang is still missing, and even the government is helpless. How could you, a merchant on the run, not even know this little bit of news? The speaker was a shirtless, burly man with a scimitar slung at his waist, his face flushed from drinking. Oh, you've been much quieter lately. It's mainly because my goods are so fresh. A day's delay would cost me a fortune. The round-faced man next to him wore a worried look, wanting to continue his persuasion, but afraid to. His words were gentle, but the resentment in his eyes was hard to conceal. This bunch of unruly gangsters could have crossed the mountain before sunset, but they're deliberately slowing down, just to get a free meal from me. Drink. Drink to death. Many onlookers chimed in, urging the boss to stay the night, and set off again tomorrow morning. Hey boss, don't rush. If the goods get stolen, you lose a fortune. Yes, yes. You might even lose your life. Safety is better. A closer look revealed that the group's attire was similar to that of the shirtless burly man. They were clearly all martial artists, and naturally, they were helping each other. Thank you. Thank you all for your help. This guy's brain is clogged with mud. He's acting a bit foolishly. Come on, let me toast everyone. The group toasted each other, but the mock merchant, furious, turned and went upstairs to his guest room. Observing me in, he found that almost all of them were carefree martial artists dining, except for one table, which was the quietest. The 5 men, neatly dressed, ate only a bowl of plain noodles, remaining silent throughout. Lin Qian noticed them the moment he entered. His intuition told him they were no ordinary people. Martial artists? He was about to approach to test them, but the waiter reached out and grabbed him. Ouch! Sir! Why did you come in without even listening to what I was saying? Our rooms are full, so? Lin Qian casually pulled out a gold bar, the thickness of a finger, the original English symbols on it roughly scratched. A bowl of plain noodles, a nice room. With that, he found a table closest to the five and sat down, unconcerned whether any were present or not, his eyelids drooping, his expression unmistakable. Hey! You're sitting here with us without even saying hello. Isn't that a bit? Bang! Before the man opposite could finish his words, Lin Qian suddenly slapped the teacup. A flash of bloody aura flashed, and as he raised his hand, the teacup transformed into a pearly white porcelain powder. The entire inn suddenly fell silent. The waiter realized it only then and hurriedly ran back, clutching the gold bar. 4 of the 5 people behind him cast surprised glances at Lin Qian, but the middle-aged man, his back to Lin Qian, remained unmoved. What are you looking at? Eat, he warned, and the 4 quickly averted their gazes. Brother, which faction are you from? Then, lowering his voice, and without turning back, he and Lin Qian exchanged back-to-back conversations. The original patron at the table was frightened away by Lin Qian, and their voices were drowned out by the renewed clamor. Which faction are you from? Lin Qian casually asked, pouring his tea. I'm here at the Demon Suppression Division, so I hope you give me some respect. If you have nothing else to do, please leave as soon as possible. Lin Qian paused as he poured his tea. Chapter 90. Demon Suppression Division? Lin Qian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Thinking for a moment, he took a sip of his tea. Have you ever heard of Li Jun, the sergeant of the Qinghe County Demon Suppression Division? Hearing this, the 5 men were also stunned. We've actually run into someone from the same profession? Why is Brother Li here? Hearing this, Lin Qian knew he was in an awkward position. He had intended to use Li Jun's name to get closer, but it occurred to him that none of them had ever heard of him and had mistaken him for him. Well, let's just go with the flow. Just passing by. Lin Qian replied tersely. The leader behind him was about to say something when a scholar-like figure beside him gave him a silent look. I thought it looked familiar just now. That's the blood demonic Qi. The man leaned over and whispered. The leading man was startled, his expression suddenly changing. Brother, are you a disciple of General Wu? This bloody evil energy is unique in the world. General Wu? Li Jun's master? Lin Qian's mind was filled with questions, but his expression remained calm. When I'm away from home, I don't rely on my status. I just want to be myself. His expression was aloof, as if he were tired of the compliments. I didn't expect that Li Jun, despite his modest abilities, has such a strong background. Well, I'm sorry. I use it for a bit, and return it to you when I'm done. Lin Qian chuckled inwardly. It goes without saying that having someone close makes communication easier. While waiting for the food to be served, Lin Qian naturally took the seat next to him and joined in the conversation. Brother Li, there are so many people here, so let's try not to reveal our identities. We can discuss this in detail later in the guest room. Before Lin Qian could ask, the burly man whispered a reminder. Okay, could you add some more dishes? I treat you. Lin Qian nodded, glanced at the plain noodles in front of the group, and said casually. The other tables were filled with delicious food, but these few looked a bit shabby. There must be a reason for this. Forget it, Brother Li. Be careful, the food might be contaminated. This sentence basically confirmed Lin Qian's previous speculation. Soon, Lin Qian's plain noodles arrived, and he slurped them up in a few mouthfuls, his pace surpassing everyone else's, leaving the others stunned. Brother Li, you're truly a hero. This was the last word in praise. Oh my, distinguished guest. Distinguished guest. Just then, the shopkeeper, his face slick with oil, suddenly ran out, heading straight for Lin Qian. He held Lin Qian's gold bars in his hand, his eyes narrowed. While there were many merchants coming and going, it was rare to see someone casually tossing out a gold bar. After scolding the waiter for not telling him sooner, the shopkeeper dropped his work and hurried out. Hurry, serve the fine wine and food, and clean up that upper room immediately. Don't disturb the guests' rest. He offered his services, but Lin Qian stopped him with a hand. Didn't you just say there were no rooms? Lin Qian looked at the shopkeeper with amusement. Ouch. The shopkeeper smiled flatteringly, glancing imperceptibly at the customers around him. Of course there are rooms, and they're all beautifully furnished. But most of the people who come here are rough. If they bump into someone, it wouldn't be worth the effort, and it would be hard to catch them. The shopkeeper explained quietly, a shrewd glint in his small eyes. Lin Qian chuckled, indicating he was full, and that the food wouldn't be served. Then, he headed upstairs to take a look at this so-called upper room. The shopkeeper led the way up the creaky stairs. On the innermost side of the second floor, a door had just been unlocked. Someone was cleaning. Seeing the two approaching, they quickly packed up and left. The room wasn't large, but it was spotless. A stick of sandalwood burned on the table, dispelling the slight musty odor. For this area, such conditions were considered top-notch. Not bad, come on down. Lin Qian stood at the window, watching the setting sun, and casually gestured to the shopkeeper. Okay. Okay. Seeing that Lin Qian hadn't asked the price, the shopkeeper's smile widened. As he left the room, he gently closed the door for Lin Qian. From behind the door, Lin Qian casually bolted it, casually strolled to the bedside, stretched, and yawned. But the next moment, he suddenly lunged, shattering the bed with a single punch. He grabbed the man hiding inside by the neck, and yanked him out with a clattering sound. Ah! The man's cheek and eyes were pierced by the splintered wood, and he screamed in pain, waving the gleaming dagger wildly, trying to scare Lin Qian away. Crack! Lin Qian wasted no time, twisting his arm in half. Seeing him widen his eyes in pain and trying to scream, he slapped him across the face, blood streaking through his lips and sealing his tongue shut. Ouch! Ouch! The man screamed in terror, thrashing about like a stranded fish. Crack! Crack! Lin Qian broke his limbs one by one, until he collapsed to the ground, whimpering, and finally stopped. Clapping his hands, Lin Qian pulled over a stool and sat down in front of the man. The man was thin, with dark skin and wrinkles all over his face. He looked to be at least 50 or 60, but his strength far surpassed that of an average person, clearly a martial artist. You answer whatever I ask. If I'm unhappy, you die? He spoke softly, retracting the stitches that sealed his mouth and tongue. As the stitches were retracted, blood oozed from his pierced mouth. The old man's eyes froze in fear, and his whole body trembled. How do you know the shopkeeper? Lin Qian asked the first question. The man paused, then, noticing Lin Qian's eyes quickly turning hostile, and him about to raise his hand, nodded quickly. Yes. Yes, he replied slurringly. Killing for what? Stealing? Lin Qian didn't even need to ask whether he was planning to steal or kill. As a blood warrior, he was acutely aware of the scent of blood and had sensed it the moment he entered the room. He was certain someone had died here within the past 5 days. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Qian could tell who was coming from the footsteps. He flicked his bloodline and opened the door. Huh? The middle-aged man was stunned by the scene inside. But after all, he came from the Demon Suppression Division and had handled many cases, big and small, so he didn't react too strongly. He entered the room and closed the door. Brotherly, what's this? Lin Qian shrugged helplessly, his expression innocent. Hiding under the bed, preparing to kill me. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Humph. You dare to attack an official from the Demon Suppression Division? You are truly tired of living. The man, slumped to the ground, widened his eyes upon hearing this. Demon Suppression Division. He muttered with trembling lips. You're from the Demon Suppression Division. Something had stirred him, but he suddenly started shouting. The Demon Suppression Division is here. The Demon Suppression Division. Lin Qian moved swiftly, stepping on the man's neck and applying a little pressure. Crack! The shouting stopped abruptly.